some regard as a bit of a hot rod. It's got a nice chassis on it. It's got a good, reliable 5.4 litre V8. And so, hey, size matters.
So, ladies and gentlemen, watch out for Patrick Watts. He'll be, as we say, giving it large out on the circuit.
Robert Raw, we're walking around the paddock looking at some fantastic motor cars, and yours is one of them. Tell us about it.
Well, there's only one real one in existence, and that is no longer being raced. Far too valuable. So the idea was, I'll never be able to buy the thing. God knows what it costs. So I built one. So I started with the DB4, threw away most of the bits, and had the body rebuilt to this shape, chassis extended, and a million holes drilled into it, and ended up with this thing, which is terrific fun. And apparently the original still holds the speed record for the Mousseland Straight for a front-engine car, which is quite amazing.
And do tell us what that speed is.
300 kilometres an hour. I don't think we'll be achieving that. We just worked out our gearing. I think our top speed's going to be about 160. But that'll be quite enough if it's wet.
160 miles an hour in a car which is basically a design which is 50 years old?
At least, exactly, yeah. But they're fantastically prepared nowadays. I mean, these cars are, I think, better built and better prepared than they were in period. So, and you've certainly got better safety features. So it's not that as terrifying as it sounds.
It sounds terrifying to me, I'll tell you. It's obviously a car which is, at least the design, is steeped in history, and that those cars were rocket ships in their time, weren't they?
But the trouble was they were always about a year behind the Ferrari curve. So they brought out this thing, and it was a world beater. They never quite got it sorted out, and by the time they had got it sorted out, Ferrari had come out with the GTO. And the Ferrari cars were always about 10% lighter than the Astons, no matter what they did. And so they were just always a bit late with their wonder ships, and this was the last of them. And then I think they really gave up on it.
So we saw the evolution of the cars from the DBR1s and so forth through to the GT cars, and famously Roy Salvadori was a bit of a star in these. Do you ever get that feeling when you're batting down Mulsanne or around Monza or somewhere, and you think, I'm treading in the steps of the great?
I think that would be rather presumptuous. No, definitely not. I'm just trying to keep the car on the track. I'm never thinking of anything like that. No, it's a nice idea though.
So, do you? What brings you back to Le Mans? Or brings you to Le Mans?
It's the ultimate place. I mean, I've raced a Healey 100 here, and tearing down that straight at 140 miles an hour in a 55 car is an unbeatable experience. And there really are no other tracks where you can get up to that kind of speed. It's a wonderfully fast circuit. Even the Spa Straight, you're not getting up to these kinds of speeds. So it is exciting, very exciting.
Now, with this race and looking around the paddock here, we have a very wide time span from immediately post-war through to the mid-60s, and there's going to be a lot of variations in speed, aren't there? And presumably you're going to be up at the top end of that car is very slippery and very quick. Is it? Do you see that as an issue, or is that something you're just going to deal with?
No, the GT4s and Cobras are going to leave us standing. I mean, we're going to be left standing. But I think if you're a historic racer, you're always looking as much in your mirrors as you are in front of you. It doesn't matter what you're driving. So I think we're all pretty well used to these speed differentials.
And it's going to be a fantastic race, and we're very much looking forward to it.
Let's hope it's dry.
We shall see. Robert Raw, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was the number 18 Aston Martin DP214, a replica of the only car that exists. Bruce Jones, they can't probably put a money figure on what that single DP214 is worth.
No, and you look at the people that own them, and you can understand that they probably don't have to put a figure on them either, because they have to have so much wealth that really it matters not. But just listening to Robert there, just the sheer passion for what he appreciates the history. As he said, I knew I could never afford to have the one. It'd be one thing if they produced 10 or something like. But Aston Martin's going through many, many celebrations. We've got a separate race for those. And I think it's just fantastic to see these cars, and that's such an exquisite shape. We were just commenting maybe the stickering on the side's a little loud in comparison to how it was in period with a big yellow arrow on the door, but the shape itself remains exquisite.
More from our paddock tour in the Legends Paddock on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Our tour of the Motorsports Legends Paddock continues, sponsored by Historic Racing News and Chris Pizzalla's Dynarod of London. Bruce Jones, we've come upon a beautiful Sebring Sprite. This little car is fantastic.
It is fantastic. It looks absolutely exquisite. I think Chris Clegg should be very proud of this baby here. But it just shows that in historic racing, we've already talked to Patrick Watts with his big Allard, his big thumping Allard. We've talked to Robert Rohr about the Aston Martin Project 214. And cars come in all sorts of size, Chris. And we can't beat around the bush. Yours is one of the smaller ones.
Mine is indeed. It's probably the smallest and possibly the slowest here today. But we're going to try and beat some of the other small cars. I don't think the GT40s have a lot to worry about, but it's possible they may all break down, of course. You never know. But no, we're here, because we enjoy the race. This is about the 6th Le Mans I think we've done, and my co-driver is my son Charlie, who's raced here twice before, and we're here to enjoy ourselves, and let's hope we complete a safe and fast race.
Now, for a lot of the cars in the race, it's a two-driver race. How do you decide who sort of gets first dibs, who gets to take the start?
Well, I think my son may start so that if anything fails with the car, at least he'll have had a drive. But normally, you get the owner of the car to start because the first corner is the most dangerous part of the race, and it's his car. And if he's going to crash, he'll be crashing it, not the other driver. But we'll see. I think my son now is probably earning more than me anyway, so perhaps he can afford to mend the car.
Very good thinking. I like that. Now, tell us about the history of the car. Dates back to 1960. What's its provenance, as they say in these parts?
It was bought in 1960 by a gentleman called Cyril Simpson, who unfortunately just died, and he sent it to Sprinzels to have it converted to a full Sebring specification car, one of the original 6 that they built, and they took it to Sebring in 1961, where his co-driver was Sterling Moss, and they started the race, the qualifying, and it had clutch slip. So Sterling moved to the sister car and put his sister Pat in the car with Paul Hawkins and Cyril Simpson. And when I knew Cyril when some years ago, he said that was the best 2 years of his life when he was racing this car, and his girlfriend was Pat Moss.
The sound of endurance racing.
Around the world.
RadioLeMans.com. At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio, from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited, is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races, live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage.
The countdown to the Le Mans 24 Hours has begun. It's just 7 hours to go to the start of the world's most famous race, the Le Mans 24 Hours, on RadioLeMans.com.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Good morning, everybody. It's race day. Ever since 1989, when I first came here, there's something very special about getting up knowing that you're not going to bed for somewhere in the region of 40 hours. It sounds like an odd way to put yourself through a bit of torture, but when it's the day of the world's greatest motor race, and it's the Le Mans 24 Hours. There's something more than a little frisson of excitement in the air. Hello there, I'm John Hindorf on 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and around the world at radiolemans.com. We're in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre, overlooking the Ford chicane at the end of this magnificent 8.5-mile circuit. 82 times in the past, this circuit has hosted this most special of day into night, back into day motor races, and the 2015 edition is shaping up to be one of the best yet. Now 4 manufacturers have been enticed to endurance racing at World Championship level by the openness of the regulations of the FIA and the ACO. 3 of them today really do have a chance of standing on the podium and taking the biggest prize in motorsport. They get the sticker. Someone will. 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Le Mans 2015 victor. Will that be on an Audi? Will it be on a Porsche or a Toyota? Stay with us here on 91.2 FM to find out. Paul Truswell and Johnny Palmer are with me in the studio down in the pit lane on Milden Hall, and Nick Damon will be bringing us the atmosphere from morning warm-up, which starts in a wee while. I'm going to get it out the way straight away, gentlemen. Nothing good ever happens in morning warm-up. Let's hope that is not proved to be correct today. But the cars, of course, Paul, have not run since Thursday at the very latest, somewhere around midnight.
Hours of Friday, very early hours of Friday morning, possibly. Do you know what? This is always a very special time, the warm-up, because I mean it is relatively early in the morning. It's 9 o'clock time. Most people are going to work normally, and there's already a good crowd in the grandstands getting ready for this. But there's a certain tension about this one, as you were saying in your introduction there, John. It's one of the closest fought races we're going to see for a long time, I suspect, in the 24 hours. And personally, I'm, really feeling the tension of it, and the teams will be feeling that same tension as well, I think. You really can't predict how this is going to pan out. And it's big, it's important, it's the Le Mans 24 hours.
How many for you, this one here?
This is my 35th.
35th Le Mans?
Yes.
Good heavens.
Yes, I came here for the first time in 1981.
And who won that year?
It was Jackie Hicks and Derek Bell. Who else? In the
That is the stock answer at that time, wasn't it?
If you don't know the answer, it would be Jackie Hicks and Derek Bell in the Jules-sponsored Porsche. And it was a very boring race, in fact, because it was a car that just went and had no problems. But having said that, it was still the best ever Le Mans because it was my first.
It's the first one is always very special. My first one, as I said, was 1989, and that was Mercedes-Benz. AEG Mercedes-Benz in the very silver arrows with virtually no sponsorship on them, and that is the one I'll not forget.
Run by Max Velti, who I saw up at the Paddock bar a couple of days ago, and that's the kind of thing that this place brings. It brings people back. No matter what they're doing, they keep coming back, and they want to watch the race. They want to be involved. They want to be part of it.
What was your first one, Johnny?
I feel like a bit of a cheat because it was 2008.
Oh, so this is...
But you are only 17, Johnny.
You're right, yeah, and I don't age as well. With every passing year, I've stayed at 17 years old. This is my 7th now, and it does only seem like 5 minutes ago when I first was asked along in 2008. I've only ever seen an Audi win the race, though. Never seen any other manufacturer do it.
Oh.
There's a lot of people here who will say that.
That's a fair point, well made. And the other thing that Paul mentioned there, of course, was the fact that in 1981 that Jules Porsche was tremendously reliable and quick enough and just disappeared in the distance. We've kind of become accustomed to that. You dug up some stats the other night when we were off air, I think, Paul, that over the last decade showed just how reliable cars have been at the sharp end of the field in terms of the gaps, at least, when the checkered flag has dropped on Sunday afternoon.
That's right, 2 laps or less. In 2007, it was a 10-lap winning margin. 2006 was a 4-lap winning margin. But 2006 was the largest margin that we've had, certainly in the last decade. 4 laps. Other than that, we've become used to the leading cars being on the same lap at the finish. And what I think is going to be fascinating to watch this year is the possibility that more than one manufacturer will have a car on the same lap at the finish.
Yeah, and we've had 13 point something, 854, thank you. Down in the Nismo pit lane, Nick Damon, we dragged Nick Damon out of the Formula One pit lane where he'd spent 8 and a bit years, nearly 9 years, and you first came to Le Mans when, Nick?
2008.
Oh, same year as Johnny then?
Yeah, but hang on, no, 2007. No, I was the second. 2007. This is my 9th. Yeah, I'm a relatively youthful stripling here.
So you've never seen anyone other than Audi win either?
Yeah, I saw Peugeot win.
Oh,
yes. I wasn't here in 09, so I didn't see the Peugeot win.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, I've seen a whole 2 manufacturers win, but only one apart from Audi. No, so yeah, just it's a love. But just so I give you a weather forecast, we are British. It's a lovely day. It's the sun is not quite. It's shining over the Lane of Shame or the Innovation Station, depending what you want to call it. The
last time that will happen, new garages there next year. Those will be gone.
That's very sad. But the shadow's still over the rest of it with the main grandstand. The cars are rolling towards the end. There's a big queue there. Morning warm-up, which they cancelled in F1, was always my favourite time.
Oh, really?
I used to love it. Yeah.
Why was that?
Because it was yeah, they had the world's most expensive traffic jam at the start as they went out, and then it was a really short, sharp session where cars were coming and going. You got a real chance to see the cars properly in sort of race trim, and it was just a really exciting time.
A free sort of tension there rather than excitement. Paul was saying that this is a close one in pretty much all of the classes. So.
I think that the big difference is the amount of we just don't know, and we've all got our favourites, and we're all favourite. All the classes have their dark horses, and there's a couple of plucky triers as well, which always livens it up. But I think Shay's told me I've got to make my predictions when I come back. So apart from the winner, which I agree with you, I can't actually think beyond that.
Owen Mildenhall is the second of our voices in the Nismo pit lane. Welcome to Le Mans, and welcome to Le Mans Race Day as part of Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. But not your first time here, Owen.
No, I was lucky enough to come here every year pretty much from the age of 10 as a schoolboy. So my first year was, I think, 1987. I was definitely here in 1988 when Jaguar won, which is a real memory, and I was here in 91 when Mazda won. So, I've been coming for a long time, and it's just really special to be here, very special to be in the pit lane.
The draw of this place, Owen, is quite remarkable. You've had to, for work reasons, miss a few years. Coming back here, a lot of changes. A lot of things look very different, but the atmosphere is something that doesn't change, particularly at this time on a Saturday morning.
No, absolutely, and I think you said this as well, John. Driving in this morning with the mist in the campsites, as you say, take away the cars that are in the campsite, and it could be the opening sequence of the Le Mans movie. And yet, when you come down here into the pit lane and you see the professionalism of the teams and just how professional everything is in the pit lane, it's just every year I come back, everything improves, everything gets more and more professional.
Well, we'll say to both Owen and Nick, be safe in our Nismo pit lane for the whole of this session and indeed for the race. What are we likely to see then, Johnny Palmer, in this warm-up session? Clearly, the grid is set. Mm-hmm. Nobody really, or do they, go for setups just for qualifying? What are we likely to see in this session? Just a quick shakedown to make sure that nothing's leaking?
I think it's important just to get back into the groove, isn't it? After a day off, and all these cars will have been down to the town at Le Mans itself, wheeled down there with drivers and brought back again. They will be out of sync, I suppose, after being well and truly in it for Wednesday and Thursday. And it's just important to get in the garage, get settled, and also get into the mentality, as you were saying earlier on, John, that we're not going home tonight. It's we're in it together here, and there's a very, very much a kind of team ethic to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Of course, we're along with the journey, along with you guys as well in the campsites, but so too the teams. They'll be high-fiving each other ahead of this race, and this is a chance to, get the brain calibrated ahead of a 24-hour slog.
It's interesting. I was doing a TV interview last night and asked what makes this place so special and why the fans come. And I think it's because the fans feel more a part of this motor race than possibly any other. You're close to the action, but you're also having to make that same commitment to the full well, not 24 hours, in fact. It's something over 30 hours, probably more for the guys who were up at the crack of dawn this morning. Felipe Albuquerque's birthday, by the way, this weekend. And you have to make that similar commitment, so you feel much more at one with everyone who's out there on the circuit.
Yeah, it's a test.
Shared experience.
Absolutely. Well, I remember being at university and, funnily enough, leaving some bits of work till the very last minute. And
can't imagine that.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? But also, fellow flatmates had also left an essay, say, to the last one. We go, should we just pull an all-nighter and get through it together? And that sense of community spirit. I think if I was here on my own, watching a race with nobody to enjoy it with, you don't quite get that same sort of aspect of let's all pull together, let's have a good laugh. It's going to be tough, but we'll get each other through it and we'll be really happy at the end and there'll be a real sense of achievement. I think there's definitely that sort of spirit down in the pit lane along with us fans watching it.
And a particular hello to everyone at the Porsche Curves travel destination, radiolemans.com campsite, John and the rest of the guys who we spent a very happy hour or so with last night. And had a long chat about all things sports car racing, making new friends, lots of new people there, lots of people from further afield than Europe as well, with quite a few Americans. I think TD was saying there was Travel Destinations, our official travel partner, saying there was something like 50 American parties had come over this year to be on the radiolemans.com travel site or in the Flex Hotels. And hello to everyone there as well. As the green flag is flying, 44 minutes on the clock. Now, don't forget, as well as listening to us, if you're on the computer around the world, go to www.radiolemans.com. And on the front page, powered by Duke Video, is our StudioVision. And right here, above Johnny's head, is the countdown clock. You'll see that throughout the race as well. So if you're watching Race Vision elsewhere, you'll be able to sync everything up with this clock here. And by the way, if you're wondering who... I'm doing that the wrong way, aren't I? How do I do that? If you're wondering who that is, that's Luke Bell, who you might remember we've talked about in our Liquimoli Bathurst coverage. He is our technical guru from Bathurst, who keeps us on the air when we're down there, having a look at Le Mans for the first time. And I'll be interested later on in the race, towards the end of the race, we're going to stick a headset on Luke and find out what he's thought about the weekend. A proud Toyota GT86 owner, which he's pining for, having left it on the other side of the world. It's probably been the longest time he hasn't driven it since he bought it, I think. So out on the circuit at the moment then, all of the leading cars have gone out. In fact, I was just about to say, apart from the rebelling number 13, but Alex Imperatori takes that car straight out of the pit lane. The Nissans are just waiting for a moment or two.
And 19 Porsche's not out yet, is it?
Exactly.
That's
what I was
the white
about to say.
one.
Yeah,
that's the white one.
But apart from that, Johnny, you're absolutely right. All the major runners out. Marcel Fessler at the wheel of Audi number 7, Lucas de Grassi at the wheel of Audi number 8, Felipe Albuquerque at the wheel of Audi number 9. At the two Porsches that are out, Romain Dumas is driving number 18 and Timo Bernhardt number 17. Those are the initial drivers. For the two Toyotas, it's Alexander Wurz in number 2 and Anthony Davidson in number 1.
And the Ibanez has a problem at the exit of the first chicane on the Lindois-Nadier. Just came out of the middle part, lost power, pulls over to driver's right. And it is the man with his name above the door who is in that car at the moment, just beyond the blue and yellow curbs, two drivers right on the exit. Now that could be pulled back because there's a gap now just there, and that will be out of the way, but that is not the way morning warm-up was meant to go for the 45 car. So head down into the pit lane. Nick Damon is down there at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear some engine sounds. I won't ask you to identify a car idling. It's a very...
Wait a minute, hang on.
Any idea?
GT86.
It's Luke's GT86, which has somehow found its way here.
No,
it's a GT car. I think it's a Ferrari.
Nope, it's a Porsche. It's a very clean, pristine, lovely Porsche that you would not guess just, a day and a half ago was way on fire.
Yes. This is the team AAI.
There has been
997.
Looking at the rear end of that, there has been a very lucrative for Stuttgart, a visit to the parts department, and the car. The car actually looks. Genuinely, you'd have no idea. It looks perfect, and it's about to roll off. I think it's with Miss Chen on board, and that is one of our walking wounded.
So that's the 67.
The 68's already gone out, so both the AI cars are there. I hung around like a bad smell at Corvette, but Doug Fehan wasn't around, and neither were any of the guys from the is it 64 that's not running? Yeah.
63.
But 63, but I will try and get back for a comment about why they couldn't rebuild the car. Owen.
Just in case anyone had wondered, we haven't seen the number 15 Corvette out on track now. They're very casually just changing the driver's door on that car, so I don't know whether they had an issue with the driver's door, but that's now been changed, and the car's about to leave the pit lane.
Thank you, Owen. And Nick down there in the Nismo pit lane for Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans. Ibanez now out of the Ibanez, the 45 car, and it is indeed being pushed behind the wall. It's 18.3 degrees Celsius. That's 68 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. The air temperature still just under 15 degrees Celsius. That's around about 52, isn't it, degrees Fahrenheit, as the two of the three Audis are into the first chicane, and the Ibanez car has been pulled out of harm's way by our hard-working marshals.
Yes.
And hello to all of them, particularly those that speak English, and there's a big English contingent here. Spread post 106 and 106 bis no longer exist, of course, so they've been spread out to other other areas of the circuit. But hello to all of you, and it's the 8 and 9 Audis that are flying in formation at the moment.
Yeah, Marcel Fessler coming in at the end of his installation lap in the number 7 car. The 17 and 18 Porsches both came in at the end of their installation lap. And Nico Hülkenberg has taken the number 19 Porsche. He is now out on parade in that number 19, the white Porsche. So different strategies, it would seem, being used by the different team members of the teams, and I suspect, and we can possibly speculate that more about that in the remainder of the warm-up session, that'll be something that we see, John and Johnny, that with 3 cars from Porsche and 3 cars from Audi, they might actually split the strategies between the cars within the team. But as I say, we'll see exactly what happens on that one when it actually happens. The majority of the cars, therefore, now on their first flying lap, and then we'll get lap times set when they come through at the completion of this one. You can't set a timed lap unless you've started it and finished it on the track.
Nick Damon with news of the very end of the pit lane towards pit out.
Yeah, much more of a row of woe at the innovation station at the moment. The number 23 Nissan GT.
You're not getting row of woe back. I'm sorry. It's been consigned to the waste paper basket of history.
Well, you know, I'm an old man. It takes me a long time to forget things. Anyway, the 23, all 3 cars were on the apron, I think, waiting for a quiet period, and then they wanted to go, and then the 23 just wouldn't. So they've had to put it on the dollies, nose it in. Oh, and here comes Darren Cox to tell you what's wrong with the car.
Because he's tuned in to 91.2 FM radio.
He can hear us. I love this. This works really well. Darren, 2 out of 3 not so good for war. What's the problem with that car there?
No, just obviously we've changed most of the major components on the car, so this is what warm-up's all about, isn't it? Warming it up and making sure everything's okay. So I think the 1s and 0s aren't quite lining up.
That sounds like my life. Also, of course, people who saw qualifying went, okay, not bad, got on the back of the P1s, but when you line up in the grid, you're going to be a lot further back. Why is that?
Usual grid penalties we see in Formula 1 sometimes. Because of the fact we're testing here in public, we didn't get all of our drivers through the 110% rule, so the powers that be, the FIA and ACO, decided to give us a grid penalty, so yeah, we've been moved back to the back of the prototype grid. Not a major drama for us. We'll be doing a lot of overtaking, I guess, in the first few laps. Be good for the onboard cameras. So, yeah, of course, we're all racers. We want to be going faster, but 14 months into a project to have 3 cars at Le Mans with minimal problems, in the sessions since test day and the practice sessions and qualifying, we've only actually stopped once. So car's been very, very reliable. Now we've just got to make them go faster.
A few hours till the talking stops and the action starts. You obviously have personal targets for these cars. I mean, do you have an idea of where you want them to get, or how many hours in? Also, are you looking to say, right, we need to do a certain lap time for this to be a successful event?
Well, I think the first thing is to get one car home. That would be a massive benefit for us, and I think you'll see that the car will just get faster every session we've done. It will go faster. We were 5 seconds faster from Wednesday to Thursday, and that is a steep learning curve that we've got at this circuit and with this car. We're doing two things. We're developing the car and we're dialing the car into the circuit, and that's not ideal to do both things at the same time, because when you make a change, is it a change that's benefited because of the car, or is it because of the circuit? So we're learning all the time. In terms of lap time, we're not setting lap time. We've got a simulated lap time.
What is it?
Well, obviously we're not hitting it at the moment, but you can look at the onboards, you can see where we're losing time, and we've got to get the car out of the corners quicker, and that's a function of the hybrid system not deploying at the rear, basically, which is a compromise we've had to make for this year.
John Hind off my ear is saying that would your guys actually have made that 110% cut-off if it hadn't been the fact that cars at the front were so blooming quick?
We would have made it with more time. Everyone up and down the pit lane's complaining about yellow flags, red flags, rain. It affected us more than anyone else. So we would have made it. I mean, literally our last lap of qualifying would have been our fastest. Harry was on for a 34, high 34, which would have been the fastest time we did. Literally every time we go out, we go faster. And these guys are dialing themselves to the car as well. It is a different car to drive on this circuit. And you'll just see us, when we keep running, just getting faster and faster. So our job is just to keep going round as much as possible and see where we end up. Unfortunately, our rain dance isn't working, because obviously the car's very good in the wet, but it looks like the fans are going to have a great dry event, and unfortunately we're going to have a bad dry event.
I'll have a good dry event. I hate getting wet, but Darren, best luck for the race.
Thank you.
The latest news from the pit lane is brought to you by Nismo. Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Eat, sleep, race, repeat.
Into the pit lane comes Toyota, out of the pit lane goes Toyota number 1. The good news for the 45 and connections thereof is that Jose Ibanez is back aboard. Control Alt Delete seems to have worked, and he is touring, not up to speed, but he is getting the car back at more than a walking pace. He's on the gap between chicane 1 and 2 on the Mulsanne straight at the moment, with just coming up to 15 minutes gone. An absolutely perfect morning. Our studio computer, which has already amassed several hundred followers on Twitter, is telling me no rain in the foreseeable future, and it has admitted to not being a weather forecasting computer, but says it gets it right at least half the time, which is better than most of the people on telly. It's got a bit of an attitude, the studio computer, in fairness. Times at the top of the field. Marco Bononomi has clocked a 23.962, not a Porsche time, however, an Audi time. And his teammate Loic Duval, we saw those two guys drafting together down the middle part of the Mulsanne straight. Loic Duval about a second and a half slower, but has just clocked the fastest early morning sector 1, 31.6. They were doing 31.3s, 31.4s when they were in qualifying. But I think, Paul, 23s, high 23, low 22s, I'll get this right in a minute, high 22s into mid 23s is what we're expecting in terms of race pace for the Audis for a 13-lap stint.
Yeah, that's right. 13 laps will be all that the Audis can manage, so they don't have quite so much flexibility on that. But if
they do have a smaller tank, don't they?
Yes, but they have a diesel tank, so
54.2
is the diesel fuel tank limit, 68.5 of petrol. But it's more to do with the fuel flow which they're required to conform to, which is going to constrain them to doing 13 laps. The Porsches have the ability to do 14 laps, but I have a theory, which we'll come on to later, that at least one and possibly two of the Porsches will actually choose to run 13 lap stints rather than 14 lap stints, even though they could run 14.
But it's not a question as in the old days, Paul, when Porsches, particularly turbo Porsches, could just turn up the boost and crack on, because nowadays with the fuel flow regulations, it's a 3-lap rolling average, and you can't just burn that extra fuel willy-nilly.
Indeed, and there is also a peak limit, so there is an absolute peak fuel flow that you can't exceed, and that is one of the main reasons why top speeds that we're seeing recorded are roughly the same for all the different cars. They are actually capable of going at very different speeds, but because they're only allowed to use fuel at a certain peak rate, not just an average rate, then that effectively limits a top speed of them as well. But to go back to your point about what the average lap time is going to be, I think you're right in that we're going to be around 3 minutes 23 for an average 13-lap stint, and of course that is going to be crucial in trying to work out what the how the strategy will pan out. The other thing that could affect that is the way that the slow zones may or may not be implemented. Those people who were here last year will have seen the new Le Mans slow zone procedure working. In all cases, as far as they can, the organisers will try and avoid using a safety car unless there is something which affects the whole track. If it is just an incident which is affecting one corner, then a slow zone will be implemented, which in effect is an 80 km/h speed limit in a particular zone of the circuit, where the drivers, all cars, will be required to slow down to 80 kilometres an hour for the particular incident zone. But for the rest of the track, it remains a fully open racetrack, which is great for the spectators. If you're sitting at Arnage and watching the cars go by, you see racing going by, even though there's an incident at Tête Rouge, for example.
Yeah, or 8.5 miles away. And this is a conversation that you and I have had many, many times before. You saying, there's 8 miles of perfectly good racetrack here, why aren't we racing on it? And, well, now we can.
So. The problem for the teams is, of course, that means that their fuel strategy, where they may have been doing 13.8 laps on a tank full of fuel, if there's a slow zone, that 13.8 suddenly extends to 14.1, and that means they can go an extra lap on their tank, which, as I say, if it happens, we may see the teams then utilising that effect.
Johnny Palmer standing watching to my left, looking at the timing screens. Has everybody been out, Johnny? It looks like they have.
We haven't seen the 23 Nissan yet.
We know why.
Otherwise, yes, everyone else has been out. It's interesting that a lot of P2s are up there, so they're clearly happy to run a relatively decent pace, but there are only 3 P1s at the top of the timing screen. Otherwise, they're down, having just done an out lap and then an in lap. No kind of competitive times. But the 2 Audis have been sort of playing with each other, as in fact the 17 Porsche goes through with Timo Bernhardt at the wheel and goes quicker than anybody, 322.7. But it's been fascinating to watch the 2 Audis, 9 and 8, sort of drafting each other, as you mentioned, almost in an opening part of the race simulation. That's how they're going to run in traffic, and it's kind of getting used to a car in close proximity to your own.
This is what we're going to do. We're going to get ahead of the Porsches and then drive side by side for 23 hours and 46 minutes.
They're not going to get ahead of the Porsches that easily, though. That's a kind of fly in the ointment there, because the Porsches starting in the front 3 grid positions and are going to be, I think, in the early stages, able to lap a little bit quicker than the Audis are.
What's the top Audi?
The top Audi in qualifying was the number 8 car. Which I'm trying to think who was driving it when it set its qualifying time. I think it was Loic Duval who set the qualifying time, but I'll come back to that at some point. The joke that I've been having with various people I've been talking to is the Porsche curves. The Porsche curves is where the Audi has the advantage, so we may have to rename them because they're very much the Audi curves, except that they're the area where the Porsches can hold up the Audis, because there's no way you can overtake through the Porsche curves, whereas where the Porsches have the advantage is on the straight bit, and that's where you can overtake. So the Porsches are going to be able to overtake the Audis on the straight bits and hold them up in the Porsche curves. So we may see, as a result of that, the Porsches kind of being able to extend their advantage, at least in the early stages of the race.
We saw at Silverstone, Johnny, didn't we, that the Audis were very, very good in the
twisty bits.
In the twiddly bits.
Are you going to get your Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference?
Well, I got rather overly excited and named the Audis the slightly Bartfast of the FIWC because they're very good on the twiddly bits.
After his design of the Norwegian fjords.
He got an award for that, you know.
Yeah, he did,
Yeah,
absolutely. And then sadly the whole planet was destroyed.
Yes. Let's hope that doesn't happen for Audi. That was before they even got their Le Mans low drag go faster kit. But at Spa, that didn't seem to slow them down that much.
No.
For people joining us all the time here, hopefully you've caught up with some of our archive material, but the story of the first part of the season has been Porsche versus Audi. Porsche rocket ship quick at a straight line and Audi quick on the twisties, but they've clawed a bit of that back a little bit.
Well, they turned up at Spa, didn't they, with this new aero package, and all of a sudden the car was dominant down the straights at Spa, but it also could do Sector 2, which is rather twisty, quicker than the high downforce car, which you would have expected that to be dominant, but all of a sudden they've worked out somehow of reducing the drag but increasing downforce, which is the thing that people in motorsport are always trying to get to.
Optimisation, I think, is the phrase. One other thing that we haven't mentioned yet, but which was a theme throughout practice and qualifying, is the use or abuse of track limits. We've already had one car who's been assessed a stop-and-go penalty for abusing the track limits. The number 88 Proton Porsche has been penalised, and even in the early morning warm-up session, he's been given a stop-go penalty for abusing track limits. And we've also had warnings for track limits for car 9, Felipe Albuquerque, at the wheel of the Audi, which parenthetically has just gone quickest of all in the session again at 319.423. So track limit warning for number 9, track limit warning for Porsche number 77, track limit warning for Aston Martin number 95. And as I say, one of the things we saw throughout practice and qualifying was this repeated use of the track warning, and they're going to have to the track limits warning, and they're going to have to be very careful about that because penalties will be assessed, John.
And down here in the pit lane, Paul, was not a good example of teams going through their usual warm-up routine. So I've been watching the super slick Manthey Porsche team on the 91 car. They've been doing a brake disc change, so obviously bedding in brake discs on the 91 car, and that's just gone back out. 92 cars just come in and done a full-speed driver change and tyre change, and the guys obviously practicing that for the race. And both those cars are back out on track.
Thanks, Owen Mildenhall down there in the pit lane. Jeff Siegel's just looped it on the exit of Arnage. Just a little bit too much of the accelerator pedal. I do think it's important, gentlemen, and Johnny, you've seen all of the FIA World Endurance Championship races this year, as have I, and probably quite a lot of our listeners as well. Do you think it's important that Eduardo Freitas, who is our primary race director this weekend, lays down the limits, literally as well as metaphorically, right throughout the meeting and remains consistent? He was on it early, told the drivers by warning flags, etc., what he expected, and he's consistently done that through every session. Even, as you say, this is only a warm-up session, and it doesn't really matter, but it does, doesn't it?
Absolutely does, yeah, because it's still part of the meeting, and I think once you've set the bar at a certain point, it's like a good football referee. If you, say, right, this is how we're going to dictate the match and police it from the off, then you have to stick to those parameters forevermore. I mean, this may be an opportunity actually for the teams to just find out exactly how wide the envelope is. They can push hard with, yes, a stop-go penalty in warm-up, but that doesn't actually affect anything in the race. So you might find that some of the team managers are going, just push it a bit more this time around, into Tertre Rouge, a bit more over the line. Okay, we can't get away with that, so don't do that in the race. And it's almost a way of finding out where the limit is and where he's happy for the cars to go wide.
We won't have 56 cars starting later on today because we've already lost one. And if you're just joining us at the track or around the world, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, it is the 63 Corvette, which could not be repaired after a very nasty looking accident and scary accident for Jan Magnussen in the middle of the Porsche curves on Thursday evening. The car picking up a little bit of debris which got caught in the pedal box and jammed open the throttle, and that car hitting drivers right, then bouncing across and spinning and hitting a second time. The car may be repairable, but not here. And as there are only 3 chassis of the C7R in the world, and they're all here, Labra Competition having the 3rd car, then there was no way that they could get the car back in the race. Talking to the ever helpful Ryan Smith this morning, and before anybody tweets in, by the way, it's at RSL_studio this weekend, coming straight on the screen in front of the presenters here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. The ever helpful Ryan Smith is the PR representative for Corvette Racing. And before anybody gets worried about Watkins Glen, in fairly short order for Corvette and their return to the Tudor United Sports Car Championship IMSA competition. Remember, the GTE cars weren't at Detroit because they were here for the test day. There will be 2 Corvette racing cars at Watkins Glen. And indeed for the next couple of races, even as we speak, the guys at Corvette Racing, I'm sure, are listening to us either in the very late hours of the night or the very early hours of the morning, I should say, as they are preparing a brand new chassis. And whether that's ready for Watkins Glen or not, there will be the 3 and 4 car out on the circuit at Watkins Glen in a couple of weeks' time. A race that you can follow, of course, on our sister service via radiolemans.com as the website, but on the IMSA Radio tab of the Listen Now player. And delighted to say that Jim Roller and Shea Adam will be joining Jeremy Shaw and myself for a very busy IMSA racing weekend with Continental Tyres, Sports Car Challenge, and a number of the IMSA support series, along with the Tudor United Sports Car Championship. And that's in a couple of weekends' time, live from Watkins Glen. See radiolemans.com for details. Still 20 minutes to go. Paul and I were talking yesterday, whilst we were doing a little bit of work in the studio here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre, about this 45-minute session. It's a decent amount of time, Paul. I always get confused about this time of year and say, wasn't it only 20 minutes last year? And you always say, no, John, it's always been 45 minutes. And we went through that yesterday. But it is a decent amount of time, and rightly so, isn't it?
In effect, it turns into a 1 hour session, because by the time you've got the car into the queue, because it's no good just going out at 9 o'clock, you have to be in the queue really at 10:02. As Nick was describing, brilliant atmosphere down there as the queue forms up with everybody still munching their bacon butties as they're getting in the car and pushing the car out. And by the time you finish the lap upon which the checkered flag is shown, it's invariably 5 past or gets on towards 10 past by the time you push the car back into the garage. So it's a 1 hour warm-up, of which 45 minutes is spent going round and round on the track. And in the case of round and round, I think the Greaves Motorsport car had a little roundy there a moment ago, didn't it?
Yeah, so who was at the wheel of that then, as it was having a bit of an issue?
Gaetan Palatu at the wheel right now. It has been John Lancaster for the first bit, but actually tied on times. First time I'd spotted that. So both the 41 and the 47 cars have both done a 3:39.960 in warm-up.
Gaetan Palatu, the young Frenchman, up from GT Academy, the Nismo GT Academy graduate, and a late addition to Greaves. And he's already proving his worth and responding today, Nick Damon, down in our Nismo pit lane, to an extra piece of race equipment.
Yeah, that's right, because for Wednesday and Thursday he was still wearing his Nissan GT Academy overalls. He's actually got a set of team overalls now. How's that? It must feel like he belongs. Very quick vignette. About 5 minutes ago, the 97 Aston Martin came in. I could tell that because I went blind separately. And they did a complete front pad and disc change in about 91 seconds.
Wow.
Because obviously they will need to do that during the race, so they obviously bedded in their second set of race pads, and they literally just came in, put it in, 91 seconds later it was back out again.
Have you seen the lion's face on that car yet?
I can't look at it. I get, it's one of those things where if you look at it too long you have an epileptic fit, I think.
That is the art car, which is, as you can hear from Nick's reaction, splitting opinion. I think it's to be. It's going to be. I'm interested to know how it's going to look in 3D. And there is a 3D movie of Le Mans being made this year, and I was watching the guys doing some filming up at Aston Martin a few weeks ago. In fact, long before even the test day, and I just wonder if that livery has been put together with that 3D movie in mind, and what we might see when we see it in 3D, because it does look like an eye test card. Sort of thing you do for your MSA race license. And so you're two doctors. The session continues, quarter of an hour to go. I haven't mentioned the GTs too much. It was a pretty much an Aston benefit on Wednesday, Johnny, but a couple of the Ferraris got involved on Thursday, and indeed it's Ferraris to the fore in Pro, at least at the moment.
Yeah, I'm expecting the 71 and the 51 to show a lot more in the race. They haven't really come to the fore in qualifying, as you say, but I think they're just holding back very slightly. It could be Aston's year. It's been a long time since they last won it, in my first year at Le Mans, 2008. So with 5 cars here in total, 3 in Pro and 2 in Am, then certainly Aston are favourite, I'd say, in the GTE Amateur class. Can they do it in Pro again, finally? But the 51 car, very, very strong indeed. Won it last year and 3 years ago. So, and there's only been one winner in the GT class for the whole of the World Endurance Championship since it started in 2012. So the 51 squad shouldn't be overlooked. Porsche are here with a strong package, and now Chevrolet, of course, they can focus all their concentration on the 64 car. So will that actually make that a stronger car as a single car effort?
Well, I said earlier on that we'd been speaking to Ryan Smith, and I said just one bullet in the gun. He said, yeah, but it's a good bullet, isn't it? And he's right. It just means they can't afford to have any little niggly worries, and that car is the 4 car in the States last season, and to a certain extent the early part of this season as well, has had no luck at all but bad luck.
Yeah.
And I know people will say there's no such thing as luck in motor racing, you make your own luck. All right, I'll put it another way. It's had bad fortune. If there's been anything that could possibly go wrong, getting caught up in other people's accidents, niggly little things, then it has been that car. Jordan Taylor just taking that car out of the pit lane at the moment. But that would be a tremendous story if after the travails of that car over the last 18 months or so, it was the car, the only Corvette in the Pro class now, to come through and take the win.
I was disappointed to hear that the 63 was out of the race, because that 63 car, of course, won the 24 Hours of Daytona, it won the 12 Hours of Sebring, and could well have won here at Le Mans. I don't know whether that's ever been done in the GT class by one single car, but it could still be done by the same team, Corvette, and, you know, we'll see, because it was never done by a driver, even in the top class, to my knowledge, to get the triple crown of endurance racing all in the same year.
The issue, of course, has been that until, well, in fact, you know, not having P1 cars at Daytona has been an issue.
Yes.
And recently there's not been P1 cars at Sebring either, with P2 being the, or at least prototypes, with P2 being the top ACO class in the IMSA Studio United Sports Car Championship. Going back through the years, there was a little more crossover, wasn't there, in those early races of the season?
Well, you had the same car, John, participating in Daytona, Sebring and Le Mans. I mean, it would sometimes be in different coloured sponsors, but very often the same chassis were participating back in the days of what the IMSA GTP and the races here at Le Mans to Le Mans spec. IMSA GTP, GTX was a class at Le Mans.
And you saying that has just popped something into my head, and looking at the big Ford blue oval to the left-hand side of us here in our Mobil 1 broadcast centre, I think there was a GT40 that won certainly here and Sebring, whether it did Daytona as well, but I don't think it was the same year. I think it was 10, it's a famous chassis, isn't it? It's 1075, that's the very, very well winning car. And somebody will tweet in at RSL_studio and tell me that I've misremembered that. But I know that there's a GT40 back in late 60s, early 70s that did win just about everything that was going. But I don't think it did it all in the same season. Those were the days, of course, Paul, when race cars had a little more longevity.
Indeed, yes. Just going back to GT the GT classes, the number 71 Ferrari that we were talking about, the AF Corsa car that runs in the Pro class, the second AF Corsa car that runs in the Pro class, 51 and 71 being the two Pro class cars. Olivier Beretta having something of a problem practice, having all his times disallowed, and then went out later on and couldn't set a qualifying time. So we were talking about the Nissans being pushed to the back of the grid as a result of not setting quick enough qualifying times. The number 71 Ferrari has also been pushed to the back of its category, so it'll be starting from the very back of the grid. As well is the number 67 Porsche, but that was at the back of the grid anyway. But those cars failing to achieve the qualifying minimum, and particularly it must be a bit galling, I think, for Olivier Beretta not to have achieved the qualification minimum.
Or he will be steaming about that. Down in the Nismo pit lane team, Owen Mildenhall first with the good news part of this report. Owen?
Yeah, I'm down at 61 AF Corsa Ferrari is in the garage. Doesn't look like it's going to go back out again, but no problem. They just seem happy with what they've done, and the car's parked up and waiting for the race.
Up at Audi, lots of comings and goings. After a lengthy stay, the number 7 is now out and about, as are all three of the cars. Interesting, they've been rotating. Most of the drivers have got to go in all the three cars, and they've also been doing all their work by pushing the cars back into the pit lane, back into the pit box from the pit lane. Very much going through the action, the motions. But there was a minor issue on the 7, but they've solved it. It's out, John. Probably, waved at. A cooling issue, apparently. No, that's actually a bit of miming there. Well done. So a cooling issue, which is odd, really, because it was a lot muggier and more unpleasant on Thursday evening. But perhaps they've taped up too many bits.
Thanks, Nick Damon. Nothing good ever happens in warm-up. If you're Corvette, that's true. We've just seen the Labra competition car hitting the wall, not 10 metres away from where Jan Magnussen came to rest on Thursday evening. Didn't hit the right-hand wall first, but lost it at the same corner that Jan went straight on and has hit the wall.
Gianluca Roda, the driver at the time, John, and
for a moment I checked myself to make sure that wasn't a replay.
Certainly the second half was exactly the same as what happened to Jan Magnussen in qualifying yesterday. It's, as you say, finished up on the right-handed part. If you're familiar with the circuit, the two left-handed parts of the Porsche curves, the Virage du Pont, are then followed by a right-hander, very fast right-hander, where in fact Loic Duval made the headlines last year, was where his incident was.
There's been a few detailed changes there. They've pushed all of the wall that they can further back, but the problem is, you mentioned the word pont, which means bridge here. There's water involved, and doing anything with water in France and bridges is a bureaucratic nightmare.
Well, it's also a road. It goes over the road that goes underneath the track there. But the main problem why they can't move the barriers any further back is the gradient. There's a massive great hill, and in effect the wall is stopping you falling off the edge of the hill. So just going back to what Nick was saying, whilst we wait further information on Gianluca Roda, all three drivers having driven the number 9 Audi, Bononomi, Albuquerque, René Rast, Loic Duval, Lucas de Grassi, and the Oliver Jarvis.
Yeah,
sorry, his name was too small because he's only done one lap. Have driven now the number 8 Audi, so they certainly have been cycling through. Timo Bernhardt, Brendan Hartley, and Mark Webber. Has Mark Webber had a go?
He's just in it now.
Yes, he just got out, hasn't he? So
no, he's in it now. He's actually out on the circuit at the moment and heading down to Indianapolis, which is where the red and white Sunderland Porsche is in there now at the moment.
And in the number 19 car, Earl Bamber and Nick Tandy have had a go, and now Nick Hulkenberg is behind the wheel. So they've all driven as far as those cars are concerned. Toyota, however, Sebastian Buemi is the only driver who's been out in the number 1 car, unless that car's been out again in the very recent past. Mike Conway and Alex Wurz have been out in the number 2 Toyota.
Number 1's just come back out with Sebastian Buemi at the wheel.
Yeah, so he's the only one who's been in that car this morning.
Gianluca Roda is out of the 50 Corvette just with his right arm, and in fact both arms on the bottom of his back there. I think that's more of a gesture of frustration rather than him thinking that he's hurt himself. I always try to stand like a superhero for 5 minutes a day, but I don't think that's what he's doing. He's not visualising his cape well enough for me on that one. It's a very positive and enabling thing. Audi back into the pit lane with Marcel Fessler having jumped out of the 7.
Tyres for this warm-up session, John, just in case people are worried about tyres. These are the same set of tyres, or the same restrictions on tyres that were used in free practice and qualifying. The race allocation of tyres starts with the race itself, so the warm-up session is run on the same set of 7 sets of tyres they were limited for. That's for the qualifying and free practice sessions.
12 for the race, so 19 sets of tyres from Wednesday all the way through to Sunday afternoon. And that's not an awful lot, is it, for the running that we've done? Because we've done a free practice and 3 qualifying sessions on those 7 sets, and then obviously we've got and this warm-up session, and then obviously we've got 24 hours of running on the other dozen.
Yes, exactly, but it is specifically a dozen. It is 12. You can't save some tyres in the qualifying sessions and then use them later on.
So if you've only used 6, you've just lost a set.
You've just lost a set, exactly. So it's 12, and the limitation is only for the prototypes of 12 tyres. Everybody else, for the P1 prototypes, everybody else, P2 and the GTs, are allowed to use 16 sets of tyres in the race. So it's 12 for the P1s and 16 for the GTs and the P2s.
And I think we'll see that come down next year. I think they'll want, the SEO and the FIA will want to curb corner speeds. So I think we might even see that come down a wee bit next year.
I'd be surprised, to be honest.
I think it'll make things difficult if they do.
Well, I think if the problem with doing it is that you're actually beginning to compromise safety then, because if tyre wear is an issue and you're forcing teams to stay out on tyres that are worn out, then you are potentially compromising. But I don't know what you've heard about what the regulations might be doing next year.
All I know is that they will address corner speed.
Yes.
And they don't want to do it by messing around with aerodynamics on a car that's only going to have effectively one more year.
Tricky, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, you're closer to the race organisers than I am, probably, because you go out for dinner with Gerard Noah and people regularly, I know. So I'm sure you discuss the way
regularly.
Once a year. Once a year. That's regularly, isn't it?
In the Porsche curves at the moment, the yellow flags are out, and indeed there's a slow zone in 30, 31 and 32, which is all the way through the Porsche curves, and it's working splendidly well at the moment as through goes René Rast, who is... Oh, and the number 12 Rebellion has stopped. Nico Prost at the side of the road, just coming into the Ford chicane in front of us, but refires the AER engine behind him.
But hasn't come into the pit lane, John. He
has not.
Stayed out on the track.
And another problem out there for Klaus Bachler in the 88 Proton Porsche, which is cruising on the centre section of the Ligne Droite en Arrière. But I tell you what, the Ibanez car's back and going back out of the pits again. So they must have clocked a few laps, Johnny, the 45.
Yeah, well, credit to Frenchman Jose Ibanez, because he actually clambered out the car, pulled off the engine cover and started to tamper away there with a set of spanners, I think. Yeah. I just pulled that a little bit out there and, change the spark plugs.
When a mechanic does it, it's fettling it. When a driver does it, it's tampering.
Correct.
I like that. That's very good.
But he was carefully watched by all the marshals up there at the first chicane, put the engine cover back on, clambered on, and it started, to be fair, and then he got it back to the pits, and now the guys can work on it. But no outside assistance. The 45 car was pulled into a safe position, and Jose got it moving again.
And it's Ivan Bellarosa who's taken the car back out again then, the 45. 5 laps completed by the car, but every one of them has either started or finished in the pit lane, so it hasn't actually come up as a timed lap on the timing screens.
The Ivan Bellarosa, part of the Wolf concern, they will not be one of the 4 chassis manufacturers for 2017 in P2. They've decided, after spending over €1 million to get a design there, Tornado, into the wind tunnel, that they won't be pursuing that. So sadly we won't be seeing that car. Really exciting concept, although we will be seeing some Fords here next year. Chip Ganassi Racing and Multimatic fielding a pair of cars each in the respectively the IMSA Series and the FIA World Endurance Championship, with the backing of Ford worldwide.
Less than 2 minutes remaining on the session, John. So the lap that you are on at the moment is probably going to be your last one, depending whereabouts you are on the circuit, or possibly you'll get one more. Audi's still in the top 3 places in terms of times in this warm-up session. Number 9 from number 8 from number 7, all of them sub 3:23s. And then the only other car that's done a sub 3:23 is the number 17 Porsche, the red one, currently in the hands of Mark Webber, a 3:22.7 for him. Then the number 19 Porsche is next up, and then the Toyotas, currently 6th and 8th, running on 3:24s for Sebastian Buemi. That's his quickest time. So I know a lot of people that I've been speaking to have been rooting for Toyota, and there's one of them sitting next to me here who's a Toyota fan. They're not completely out of the chase here, and if their cars can remain reliable, and of course they were the most reliable cars here last year, they might be in with a chance.
If this was Audi, we would say, oh, well, this is Audi, this is what they do. But in the race, of course, they'll be a force to be reckoned with. So you can't write Toyota off. They've got a car that's running at roughly the same pace as it did last year. All right, it's had some changes. It's been optimised, made slightly more efficient. But they have been very quietly gone about their work this week. Haven't made a big fuss, plus or minus. They've just gone about their work. And as I say, the biggest compliment I can give them, in a very Audi type of way, just plugging away.
I think if there were marks for knowing your subject, knowing your car, they have to go to Toyota. The car itself is still running at 6 megajoules, which is what it did last year, whereas
the
both
full
Audi...
6 this year, though.
Well, yes, quite.
They admitted they weren't getting full 6 last year.
And indeed, they turned it down for the race. But Audi and Porsche are both running higher than they ran during the race last year, and whilst you can talk about Audi reliability and Porsche reliability and so on, there's just a better data bank at Toyota than there's ever been before. So they won't lead in the early stages. They probably won't lead in the first 6 hours, he said, putting his suggesting something, but I wouldn't, we really need to start considering where Toyota are when we get into the daylight hours on Sunday morning. And hopefully, even though they've only got 2 cars, they'll be able to keep those 2 cars reliable. And so we'll have a 3-way battle, battle between the 3 manufacturers of Audi, Porsche and Toyota come the end of the race. Checker flag is now out. Smiling faces in the Audi garage at least, and that's what they wanted to see at the top of the field.
Yes,
with the checker flag out.
For being 3rd, 2nd and 1st in warm-up and 4th, 5th and 6th in the race. Not very often you see people so happy when they are 4th, 5th and 6th starting on a grid, but there is an air of confidence, I would submit, Paul, at Audi, that we haven't seen at this stage of the week for quite a few years. They've often come into this week in Toyota's position, sitting as the least fancied of the manufacturers. It's not the case this time.
No, I mean the last year's R18 e-tron Quattro was a slightly less competitive project, but those who have been paying attention to the World Endurance Championship, the 2 rounds that we've had thus far at Silverstone and Spa, the Audi may not have been the fleetest in terms of qualifying laps, but has been able to use its tyres so effectively that particularly at Spa, Ben Trelier, by doing a triple stint when the poor old Porsches could really only manage a stint and a half on the same set of tyres, really demonstrated how kind the Audi is on its tyres.
And how good Ben Trelier is as well, by the way.
And that's part of it, it's the combination, and we're talking about understanding the subject. I mean, your favoured team of drivers of Fessler, Trelier and Lotterer are a team of drivers who really understand the car, the Audi way, and all things to do with the e-tron Quattro.
And a man who certainly understands all things in e-tron Quattro, it's Dr. Wolfgang Ullrich. Very, very happy, all of you, for a team starting 4th, 5th and 6th. Is this performance in warm-up what you expect to see in the race? 1, 2, 3 for Audi?
I mean, the warm-up is not so important for sure. On the other hand, it shows that the cars are all nicely prepared and they are running really on a good speed. And I think it comes out, we we invested all the time we had in the three qualifying sessions purely for preparation for the race, and I hope now that it works out like that.
Is it different tactics this year? You've got a very fast car to chase down. Are you going to chase after it or just do your own program?
I think in these days, if you want to have a chance to win Le Mans, it is important that you just go full speed all the time, but just 100%, never more. And that's, I think, this fine line that you have to be fine. But I mean, to have one or two cars that go a little bit slower and wait that maybe at the end of the race they are the ones to go for victory, there is no way. Competition is too strong. So 100% from beginning to the end, but no errors, and minimum time in pit lane. That's, I think, the key to a good race result.
Looks like we're going to get a completely dry race, which is a bit of a surprise. How are your tactics going to be affected by the maximum limit of just 12 sets of tyres?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen at the first two races of the season that I think our car works very well with the tyres that have been developed over the winter. And we did a lot of work with the guys from Michelin. So we hope that we have still here in Le Mans a little bit of an advantage in using the tire longer than our competitors, but we will not see it before the race has started because the test session didn't give us any indications.
Best of luck. Thank you very much.
Very illuminating. Very illuminating. Thanks, Nick. That was a great interview with Wolfgang Ullrich. And as ever, and we are so lucky in sports car racing to have people that we can go to the very top of the programme, whether it's Darren Cox at Nismo. Remember, Darren Cox is the global head of Nismo for racing and for road cars. Dr. Wolfgang Ullrich, the head of Audi Sport. And in fact, everybody up and down the pit lane makes themselves available to us. It's very very illuminating to say that. You can almost sense there, Johnny, the confidence. Well, Dr. Wolfgang Ullrich was smiling there, speaking to Nick. I could hear that in his voice, saying, yes, we know, and being quite open about it, we know we've got an advantage in terms of tyre wear, because Paul Truswell's just said it, effectively, is what he was saying.
Maybe so. But as ever, though, Dr. Ullrich, incredibly diplomatic, incredibly respectful of his competition, though, and not just careful about choosing his words, because he's quietly confident, but doesn't want to, make that too obvious. And he doesn't know yet what Porsche can show. Yes, we know that they're heavier on the tyres. They won a race last year in the World Endurance Championship at Interlagos, but it was freshly resurfaced, and that's an argument as to why they finally got the tyres to work. Little bits of this track have been, I think we were mentioning about the first bit of it into Bugatti circuit, are slightly fresher than others, but the rest of it, don't forget, is a closed public road. Used 365 days or 360 days of the year as a dual carriageway, and it's not the best condition in parts, and therefore you want a car that's light on its feet, and these Michelin tyres clearly work better on the R18 than they do on the 919.
And they won't be the same tyres as well, of course. I should say that the Michelin work with the manufacturers to give them a different construction and compound. The ones on the Nissan, of course, are different sizes front to rear and different sizes from everyone else's as well. Actually, I think the fronts are still 18, so that would be the same as the others. It's the widths that are different.
The rear ones that are different, that's right. I mean, it's not necessarily different. They do have the same tyres available to them. It's not like Audi has a specific set which are only available to Audi. You're giving me that look.
Okay.
My understanding is that anything that Audi has, Porsche can have. It's a question of whether they want it or not. So each team builds up its own relationship with Michelin, and they work with their own set of engineers, and they have their little test tubes full of grip and test tubes full of degradation that they pour into the mould, and they end up with this tyre that has certain characteristics. And it may well be that Porsche and Audi end up with the same tyres. It's just that they may also end up with different tyres.
Yes, because they are all on what's called confidential tyres, which means you're not buying them off the shelf. It's not like you say, right, you've got to have a WB X123 and everybody gets them, which is what happens in P2.
Yeah.
Michelin and Dunlop supplying tyres into P2. Dunlop the most the most numerate.
Is that open information between the teams, though? Does Audi know the kind of complex mixture that Porsche are running and vice versa?
Informally, but not officially.
Right.
It's a bit like, here's an analogy for you. At the Smoking Dog, we have all the bits of breakfast laid out for us, and we go and select what bits we want. Some people choose toast, some people choose bacon, some people choose healthy yogurts and muesli.
Looking at you, Palmer.
Sorry, let the side down this morning.
You're never going to make your way in this business if you can't eat a full cooked breakfast before 24 hours.
And officially, I don't know what you're having, but I can kind of peer over and I can ask somebody
who's sat next to me.
And I can
but
work
it's
it
my
out.
understanding, Paul, though, that the tyres for Audi are made for Audi and Audi alone. They tune their compound and construction. You're allowed to have a certain number of options at the race. Here is much more open than other places because you can have things like soft qualifying tyres, provided you keep them within your 7 sets. Those tyres will, generally speaking, be unique to the manufacturer concerned.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sure that there's some crossover between the different types. How it's been described to me is that a Michelin tyre engineer, is a crew member in a different coloured shirt.
Yeah. No,
and his job is to optimise for the car or the team that he's working for. Beyond that, when they go testing, they're going to do testing to try and find things that works for them. And it may well be that the Audi with a greater front to rear weight bias than the Porsche has a sidewall on their front tyres that has a different characteristic than the Porsches. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Just on Audi for a moment, because I've just been looking at the stints. The number 7 car, John's favourite.
He's going to say that every time.
Had an interesting driver lineup. Marcel Fessler went out in the car first of all, took it for one lap out of the pit, straight back in again at the end of that lap, handed it over to Ben Treluet. Treluet did exactly the same thing, came back in, handed it back to Marcel Fessler. Fessler then went out, did a full lap, and then came back on his next lap, so did 2 laps in total, and then brought the car back in, having set a timed lap of 3:22, and then they handed it over to Andre Lotterer. So they did Fessler, Treluet, Fessler, Lotterer, 4, in effect, 3 driver changes, 4 different drivers in the space of that 45-minute session. So
and they changed tyres while they were doing that as well.
Yeah, so
that was practice, real pit stops.
Using the opportunity to go through all of the things that they're going to be going through in the race.
Yes, it's the Audi way. Lena Gade's car, that one, isn't it? The 7 car. I apologise to Lena, Andre, Marcel and Ben Treluet and everybody who is involved with the 7 car for tipping that car so fulsomely, because if and when it all goes wrong, it's undoubtedly I'm going to get the fickle finger of Trustwell fate pointed at me to remind me about that. And Nick Damon, you've jumped on board with the 7 car as well, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. I had the pleasure when I was seeing Mr. Ullrich, and the smile on his face doesn't describe it. That is a confident man. Never seen that confident before, even when he was only fighting Pescarolos.
Matt Fernandez has tweeted at Specutated and at RSL_studio to say the Toyota was faster than in qualifying in the warm-up session this morning. Indeed, the number 1 with a 3:23.3 in the hands of Seb Buemi, I think, was pretty quick. 3:28.1 for Alex Wirtz. Paul's just checking the numbers out.
Yeah, the qualifying times for the 2 Toyotas were 3:23.5 and 3:23.7 for number 2 and number 1 in that order.
And Paul Alduas says, at the Porsche curves, the sound of the Rebellion cars coming past off throttle is absolutely awesome. It's funny, I meant to mention that early on in the week when I was sitting, not with the headset on, but down at the responsible adults end of things, where Miss Jax and her evilness are sitting at the moment, that as they were coming into the pits, those ATR engines off throttle sound absolutely extraordinary, popping and banging like a 1980s rally car coming through the woods of Dolby Forest. It was absolutely fantastic. Took me back many years to hot soups and cold nights. So, gentlemen, that is the warm-up for this morning. The big news, of course, is that it's another Corvette crash in the Porsche curves, and the second chassis that's had issues this week so far. This one, the number 50 for Jacques Leconte and the Labre competition team. Gianluca Roda at the wheel got out of the car under his own steam. Seemed to be okay. The car has got some suspension damage at the rear end and took a pretty big hit literally yards away from where Jan Magnussen's car came to an arrest and ended its weekend. Remember, only one works Corvette in the Pro Series, and that will be the 64 car. Jordan Taylor doing the bulk of the work in that car this morning and ending up in 5th position. But after a qualifying session that was dominated by Porsche this morning, as far as the timing is concerned, it's Audi number 9, Audi number 8 and Audi number 7. And their times, was that a 19.4 for Rast at the end there?
Yes.
That was very interesting. That's as fast as an Audi has gone this week. And that, Johnny's very interesting indeed.
It's a good time, certainly, and whether they can do that consistently in the race, we'll have to wait and see. But I think Porsche were just really getting into the groove, not taking any risks at all, and keen to get their cars back again with little work. The 18 car was the fastest of the three Porsches, which is the black one, although it was running around for a portion of that session with a white nose, I noticed. I'm not sure whether all the body panels necessarily fit the black paintwork for the Le Mans Special, as it were. But the 18 car did a 3:22.7 with Rast's best time of 3:19.4. So, yeah, about a 3-second gap.
It was Felipe Albuquerque who actually did that 19.4 for the Audi. That team again wanted to change drivers more often than it needed to. Albuquerque started driving, then it went to Modonomi, back to Albuquerque, who did a 3-lap stint, on the middle lap of which he did that 3:19.4, and then handed the car over to René Rast, who did 7 laps to complete the session. So very good run there from Albuquerque in the Audi number 9.
Well, that's it for Paul, myself and Johnny Palmer for the moment. My thanks to Nismo Pit Lane crew, Nick and Owen. It's 91.2 FM. Our live coverage from Le Mans continues on 91.2 FM, Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans, and around the world at www.radiolemans.com.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
RadioLeMans.com. Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 hours, 66 hours of racing,
4 classes,
and over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on RadioLeMans.com. Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1.
Mobil 1.
Each year, the summer solstice brings to life a festival of man and machine that is the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Part of the tradition of this annual rite of speed is a celebration of our sports history, and that celebration begins now with the Le Mans Legends, powered by HistoricRacingNews.com and Chris Pazala's Dynarod of London. Welcome, everyone, to Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM, and around the world on the World Wide Web at www.radiolemans.com. I'm Jim Roller, along with Paul Tarsi, here in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Center. Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley are patrolling the pits for us. The cars are already on their pace lap, Paul. Let's give a rundown of who the pole sitters are in each class and perhaps the first couple of rows before we go to the pits for a quick word from the boys about the fever that is this event.
Let's just do that because I think we've got a great grid here with the French sunshine shining down on these wonderful cars. Let's just look at the grid. If you want to keep up with the race, you can find the full entry list on historicracingnews.com, and you can find everything to do with everything that's happening during this race. The grid runs like this. At the front, as you would expect, Ford GT40 number 12, followed by number 6, a GT40, and the number 3 GT40. An Alpine is in 4th fastest, 28.37. The GT40 is 5th, and the first of the Cobras, Ludovic Caron's 201, is in 6th place. Class fastest cars, we have in Class 4, our pole sitter Bernard Tuner in the GT40. Class 6 is the Alpine, Stefan Stepak. Amazingly, the Class 2 fastest car is actually 8th fastest after all, Chris Ward in the Lister Jaguar. Class 3, we have the Lotus 17 prototype of Dion Kramer. Class 1, we have John Young in the C-type Jaguar, and that runs down our class pole sitters.
And again, as Paul said, you can see the entire lineup for this race on historicracingnews.com on the front page. Let's quickly go to our pit lane team, Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley. Bruce, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm standing, getting the fever on the pit wall. I'm going to get a quick word with Mark Bates. James is out in the Porsche 901 in the middle of the grid. What are your thoughts going into this race?
Bring it home in one piece and safe, and try and have an enjoyable 45 minutes.
What does Le Mans mean to you?
Just about everything it does to anybody who's into endurance racing, motorsport. It's a privilege for us to come and get to do a few laps around here.
Well, it's our privilege to see the cars you bring. Thank you very much. That's Mark, and sharing with his brother James the Porsche 901. The fever is building definitely down here, and certainly I'm sure Joe's got it at his end of the pit lane as well.
A very cool pit lane it is, as the pit lane remains in the shade for now, but it'll soon hot up later on this afternoon. We've jumped into our time machine and we've popped out somewhere between 1948 and 1968, because we're about to go back in time and hopefully take you back in time. It is going to be a race of attrition, albeit it's only 10 a.m. and already the ambient temperature is soaring. It's got to be about 25, 26 degrees already. And as we saw in the practice the other day on Thursday, it's only 16.6, I'm being told. Well, I'll argue that one, because it certainly feels hotter. We saw a bit of attrition in their practice and qualifying on Thursday, and I think in the race we're probably going to see a little bit of that. But just a point of interest, a man to look out for is the number 89 Jaguar E-Type. It's a semi-lightweight, low-drag E-Type, and the driver behind the wheel of that car is one Steve Soper. Hasn't been here since 1999.
A man who knows his way around this circuit only too well. I think the last time he was here, it would have been in a McLaren F1, and that he knows, as do so many of these drivers, know their way around. Historic racing is a huge sport around the world, and we've seen this event happen on alternate years with Group C every year for the last several, and the cars are now forming up into their grid order as they come down through the Porsche curves. These cars wouldn't have done Porsche curves in period, but nonetheless there are some wonderful sights. And anybody who's standing trackside today who can look, and you can see a GT40 on the track at Le Mans. There isn't much better than that.
As we said yesterday, this is a real cornucopia of historic cars, ranging everything Jaguars. The original Morgan is here in this field. That's the car number 25, I believe. And they've made their way through the Porsche curves. Now we can see just the iconic visual of the field coming in front of the great Ferris wheel here. We've got trouble for one of the cars. The number 26 car is pulled off on driver's right. That looks like that is on the run to Indianapolis. And the Audi pace car is bringing the field very slowly towards the Ford chicane. He will pull off at the very last minute as he makes the first right-hand turn. The two GT40s, number 12 and number 6, looking menacing as they come towards the camera and make the finish part of the Ford chicane, and will turn onto the front straightaway. The pace car has pulled off. The green flag waves, and we are underway with the Le Mans Historics.
And fantastic! Just hear that noise, the noise of the V8s, the straight sixes. We're seeing those V8s right out at the front with the GT40s. An addition for this year, of course, because the the upper limit in terms of the cut-off date has been moved to 1968, but it is GT40s at the front as they stream through that we're now beginning to see that Alpine moving up to third place. The grunt of the V8s as they go down through the newer section past the Dunlop Bridge and down into the S's for the first time.
The GT40s, number 6 and number 12, went up the hill towards the Dunlop Bridge side by side. The number 12 car has pulled out the advantage, and as Paul said, the Alpine has now joined those two GT40s as they make the first run through the Forest S's and now head down the Mulsanne straightaway towards the first chicane. And the Fords are showing their legs a little bit. That's Turner and Ferraro. In the number 12 car is Turner, and Ferraro is in the 6 car. The 12 car is the silver GT40, and the number 6 is the red car. We have a report from the pits. Joe Bradley.
Yeah, it's the number 57, 1010's Motorsport Alfa Romeo TZ1 has pulled off on driver's left just across the start-finish line. Marshall's now seeking out where to push the car off to the side. It looks like a bit of a mechanical fault. The car is rolling. It just kind of rolled to a halt. So already the attrition coming into play.
Trouble for the number 63, Andrew Smith, in the Ford GT40 Mark I. He was being challenged by one of the Cobras going into the first chicane, and he spun.
He spun big time, but we've got the leading GT40s pulling away now as they go into the second chicane, but that slippery Alpine is still in third place ahead of GT40 Cobra and then the Lister Jaguar. And don't you just love, Jim, the fact that there is a Lister Jaguar battling its way years out of period, but nonetheless is up there, and that's the ex-Jean Fangio car, which is up there battling with the JD Classics entry.
Let's go quickly to the pits. Bruce Jones.
I love to see these cars, but I prefer to see them on the track. Unfortunately, another pit visitor. Bonnet up is the ex-Sterling Moss, Les Leston Archie, Scott Brown, Connaught, number 31. Paul Griffin's brought that ALSR in the tinkering away under the bonnet. He's revving. He will be going out again, but unfortunately his joy has been kept confined for the moment. But that was very interesting down at that first chicane there with Andrew Smith going up the inside and then looping round. Luckily no contact, and I'm sure we'll see a comeback drive from the Scottish driver in the silver GT40, the Bear Racing version.
The GT40s, Paul, have really used their advantage on the Mulsanne straightaway as they head the long run down towards Indianapolis. They've left the poor Alpine in the dust.
They have, but these cars were absolutely built to win this race, as we all know, that after Ford were unsuccessful in buying Ferrari and were thrown out of negotiations at the very last moment, Henry Ford II decided that he was actually going to go out and build a car to win Le Mans against Ferrari, and that's exactly what he did with the GT40. The cars are proving that right now with the first two cars out there in the lead, but with the Alpine still there, still pushing, but the Alpine was built for a much faster circuit than it is now.
Yeah,
no chicanes, no twiddly bits, so a very different kind of car.
Trouble for the number 24, Sam Thomas Jaguar E-Type Lightweight. That's a 1961 period car, and he has pulled off and has been pushed back behind the Armco barrier. Interesting that we're seeing these GT40s as the star of the show this weekend here at Le Mans in this Le Mans Legends contest, and next year we'll be seeing the newest version of the GT40 racing in the GT category. That was announced yesterday, and it was a really pretty piece of kit.
It's lovely, and isn't it great that Ford keep on coming back?
One of my personal favorites, the number 83 car.
Oh, that's a shame. That's the Mini Marcos.
The Mini Marcos.
Gone off.
Gideon Hudson's car, with Barry Williams and Josh Sadler behind the wheel of that car. It reminds me of a yellow peanut M&M, and he's well and truly beached.
And I can see also that the cars now crossing start-finish line. Some hand movements from the number 41 Lister Jaguar there. I hesitate to think what that might be, but that's Chris Ward in that very, very quick Costin-bodied Lister and getting very sideways through the left and the right of the Dunlop chicane, tail hanging out as it went into the left one, and then the pendulum effect taking place, and the back hanging out as he made the corner eventually. Barry Williams still sitting in the number 83 Mini Marcos, but marshals are not going to push him out of there. They're quite clear that they're going to leave him where they are.
Something you don't see, the Mini Marcos passing a Corvette on the inside, went in too hot, and ended up beached at Indianapolis. So, unfortunate for him. The Jaguar that you were talking about earlier was in a battle with the number 201. That's the Shelby Cobra 289 of Ludwig Caron, and that is the race leader in Class 4. The Lister Jag is the class leader in Class 2.
But those cars are 5 years and more apart, and of course at a time when development was coming on hugely. So all credit to the Lister Jaguar with the slippery Costin body, not the cars that were later built with the more angular body known as the Knobbly.
That's right.
And the Knobbly listers.
We had fun with that last year.
We're not going for any Knobbly stories now, Jim.
No.
So that car very much punching above its weight because of its age, but there are some lovely sights as we're
just like us.
If you say so.
Andrew Smith is the man on the comeback trail. We told you that he spun going into the first chicane on the first lap. He has now drawn himself into a battle with that 201 Shelby and the number 76 AC Cobra, and they are currently battling for 5th, 6th, and 7th position, with Smith in the 7th position. He pulls up in the draft going down the straightaway on the AC Cobra. He'll pull out to the left as they're heading down to the Mulsanne corner. The Cobra has the inside position and will hold that place, but he has got his mirrors full of that silver GT40 who tightens up his apex a little bit and now will use his power on the run towards Indianapolis. He has cleared the 76. He is going to clear the 201 on this straightaway, and he will be setting his sights for the number 3 car, which is one of the red GT40s.
And that we have the GT40 still pushing on, but there is a loose panel, I think, on the front of that car, flapping in the wind as the cars get up to the very fastest part of the circuit on that sweep down through the right-hander, and then hard on the brakes into Indianapolis and beyond. But watching an aerial shot there of the Cobra with the tail hanging out.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Absolutely lovely. Cars ought to handle like that. It ought to be in the regulations that cars have to handle like that, because it should be the case. With the Cobras, of course, we have the hardtop on the car because the regulations said it had to be a GT car. It had to be a closed car. So although they built the Cobra as an open car, they had to put a hardtop on it.
They regulate the amount of fuel now you get in a lap in the big race. They should also regulate that you have to have a certain amount of opposite lot per lap.
Yeah, that's got a lot of sense in it, Jim.
I kind of got ahead of myself on that 63 car, but he did finally, when they were heading to Arnage, did finally get clear of the number 201 Shelby. And now at the front, holding station, are the number 12 car, the number 6, and the 28.
And Bernard Tuner, who is leading this race in the number 12 car, is carrying on the family tradition. His father raced here 4 times back in period. So Bernard Tuner with the Ford GT40 in the lead of this Le Mans Legends race.
Let's go to Bruce Jones.
Well, everyone likes to come racing at Le Mans. Paul Griffin got 1 lap and then pulled in, and Gillian Carr, who was dying for her Le Mans debut, is going to have to wait a bit.
We've lost a head gasket, we think, or a whole piston. So, no, it was on the green flag warm-up. Just began to accelerate onto the Mulsanne, and she wouldn't quite go. And the guys tell me it's terminal. So I got the warm-up lap, and Gillian didn't get a lap at all.
OK, let's see if Gillian can express her disappointment. Can you quantify it?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you because there's a
Can you quantify how disappointed you are? Because yesterday you were so excited.
Yeah, but obviously bit gutted because you've built yourself up for it, but hey, we're here, the sun's shining, we're in the pit lane at Le Mans, so it could be a lot worse.
That's what we like to have, a level-headed approach. Tough luck, and next year or perhaps 2 years, because of course we have the cycle of different types of cars. Will you be back?
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. It's been a great time. Sorry we couldn't compete.
Well, it's good to see the car. Better luck next time. Thank you very much.
What a good bit of pluck there, huh, Paul?
It's that's
Quite
spirit
English,
in
that. Stiff upper lip and all.
Stiff upper lip. Yeah. No, I've only lost everything that I own, but I'm going to carry on anyway. Yeah. No, that's what historic racing is about, and that it is, of course, about the competition. And let's be honest, this is competition. Sometimes when you talk to people about historic racing, they'll say, oh, well, yeah, it's just a load of old people driving old cars around old circuits. It's not. This is racing. This is real racing. But there is a spirit, a support. These guys know each other only too well. They're racing each other quite often and quite frequently. So, therefore, yeah, they respect each other. They respect the fact that the cars are old and valuable, and that they need to look after them. But that's why this is such a fantastic race.
Joe Bradley's pick for someone to watch was Steve Soper, and indeed Joe, as usual, was right. Soper going up through the literally going under the Dunlap Bridge with a left-right tank slapper, as he had his hands absolutely full with that E-Type semi-lightweight Jaguar from JD Classics, and he has now gotten clear of the Lotus that was in front of him, and he is moving up. Let's go down to the pits and Joe Bradley.
Yeah, well, if anyone can find the limit of any kind of race car, it's Steve Soper. And as you described, Jim, Steve Soper there finding the edge in that E-Type. I've got another Jaguar moment, this time a Lister-bodied Jaguar in the pits. The Chris Ward number 41 is in with what I would deduce is a misfire, as we're having a bit of a plug change on that straight six motor, and we're about to fire it up, and it's absolutely blasting exhaust fumes onto my feet. I think they're happy with that. Sounds like it's running on all six present, and the bonnet's being lowered onto the car, and the leather straps are what secures the body, the front of the bodywork on this car. Leather straps, the sort of thing you would have on your belt to keep your jeans up. And Chris Ward about to resume in what is now a sweet sounding six-cylinder Jag.
But that car was doing so well, and it's sad that it actually has to come in to do that, because that was right up, and Chris Ward was right up on the fourth row of the grid, in amongst the GT40s and the Cobras, and he'd done a really good job to get that far. Bit sad that the JDE Classics team have had to come in and fix that misfire, and with the leather bonnet straps as well. There's another idea, Jim, for your revisions of the modern day race. I think they all ought to have leather bonnet straps as well, because that really would be a very good addition, wouldn't it?
Yes, that would be awesome. Alfred Wallace writes in, is this the most multi-class of the races this weekend? Yes, it is. There are actually 6 classes here. We're closing in on the 15-minute mark of this race, and after we check in the pits with Joe Bradley, we'll give you a little rundown of the class leaders.
Just the idea of leather straps to hold buckles down. I wonder what numbers we'd see in a wind tunnel. I wonder what that would do, wind tunnel testing. Let's cause a bit of swirl around the outer edges, I would think.
You think?
There would be a specific material that would be swirl-proof that you'd have to develop, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Carbon fibre straps.
Oh, there you go.
I think
they just look like leather.
I've seen them on the internet somewhere.
Yeah, Jim went all
No, that's not that. It wasn't those kind of leather straps. Let's go quickly and change the subject with Bruce Jones.
Well, the early laps of the race have been really exciting, and I'm just finding a man who's definitely going to have warmed-up tyres on the car when you get it. Andrew Smith has been really working that GT40. What did you see of the first lap when he went round?
Oh, well, actually, I wasn't paying attention. I was just standing on this side of the pit road, but I heard them say 63, so I had a look at the screen and saw the aftermath. But he did say he was going to try and be on the podium by the end of the first lap. By the end of the Mulsanne Straight, so he was almost.
Yeah, literally by the skin of his teeth. Obviously, he's fighting his way back, getting past the AC Cobra and the Shelby. Your role is obviously to take it over from him and take it to the finish, but are you allowed to castigate him for that rotation?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky because we had so many problems in qualifying. You know, I'm not particularly 100% with the circuit in this car today, so it's going to be a little bit interesting when I'm going around, but we're going to do our best and try and get on that podium.
Well, it's certainly been entertaining. Best of luck in the Scuderia car.
Thank you to Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley, our pit lane team, for our Le Mans Legends, brought to you today by HistoricRacingNews.com and Chris Pizzala's Dynarod London. Bernard Tournaire continues to lead. He has now completed 3 laps and has about a 4-second lead with his number 12 GT40 over the number 6 GT40. That's the red GT40 with Ferrara behind the wheel. He's got 3.9 seconds behind at the completion of lap 3. Fastest lap of the race was set on lap 2 by Tournaire at 4 minutes 32.241 seconds. Your other class leaders, 5th overall and leading class 4 is Ludwig Caron in the Shelby Cobra 289 Mark II, and then leading class 3 is the number 70 Lotus. That's a Kramer prepared car. That was pretty interesting for me to see the Kramer name, which is so associated with Porsche, tuning a Lotus.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure whether that is the same family, Kramer, or not.
The logo was the same. They're South Africans,
good enough for me, though.
As Bruce corrects me there. Thank you, Bruce. In Class 5, it's the number 10 Porsche. That's Afishan Fatima in a 904.
That's the lovely 9048, which in itself is just such a beautiful car.
And then in Class 3, it is the number 60 Lotus.
And those are the only 2 Lotuses in the race.
I guess. Guy Peters and Michael Wanty behind the wheel of that car. And Peters is in the car right now. Class 1 is Young in the Jaguar number 5.
Yeah, that's John Young, who's running with the Jaguar Heritage team in the Jaguar C-Type.
That just leaves Class 2 leader, number 49, another Jaguar.
That's Chris Joy, and he's been running with Jarrow Venables, and that's in their D-Type. And I'm surprised we haven't seen slightly more D-Types in this race, but nonetheless, still a great thing to have and great thing to see.
Trouble for the number 20 Porsche 910. Bruce Jones can give us more.
Well, one of the most beautiful cars in the field. That very svelte lines, white with a pale blue stripe up the middle, came in, seemed to just want his screen cleaned and a chat with the mechanics, but then as everything was closed down, he tried to pull away, no drive whatsoever. So I'm afraid engine off, and Rainer Becker is now waving his arms, but a look of resignation, and he's climbing out the car. So scratch one of my favourite cars from the race.
Which is not what we want to do. We're seeing a bit of the attrition that we might expect. The number 4 car, the Allard J2X car, built specifically for this race, is being pushed off the circuit by the marshals, out of harm's way, and that will be taking no further part in the proceedings.
We also saw the number 14 Ford GT40, a 1966 edition. That's another one of the red GT40s. If you're here at the circuit, Marc Dunceau behind the wheel of that car, having a moment at Indianapolis as he went off on driver's right, but was short of the gravel trap, so he didn't get stuck and was able to rejoin the action.
Let's not forget the fact that most of these drivers, virtually all of them, are amateurs, that they're here having a good time, and in this kind of weather, maybe they're not having the benefit of the kind of fitness regime that a professional driver would have, and that they may well be suffering a bit as this race moves on, as will the cars, of course, because nearly every car in this race, believe it or not, is over 50 years old, and that really does make you stop and think that they are so beautiful and so lovely, but nonetheless they are all old racing cars.
And I must say, though, Paul, that even though they are, as you and I are, men of a certain age, all of them, they are, unlike you and I, probably more well-prepared now than they were in period.
Are we talking about the cars or the drivers?
Yeah. Oh, trouble now for the 14 car as he has stopped. Try and suss out where that is. Let's go quickly to Joe Bradley.
Yeah, as we are getting well and truly into the pit stop phase with a number of cars now coming in, I wasn't quite sure what the pit stop rules were, but there are certain rules, and you may notice that the pit stops aren't really as frantic as what we'll see later on in the main race, and a little bit subdued. We're into the middle third of the race, so it is pit stop window time. Brabant, perhaps that can shed some light very quickly, is one Pete Foster. Familiar to see you behind the wheel of these cars, Peter, but you're taking more of a role as pit crew. What exactly is the pit stop rule?
It's just 1 minute for everybody, whether it's a driver change or not. I don't think it's particularly a pit window because it's such a short race. You know, I think people come in about half time and do their 1 minute stop.
Just it's all about having fun and experience, isn't it?
That's right, yeah.
And when you say 1 minute, is that from the car stopping?
Yeah. 1 minute stationary, yeah.
Right, cheers, Peter. Peter's car, he's looking after Martin Brewer, who's out there in the E-Type at the moment, and due in because his crew chief, Paula, who's in charge of that outfit, is standing with her stopwatch and a pit board to greet Martin Brewer, so we'll be awaiting that arrival. But yeah, we're well into the pit stop window now.
Well, 1 minute standing still is a bit too long for some of the cars, and Ludovic Caron in that gorgeous number 201 Shelby Cobra. By the end of the minute of standing still, the front of the car was almost hidden by smoke coming off the front brake, smoke, steam, whatever you want to call it. But anyhow, he's fired the beast up and is back in the race, but certainly lots of people were coming up and pointing. He was only looking at his clock, waiting to go again. Back into the race, and of course that was running in about 5th or 6th place, that great scrap with David Hart. So 2 different sorts of Cobra. Good thing, both back in the race.
Another Cobra that was having a problem, an AC Cobra Shelby America 1962 car, the silver number 9. Nicholas Chambon got a little ham-handed there going under the Dunlop Bridge and all the way around. And like that, Chambon, ham-handed.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Listen, you have to explain the joke. It wasn't very good.
Listen, we have to get all the way through to tomorrow afternoon. So just slow it down, will you? One of the things that Bruce Jones and I were talking about when we walked around the paddock on Friday was that the Project 214 Aston Martin that was in there, which is the car being run by Robert Raw, had some...
Number 18, right?
That's the number 18 car. Had some slightly incongruous day-glow stripes on it. And I had an email...
Did they have day-glow back then?
Beginning of day-glow,
okay.
day-glow-ish. And I had an email yesterday from a gentleman called John Godley, who is actually helping Robert Raw to recreate that car, because that is a recreation of the Project 214. And that car also has some period advertising on the side, which of course didn't happen in Europe. And that car's livery, and thank you John Godley for this, is actually a recreation of the car as it competed at Daytona. So the original car competed in Aston Martin green with nothing on it, and that his teammate had the flashes on it, and that's why that car is like it is. So that's a little query which is sorted out.
That's the kind of cool stuff you're going to get on historicracingnews.com.
I would like to think so, because we try and keep up with all the latest things. And don't forget, you can find the full entry list for this race on the front page of historicracingnews.com.
Go to the pits. Let's start with Bruce Jones.
Well, from the outset of the race, we knew that 6 and 12, the Ford GT40s, would be in the thick of things. They were way clear of the rest in qualifying. Diogo Ferrao has brought the number 6 in, and the 12 has stayed out on the circuit for one more lap and see what he can do. But the driver getting on board number 6 is none other than Martin Stretton. He's going to make number 6 fly. Of course, you don't need to hurry the pit stops. As Joe pointed out, it's 1 minute, but it's suddenly getting very crowded. And 2 cars further back is the number 63 that Andrew Smith started. James Cottingham getting on board, and now there's almost not enough place for the cars to stop, and Mark Bates is having to run up the pit lane to find a place where James could park the 901 Porsche, and then the number 12, oh, it did come in on the same lap, I beg your pardon, didn't see it. So Claude Nahum has now taken over from Bernard Tuna. That's the 1968 model, and the 1965 nearly clouting the pit wall as he accelerated away. Well, exciting in here it is. Joe.
Yeah, Martin Brewer's just gotten out of that absolutely beautiful, I've got to say, beautiful looking low drag E-Type. Martin, what a beautiful morning for a drive in the country.
Absolutely fabulous, yeah, couldn't be better. Really enjoyable. That was only my second time out in the car, so, you know, very happy with it. easier than driving the project car.
Oh, really? In what way? Describe. What way?
It's much more predictable. You can get back end going very nicely, and you can catch it, and it's lovely.
I've got to say, it does look absolutely beautifully prepared. Who's prepared the car?
Delta Motorsport, chap called Ian Rowley down in Henley. And he's done a super job on it. We're very pleased with him.
I would imagine so. It doesn't look great then. It goes well. Who's just jumped in then? Who did I see?
Tim Mogridge, who normally drives a 355. It's his first time in the car, so
he'll have to get used to a bit more of a floating rear end, I would think.
Yeah, first time round Le Mans, first time in the E-Type. So, it's a big challenge for him.
Just a bit.
He's a good driver. He's a very good driver.
Pete?
And he only got 3 laps of practice yesterday because of the red flag during qualifying, and then it rained on his qualifying. So really, he's brand new to the car, and he's used to a 355 Ferrari with ABS brakes and all that sort of stuff. So a bit of a baptism of fire for him. But he does drive my TR4 with me, and so he is quick in that too. So he's a good driver.
So he's used to cross splies then. You guys are going to be able to relax then watching your number 8 E-Type out there. Tim Mogridge at the wheel. We'll keep a lookout for Tim. In at the deep end, I think is the term.
Thank you. What have I done? Oh, I'm there. Thank you, Bruce Jones and Joe Bradley. Turned myself down and thought I wasn't talking.
Turning yourself down is never a good sign.
Yeah,
the number 18, Aston Martin, the Project 214 car, looking very, very smoky at the moment as it pulls away from Mulsanne.
And our number 6 car, one of the race leaders, Martin Stretton, has pulled off on driver's right on his outlap. So that should leave. Oh boy, what a bad break. Richard Mines took over the lead in the number 3 GT40. He's yet to make his pit stop. Niam is now behind the wheel of the 12 car. He's in second place, and unfortunately the 6 car will be falling down the order now as he is stopped on driver's right. It looked like that might have been after Tete Rouge.
I would have thought so, on the way between Tete Rouge and the first chicane, which does sound a little incongruous even to say it with these cars on track, because they would of course be coming out of Tete Rouge in period for all these cars, and that flat chat blast all the way down 4+ miles of straight down to Mulsanne corner. And that therefore with these cars, many of them would have been built for out-and-out speed more than anything else. The cars that were built for this race, notably C-types, particularly D-type Jaguars, particularly GT40s. And what we're beginning to see now is a few of these cars getting quite tail-happy. There's the odd tank slapper here and there, which is taking place as well. And I think part of that is that these cars were not built for the modern-day chicanes that we have on motor racing circuits.
When it comes to the tires on these cars, I often get asked this question by fans. They say, where do these period cars get their tires?
And there are a number of companies that do actually produce tires. One of the difficulties is that you can't uninvent things.
Right.
And that there are some very clear regulations about lots of this, but by and large, you can't uninvent tire improvements and everything else. There are a few series around the world which do actually insist on effectively period tires. I mean, you're not going to be running on tires that are 50 years old, but a 50-year-old design. And that changes the thing completely. But these are very much more modern tires than these cars would have raced with. The other thing with this is that the FIA, in their wisdom, and you can take whatever stand you want to on this, some years ago decided that if you built a car that was exactly the same as a D-Type or a Cobra or a Project 214 Aston Martin or a Ferrari 250 GTO, providing it was exactly the same, then you went and paid the FIA quite a lot of money. They would give you what they called a technical passport. Yes, isn't that a surprise? And that they would give you a thing called a technical passport, which effectively made that car, which was brand new, into a 1962 car, and you could race it as such. So some of these cars are recreations.
So out on the racetrack, we've got a really good battle hotting up for third position. As we said, as the pit stops are cycling through, the number 12 Ford GT40 has reclaimed the top spot. But now second place is held by the 201 Shelby. And that beautifully turned out car is being chased by the number 76 AC Cobra with Hart behind the wheel of that car. And then following them is the man who we had said the car actually now that was on the comeback trail. That's the number 66 GT40, cutting him behind the wheel of that car now. And I think the 214 Replica that we saw smoking so badly has now made a call in front of Joe Bradley.
Yes, we have. It's the number 18, a beautiful Aston Martin prototype, the P214. Robert Raw, who had that car out earlier. Is that engine or gearbox oil I see?
I don't know, to be honest. I can't smell it or taste it.
I was thinking about tasting it myself. Whatever it is, it's not looking good for your car.
Yeah, he's out, so it was going incredibly well, so I don't know what's happened.
Stephen Archer's broke it, hasn't he?
I'm sure it's something minor and we'll fix it, but not today.
Yeah, that's a shame. We love that car, Robert. Keep bringing it here. Let's see if we can. Let's see if Stephen Archer can shed a bit of light as to whether or not it is engine or something. Stephen, old son, what happened there?
Well, unfortunately, I got a bit enthusiastic braking the first chicane and locked it up a bit, and it jumped over the first curb. And it's cracked the sump. Losing oil. The engine was running fine, so I haven't lost all the oil yet. The engine's okay. It's just dropping oil and making the smoke, and that's the race run.
That's motor racing.
That is motor racing, yeah. Hope the rest of the day's good.
Troubles also for the 30 car spinning coming onto the front straightaway, and the 7 Lotus has pulled off on driver's right after the first chicane. But out on the racetrack, that great battle is now for second place as coming out of the second chicane. The 63 car, the Ford GT40 silver with the red, white, and blue stripe down the front is claiming second place from the 201 Shelby as he worked his way. It was very interesting. The Ford didn't have as big a horsepower advantage over those two Shelbys, the AC Cobra and the Shelby Cobra, and he actually used the braking going into both chicanes. The first one to get the AC Cobra, and then accelerating out of the second chicane to get the 201 Shelby Cobra.
Let's not forget that the GT40 is and was built as a race car, whereas both of the Cobras were built as cars which were developed from road cars. The original Cobra that we're talking about there was developed from the AC Ace by Carroll Shelby, putting a big lump of Ford V8 in the front of it. The Evolution that we're talking about there, the Shelby Cobra, is actually a rebody of that, which was specially made for racing, but underneath that, way underneath that, there is an AC Ace trying to get out, which therefore puts it into a degree of perspective. We still have...
But to me, it was interesting, Paul, that the both Cobras, the AC and the Shelby, still, even though they are older, the amount of horsepower those cars were making.
Yes.
Yeah. And now we have a safety car. We have a safety car has been deployed, so... the leader, I think there's possibly just too many cars scattered around this racetrack. As we said, the attrition levels were going to be pretty high.
Yeah, and the DD300 has also pulled off the circuit as well. That's the really
I think
famous
Joe Bradley can shed a little more.
Austin Healey as well.
Joe can shed a little more light on this.
Well, call me a detective, but a bit of a clue. They're sending a course vehicle out, and it's dragging a trailer which looks like it has a Bowser of oil dry. That's the kitty litter kind of thing, kind of stuff that they put down. So there maybe is the Aston Martin number 18 as came in trailing oil up and down all the way down the pit lane, and clearly we heard him, Stephen Archer there, say that he'd cracked the sump at the first chicane. So that's pretty much, I would say, 2/3 of the circuit. Then he's been dropping oil. So that's track conditions a little bit tricky at the moment. That's probably why they've pulled the safety car.
Oh, we'll have a lot of fun talking to Stephen Archer about that over the course of the weekend, I'm sure.
Over the course of the next few months, you mean?
Yeah, we'll do that. And, of course, because this is a historic race, because it's a period race, it can't be the kitty litter stuff they're putting down. It has to be cement dust, doesn't it?
Yes,
Because,
yes.
That is the only other thing.
While we've got this lull, Paul, let's take a look at our class leaders in our Le Mans Legends race, brought to you by HistoricRacingNews.com and Chris Pizzalla's Dynarod London. As we have said, with the number 12 car, the silver GT40 is leading. He has led all but one lap when he made his pit stop, and Niam is behind the wheel of that car now. In second place is the number 63 GT40. That's the car that Andrew Smith spun on the first lap. He's now turned over to James Cottingham, who has taken that car up to second place. Third place overall and leading in Class 4, it remains the Lubricant Caron Shelby Cobra 289 Mark II. He's being chased by the AC Cobra number 76. And
that's the David Hart car.
Thank you. David Hart behind the wheel of that car. Those are the two in Class 4. Class 3 is currently being led by the number 70 Gabriel Kramer Lotus 17 prototype, with Dion Kramer behind the wheel of that car. Leading the fifth Category 5 is the number 10 Porsche in 15th position overall. That's Afshim Fenemy behind the wheel of that car. Leading Class 1 is the number 5 Jaguar. That's a JD Classic C-Type with John Young behind the wheel of that car. Class 2 leader is the number 49 Jaguar.
That's the Jarrah Venables car.
Clive Joy, the owner there. It's a D-Type, 1955 D-Type.
So I'm just running down that list, just saying those words just seems so incongruous to be talking about 1955 D-Types as we are still under a safety car here at the Le Mans Legends race. The support race for the 24 hours, which will happen later today. I actually like to think of it as the other way around, Jim. I kind of like to think that this is the main race of the day and that there's a 24-hour race, which is making it easier for people to get out by breaking down the traffic.
I went with that whimsical thought for a second, Mr. Tarsi, but I'm not sure at this rate of attrition 24 hours would have many cars left. And also, just an observation, behind the safety car that's picked up Claude Naum leading the race, there was an AC just ahead of it going so slowly, and that little pack was going slower and slower, which I don't think any of these cars would like out around the circuit. Anyhow, they're still going round. And I'm just wondering if all that oil that's we were seeing being cleared under the Dunlop Bridge, if Martin Stretton pulling off had anything to do with that, because he left the pits at high speed, nearly hit the pit wall as with the tail of the car, the GT40 swung out, and then moments later we saw it stationary at the side of the circuit, so that could comply with that.
Joe Bradley, the ex-policeman, would call that a clue. I think that's you may be onto something there.
And let's face it, that Martin Stretton is not the sort of person to be getting close to thumping the pit wall or anything else, because he's a vastly experienced driver and preparer of these cars, so he would not be making mistakes like that. It's a bit of a shame if that is the case, because it means that we can't blame Stephen Archer for all of it for months to come, but nonetheless marshals are still out there putting what does look like cement dust on what is a big oil slick round the circuit, and we have 6 minutes of this race left to run, so everybody has made their pit stops, everybody has done the things that they need to do. Cars going round behind the Audi safety car, and you're absolutely right, Jim Roller, that we're not going to see happy people in cars which are made to move very quickly, never built for safety cars, never built for anything like that. You may or may not be a believer in the real racing drivers don't eat quiche mentality, but nonetheless, these cars were built at a very different time where you would never see a safety car. You only saw a yellow flag in really dangerous times, and that was something very different. But they certainly wouldn't have been running around behind a road car for lap upon lap simply while the marshals cleared things up.
Hopefully we will get this race restarted And if we do, it could get quite interesting quite quickly, because I think under the safety car, with the pack closing up, we are going to see perhaps the 63 car, James Cottingham, or John Cottingham, sorry, having a chance to close up on the 12 car, and it'll be interesting to see if he has time. I don't think we're going to get more than James Cottingham. I was right the first time.
Yes, there's James and Jeremy, the two brothers, and so it's one or the other. You can always bet on that.
I think Bruce Jones has nailed the reason for this safety car. I think that the Stretton coming out of the pits with that car and having a problem, because that's where now the hopper that is behind one of the intervention vehicles is working that area from the Dunlap Bridge down through the Forest S's. Joe Bradley?
Can we keep that from Stephen Archer, though? Because we can live on this one for a few months.
Yeah, sure.
He
No
worries.
worries.
Brought the race to a safety car halt kind of thing.
Yeah. Don't let the truth spoil a good bar story.
Absolutely.
And certainly when
remember,
Stephen
the older
Archer's
we get,
concerned.
the faster we were.
That is true.
And if you are listening to us trackside here at Le Mans, then if we can get rid of this safety car before the end of the race, there are going to be some fantastic photo opportunities as this grid bunches up and works its way through, all the way through. We're going to see some fantastic pictures. Whether the results change or not, I don't really know, but you are going to get those great opportunities. So get the cameras ready, because we have just under 3.5 minutes left to run now of this race.
I think at the pace they're going, they're just coming to Indianapolis now, and I think at the pace they're going, we may not see this race restarted, unfortunately. That would be too bad, but if they do pick up the pace on the pace car, they might get here in time for one more lap, and then, as we say in the States, Katie bar the door, because
I have never.
Chris Economaki once said, the chips will be down for all the marbles.
Yeah, that's about right. I've never seen a hopper on a racetrack before.
Yeah.
I don't know if something you see in the States.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because we certainly don't have that, and it looks as if it's out there sowing potatoes rather than doing anything else. But it's a bit incongruous for us, but nonetheless, it's running down now. Yes, under 2.5 minutes. I am beginning to think, Jim, that we are not going to see this restarted. The safety car is currently working its way down the home side of Arnage and coming up towards the Porsche curves.
The Aston Martin race will be exciting in the first lap.
Every cloud
with all the
has
oil
a
dry. Oh yeah, with
every
all the
cloud
oil
has a
dry
silver
that's
lining.
down out there. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, I think
hopefully they'll let them do a sighting lap or something to clear it off.
I'm sure they will. Now we're into the last 2 minutes. I don't think that the safety car is going to pull off this lap.
No, because the hopper is still out on the racetrack cleaning things up. So I'm afraid that we will be seeing, if not the checkered flag this time by, then certainly the checkered flag next time by without a restart, as they have not cleared the course vehicles, and there are still marshals out spreading oil dry with buckets. So
one of the things I think is that there are countless bar and dinner party stories which have been developed over the last hour, and
that's why we race.
That's why all of us do what we do, and there will be some great stories. Every single one of these cars has a story as to why it's got here. Every single one of these cars is a triumph simply getting here and racing.
Timing and scoring telling us officially now this is the last lap, so we should be getting the checkered flag as the cars, although the light is off on the safety car.
So it's going to be a 200-yard sprint.
Well, let's see here. We're either going to get the checkered flag, or you and I are going to get our wish, as the 12 car has picked up the pace, as has the second car in line, which is one of the MGs.
And
unfortunately, the TV director doesn't quite understand that perhaps we're going back to racing. No, and it is the checkered flag. It is the checkered flag, and so
bit of an anticlimax.
Yes,
but
as you said, it was a 200-yard sprint. To the
but nonetheless, it's a great event. The photos I was talking about, if you'd taken a photo of the number 12 car crossing the line to win, it would have had right behind it a Morgan. Now that really wasn't the truth, but nonetheless, the GT40 with the Morgan.
And behind them, as Bruce rightly points out, we have had a change for second place. While we were seeing that crowd shot, the 201 has indeed passed the 63. So Ludwig Caron passing James Cottingham literally on the last corner to steal away. Now we'll have to see if that really stands. Yeah, I don't think that'll stand, as we were still technically under the safety car until the leader got to the start-finish line. And I think the happiest guy out there is in the number 29 car, who is right behind our leader, and he has been waving just deliriously since the end of the race. That's one of the Morgans. That's one of the Morgans. Let's check in with Bruce Jones, who's got Andrew Smith, who probably gets comeback drive of the day, if nothing else.
Andrew, you're just doing lots of gesticulating there. Are you worried that Ludovic Caron has just jumped James to get second place, or do you think they had to get to the start-finish line before the restart?
Yeah, no, it was very clear in the driver's briefing. At the start of the race, when lights go, it's green, you're off. But under the safety car, you must wait until the safety car line, so they're going to have to do something about it.
Now, James said to me early in the race that you'd planned to get onto a podium position on the opening lap. You pretty much did for a few nanoseconds, then had that spin. Tell us about it.
Yeah, just coming into the first chicane under braking. I'm not sure if the Alpine and I touched or not, but the back end just seemed to break away at the sort of last minute. So looking at the replay on the screen, it certainly looked very close, but managed to get it back going again and make up all the places. So I think if we end up second, we'll be delighted with that.
It looked pretty good fun with the Shelby Cobra and the AC Cobra, sometimes the mere 3 cars abreast.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, driving that thing up the Mulsanne straight is just phenomenal. I mean, quite a privilege.
Yeah, well, it was great to see. Thank you very much, Andrew Smith.
That was Keith Ehlers behind the wheel of that number 29 Morgan that was so happy at the end of the race, as you would be. This is a great honor to be able to race at this racetrack in these cars. It's I think I'd be waving like a madman too.
That Morgan is a Le Mans veteran in its own right. TOK 258 being the registration number of the car that ran here and won its class here in period, and it won its class, which was a huge thumbing of the nose to the ACO, because what happened was they had actually turned down that Morgan the year before, get this, because it looked too old-fashioned. And that it looked too old-fashioned, so they didn't want it in it. So they protested. They came back the next year and won the class against virtually everything else. And as Charles Dressing would say, the award of runny cheese, which was the index of runny cheese, was very much part of the whole French thing for fuel consumption, and that the Alpine and various other French cars were always the ones which went out and made to win that. And TOC 258 was also a leading contender for that as well. But it is a great sight to see the winning GT40 going round with TOC 258, the Morgan, probably just a little bit cheekily being very close behind and waving to the crowds as he goes. But some very, very happy people there. I think there will be 1 or 2 long faces in the Le Mans Legends paddock, because there are some people there who have not seriously damaged their cars, but there's going to be some long nights just putting everything together properly.
Let's check in with our 2 pit reporters, Joe Bradley and Bruce Jones. Joe, first, did it live up to your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, jumping into a time machine and being transported back in time, just the visual aspect of this race is awesome, is full of awesomeness. Just to see a GT40 going down the Mulsanne, just kind of squint and take out the chicanes for a moment, and that visual aspect of seeing these cars, even the 1955 Jaguars that we saw, just take you back in time. So, yeah, we always knew the attrition was going to be high. These are old cars, new applications of technology applied to them in most cases, but they're still, old technology that are being pushed to the limit. And so, attrition was a big part of motorsport back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. I mean, we love seeing them out on the track. I like seeing them standing still, but not during the race. But your eye so easily gets drawn to the GT40s fighting with the Cobras up front. But then you see little TVR Grand Tourer and stuff giving it as much as they have.
Jaguar XK140 caught my eye. What a beautiful, beautiful car. 1955. That car was going round here. It's just...
We were just young lads back then, weren't we?
Mind-blowing. Yeah. I was a teenager.
And when we're talking about the commentary crew, that is, not us. We're strictly.
1959 for me there, boys.
One of the things with that Jaguar XK, driven by Ullrich, who, for anybody who followed the UK race scene in what I think probably would have been the late 70s, early 80s, was a demon single-seater driver, Ullrich, and that he's back out now in historic racing. Many of these people who are driving these cars have been around racing cars for most of their lives.
Let's give you a quick rundown of the top 5 and all the class winners. Claude Nyam was the winner, teamed with Bernard Tuner. In the number 12, GT40. That car led all but one lap when the pit stop exchange happened. Finishing second is a bit of controversy at this point. We think it's going to be the number 63 car, which is the GT40, the silver one, with Andrew Smith and James Cottingham behind the wheel. And then third overall and first in the Class 4 is the Ludwig Caron Shelby Cobra. Fourth overall is the AC, and second in the Class 4 is the number 76 AC Cobra with Hart behind the wheel at the end of that race. And then fifth overall in third in Class 6 is the number 3 Richard Mines GT40, another of those great GT40s that graced us with their presence here. Class 3 winner, 12th overall, was the Lotus with Dion Kramer behind the wheel at the finish, the number 70 car. In Class 1, it was John Young in the number 5 Jaguar. That's I had to check C-type. It's C-types, D-types, and E-types in the race today. And our Class 2 winner was the number 49 Jaguar, Clive Joy and Yara Venables behind the wheel of that car, a Jaguar D-type. So that's your top 5 overall and your class winners. Quick final thought, Paul Tarsi?
There were some big thoughts as to whether the GT40s should have been brought into this race. The upper limit was raised by 2 years to get them in. Undoubtedly a success. Fantastic. The sunny Saturday morning in Western France doesn't get any better than this.
Hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the Le Mans Legends Race, brought to you by HistoricRacingNews.com for everything you want to know about historic motorsports. And Chris Pizzala's Dynarod London. For Paul Tarsi, Joe Bradley, Bruce Jones, I'm Jim Roller. Bye for now.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
radiolemans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
It's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015 on 91.2 FM here at the track and around the world, as always, on radiolemans.com. We move forward several decades now to the current spec, I suppose, of sports car racing, Aston Martins and their festival, their biannual festival here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Great to have them as a support race, and they've turned out in numbers. We should have 37 cars on the grid of varying spec, not least the car that was clearly quickest in qualifying on Thursday, the Stuart Hall driven Gulf Racing for Rofco DBR12, the former, well, it's still a Lola chassis, ran here in 2009 and 2010. Sounds fantastic, easily quicker than everybody else, but for that reason, it's going to be started a little bit behind the others. In fact, after the start of the race, that car will start from the pit lane, almost in a handicap style of a race, and that's what's going to make it very, very fascinating indeed. It's not just me, Johnny Palmer, taking you through it, but Shay Adam as well. You've been with us from the start, talking about practice and qualifying. Looking forward to this?
Oh, very much so. I think Mr. Hall has quite the challenge on his hands, and if he can get up to the front without running out of fuel, which is his biggest challenge, he then faces the like of Tom Onso Cole, who is very eager to not let Stewie have a win here at this beautiful circuit. It is an honor to stand on the top step of the podium at Le Mans, whether you're in the 24-hour race or one of the support races. And Tom Onso Cole let us know yesterday he is eager to see what that view looks like.
I think it's fair to say that Tom he had his eyes on stalks at the end of the free practice session. He did not have a clue how fast it is around here. And once you unleash the power of his car on the Mulsanne straight and all of a sudden think, I don't have to brake now for probably about 30 or 40 seconds, I'm still accelerating. Okay, now it's time to stop. And he was like a kid in a candy shop when he got out and spoke to his teammate Paul White, who has actually raced here before.
It's a bit like the world's longest drag race.
Yes.
Because you just keep accelerating and thinking, okay, where's the line? Where do I stop? And the brake markers come so much later than you think they should that the first few times through, you might actually brake a little bit too early and then have to accelerate again. Not a good plan, but that's what the practice and qualifying was for, to learn the points on the track, maybe where you can turn in a little bit earlier and accelerate out of the corner. That's all good and gone. Now it's time for the actual race.
And if you are here at the track, we will take you through every step of the way. 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015. Indeed, if you're anywhere else in the world, though, don't forget that via the radiolemans.com website, you can not only listen to us, but also see us in vision, courtesy of the InVision Studio Cam, brought to you by Duke Video. And there's me and Shay about to describe the grid for you. Still at the moment on our timing screens, the Le Mans legends are yet to be taken from there, but in a moment or two, the grid a little bit deceptive actually, because it should have Stuart Hall on pole. I'm understanding that his car will actually wheel its way to the end of the pit lane. It will wait there for the race start, and these cars will actually work their way around on the first lap all the way down to Porsche curves, and at only that point will the DBR12 be unleashed then. So it'll be, and in fact it's going to be unleashed onto the track a lap down as well. So it'll have to work its way around, overtake everybody, then it'll be on the lead lap, and then it's got to do it again to actually win the race. And Stuart is a bit doubtful about whether the car will actually make the distance, not because it's unreliable, but because the fuel tank's pretty small. Can it last 45 minutes? Because they can't refuel the car. And also, he thinks that some of the GT2s and certainly some of the GT3s might actually nip it to the line as well. Something else we've got to factor in is the fact that these cars need to make a pit stop at about half distance. It's a 45-minute race, and there is a pit stop window that starts at 15 minutes into the race and finishes at 30 minutes into the race. That's something else then that the teams have to bear in mind. Some of them only here with one driver, but otherwise they've got to flip a driver around as well.
Well, and to make it fair, it is a 90-second statutory pit stop. You must be stopped in the pit box before the clock starts. So it's not from when you enter pit lane to when you leave. You actually must spend 90 seconds not moving. That's a great idea to keep it equal because, as you said, Johnny, some of these cars have two drivers. The majority of them have two drivers, and a couple of them have one driver. They don't have to do the driver change. So if they didn't have this mandatory regulated pit stop, there would be a massive advantage for only coming in with one driver. It's a very smart system.
Superb turnout from TRG AMR. You know a lot about these cars far more than I do. And Kevin Buckler and Rob Nimkoff, the best qualifiers. They will start, third on the grid, but effectively second as the grid will form up, minus Stuart Hall. And also Christina Nielsen here in the number 82 car. That's the dark blue GT3 car. Solo drive for her, but clearly they're going to be bothering the Strata 21 GT3 car from the off.
They will be, and Christina, a very capable driver over in the States, has been driving an Aston Martin that looks identical to the one that she is in here today, same exact livery. She's very familiar with the cars. She's not familiar with the circuit, however. Her father raced here many times before, so this is a bit of family history for her, getting to participate in a support race on the circuit. And as we saw last year, Johnny, we had a lot of drivers in the support race who are now in the big race this year, who are in the 24 hours, so this is almost an audition for young drivers such as Christina Nielsen. Liam Talbot, much the same, young driver from Australia, I believe he is. We've got a variety of ages and people who are effectively using this as a, hi, I'm available for next year sort of audition.
And clearly these cars go very, very quickly indeed. So if you can master one of these cars around the Circuit de la Sarthe, then you will be in the equation maybe for a GTE Am drive in the future, as Shay says. The next car on the grid, we've dealt with the Gulf Racing DBR 1-2, the Strata 21, number 21 car, driven by Paul White and Tom Onslow Cole. And I reckon it'll be Tom to start the car. Then the two TRG AMR cars, Kevin Buckler and Rob Nimkoff, ahead of Christina Nielsen. So next up is actually the number 2 car, driven by John Gore, who is head of AMR, Aston Martin Racing, and Phil Dryborough, his regular co-driver from their British GT days. So they're partnering up again in the number 2 Beechdean AMR car. That's the Squad Beechdean, named after the ice cream from the UK. And
Ooh, ice cream.
Yeah, absolutely. He's the Andrew Howard is the head honcho at Beechdean Ice Cream, and also the chairman of Wycombe Wanderers Football Club, would you believe, if you're a fan of footy back in England. Missed out on promotion, sadly, after reaching the playoff final, but Wycombe will try again this coming season. The 11 car is next. That's the 22 GT Racing entered Farmer and John Barnes car. And that confused us for a little while in qualifying, because the 11 car popped up with a time actually not very far away from Stuart Hall's time. We thought that cannot be right unless it is a super spec car.
Which it is.
It
Super
is.
GT spec car.
But not quite for the lap that it did.
No, we saw a 3:58, I think it was, and then his time was moved back to a 4:13, which is much more familiar and comfortable for what it should have been. But that initial lap had him up second on the screen for a long time yesterday.
So that was either down to a bit of corner cutting or a glitch in the timing system that was then rectified. 4:13.990 was John Barnes' time in the end. That'll put him 6th on the grid. And then on the 4th row, it'll be Liam Griffin to start the number 7 Beechdean AMR car. And the 7 car, sharing indeed with Andrew Howard, is a GT2 car, and that will start on the 4th row alongside number 98, which looks very much like a car that will take part in the 24 hours of Le Mans this weekend. It's going to be driven by Rolf Goethe, who is in the main race, but he's driving his car from 2011 and 2012, I think, and I'm sure spec-wise things have come on an awful lot since then. But beautiful car, the number 98, in the famous Gulf livery shade.
It is, and it's a little bit of confusion for him to start off the day in the 98 and then jump into a car that's the 96. Same livery for both, of course. Big Gulf fan is rolled.
Careful not to go to the wrong door then. I often do that when there's a obviously passenger side door here in France. I need to get in the left-hand side, but all too readily I'll go for the driver's side just automatically, and he needs to be careful that he walks to the right garage, I suppose, when he changes back to 24-hour mode. Rolf Goethe in number 98. The 5th row is Tom Alexander to start the number 32 22 GT Racing entered car. That's a GT3 machine, and it'll be started alongside Matt Nicol-Jones, who is here. Okay, so he's sharing with Dennis Strandberg. We didn't see Matt Nicol-Jones in qualifying, I don't think, unless it was very early on. Driving for Academy Motorsport, that's the regular team for Matt. I think indeed he's in charge of the outfit, and he's brought in Dennis Strandberg, the Swede, with a lot of experience from Ginetta Racing. So that could be a good little lineup, starting 10th in car 42, ahead of the other team car. So that's GT4 we're into now. 2 Academy Motorsport cars heading the GT4 division, if you like. So it's 42 and 41. The 41 car will be started by Will Moore, and it's being shared with Adrian Barwick. So Academy Motorsport did take a little bit of time to actually work their way to the top of the times in qualifying on Thursday, but they've locked out the 2 top positions in GT4. However, I somehow think TRG will have something to say about that.
They will, and the next 4 cars, 3 of them are TRG driven. The first of which is by Alex Welch, starting on the outside of row 6. Right behind him, though, team car, starting on the outside of row 7, so in a line together, Ben Keating.
Yeah.
Ben has driven on the circuit quite a bit with Alex on the circuit as well. They've competed against each other several times, been driving for different teams in the same car in the past. They have a lot of experience racing around each other, and those two will be ones to watch off the start because they are so familiar with each other, now working for the same team. But alongside of Ben, we have an Alfab AMR Aston Martin that might throw things in the way and get a bit interesting.
Yeah, Eric Behrens and sharing with him Daniel Roos, and it'll be Behrens to start the car. Beautiful weather, by the way, here at Le Mans. There's clear skies and the temperature a lot more bearable, certainly for people like me who aren't quite used to the temperatures in the late 20s and early 30s that we had here on, when was that, Thursday, Wednesday? Really hot day.
It was Thursday. It
yeah.
wasn't really hot. It was just one layer. Today it's only about 66 out right now for those American
There
or
you go.
Fahrenheit speakers, just under a shade under 19 degrees Celsius.
There speaks the Floridian, by the way.
Still have a sweater on, as you can see in the video.
Yeah.
Still wearing a sweater.
Well, I'm used to strong winds and lots of rain, even in June.
Well, we get
And you
lots of
grin
rain.
and bear it from where I come from.
We get a lot of rain, particularly between June and then November with hurricane season, but you just sort of accept it. As we see Stuart Hall diving into the pits, he will start from the back of the grid. And Johnny, is that a rather special safety car I'm seeing there? Was that a 177?
It could be. Your Aston knowledge is better than mine if you spotted that.
That
Now,
would be the world's most expensive safety car then, if that's the case. And wow, that is...
I saw it being stickered up in the pit lane. I'm not sure whether Nick agrees with you, Shay. Nick?
I don't think it's even close to the world's most expensive safety car.
I think this is...
it's just a road car running around. The money they spend on some of the actual safety cars, which might look like an ordinary car, but underneath be a bespoke racing machine. Stuart Hall has come to a halt below me. He's opened his door.
You can confirm that Stuart Hall is not going to take what looks like the start.
No.
And as planned, therefore.
He's
this is Nick
lounging
Damon,
about.
by the way, part of our Nismo
He's
pit
getting
lane
out.
team.
He's so confident he's getting out.
What?
He's getting out of the car.
I'm not sure whether this is part of the plan. Is he going to do like an old school Le Mans start and run from one side of the pit lane to the
He's
other?
sitting on the side of the car.
Yeah.
Can you get a microphone under his helmet?
Of course I can.
There we go, Nick.
He's so relaxed, he's taking the helmet off.
Well, it is going to be a wait of about 2 minutes, isn't it? Even when we get the cars underway, and presumably there will be a green flag.
This is a bit relaxed, actually getting out of the car, lounging on the side. The guys in the booth want to know, are you actually going to do a Le Mans start and run to the car from somewhere else?
If they would like me to do a Le Mans start, I will do a Le Mans start. I'm all for a bit of running, me.
So you're starting at the end of a lap and a half's time, so was it just a bit warm in there?
Well, I need a piss.
Well, that's exclusive info there. Racing driver's bladder not full. Off you go then. Go on. So that's the second. That's the second tank he's had issues with this race.
Oh.
Wasn't that an appropriate wheel gun noise though that suddenly stamped out his choice of language? It was almost as if it was planned.
Yes, it's the world's best 7-second delay. Rather than going beep, we have engine noise and wheel gun noises.
It worked superbly.
So he obviously can't hold himself for an hour, which is interesting. Of course, no such problem with Johnny Herbert, who just went, didn't he? Wherever he went in the car.
So I've heard.
Which was fine when he was in single seaters. Less popular when driving as part of a team.
This seat's a bit damp, Johnny.
You've sweated a lot, Johnny. I have. I've sweated a lot. That's right. A lot of sweating.
Is that what happened in 1991 then?
I've no idea.
Okay.
We'll
leave that alone.
I have heard many stories over the years of presents being left, particularly between Dindo and Alan way back, when Dindo would get out of a car and leave a seat a little bit moist for Alan.
Radio.
So it's not uncommon, but I'm sure that Stuart would not be allowed to do that.
And people say that racing drivers are big kids. Can you believe it?
No.
Surely not. Now, there is a little bit of almost musical chairs taking place on the grid. Yeah, because certain cars realising they're not quite in the right slot and therefore having to reverse back into position. There's some jumbling around to take place. That's the Vantage racing car right at the back of the field, the yellow and blue one. Need to be careful not to misidentify that because it looks a lot like the Bilstein car, but the Bilstein machine with its former Nürburgring and Nordschleifer experience has the big rear wing on the back of the car, as a rear wing would be, funnily enough.
Well, I think part of the issue, Johnny, is that the cars are still rolling out from their paddock area, which is a little bit further down the track, and they weren't pre-gridded or put in a false grid, or so it seems. If they were, clearly people just didn't pay attention to where they were supposed to go. But a little bit of confusion. It's we still have 4, 5 left to go before they even get to the front straight. So it'll be a few minutes more. 19 rows total for this race. So that's 38 cars to grid up. That's not an insignificant amount of time to try and get them all in the proper order, but I have faith that the marshals will get it done.
The Zagato is there, which is good to see, renumbered from the original entry list. It's 195, and actually Jan Struve and Jacques Nellerman named against that same car. So have they taken the decision? They are here with 2 machines this weekend. Maybe they've taken the decision to both race the 195 car, which is a very rare in racing spec machine. Only 2, they reckon, that are still in existence. So it will take a bit more time for these cars to be in the right order. Doors opening now, as obviously it's very hot, not only on the banks here at Le Mans to watch the race, but also particularly when you're in a race suit and sat in a car. There will be a green flag lap, effectively, behind the pace car, and then we will get going, I reckon, with the rolling stars. But that will be a little way away from, because they're almost 3 abreast actually into the Ford chicane. They're still sorting out the grid order, so whilst that is done, let's head back to our Nismo pit lane team and speak to Owen Mildenhall, I think. Who have you got, Owen?
I've actually got David Richards here with me. So David, this must be a very proud moment for you to sort of see the full breadth of the cars that AMR have built over the years, all on the grid here at Le Mans.
Yeah, it seems not so long ago, 11 years ago, we set up AMR, and we built our first race car to come to Le Mans. And when I look at the grid now and I look at all the range of cars, from the wonderful LMP1 car behind us to the GTE cars, and of course the big grid of GT4 cars, which I'm lucky enough to be driving one. So it's very special, and the sun's shining, so what more can we ask?
And also, you're in the GT4 car yourself, as you've mentioned. Is this your first time you've actually driven here yourself?
I've done a few races in it, just sort of back in UK, and I've done the centenary race here before. I'm sharing the car with Paul Hollywood, so he's more familiar with baking cakes than perhaps racing cars, but he's certainly getting to grips with it very well.
Yeah, and speaking to him yesterday, on qualifying, he had a big smile on his face that he's definitely enjoying it. And he's obviously taking the start, so how long before you get into the car?
He'll do the first 5 laps, and then I'll jump in from there, so we'll switch over and see how we get on.
Brilliant, thank you very much, and good luck.
All right, cheers.
It's David Richards with Owen Mildenhall, part of our Nismo pit lane team down in pit road then, and David keen to get in the car, but Paul Hollywood will start it off. Roll Goethe just going through Tête Rouge now. And that is where in the main race for the main cars, people have been pinged, particularly on the entry to Tête Rouge, for running a touch wide and shallowing out the corner. So these drivers will have to be a little cautious of that as well. So these, first of all, they make a great sound, but they also look spectacular, particularly on the Mulsanne Straight, which is every other day, apart from this weekend, just a normal road, effectively, with the dotted white line down the middle. And there's the roundabout that we often go round.
And it is a very odd sensation to drive the wrong way down the Mulsanne Straight, because that is normal traffic pattern, and that's how we get back to where we stay, away from the track. So it's one of those things that you drive on it, and I know from experience that Hindy tends to cringe when he's not driving and just goes, no, no, no. It feels wrong.
GT4 traffic now working its way into the first chicane. And there are 1 or 2 cars out of position a bit further down the order. There is a GT2 machine, for instance, the Alpha Classics racing car.
Well, we have a car out of position at the front, as a matter of fact. The 77, which should be starting in 13th position, is leading the way currently, ahead of Tom Onsocole in the 21.
Bizarre, okay.
I'm sure Tom is on the radio right now trying to get that sorted and figured out, but Eric Burns qualified a bit further back than he seems to think he's starting.
That might be the 11 car, you know. No, I just wonder... It's 77, is it?
Yep.
Okay, so, yeah, for whatever reason, the 77 machine is going to start alongside 21 and therefore gets a massive jump on the rest of the GT4 cars, unless indeed it will drop back into line. 7 car, which is the usual machine, the usual number for Andrew Howard, apart from in the 2014 season when he ran the number 1 because he won the championship in 2013. Andrew Howard's former British GT champion, therefore, and back in the championship this year.
This does mean that instead of the 2 TRG GT2 cars starting staggered, they'll start next to each other. So that'll mean Kevin Buckler and Christina Nielsen will indeed be fighting each other into the first turn, instead of maybe working as a team. It's an interesting strategy mix-up. I wonder if they were aware of this before actually getting out onto the circuit.
Eric Behrens, there's the 77. So I hate to say it, but unless, of course, there is a pace car that has been numbered up as 77, and that's not going to take part in the race. But there is a car we can't really account for there at the head of the order, which is just in front of the Bilstein machine, driven by Tom Onslow Cole, Strada 21 car. Green flag still flying as this sedate pace lap continues on. Everyone steering clear of everybody else, really. And then in a moment or two, once they've headed through Porsche curves and up towards the Ford chicane, they will get back into a grid formation. The pace car will peel off into the pit lane, and then we will be underway for 45 minutes of the Festival Aston Martin, as it's called, here at the 83rd running of the 24 hours.
Still not showing up on the timing and scoring, is it? We still are showing Stewie Hall as P1, so it is going off of the grid, having been set that way.
Yeah.
But we're now seeing the 11 and P2, which is a different change. Maybe the stickers are wrong on that?
So there is a question about whether John Barnes and the time that he set on Wednesday was actually legitimate. I wonder whether that's been protested, because he did a 3:59, as you said, Shay, and we were all like, is that car even capable of going around this circuit as quickly as that? It is a Super GT machine, and I'm sure that Mark Farmer and John Barnes and the team have been up to the clerk of the course to say, no, we didn't cut any corners, it's not a transponder issue, and they've maybe been given that time back again. So it won't be Tom Onslow Cole in car 21 on the front of the grid, it will be the 11. So that will move the 11 car up from what we expected to be a 6th place start, 5th place once you take away Stuart Hall from the equation. It's bumped it up to 2nd position. So everyone else drops down a spot. That will put, therefore, Tom Onslow Cole, I think, on the outside of the circuit as they head up through Dunlop Curve for the first time. And this will be around about a 9 or 10 lap race. We'll see how we go after 45 minutes. Of course, there is a 90-second stop, though, to account for all of the cars in the middle portion of the race. 45 minutes in total, but the pit stop window takes place between 15 and 30 minutes. And this is the optimum time to get a great shot of all these Astons. I'm sure David Richards' mouth is watering, together with every other Aston fan around the world, as they come through the final bit of the Porsche curves and down towards the Ford chicane. John Hindhaugh is slumped for some reason, not very happy at all. Do you want to be out there, John? Is that the thing? Yes, absolutely, he says, nodding his head. And having seen the Zagato whip round the Nordschleife a couple of years ago, it's a beautiful car. Starts mid-pack here. David King is here this weekend, having sent out a number of tweets, and he'll be taking up a good position in one of the grandstands, no doubt, to make sure he witnesses every bit of this race. There is the former Nordschleife car as well, though, the number 21 Bilstein liveried car. That was there in, I think, 2013 and 14. It's a full GT3 spec car. It's working its way then through the first Ford chicane and now the second Ford chicane. And Tom Onslow Cole is going to have a job on his hands to keep the number 11 car of John Barnes within sight. He's already a little bit slow then coming out of the Ford chicane. They're not underway yet. A long, long pause as all the eyes are on the gantry, and finally the light goes green and we're underway for the Aston Martin Festival here at the Le Mans 24 hours, almost 5 abreast heading up towards the Dunlop curve. That was the camera shallowing things out a little bit, but it's the 11 car that's got the jump then on Tom Onslow Cole. John Barnes leads. Remember, though, in a moment or two, Stuart Hall will be added into the mix a lap down, and we'll see how far up the order he can get.
And it was a great start from Christina Nielsen, who went from 4th, got around her current boss, Kevin Buckler, who has dropped down considerably, back down to 5th in the field. Christina up to 3rd, though, in the 82. Watch her to keep moving, because although Tom Onslow Cole and John Barnes will carry on with their own battle, she now will be waiting for them to start taking air off each other, and then she'll just come and fly right by.
If you stood down at Tête Rouge or Forest Esses, you'd be forgiven for thinking this is a stage on the Dakar Rally, because there's so much grit and cement dust being chucked up there by the cars. The powder dry has done its job, clearly, because nobody, thankfully, has gone skidding off into the gravel, but it will take a little bit of time for all that dust to clear, maybe 2 or 3 laps. So GT4's having a good fight. Eric Behrens, who starts the number 77 car right in the mid-pack there, but he's battling away with a team car as well. down towards the chicane they go, and are they going to be able to stop? Well, one of them's not, and almost through the gravel trap, so that's at the first chicane, way out of the white lines there, and a spinner in fact in the background, one of the white cars, and it's so difficult to identify the cars in the 50s because there are so many from Stratton Motorsport, and they livery them in a very similar way.
That was Matt Nicol-Jones, who missed the chicane there after very nearly coming into contact with another Aston Martin. He decided to take the evasive route and just sort of go around the chicane but go around the inside paved part. He was able to continue moving on, though. We haven't yet seen if the white Aston Martin who did go around was able to continue. No one showing is stopped on timing and scoring, though.
No, and the car didn't collect anything on that little rotation, so hopefully just have to wait for a gap in the traffic and then get it pointed in the right direction again. Already John Barnes is at Mulsanne Corner. In second position, Tom Onslow-Cole. Third place for Christina Nielsen. And further back, Rolf Goethe certainly bothering Liam Griffin in the number 7 Beech Dean AMR car. The 7, by the way, has a big Scooby-Doo on the side of it. That's always been the team mascot, along with the Beech Dean advertising. Still nose to tail. Is this for the GT4 lead? It could well be, with 41 and 42 in there as well. So that's the 2 Academy Motorsport cars, driven by Will Moore in the 41, Matt Nicol-Jones in the 42, and you've got the 77 of Eric Behrams, who's got the jump on both of them, even though he started behind.
And he is pushing hard. He's gotten around to Alex Welch already, and Ben Keating has dropped away from the battle a little bit. Wonder if the team has maybe said, let them go fight it out at first. We still have that pit stop to make. Don't worry about it. Just stay with them. That would be interesting strategy from TRG, and that would also explain Kevin Buckler, his start and his drop back from the front.
Windscreen wiper popping on there for, I think, Matt Nicol-Jones, if not Will Moore, who's in front. It's the 41 car. So Will Moore leading teammate Matt Nicol-Jones, but they're right behind Eric Behrams in the silver, principally silver 77, with the yellow and blue flash on the back of the car as they power their way into Arnage, hard onto the brakes, up to the T-junction, look both ways and then turn right. And Stuart Hall leaves the pit lane now, Nick Damon, so he's in the race finally.
Yeah, it was a lot of hanging around there, waiting for the official go from a young lady in Aston Martin overall. She goes, yeah, you can go now. He crosses the white line now on his lap and a three-quarter quest for a win.
Yes, and with an empty bladder, which is good to hear.
Yeah, empty bladder, full fuel tank, right way around.
Well, Nick, you got the exclusive from him that he had to make a pit stop. Does that count as his one?
Well, you think so. I mean, because it took him more than 90 seconds, that's for sure.
I'm afraid it doesn't, though. If I was an official, no, you've got to come in during the race as well. Great little fight, this. In fact, it's not the 7 car. It was earlier on. The 7 car of Liam Griffin sticking his elbows out and keeping behind him Rolf Goethe. And then there's also an almost identical battle with Phil Dryborough just ahead of the 81 of Kevin Buckler. So they're nose to tail over the line at the end of the first lap.
And Kevin will be eager to make up for that poor start because he is not somebody who does like to drop back. He's already losing position, though. I wonder if maybe something with the car is not happy to where Kevin's driving style is, but Kevin is far more accustomed to sitting on top of the pit box now instead of being behind the wheel. It's good to see him back. And I don't know if you've ever heard of Adobe Road Winery, but that is Kevin Buckler. That's his other passion in life, is wine. So he is a man of many, many talents. Good to see him back behind the wheel.
A few moments ago then the race got underway and there was certainly a lot of splaying out of the grid as people tried to find empty tarmac. It took a bit of time to get everyone into a comfortable position, and then a spinner further back, almost as if there was a little bit of oil down there that the powder dry hadn't collected. And the Academy Motorsport car number 24 going straight through the gravel on the opening lap as well, Tom Black. And here could be a change then for 4th position as Kevin Buckler's got the slipstream on Phil Dryborough. And you would think that now the next corner is a left-hander, if I've got the right... Oh, it's not. They're much further along Mulsanne Straight than I thought. No, they're not, actually. They're at the first
sooner.
chicane. Yes, they are. I thought for a second they were right at the end of it, but it's pretty early on the Mulsanne Straight. They were turning right, left and right, and that favoured the number 2 car of Phil Dryborough. So he stays in front, but you just reckon that the black car has a bit more pace, particularly in the draft. And Kevin will get another go at it.
And this will help Kevin as he comes out. Dryborough taking the very defensive line into the second chicane. This is the left, right, left portion. Back out onto the Mulsanne. Kevin Buckler has a very good run, but no, he can't quite make it stick. Dryborough maintains the lead through, but a wiggle. Kevin will be hungry now as they come into this final part. It's another good solid plan for him, though, because he gets to stay behind that number 2 and just draft up, get as much speed as he can before hitting the brakes as hard as humanly possible into Arnage.
Got the crucial inside line now, but still got Mulsanne kink to come. And then here it is, in fact, braking for Mulsanne corner, but Phil Drybur's going to try and brake even later, and he's got the inside line himself. Nice little move, that, actually, from Phil Dryber. Generally, John Gore, his co-driver, is the quicker of the two of them, but Phil Dryber there caught Kevin Buckler napping, and for one half of a corner, Kevin Buckler had fourth position that time from Phil Dryber, but the places switch on the exit.
That looked like a classic over-under move, because just as Buckler got into the lead and thought he had the position, Dryber made a move, came back at him, and took it. And now, just the same thing again. Buckler taking the more offensive line. He's going in, he's aggressive, he's making charges, but he just can't quite hang on to it. I think you're absolutely right, Johnny. His car is faster in a straight line, but not so through the corners.
And all credit to Andrew Howard, because he's bided his time and made it a three-way fight now for 4th, 5th and 6th position. So Andrew Howard, who is the owner of the Beach Team team, now racing his teammate effectively, and Kevin Buckler from TRG. They are right together as they work their way out of Arnage and then down yet more public highway towards the Porsche curves. This is where the road peels away back to proper racetrack again into Porsche curves. And this swing from left to right and left and right, where Jan Magnussen had a big shunt on Thursday in the Corvette. And sadly, that car out of the main race, but Jan was perfectly fine. They've got through there, the three Astons, perfectly well through there. And now the number 7 car with the yellow headlights is right underneath the rear wing of the number 2 car of Phil Dryber. So if Kevin Buckler plays this cannily, he'll actually edge away from the 2 cars behind.
And he started to pull out just a little bit, his car just carrying more speed through. But the team cars now have to be careful not to battle each other too hard, or else Kevin Buckler will be able to run away. Don't do that, boys. It's still early, 36 minutes to go. You've got time. Just settle in.
Big wiggle there from Phil Dryber as he straightened the car up out of Ford chicane, but the rear wheels were not playing ball there, and he had to address the slide, and Andrew Howard no doubt had to back out of the throttle as well to avoid contact. Up to the Dunlop chicane they go. This is the 3rd lap then for the race leaders. It's a race led by John Barnes by 8.1 seconds now from Tom Onslow Cole in car 21, the yellow and blue Bilstein sponsored car. Christina Nielsen a little bit on her own in 3rd position, number 82. Then you've got the three-way fight for 4th place, Kevin Buckler, Phil Dryber and Andrew Howard. They're still in that order. New fastest lap last time around, by the way, for John Barnes, but I'm sure Stewie Hall will be competing that pretty soon.
This is his first official flying lap, fastest Sector 1 overall, fastest Sector 2 overall, and in about 80 or so seconds we'll have a fastest Sector 3 as well, because Stewie Hall is in a class of his own, not by himself, unfortunately, as John Barnes would let you know. But we should mention that there are different classes, different class leaders. John Barnes leading overall right now. He's in the invitational class. So the GT3 leader is indeed Tom Onslow Cole. GT2 leader Andrew Howard. GT4 would be Matt Nicol-Jones.
Yeah, and still having a ding-dong scrap with Eric Behrens and Will Moore. They are right together as we were able to bring you news on that a bit earlier on as well. Beachstein cars right together still, and they're just heading over the rise now down Mulsanne. So it's Dryber ahead of Andrew Howard. Maybe they can work together a little bit to draft back towards the 4th place car of Kevin Buckler.
The 44 of Liam Talbot came into the pits far too early to make his pit stop, and that is because of crash damage. And Nick, I believe, can tell us more.
Yeah, 44's had a big impact with the Armco at some point. He's hit the front left, it's collapsed the front suspension. There's a big scrape down the left-hand side. That's not going to be cheap, and I don't think that's going out again. So if he was sharing, he's got a very disappointed co-driver.
Strange that, because he did make an attempt to go through Ford chicane and then aborted the lap very late on, almost as if he'd made contact with Armco at that point of the circuit, or the lead up to the Ford chicane, perhaps the braking area. But yeah, front left corner of the 44 car badly damaged. The 6 car, I noticed for a second on our timing screen, was shown as stopped on the circuit with Jason Harper at the wheel of the Aston Martin Lagonda car, but that's got going again. We didn't have Jacques Nelman start the 59 car, but Jacques Nelman I don't think even exists, because that was always a spelling mistake on the entry list. It's Jacques Nelman, and he is in the 195 car, sharing with Jan Struve So we were never going to get the 59 car. It's been renumbered to 195. Another car in the pits, though, is the 88 car, I notice, of Greg Milchik. And the TRG car coming for a halt. Again, far too early for a stop. Meanwhile, Stuart Hall down at Tete Rouge. And I hope that you are soaking this wonderful noise in as the Lola chassis car works its way down Mulsanne Straight with Stuart Hall at the wheel.
Still a ways to go for Stewie before he gets anywhere near the front of the competition. He's already starting to deal with some lap traffic, though, because there is a big spread in terms of where everyone is already, even though we are only about 12 minutes into this race. And the 88 might have some crash damage. It's now listed behind Liam Talbot in terms of the scoring with a big yellow O next to his name. He back out on track, Johnny.
Yeah, Greg's out again, and Owen Mildenhall wasn't sure of what they did. It might have been a puncture, actually, that needed addressing, but clearly we're not in the pit stop window yet, so that was an enforced pit stop, if you like. Still, the 42, the 77 and the 41 cars right together, so battle involving the two Academy Motorsport cars, Will Moore and Matt Nicol-Jones, and Eric Behrams in the 77 car. So they're side by side down towards Porsche curves. It will be Will Moore with the outside line, and now the Academy Motorsport cars back into the top two positions then in GT4. That's how they lined up on the grid.
And the two Beecham cars continue to fight it out with each other, even though they're in different classes. Drybra in the GT3 category, fighting against his teammate Liam Griffin, who is in the GT2. The cars look very similar. They have slightly different liveries in terms of the blue and white, but they are continuing to fight with each other like they are not related in the slightest, as we see, a moment for the 11 of John Barnes as he gets very wide through Porsche curves. Does a little bit of lawn mowing out there. I don't know if the ground staff would be too pleased with that.
No cats allowed here, of course. Really close to rushing the arm car, I noticed, on the right-hand side, but thankfully John Barnes arrested that moment and still leads the race, but by 7.1 seconds, so clearly he's lost a large portion of that lead. Tom Onslow-Cole probably won't know an awful lot about that because he's up the road and out of his vision. Meanwhile, various different lines being used by the GT4 traffic at the Dunlop chicane. Under the bridge they go and into the sweeping Dunlop curves that lead up to the S's that have always been in existence. 41 up the inside, that's Will Moore alongside Eric Behrams, and nearly Behrams then gets the position, but Moore hangs on to it. That's second place in GT4, and this is allowing Matt Nicol-Jones now to pull out in front in the number 42 car and establish a lead within GT4. It puts him 9th in the overall standings.
And in 36 seconds, our pit window will open, which means that the next time around, these guys can have the opportunity to come in and change drivers should need be. If you were the person in charge of making that decision, though, Johnny, when do you bring the person in to pit? Exactly at half distance to give both of your drivers an equal opportunity behind the wheel? Or do you maybe take advantage of the fact that one of your drivers is quicker than the other and go for a higher up finishing position?
Well, yeah, go for the higher up finishing position. It just depends on what the agreement is with the team, isn't it? Because this is, yes, a seriously competitive race, but also the guys out there are keen to have a bit of fun, and I don't think Phil Drybra will want to be pulled out of the car sooner than he would like, and therefore, I mean, if I was the team of number 2, I'd stick John Gore in for the main portion of the race, but as I say, you'll have to get Phil out first, and that might be a difficult job because he will be well and truly in the groove and enjoying a battle with his teammate, Andrew Howard. Very different spec cars, but the GT2 keeping the GT3 car of Drybra honest. Meanwhile, down at the second chicane, 3 GT4 cars still can't separate these Academy Motorsport cars and then the 77 machine of Eric Behrams, the Swedish team. And just in front of them is the 32 car that started by, well, Tom Alexander was on my grid sheet, but it looks like it's his teammate on board at the moment.
We have a brief moment of comedy as Matt Nicol-Jones had his right-hand turn signal and a big shunt there. That looks like the number 12. As we see a replay here, as the 6 gets loose, the 43 goes around and spins and stops, but that is not where the big impact was. The 12 just got out to driver's left. That looks like the run-up to Tete Rouge, and a big hit damages the Armco. Front end is completely skewed on that. Ooh, that's going to be a long cleanup as fluid is pouring out of the front of that car. The number 12 started by Chris Brown.
Yeah, just seemed to lose the back end between the S's and the right-hander at Tete Rouge, and unsurprisingly, the safety car is being deployed.
And the pit window is now open.
So the race leader, John Barnes, after a bit of a frightening moment for him up at Porsche Curves, he got through that and he's now in pit road, Nick Damon.
He is, and as he came to a stop, some grass fell out of his rear wheel, which he picked up before. In gets his teammate, Mark Farmer. So they've taken the opportunity of this. The car's in pure carbon, it's very attractive. So John Barnes doing a shorter stint than expected, I'm sure. They would have carried on going, but they're just stopping him now because it's under a safety car. This, of course, the key point of the safety car is it destroys all chance of Stuart Hall winning overall, because he needs as many. In fact, they look like they're going to pull Stewie in, perhaps for his mandatory 90 seconds pit stop now. So a lot of cars coming in earlier than they would do. There is the number 7 Beechstein car as well, pulling in behind. So a couple of seconds time, I'll have a word with John about falling off the track and get back on it again.
Yes, okay. So we'll look forward to that in a moment or two, as you say, handing over the car to Mark Farmer. And I was scrambling around for the name of the driver of the 32 car, by the way. It's not Tom Alexander, and hopefully my entry list will give us the name. Oh, it's Adrian Wilmot originally, and I've got a D. Clark on the screen, so I still can't provide you with an answer there, I'm afraid. Adrian Wilmot clearly not partnering with Tom Alexander, and all on his own was the 12 car, having that big moment, loads of coolant pouring out the front of the car, the front end well and truly mashed, and quite understandably there is a medical car down at Tete Rouge very quickly indeed. A steady stream of cars then deciding to pit at the earliest possible moment for them. In comes Clark in the 32 car and all 3 of the leading GT4 cars. So Wilmore is in, McNichol Jones is in, and the 77 car of Eric Barham's is in. So
Alex Welch is in as well, but he will not be changing out drivers. Most of the TRG crew, only one driver behind the wheels, so they will come to a stop 90 seconds later. They will continue back out on the circuit.
John Barnes is with Nick Damon.
John, well, that was a good start. Stop for you, a bit of a moment, shall we say?
Oh, it was massive off. The car has been really unstable at high speed all through the start of that race, and that was a real handful. So I'm quite glad that safety car came out so I could bring it into the pits, to be honest, because that wasn't fun.
So what, is it just because the conditions have changed, or is the track unpleasant?
I think the conditions have changed because it's a lot warmer. I think track temperature's a lot warmer than it has been when we've been out there before, and the tyres just turned to jelly underneath me. It was just all over the place. So we'll see how Mark gets on now. He's obviously going to have some cars to fight through because of the safety car, so we'll see how this plays out.
So have you given Mark any advice, or we just said, nah, it's fine, don't worry, I'll go as fast as you can?
Just told him to be really careful with it, so hopefully he can do that.
Thanks, Sean. And don't forget, this car is a rental, so they have to take it back, return it in good condition, or they'll lose their deposit.
As you have done in the past with all your rental cars, Nick.
Absolutely. Sometimes they've even got fuel in them.
Well, not in my experience.
Well, that Fiat couldn't go fast to get you in trouble, in fairness.
Now, Stuart Hall is waggling away at the wheels there, following 2 GT4 cars into pit road, and he wants to go a little bit faster, I get the impression. Everyone down to the required speed limit, though, as they cross the white line, and the DBR12 is in for its stop. So this will be the scheduled stop for Stuart Hall. He's gaining a bit of ground in that the cars are all behind the safety car, but of course he's also losing race laps, which will mean potentially he can't catch everybody else to take the race win.
He had gained about 11 spots since leaving the pit lane to start his version of the race. And I was going to do a Stewie Hall update just before that safety car came out.
Yep.
Up into 25th overall before making the pit stop. The top 5 still have yet to come in and pit, but we have 6th through 28th positions are all in the pit lane currently. So majority of the field, and I would imagine the top 5 would follow suit as soon as they get back to the pit lane.
Part of our Nismo pit lane team is Owen Mildenhall, and he's got a bit of news from some of these stops taking place, Owen.
Yes, there's a very expensive and very beautiful line of Aston Martins here waiting at the end of the pit lane for the light to go green and for the safety car to come past. But we've got the 11 car at the front of the queue, then the number 7 car with Liam Griffin in the car, and then number 98. So those 3 cars are now obviously in the prime spot when the light goes green and the safety car comes past.
Roll Goethe in the 98, who will stay in the car for the duration of the race. Nick Damon, what can you see?
I can see a very large queue of traffic, and I can see a world-famous baker as well. Paul Hollywood, you are now a Le Mans driver. Is that better than feeling Mary Berry's buns?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was amazing actually. There was a bit of a crash on the first lap and the first chicane, and then a couple of naughty guys sneaked through and got the jump on me on the straight, where I managed to keep up with some of them. And then I saw the big crash actually just before the Mulsanne straight, which was a bit of a nightmare. I hope he's all right. And then I've just been ploughing around. It's just been unbelievable. I mean, really incredible.
I mean, it must be a fantastic feeling, but we had a couple of other guys say the cars feel completely different in these conditions. Is that something you felt as well?
Yeah, I mean, when I first got into the GT4, it was pouring with rain. I was with Darren Turner in Silverstone, and this is beautiful condition. A bit hot at the beginning. We were left hanging in the car for about 3/4 an hour, so you started to heat up a bit. But when we got going, it was just fantastic. The grip on that the Beechstein GT4 is just stunning. It's become my little baby, and now David Richards is going out on him. No pressure.
I mean, obviously it's just for fun, but have you discussed your chance of podium in this class?
Not really. I mean, there's a lot of pros out there, you know, and I've only been, this is my third race. I think it'd be a bit cheeky of me to say, oh yeah, we'll hit a podium. David Richards will do us proud.
So this is your third race. Where are you going to go for your fourth race? Because Castle Combe wouldn't really cut it, would it?
I think at Alton Park. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to sit down and talk with Andrew from Beechstein and see what the next instalment. I've got a few races coming up this year, and then should be having to go to the GT3 later this year as well.
Well, it's the Monaco Grand Prix Indy 500 next year.
Yeah, all right, sign me up.
Thanks, Paul. Owen.
Hello there. I've got a very hot and very happy-looking Marek Reichman, Chief Designer of Aston Martin here. Marek, how was that stint?
It was fantastic. Really enjoyable. Obviously, the safety car came out. We made a few places. There were a few spinners in front of me. Made up a few. I had my own little 360-degree piece of entertainment, but it was immense fun. Great gentleman driving. Just unbelievable to be here. Tried to make some of my passing moves next to the Aston Martin hospitality. Hello, everyone. And it was great. It was a super stint.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Marek.
And thank you, Owen Mildenhall, for the update there from the pit lane. Whilst you were doing that, Shay and I in the commentary booth were seeing replays of the 12 car going off, and it was this wide line way out coming out of Forest S's over the white line, the curb, and indeed the grass, and the 12 car with no grip there at all. It switched ends so quickly for the 12 car of Chris Brown and straight in the wall. So a lot of clearing up to be done, but clearly the condition of Chris Brown is the priority for the marshals and the doctor down there. So take a little bit of time to clear all that up, and we still have 21 minutes to go on the clock. In fact, the flatbed is there now, so that suggests that Chris is out of the car, and clear up shouldn't be too much longer. Long lap here at the Le Mans 24 Hours, of course, 8.5 miles, and where's the front of the train? At Arnage. We're going to be lucky to re-racing again at the end of this lap, so it may be one more before we get underway.
I worry that it might be a few more. Just the Armco damage.
Yes.
There is quite a gap where there should not be between the Armco, but the pit lane looks like a very, very busy place right now. And one of the interesting little notes that I made when Nick was talking with John Barnes, he said that it was so hot today and that the tires just seemed to melt away. Well, Johnny, you are not sweating at the moment,
No.
and on Thursday you were melting.
I was.
It is not nearly as hot today as it was on Thursday, when they did have a fair bit of running, practice, and qualifying. So I don't know if maybe he's blocked Thursday from his memory and just chosen not to remember it, but it's not that much hotter, if at all, today. I would argue quite the opposite, as a matter of fact, about 10 degrees Celsius cooler today.
Little bit of wind, but only 8 k's, so not a strong gust by any stretch. That is bringing the temperature down very slightly, but just the ambient temperature as well is lower, you're right, than Thursday was.
5 miles an hour, for those of you who don't speak kilometres.
Very good, very good. I hadn't got the translation table right in front of me, but you've got it in your head.
It's up here, many years of going to Canada.
What I don't understand is there are images that we're being shown of cars stationary in the pit lane, and it's almost as if they're blocked and can't get out again. So that would make an awful lot of sense. Nick Damon buzzes me in the ear to say that there's a red light at the end of the pit lanes, and none of these cars, having made their stop, can get out. And although we haven't got a race stoppage scenario, Nick Damon, but at the moment none of those cars that have chosen to pit can actually rejoin the race.
Yeah, and I think because of the arm code damage, I'm not sure whether they've actually effectively put in a effective red car. I mean, otherwise they may be just running that very strict rule. You can only join at the back of the safety car queue.
Okay.
They all missed it. As you say, it's 7 minutes or so for a safety car to get round, or 8 minutes, so that when it comes out again, they'll let them all out in a train. At this point, obviously, if you did the extra lap, you're probably going to do quite well.
True, but of course those cars won't have stopped, and they still need to stop, and they need to stop in the next 3.5 minutes because the safety cuts, the pit lane window closes at 30 minutes into the race. Now, the green light is coming on at the end of the pit lane to release those cars.
And we did just have our last 2 pit callers dive in with the train of Audi medical vehicles that came back in. So hopefully all is good with the driver of the number 12, Chris Brown, and hopefully he'll be eager to tell some good old stories about what happened out there.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they'll be good necessarily, because depending on whether he owns or has borrowed that car, it's going to be expensive for whoever pays those bills. The 11 car heading through the Forest S's then is still driven by, or now driven by, Mark Farmer. And the flatbed and the marshals down there working hard to get this car out of the way, but it's proving pretty difficult because the front wheel's probably not rotating, and it might have been better to get the old straight lift on to hoist the car up onto the flatbed. They're going to try and push it though, but that gaping hole in the Armco barrier is the thing most worrying me, rightly pointed out, Shay.
And standing just next to the Armco was indeed a man in a fire suit tied down around his waist, clutching a helmet. It would not be a far stretch to assume that that would be the driver of the now injured flatbed-bound Aston Martin. And if so, great to see him out of the car and at least watching his poor baby now coming back not the way he had intended it to.
Entirely on his own, it just ran wide on the exit of Forest S's and heading up towards Tête Rouge, but the back broke away because there was no grip. It was on the grass, and the car just flipped around, and you get very little warning. The Armco is right up against the edge of the track there, and you can't arrest a big moment like that.
He's not the first one to lose it there, and
No.
certainly won't be the last. And it's just a shame that it had to happen with such a condensed period of time left in the race, such a big accident to happen, and the poor car now, coming back on a flatbed, it would much rather be driven into victory lane.
Here's Nick Damon.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm with the person I've been stalking all season. It's Tom Onslow Cole. I mean, Tom, we want to work out how we can both get a really good race together. So if you got start entry, something I want to come to because we're always together. Disappointed to have to come in early there?
For my own selfish personal reasons of driving laps of Le Mans, absolutely. For the race, I don't really know. I was actually coming to find you to ask you if you knew what's going on right now.
No, because they held you all at the end of the pit lane. So, but John Barnes seemed to think that they'd lost out from that. So perhaps you may have picked up the lead.
I think they might have, because I was timing things with my lovely Casio Edifice watch.
Oh, he's got America NASCAR. Perhaps we can do NASCAR together. Hey, the Aston Martin Casio car worked great today.
And I think they might have been slightly under the drive time, although the red light in the pit lane may have rectified that for them. But either way, it looks like they might be a lap down. But then I think some pitted a lap later than us as well. So currently, I haven't seen a screen, but I'd take a stab in the dark that a GT4 might be leading.
Well, at least you know that Stuart Hall can't catch you now.
Well, yeah, there is that. Or maybe it's helped him. I really don't know. No. Okay.
Tom, thank you very much. And of course, I have to say, legally, other timepieces are available.
So I understand. Yes, very nicely done. We'll make a professional broadcaster out of you yet, Nick Damon. It's going to take some work, though, I get the feeling. Right, so we've actually had most of the cars in the field pit here. I can perfectly understand why the safety car has to come around before you're unleashed from the pit lane, because everyone's going to start racing as soon as they go out on the track, and that's the incident area, isn't it? Moments into the lap down at Tête Rouge, the last thing you want is a load of people trying to power around and catch up with a safety car. So I understand that rule. Unfortunately, in a 45-minute race, it's kind of destroyed the event for some of the cars. If you've stopped at the right time and you're still in that train having made the pit stop, then you're still very much in the equation. Now, Chris Brown's car, having reached the back of the flatbed and being strapped on securely, is now being moved away from the scene. Nice bit of reversing there. The right way down the circuit, but the truck's facing the wrong way at Tête Rouge.
The car's facing the right way.
You're right, yes. It looks rather sorry for itself, though, not as the designer intended, sadly. Now, there are many other beautiful Aston Martins still in this race and eager to get going again, even though the name hasn't switched around on our timing screen. It's Mark Farmer now on board. Got an opportunity to see the 11 car having that frightening moment up at Porsche curves. Got so squirrely on John Barnes, and he did very, very well to keep the car out of the metal railings there. It's really narrow through Porsche curves, as Jan Magnussen and was it Jean-Luc Roda in the Labra car proved earlier on today.
Scary incidents, both of them, and as John just pointed out, the tow truck reversing, imitating Mater from Cars, and doing his best impression by using the mirrors to back up, and quite a fine job, actually, must say. Well done, round of applause for him. But looks like we should maybe be getting back to green soon if they can get those barrier repairs done. It's not safe to go out with the Armco like that.
13 minutes to go, and the question is, are we going to get going this time around? Because if the Armco needs fixing, it's going to take longer than 10 minutes, and I fear that we may not have any more racing laps in this race. I really hope we do. As Stuart Hall now turns right an Arnage, he's just ahead of the number 24 car. And would that be right as far as those cars being on the lead lap? Where is Stuart Hall listed now? 19th position, ahead of Tom Black in the Vantage Racing yellow and blue car. So yeah, up to 19th, made the stop of course. So he's good to go to the finish, as the lead part of the safety car train is now at Porsche curves.
Just a thought. The cars being grouped up together with Stuart Hall and all that horsepower, lightweight car, could this turn out to be a massive advantage for him? He can pick them off like flies if they get back to green.
Yeah, that's right.
So he just needs to hope that Tom Onsokol's co-driver does not run away with the race, because if the field stays fairly close together, it should be to Stuart's advantage if we can get back to green.
But it depends how many laps he's got to do it, because if we don't go racing again at the end of this one, then it's going to be about another 6-minute wait before the cars get going. The lights are still flashing on the safety car, by the way, so it is going to be at least one more lap under safety car conditions, whilst the number 12 car is stretched away well and truly, but also they fill in that gap on the Armco barrier. It might require some new sections of Armco barrier and new struts in behind it as well. So this is not going to be a quick job. Clearly the race continues though under the safety car, and let's hope the officials do already a sterling job, but a real quick job to get that barrier fixed, and maybe just get one racing lap, and we'll see how far up Stuart Hall can get.
Pit window is now officially closed. Would have closed about 5 minutes ago, but it's just now coming up on the screen. As such, as we see Derek de Boer and the number 19 as well being driven by Jean-Paul Herman, still in the pit lane. So they've missed the window at this point in time. Don't know what sort of penalty that'll be for them, but it's been a long last lap for each of them behind the safety car. Now they're losing even more time spending it on pit road.
So they just came into the pits today as the cars came by?
Yes.
Well, there is a car going out now. Right, so they've been sat there for a little while, still listed as 5th and 6th, but that won't be correct. It'll be 5th place actually for the 11 car of Mark Farmer. And he is ahead of one of the Bichstein cars, I notice. Now, barrier work is going to take place. There is a crane there ready to put in new sections of Armco and put the struts in behind as well to make sure that it is safe. That's something that happens regularly during the main race here, so it'll be a well-practiced scenario.
Hopefully not needed this weekend, though.
Indeed, but I just worry that it's going to take a bit longer than this safety car lap. Safety car driver maybe just decreasing the pace that he's circling around. Everyone bunching up as they head onto the Mulsanne straight then.
What a great opportunity for this safety car driver, getting to wheel around a 177 on this beautiful circuit with the helmet on, so you know he's not taking his time getting around. That, John, that's what you should have been doing today. As he nods sagely.
I hope they've put enough fuel in it, because I don't think it had planned to do this many laps but the tank will be by far big enough. Nick Damon has news on the 16 car.
Yeah, just trolled in. I thought, oh no, I've been caught out. There is one person left. Shay was right. But no, Shay's not right. Hurrah, because it's coming with an engine. Look, hurrah, it's coming with an engine problem, obviously. This is my pettiness coming out. Hooray, it's come out with an engine problem. It's the Andrew Jarman Hiroi Akoni car, the 16 machine. A lot of staring and pointing, bonnet off. Going nowhere. I mean, they got 6 minutes anyway because the light is red at the end of the pit lane. But this is an unscheduled stop for the Alpha Classics racing machine.
Thank you. So the 16 car, which on the screen, well, it's down in 35th position, being shown as stopped on the circuit. Well, it is stopped in the pit lane, so I suppose that's technically correct. 8.5 minutes on the clock still to go, and the safety car line, which is very, very long indeed, stretching all the way back almost to Tete Rouge. They're turning right and left now through the first chicane. And the Tom Onslow Cole car, which is effectively the race leader, caught up right at the back there, so they may well be a wave by. And that's assuming that the race gets back underway. But the Bilstein car leads the way, even though it's not the first car in the safety car train.
Listed in second is one Miss Christina Nielsen. She did a fine job while we were still under green to work her way up. And then through the speediness of TRG in their pit stops, although they all had to be stationary for 90 seconds, doesn't mean that you might not lose a second here or there taking advantage of things. Those guys on the pit box know what they're doing. They are very, very good about watching the clock, taking advantage of every little thing that they can. And Christina in second, Kevin Buckler in fourth, 2 team cars both going for GT3 overall win in this case because Stewie Hall is so far back. This could be an interesting finish if we do get back to green, which I thoroughly hope we do.
Nick Damon in my ears quite rightly points out it's now Paul White in the number 21 car, and of course it is. The name hasn't flipped round on the screen, so that's misleading me. But Tom Onslow Cole did the opening stint. Paul White, now the owner of the car, is on board the 21 car right now. And being that far down in the safety car train, well, we thought this whole scenario might benefit Stuart Hall, but of course, if we do get underway again, what he's got to do is get by the cars immediately in front of him. That doesn't mean that he's then in the race lead. He's got to do a full lap to catch up with the 21 car, which is so far down in the order.
Question about that, though. Does he really? Because looking at the timing and scoring, we're showing him on the same lap as, the people up until 5th. So, yes, you would be correct. So he could get up as high as 5th place.
Yeah, correct. And then that would be it. And that would be done relatively easily. If we have one racing lap, then the DBR 1-2 would be able to do that.
Oh, no. Bad news for John Gaughan, the number 2, as his car has come to a stop. Can't quite see where that is from that last angle. But bad news for him, and he's been so eager to drive this circuit again. It's been a couple years for him. Doesn't look like he's going to get any laps at pace today.
Looked like second chicane on the exit, and the front left was not there at all. The wheel was, but the tyre wasn't on the rim, so an issue there. Strange.
Minor details.
Well, yeah, but why would that happen behind a safety car, that the tyre's gone bang? Anyway, no tyre on the front left rim, I noticed, as it was being wheeled back into a safe position. 5 minutes and 40 to go, and the red flag is being shown. So decision made there, and I think really the officials left with no other decision. Stuart Hall kind of easing back, raring for a restart, but sadly, I'm afraid we're not going to get that because the Armco damage too severe to get this race up and running. So it will be, I reckon, a win to Tom Onslow Cole and to Paul White. White at the wheel of the car at the moment. Christina Nielsen in the number 82 car should get second position, and third place for Kevin Buckler in the number 81 car, sharing with Rob Nimkov. Of course, it depends where they take the result from, though. If there are laps back and they take the result from maybe a couple of laps ago, did things change a great deal?
Yes,
possibly not.
John Gaughan just stopped.
Oh, you're
he
right.
had been running in third.
So on the count back, he may well get a result.
Yes, so he right now is keeping his fingers crossed, but if not, that would be a 2 podium spot for TRG. Not bad for them in terms of the GT3 class. In GT4, we have the 42 from the 41, so the 2 team cars, Dennis Strandberg not getting to turn any laps behind the green today, and Mr. Barwick got behind the wheel. I'm not sure if he got to do any either in the 41. No, because Will Moore started the car as well. So a bit disappointing for those drivers. You can't help but feel for them. Daniel Roos back in the 77 will finish third if the results are as they are now. He co-drove with Eric Burns. Again, no green laps for him. I would be very frustrated if I was a driver.
Yeah, wonderful fight in GT4, which Matt Nicol-Jones, Will Moore and Eric Barehams really turned on the style. And sadly for their teammates, Daniel Roos, who else do we have? Dennis Strandberg in the GT4 car as well, having fun in those machines. And Adrian Barwick as well, as Shay quite rightly said. But those drivers not able to get racing laps under their belts. The checkered flag now has been dished out, by the way, so although it's a red flag around the circuit, the checkered flag is now being displayed, and that will give the win to, well, this is slightly confusing now because the screen's flicked around again. Oh no, it's reset itself. So yeah, if I was a betting man, I would have put the 21 car as the winner. We'll see whether they can actually put a winning margin on that or not, depending on when the cars last came through and whether it was at race speed. But the 21 car, the Bilstein liveried machine, yellow and blue, will take the race win from Christina Nielsen. Some question marks about who finishes in third.
Well, and question marks about the red flag as well, because there were 5 minutes plus when the red flag came out, and the clock continues to run.
Yes.
The fans must not be very happy about this. They've effectively lost 20 minutes of green flag running and racing and have instead been treated to a parade lap. I'm hearing some noises from outside, and they are not cheers.
So let's hand down to our Nismo pit lane team and Nick Damon. Go on, Nick.
Yeah, there is jeering. There's jeering from the crowd, but it's nothing to do with the red flag. It's everything to do with the French Prime Minister, Francois Hollande, who is doing a pit walk and is on the big screens.
I see.
So that's a political moan. Let me see if I can grab a quick word with Andrew Howard. It's getting worse now. Andrew Howard. Andrew, first of all, any idea what happened to the car with John Gore?
It's had a puncture, front left puncture. So it was all fairly robust early on, so whether he picked it up in the first stint, I don't know.
We're a bit confused about what the actual result's going to be. Will it go back to before the safety car or back 2 laps? Do you have any idea what the final result will be?
Well, if it was normal, it'll go back to before the safety car. But it's a fairly unique environment, so yes, who knows? Who knows? I mean, it should only go back 2 laps, ideally. I mean, that's how officially, from a red flag, you're supposed to go two laps back, but don't know.
Bit of a sad end to a great event, though.
Do you know, it's such a fabulous thing. It's a fabulous race in terms of from an Aston or whoever does it. Yeah, and it is, because there are very few people who will ever drive the Le Mans circuit. You know, and a lot of effort, a lot of time goes in for a 45-minute race.
Thank you, and good luck and bad luck for your team. Thank you. Cheers.
And good luck next season to Wycombe Wanderers, quite possibly as well.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, oh well. It's probably best not to scrape
not to pour injury on him. He lost the playoff finals. You know, his car, one of his cars broken down. He didn't get all the time he paid for.
Don't pick at the scab anymore.
Everyone's booing Francois Hollande. He probably thinks it's him.
Andrew Howe is a lovely man, but yeah, he's not had a particularly race to remember in this. The 7 car should get maybe a 6th place finish with Liam Griffin. But it's a good point, actually, that Andrew Howard makes, because they didn't change tyres during the pit stops. Some of them changed drivers, but it's still the same rubber for these cars, Michelin rubber for the Astons. And if it had been tested a little bit with some curb hopping during the opening stint, and then obviously that tyre's given way behind the safety car. But I still think that John Gore and Phil Drabble will get the result, because they weren't the reason for the red flag, and B, Andrew's quite right, on the count back, it goes back normally 2 laps to include John Gore in the result.
Well, then that should mean a class win for the 7 as well, because they were leading GT2 a couple laps ago. So that would be good news for them, and a bit of a bright light, I suppose, if you could even call it that.
Yeah, and as Andrew made out as well during his interview with Nick Damon, it is a festival atmosphere. I think these drivers have been here since about Wednesday, so they will have had a good time, a good week here at Le Mans. Yes, the rain really hammered down on one of those days, but it was swelteringly hot on Thursday, as we've already described, and I'm sure that they will have certain good memories from their trip to France, even though the race wasn't one for the memory banks particularly.
Well, and good news that they did get those practice and qualifying sessions, because that is time around this circuit, and ultimately that's what you come here for. You want to be a part of the festivities and the excitement surrounding the 24 Hours of Le Mans, getting to drive on this circuit. That in itself is worthwhile. And I am just sort of a little bit frustrated at the fact of what could have been with the 17th place finishing car, Stewie Hall. He had such an opportunity. He didn't run out of fuel, which he should be very happy about, because that was his biggest concern, so mission accomplished there. But how far could he have gotten up the field? And Johnny, with that handicap, you and I were excited to see if he could do it in the end. And I just feel a little bit wanting for something more, because especially for Stewie, who now has, that other race to go and participate in.
Oh, yeah, I'd forgotten about that one.
Yeah. He'll be a bit disappointed as well, but hopefully he gets lots of seat time in that one and gets to drive his beautiful P1 car yet again at some point in the future. Let's hope that it doesn't end behind the safety car.
No, I'm sure it won't, and that is very much a museum piece, funnily enough. It seems strange to talk about a car that raced here in 2009 and 10 to be a kind of instant classic, but everybody loved that Aston, particularly the scream that it made down the Mulsanne Straight, and it was wonderful to have that car back here, driven by one of its original drivers. And Stuart Hall, was at pains to make the point to me on Wednesday when I spoke to him that he just wanted to bring it back in one piece so as not to upset Roel Goethe, and he's done absolutely that. He will have pleased many fans, Aston Martin fans, around this circuit, and most importantly, that car comes back into the paddock in exactly the same condition as it started. So the Aston Martin Festival is done for another year. That should be back in a couple of years' time, in time for the 85th running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. My thanks to Nick Damon and Owen Mildenhall down in the pit lane for bringing us all the news on the pit stops. Thanks, Shea Adam, for your insight as well, particularly with some of those American teams that have come across to witness the 24 Hours and get involved with the Aston Martin Festival. From myself, Johnny Palmer, thanks for joining us. And stay tuned to Mobil One RadioLeMans.com for the rest of the event.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at RadioLeMans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
speculation and debate,
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com.
Mobil One 91.2 FM around the circuit and around the world at RadioLeMans.com. Hello, I'm John Hindhoff. Now, one of the things we all know here, it's an absolute, motorsport is terribly expensive. If you're going to take it up, if you're going to start a career, even if you're going to have a bit of fun, it's going to cost a relatively large amount of money to do it at any kind of level at all. And certainly a brand new car from a major manufacturer, and even if it's a single make series, you're going to be out of pocket for many thousands of pounds, dollars, euros, or whatever. Well, that's what I thought too, until we found out about the Nissan Micra Cup Canada. Spoke about it on Midweek Motorsport a few weeks ago, and here to talk us through it is a man who's given it a try. Welcome to Brian Max. Brian, welcome along to Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM with Mobil One. First of all, tell us what you do.
I do a few things. So I write for Autocar in the UK from time to time. And I write for a newspaper chain here in Canada. We have 170 newspapers across the country and a couple other magazines as well. But I also, even though I'm based in Canada, I also race primarily in club racing in the US.
Now, when you are writing, are you normally writing about street cars, are you?
Yeah, it's I typically focus on performance and premium cars, road cars, right. And because of my motorsport background, I do the occasional playing with other people's race cars.
yes, as we all try to do. I'm trying to get into that as well, as you well know. And the reason that we've got Brian on a couple of 3 weeks ago, you may remember, we mentioned the Nissan Micra Cup. in Canada, which when we worked it out seemed to be 3 and 4 pence for a season. And it just so happens that Brian knows a little bit about this because you've been involved in the early part of this season. First of all, tell us about the series and tell us about how you got involved, Brian.
There's an interesting thing about the series. We haven't had sort of spec racing in Canada, or one make series in Canada, in a long time, and the promoter of the series is a colleague of mine, who's actually another motoring journalist and also races. And when the Micra was announced a little over a year ago for the Canadian market, he proposed the idea to Nissan. And as the story goes, it took about 10 minutes for them to consider the idea and green light it.
So that really was a no-brainer. Now, this is the little car. For those of you who don't know, go and look it up on any of the search sites, the Nissan Micra. It's the little car that used to be built in Sunderland, in my hometown. I guess that's the 1 litre, is it?
Ours are manufactured at their big facility in Mexico, and I think it's the 1.6 with a whopping 100 and something horsepower, just over 100 horsepower.
Let's remind everybody, the original Peugeot 205 GTI was 105 horsepower, and we were talking about that as a hot hatch within our lifetime. It's a spec series, so clearly the price needs to be kept down. And before you tell us about the money, because we've already discussed that a little bit on the show, tell us what modifications are we looking at, and who does that, Brian?
So a competitor will buy the complete race car, essentially from the promoter. So it's no longer a road-going car. I think Nissan wants to make sure these are all race cars, and they fully prepare the car for competition, and you really can't modify it since it's a one make series.
Okay.
So they start with in terms of performance modifications, they put a different muffler on it, so it sounds a little racier. But they also add the Nismo suspension kit from the Note, not the Micra or the March. So the Note's a little bit heavier, and it is the same platform, so it all bolts in, but it's got stiffer spring rates. Yeah. So now the cars roll a lot, mind you, and it's pretty exciting. Otherwise, the modifications are limited to brake pads, wheels, and the Pirelli slicks. And the rest of it is all safety modifications for motor racing. So, kill switch and a wonderful proper OMP racing seat and harness. And the competitors have no options. They can't personalize, they can't change the seat, they can't change the steering wheel. Yeah. They have to run the car exactly as it was delivered.
It's a cage, a racing seat, a 5-point harness, a fire extinguisher, and all the bits that you would expect. It's a standard set of alloy wheels and with low-profile high-performance tyres as well by Pirelli, and that's all spec. So that's great, and I like this. So there's clearly been a lot of weight taken out the car because there's no other seats in there. There's very little other trim as well. So 109 horsepower at a thrashing 6,000 RPM from that 16-valve 4-cylinder, but 107 foot-pounds of torque at 4,400. So it's all right. I kind of like this. So that's going to put the onus very much on the driver, Brian. Now, you've had a test day and a couple of races on that, and I'm very envious because I know you've been to Mont Tremblant to race this car. Tell us a little bit about how it went and what the uptake's been on the series.
In my series in the US, I'm accustomed to qualifying up front, and this was a little bit different. I'd never been to Tremblant before, and really hadn't figured things out yet. And of course, it's not my race car either. So I was trying to be somewhat respectful and not go off during testing. So I got up to speed fairly quickly, and then became obvious that the car and driver are optimized at whatever the minimum weight is, and the driver is valued at 180 pounds, and I might be a little more than 180 pounds.
Yes, but that's obviously that's your success ballast. You're like me. You've been successful, and you carry your success ballast with you. I have no problem with that.
you know, John. So, as I discovered at Mont Tremblant, the single most important corner at Tremblant is corner 8, which is a hairpin, and it's a right-hander. And given, of course, we're in North America, I'm sitting on the left side of the car. And with an open differential, as that car is equipped, I could not put the power down out of that corner. So I was at a little disadvantage. There's no problem anywhere else in the circuit, but the challenge was getting out of that corner.
I love the idea of you having to almost shuffle across to the other side, sort of motorcycle and sidecar passenger style, to do a bit of weight transfer onto the inside front wheel. I love it.
And it's so frustrating. I've looked at some of my race footage, and I'm screaming at myself in the car and some of the competitors to just get by me so I can get a tow down that long straight. But that's it. I was sort of mid pack in all of that, despite getting up to speed relatively quickly. Hadn't really figured out the tires by the time qualifying came around. Ended up qualifying 15th.
Ooh, nice. Out of how many?
I think there were 23 cars.
Wow, well done.
That's I could not make that car go any faster with me in the driver's seat. So, I'd love to have been a little further up front, but my first race went relatively well, and I start really well. So, I passed I think 4 cars on the first lap of the first race. So we were getting there, and but 4 laps in, I got passed down that long straight and was going door to door through a couple of corners, and got taken out by a regular series competitor.
Oops.
In a fast 4th gear corner. So I did everything to keep it off the wall and on the track surface, and then of course rejoined the race in last place. Managed to get back up to 15th, but that just goes to show how fierce the competition is. And since this is based in Quebec, there's the level of seriousness that Quebec drivers take motor racing is a lot different than we do here in Ontario, our province where I live. And it's a more sort of European flavor than anything else. So it's highly, highly competitive.
2 races a weekend. You were at Mont Tremblant for that, what they call the Spring Classic on the 22nd of May. They go to Mont Tremblant again for a couple of more events. That's 4 more races. Trois-Rivières for the Grand Prix of Trois-Rives, the end of July, beginning of August. Autodrome Saint-Eustache, and supported the Canadian Grand Prix at the Ile Gilles Villeneuve as well. Brilliant.
And as the series has been doing, they've been selling more cars, so they're going to have near or more than 30 entries.
No way. But I'm not surprised, because let's talk about the price point, because this is quite important. And I hope somebody is listening in Europe who wants to put a race series together, because this is the way to do it. The street car in Canada is just under 10,000 Canadian dollars, which is about, I've just looked it up actually, and it's £5,200 or thereabouts. Which I know people who've spent more on TV sets on. I know people who have spent more on handbags than that. Now, how much does the race prep then add? And bear in mind, you have to buy this from the promoter, so there's no messing about. It's an absolute spec. So the race micro becomes
it's another $10,000, so it's $19,998 Canadian.
Right, hang on, let me do that work out. That's £10,497 pounds. 10,497. Okay, so that is about how much the road car is in the UK. So and that's fully prepped, ready to go. Now, clearly there's entry fees, there's going to be consumables, there's a bit of travel. If you were doing the full season, Brian, and I know that's what you're looking to do next year, do you keep the car yourself, or do they travel it? Do you get your own car, or is it part of a pool? How does that work?
You actually keep it in and you maintain it.
Okay, so you bring it on your trailer and you spanner it. Okay, so there's now that's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I reckon that's a 12 race season, with a bit of testing on the beginning. So what, another $20,000 Canadian on the top of that, maybe?
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They expect costs to run a solid season will be another 20,000 Canadian dollars.
So all in all, you'll have spent 40,000 Canadian dollars, which is about £21,000 in the UK, which is a family car. Basically, what sort of people are racing this, and are these people who are doing it for a bit of fun? Are they seeing a stepping stone to something else? And what are Nissan throwing into it? And is there a huge prize at the end of it, or is it just for a bit of fun and a bit of self-aggrandizement?
You know what? They're taking it very seriously at a global level. So next time you run into our mate Darren Cox, he knows all about this. What GT Academy has done is they've sent 2 of their youngest, latest GT Academy winners to compete in the series all season long.
Wow!
So there's one bloke from Thailand who's I can't pronounce his name. But he won both races, and not because he's got a better car than anyone else, but he's a good shoe. And there's another bloke from India who, again, is just as quick, didn't have as much luck as the winner did.
So the guy from Thailand will be Tanaraj Tanasitakate. And Abhinay Bikani will be the Indian GT Academy guy. That's very interesting. Now, you've had a little go now. I fear that this is not going to be the last time we see you in one of these. You've really got the bug for this, Brian, haven't you?
I've my helmet and Hans' device and race suit are always ready to go. So I'd love another go this season, but we'll see. But the Nissan Canada is talking about expanding the series beyond Quebec and running an Ontario-based series, which is where I live. And if that's the case, we're seriously considering running 2 cars in the series next year. And given my experience just in the first weekend, it's going to be hyper competitive, and a lot of really inexpensive fun. And it's hard to go as quickly and as competitively in motor racing, and since it's a spec series, it's a level playing ground. Also gives me motivation to get a little fitter and down to that 180-pound range.
Yeah, good luck with that. I've already I'm on the site now. It's www.nissan.ca/Micra-Cup. But if you search for Micra Cup Canada, that's the first thing that comes up. And I've already noticed media, 2 media cars. So we need to start thinking about next year's calendar immediately and find out if there's anything around my trip to Canadian Tires Motorsport Park that we can fit in for a midweek motorsport special. That sounds right up my alley, because I've always liked the Micra. I always thought it was a fun little car to drive. Brian, thanks for coming on. Brilliant that we've been able to hook up with you, and thanks to Declan Brennan for putting us together. We wish you all the best, and keep writing that good stuff as well in your, I suppose, in your day job.
Yeah, I'll do my best. John, thank you very much for having us. Real fun.
RadioLeMans.com. The inside story on the teams, suppliers and circuits. Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome along to another Radio Le Mans Inside Story. Cast your minds back, those of you that can, about 12 months, and I spent a very interesting half an hour in the company of the man who's sitting next to me again, Bruce Crawley, who is from Mobil 1, when we talked through the history of synthetic lubricants, and Mobil 1 in particular, of course, and how that particular product, which we all take for granted nowadays, has developed down through the years, and particularly how it has developed with regards to its role in motorsport. Bruce is back with me again for another look, a year on, here at Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. And first of all, just remind all of our listeners, Bruce, what your role is within Mobil 1.
Yeah, hello John. Yeah, my role with Mobil 1 is, quite simply actually, to make our customer teams' cars go around the track faster. So we're looking at all sorts of different ways of achieving that goal. And, the more obvious ones are, reducing the friction in the engine, so lubricant can reduce friction in the engine and get more horsepower. But another area that we're working on, and have been for a few years now actually quite heavily, is to get the cars to run hotter as well. So the lubricant can enable the car to run hotter, and that has some interesting performance gains from an aerodynamic point of view. So generating less drag, less cooling area on the car, and more downforce as well. So those two things in combination make the car go around the track quicker. So sometimes it's not the obvious things that you think about from a lubricant point of view that make the car go quicker. It's some secondary effects, like for example making the car go quicker through running it hotter.
Just give me a little potted history of Mobil 1 and fully synthetic motor oil, because it was something that was seen up until relatively recently as something that was very exotic, but it's been around for a while.
Yeah, it has actually. Just recently we celebrated 40 years, our 40-year anniversary. Going back in time, we have to go all the way back to the early 1970s. So that was when the product was in the lab being developed. Connection with motorsport goes all the way back to that laboratory development work that was going on. So in the 70s it was a product, it was an idea, it was a concept that was developed, and it was looking for a home. So it wasn't clear really where the applications would be coming from. I mean, obviously we hoped that we would find applications in everyday consumer car application. But what actually happened to start off with was we ran it in rally cars. So it was a street type of car, but a racing rally car nonetheless. So the first actual application, automotive application for Mobil 1 was in Opel Ascona rally cars. We were talking to GM Opel in Europe in those days about the product, and in fact we were talking to many car manufacturers about the product and its capability, and they grabbed it and said, well, let's try it in a rally car application. And it worked fantastically well. They were really impressed with the performance of the product from a durability point of view, from a protection point of view, from a performance point of view in general, and that really got us up and running. It was that race rally proof of performance that actually was used when the product was commercially launched to the consumer. That was sort of the backdrop of it, and of course, we've just continued in that mode for the last 40 plus years.
I love the idea of somebody somewhere in a ExxonMobil lab going, "Ooh, I've created synthetic oil. What shall we do with it?" I mean, clearly it wasn't quite like that, but it sounds as though the possibility had been talked about, thought about, theorised, and then was made real before you thought about, well, 40 years down the road, this will be first fill in every Porsche, in various performance cars and other vehicles as well. It's almost cart before the horse, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the code name for the oil at that time, right at the beginning, was NCEO, which is New Concept Engine Oil. That's what the product was known as before it was given the Mobil 1 brand name. So yes, it really was new concept. What can we do? How can we stretch the performance envelope of lubricants? Where will that take us?
So born out of completely blue sky thinking, for someone to even have gone that far in their thinking in the late 60s, early 70s was quite exciting. It must have been great to have been involved with it.
I know several of the guys who worked on the original project. In fact, one of them, a gentleman called Tony Harlow, still does trackside support for us in Formula 1. So Tony's still around. Yeah, I think, it was known the capability of synthetic lubricant technology was known prior to this. We've done some work with the military, US Air Force and so on, so the greases were developed. So the capability was known, and really the vision was, okay, we think we can take this type of product and take it into an automotive situation, so to lubricate an engine. The story really over the last 40 plus years has been automotive engineering technology catching up with the capability of Mobil 1 synthetic lubricant technology. So, in the early days it was slow. There was, adoption was slow. There are cost implications as well. It's expensive technology, and everybody's looking for a benefit. They're paying out more money for a product.
The kind of tolerances that we find in road engines now being what would have been in fact, dreamed about in motorsport not so very long ago. And that's the sort of thing that you're talking about the repeatability of this kind of engine machining, even in fairly large volumes, being a dream in those days. And that's what you mean about that catching up. And I found that fascinating when we talked about it last year. What I think is also interesting is you mentioned there Opel Ascona, General Motors, and of course Corvette at Le Mans, General Motors. 40 odd years later, clearly not the same oil that you're giving to the Chevy racing team, the Corvette racing team, as was in those rally cars down the years. But what role do you see Mobil 1 performing then with the likes of Chevrolet, which is a racing engine but born very much like those Opel Asconas from a street car?
Yeah, so if you look at the situation with Corvette, the role that we play there is one of determining what the most efficient lubrication solution is for that particular engine. And within those constraints, we also work with the designers of the engine in order to try and exploit some further performance benefits that might arise from a certain combination of design and materials and lubrication. But primarily what we do is to identify what the most efficient lubricant is for that particular engine application. As it turns out, Corvette are using a Mobil 1 0W50 racing oil. That turns out to be the most efficient, best performing lubricant solution, and that's a product that actually you can purchase. So
that's off the shelf, so that's nothing bespoke particular for them.
Correct. Not that we have not looked at bespoke.
Right.
We have actually looked at bespoke as well. Yeah. So we've sort of mapped the engine from a friction response point of view, and also taking into account durability targets for the engine as well. As it turns out, because we don't have any constraints as far as lubricant selection is concerned, Mobil 1 Racing 050 oil turns out to be the best solution for that particular engine.
They don't always race in 24-hour races with the Corvette. So for 2 hours 45, 100 minutes, 4 hours, do they use a different solution for that?
No, they actually use the same solution. And so if you look at what happens when the car comes to the track, development work is done away from the track on a dynamometer where you can simulate what happens. So the speeds, loads, temperature, forces that are applied on the engine to the engine on the track, you can simulate all of that. So when you bring that to the track, what you're then trying to do is to hit your marks. So the race engineer is saying, okay, I need to run this engine in this temperature window in order for me to get the maximum performance. So we've already predetermined what that should be, and then when you get to the track, you're then trying to set the car up so you hit those marks, and then you know that you're getting maximum performance from the package when you're running on the track.
And verify the data that you've got, because all the simulations that you do in the world, there's nothing better than getting a car out with bodywork on a track.
Absolutely. So the experiment, if you like, continues.
Yes.
It continues. We do the work away from the track. We do all our prove out, initial prove out, but the final proof of pudding and how well you perform is obviously at the track. What happens at the track is, as you rightly say, is not the same as that happens in that sort of rarefied, controlled atmosphere that you've got in a test cell.
But presumably, with the experience that you and the engineers have got, you build that in with the data that you see in the test cell.
Indeed, and the really nice thing about our Mobil 1 lubricant technology is that we do have this headroom of performance available.
What do you mean, Bruce, by headroom of performance then?
Headroom of performance is very important in racing in particular, because what happens in the real world on the track is not necessarily what you expect and what you've proven out in the dyno, back in the factory when you've been doing your development work. So it's important to have this safety margin. Radiators get blocked up with debris, so you start off the race with a higher cooling capacity available to you than if you look at what's happening at the end of 24 hours. You've got all that rubber coming off the tyres, and so if you look at the operating temperature, and more than that, you've got night and day, you've got changing weather conditions and so on. You will have to take into account quite a broad range of operating temperature envelope for a 24-hour race. And therefore you need to factor in that headroom there, because your cooling capacity will go down, your temperatures may go up or down. So what actually happens on the track is not the same as what happens in the laboratory environment, if you like, away from track within development. Having said that, we are still using our track racing to provide us with data for development purposes and to verify, okay, are we in the position that we thought we were?
Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
Joining us now, Corvette Program Manager Doug Fehan. Mobil One's partnership with General Motors goes all the way back to the Opel Rally program, and now in 2015, that chain has been unbroken through all these years.
Well, dating back to the fall of 1996, when we assembled this program and presented it to management, Mobil One was always part of that plan, even before the program began. And that was based on that basic relationship, that historical relationship that you just spoke. So we started this relationship with Mobil One before the program ever turned a wheel.
Why synthetic oil for this program?
Well, you know, in the early days of synthetics, they did not have a widely accepted formula. In other words, there were some manufacturers who didn't like it because they purportedly had leaks in their oiling system and oil lines, and a very prominent brand whose name will go unmentioned here refused to use synthetics for a number of years because they couldn't keep it in their motors. All right, it was so slippery, and in ungasketed areas it would leak out. They eventually changed the motors because they began to see the benefits of the synthetics. Synthetics deliver more horsepower because they're able to operate at lower viscosities. There is no sacrifice in durability, and as a matter of fact, saw an increase in durability and reliability with them. We've used them from day one. It's been in the Corvette, starting with the C5 since day one, in its synthetic form. We use the same oil that you're buying off the shelf at your local auto parts store.
That longevity portion is what amazes so many people. People are used to 3,500 miles changing their oil when they're using conventional motor oil. In a race car, how does that help?
It's a testament to the basic qualities of the product itself. Anytime then the manufacturer tells you you can extend oil life, you know it's a superior product. I mean, you can use that as a guideline. The manufacturer is going to have you change that as frequently as he thinks he can sell you to change it because he knows it makes a difference. And I think when you look at the relationship between the fossil-based lubricants and the synthetic lubricants, they clearly provide better protection and allow the consumer to extend the time between oil changes. It's quite simply, it works, and it's been proven over the years. You know, when they were initially introduced, people were skeptical about that. Well, I change my oil every 3,000 miles. Well, okay, go ahead. I'm telling you from a practical standpoint, the reason you can extend it is because it works better.
You said earlier the lower viscosity allows you to make more horsepower. How does that work in layman's terms?
Well, it would just be like if you had your swimming pool filled with Jell-O or your swimming pool filled with water and someone told you to walk from one side to the other. You can walk to the other side a lot more quickly if it's filled with water than if it's filled with Jell-O. And that's the same thing the reciprocating parts inside your engine experience. So the crankshaft, the rods, the pistons, everything that's sloshing through that oil, when it's heavier, it has to carry the weight of that lubricant along with it. Now that doesn't sound like much, but I can tell you in a race engine that's developing 500 horsepower, the use of synthetics can probably garner you maybe 10 additional horsepower, which on a racetrack like Le Mans is significant.
We talk a lot about transference from the race car to the street, especially with Corvette. That's a very important and relevant point for Corvette.
You know, any successful race team cannot do it by themselves. The key to success is in your strategic partnerships that you're able to build over time, such as we have done with Mobil One. Now, just having the product is one thing, and obviously superior performance, we've already outlined that. What you don't see and what's behind the scenes is at the conclusion of every event, we ship our engine oil and our gear lube lubricants, which are also Mobil 1, okay, back to Mobil 1 lab. They review and examine the lubricants out of each engine and out of each differential. And they're looking for a lot of different things. They're looking for the breakdown of their own product. They're also looking for trace amounts of different metals and different materials that are inside the engine and the gearbox to see what might be wearing, how the lubricant itself is operating inside there. So we have written a vast historical document on every racetrack in which we go on the performance of those lubricants. And over time, that has led to improved product, okay? When we started out, I forget the viscosity of the first synthetic, but I mean, I can tell you now we're down to about 0 viscosity. And we may have started at about 30. And that's come in parallel to what's going on in racing. And not just, I can't attribute all that to Corvette because we use that in the Chevrolet NASCAR program as well. And there's a lot of miles and a lot of engines running there. So that whole Mobil 1 philosophy of not just supplying you with a great product, but also following up and doing the research that they know is going to help you and ultimately help them and ultimately help the consumer in delivering the finest possible product.
Another area that I would almost call unintended consequence, but it's a positive unintended consequence, is the fact that because with Mobil 1 you can run the engines a little bit hotter, doesn't that allow you to play a little bit more with the aerodynamics at the front of the car and not worry so much about cooling through the front of the car?
Well, there's a lot of different aspects to that as well, Jim. You're exactly right. The engine guys have a range in which they like that engine to operate. Now, that's not necessarily saying that we will operate the engine hotter. We're going to operate in that same range, but there'll be less air requirement to do so. So that means that you've got more freedom with aerodynamics at the front of the car. So the engine operating temperature range will stay constant. The amount of air required to do that is going to be reduced, and anytime you can reduce that amount of air, you can move it around to other places on the car, and whether it's in a total reduction of drag or whether it's an increase in downforce, it gives you just a little bit wider operating parameter in which to design your vehicle. And not to mention that also when you look at just hard and fast weight reduction, if we're able to run a smaller radiator, that's less overall weight. It's less weight on the front of the car, which is something you always like to do. You try and get as much weight rear biased as you can in a front engine vehicle. So there's a lot of little ancillary attributes that come along with using a great lubricant.
Now you touched on it a little bit a moment ago. It isn't just the oil in the engine that is a Mobil 1 product.
As the engine may be the heart of the program as everybody looks at it, but I have to tell you, for that engine to perform and perform properly, it's got to be hooked up to a proper gearbox. And when you look at the pounding that a gearbox takes with a number of shifts and downshifts, upshifts, and the power that's moving through and the slippage that you have from the tires and the pounding that piece of equipment takes, for me, our engine guys, GM Powertrain, have put together literally bulletproof pieces. I mean, I can tell you this, when we go into a race, the last thing I'm worried about is the engine. It's just over time, it just moved way down on the priority list because Powertrain has done such a great job. The thing that you worry about most is that gearbox, because that's the thing that takes the thrashing, all right? And with paddle shift, the gear shifts are very precise. It removes a lot of the load off that gearbox, but it still is the highest stress portion of the car. And we use Mobil 1 lubricant in that gearbox, and we always have used Mobil 1 lubricant in that gearbox. And when you take those things apart at the end of this race, assuming we're fortunate to go the 24 hours, they look brand new. It's just incredible. The wear is almost non-existent. And obviously the speed of the shift, the preciseness of the shift are all key elements in letting that gearbox live. Mobil 1 does a great job with that gearbox lube. We have a couple of other ancillary stuff that we use at various parts of the car. Whether it's small bearing areas or small lubricant areas, okay, we'll incorporate some of their products as well. They have a very wide range of things. So anytime you have anything in the car where it's two surfaces rubbing against each other that you need to reduce friction and reduce wear, it's got Mobil 1 making that happen.
this is not a bespoke product. The same Mobil 1 that you use is what will be driven out of the showroom when you buy your GM product, isn't it?
Not only is it the same product that's in your car when you pick it up from the dealer, here in France, if you were run down to Carrefour, or at home you were going to Kmart or Walmart or O'Reilly or wherever you buy products for your automobile, we have no qualms about going in that store, taking 2 quarts off the shelf, bringing it here to the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and dumping it in our engine. Okay, it's the same product, identically the same. For those of you in the U.S. that don't know, Carrefour is the equivalent of Walmart here in France. They have one of everything in that store.
Well, Doug, thank you very much for your time. Good luck, and I know that your partnership with Mobil 1 is very important.
You know, I think it only is a testament to their dedication to our success and the importance of the role that they play in our success here at Le Mans. Keeping in mind, out of the 15 years we've raced here, we've won 7 times. We've been very fortunate, very blessed. But having strategic partners that deliver the technology and the product is what gets you there. And we have a whole fleet of Mobil 1 people that come to this event to support us. And it's management and everybody else who realizes the value of the marketing of the Corvette brand, and our success here at this race helps sell that product. And I would encourage all of you out there, if you're considering synthetics for your car, there is only one, and it's Mobil 1.
Inside on RadioLeMans.com.
It's Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015 with Bruce Crawley, who once again is giving up some of his valuable time to talk us through fully synthetic lubricant, Mobil 1. Talking about there, Bruce, one of your longest standing partners with General Motors and Corvette. Has to be said that the other major party you have at Le Mans this year, Porsche, have been there just about the same amount of time. You certainly look after your partners very well and provide them with the product that they're clearly very happy with. If then the lubricant solution for Corvette is an off-the-shelf one, that's how good your off-the-shelf solutions are. That, as we said, is based on a street engine. Porsche, different set of parameters altogether. Just the mere word prototype tells you that anything can be done. Corvette have to work within a set of very strict regulations about what they can and can't do with the car. Porsche effectively start, well, if not a blank sheet of paper, a blank computer screen.
Yeah, clean sheet. It's interesting you say clean sheet or you know, a blank computer screen. Actually, clean sheet, because the sketch of the original concept. Okay.
Hang on a minute. I expect to hear the word sketch of the original concept coming from Adrian Newey about aerodynamics, not from you, Bruce, talking about the lubricant within an engine. What are we sketching out here?
Yeah, certainly the if you like, the outline of the concept for the engine. I have seen a sketch of that. It sits in an engineer's office in Weissach. So yeah, the initial ideas certainly are still getting drawn on paper, I think, although clearly you can't manufacture an engine these days by taking a drawing in that way.
But you're involved from that early a stage in terms of the actual concept.
Yes, we are right the way back at that level. So and that timing, if you like, in terms of when you are looking at fundamental design parameters for the engine, it will influence the lubricant and the lubricant strategy that you will follow. So they go hand in hand. These days, you know, it's not a case of designing an engine and then pouring oil in and hoping it works. It is a case.
Really? I'm sure most people think it would be. All right, we've got this engine. Right, let's stick some racing oil in it. No, really, I think most people would think that.
Well, those days definitely have changed and gone. So we are definitely talking about influencing the design process. To, you know, it's quite a marked effect, really.
So are we talking about diameters of oil weighs? We're talking about widths of metal between cylinders, how cylinders, bottom end of cylinders are going to be lubricated, that kind of thing? At that engineering level?
Dimensionally, you're talking about widths of bearings, flow rates, pressures you're going to run at. All of these factors are taken into account, and the lubricant will influence those parameters. Right the way back to that point in the design process, there was if you like, an idea of what type of lubricant that we were going to run in the engine, and the engine being designed specifically to run with that lubricant. So that's sort of, if you like, the initial stages of the design process.
I like this kind of what came first, the engine or the lubricant question. That is the chicken and egg situation, and it seems that that's a difficult one to answer. So that's then a bespoke, clearly an absolutely bespoke solution for Porsche or someone like that with a prototype engine.
No, we haven't got right this moment. We haven't got a bespoke solution. We've actually got, as it turned out, a solution which is a consumer product. So it's actually Mobil 1 0W40 engine oil, which is running in the Porsche LMP1 car.
Wow. That was the optimum. You went through everything. You had an idea about what product you might put in it, and then having presumably tried quite a lot of different solutions, this is the one that matches up better.
We certainly have tried quite a few solutions. Wow. What I would say is it's still work in progress.
Yes,
so
yes.
We are currently working on development right now with Porsche. But for Le Mans 24 Hours 2015, they will be running with Mobil 1 0W40 in the engine.
I think about the kind of mileages that we do at Le Mans, because even for a race engine, highly developed race engine, we expect them now to do large mileages. What we don't necessarily expect them to do is so much of a high mileage in one hit. I hear about racing engines doing 15, 20,000 kilometres without a rebuild, but they get oil changes in between. You don't get that chance at, just stick it on the ramps, lads, we'll do an oil change. You don't get that at Le Mans.
No, you don't. And I guess we do get involved with them in terms of assisting them, helping them to where they need it. One of the tools that we have in our toolbox is used oil analysis. So we can analyse the oil post-event, and from that we can determine a lot of information. So we can sort of pinpoint sometimes the initiation of a particular type of failure.
And we're not talking about fishing pieces of metal out. You're talking about a chemical, molecular almost analysis of what's gone on.
Actually, we are talking about fishing metal out, but on a microscopic scale. So or sub-microscopic scale. So we're talking about identifying really very small particles, knowing the elemental composition of various components in the engine. We can then look at the elements that are appearing in the oil, usually very, very low concentration. So we're talking of parts per million. And so what we will do then is, knowing that, for example, we might have a component that has a certain ratio of iron, nickel, manganese, chromium, we can then look for those elements in the oil. And if we see those particular elements and we see them in the ratio that they appear in the metal component, we can then maybe make that link and conclude that, well, perhaps that particular gear or cam or whatever component, spring, whatever it is, that's probably where that's being occurring in this particular part of the engine.
And what about the actual longevity? I mentioned there, you can't really do an oil change in the middle of Le Mans. We sometimes see pressurised oil getting fired into the engine. All the teams have the facility to do that with the little blue or red bottles that go in the side. In fact, Porsche were doing that at the WEC at Spa. But that's not the same as cleaning it all out and starting again. So this oil is going through many thousands of kilometres in full racing environment.
Yes, it does. And surprisingly, maybe, interestingly, it's not an issue for us. So we see very, very little degradation a loss of performance of the oil in that time period. And so, when we were talking about headroom of performance earlier, that's one of the reasons why we are looking to run at higher temperatures, because actually the oil is not being degraded under the thermal conditions at time and temperature. There's those two effects that result in degradation of the oil. And so what we're doing here is, because we know we've only got, in extreme case, 24-hour race, so we're only subjecting our oil to degradation over a 24-hour time period. And at the temperatures that we're running at currently, we don't see any issues with degradation of the oil, which basically means we can run hotter.
Yeah.
And if we can get a performance benefit from running hotter, then that's the direction we're going in.
And you mentioned in terms of car design, particularly with the prototypes, especially with the prototypes, because of the very nature of them being a one-off design, the advantages that gives the aerodynamicist is huge.
Absolutely. I mean, because it's down to that detail. I mean, we've seen how close the racing's been. ACO and FI have done, I think, a fantastic job with the regulations. I mean, racing was really close last year. But yeah, you are getting down to that level of detail because the competition is so close.
There's been a big jump forward in performance from all of the teams at the front of the FIA World Endurance Championship, and therefore at Le Mans. They've really got their head around these regulations. Porsche, for example, have gone up to 8 megajoule energy. Now, along with the oil, you're doing other lubricants, diff lubricants, other types of lubricants, including, you mentioned, greases and things like that. That's just more stress on everything, Bruce.
Yes, it is, and interestingly, on the driveline side, there has been a change to one of the products as a result, I think, of the increased stress that the cars are now under. But again, it's sort of a process which we, to a degree, have covered during the development process. Yeah. So, in terms of mapping the efficiency that we get from a whole range of different lubricant solutions, we're also looking at, if you like, the level of protection that those lubricants can also provide, and the level of temperature that you could run those lubricants. So it's a sort of three-dimensional map that we create, and then so once you bank that knowledge, then when the situation changes and you encounter some issues, some challenges, you can then go back to that database and go, right, okay, we do have a solution, it's over here. Yes. And that's what's been done this year.
We talked at the beginning of this interview, and indeed last year, about the history and the concept that was looking for somewhere to go. Over the last 40 years, that has been developed into, from science fiction, in fact, to almost everyday use, which is remarkable that that's happened in that shorter period of time. You continue to learn, however. Is that benefiting the product that we would see on the shelf that goes into my Porsche 993, every Porsche that comes out of the factories, and your other automotive OEM first fill partners?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you look at the knowledge that we've gained from our motorsport program over this 40 plus years, it's tremendous. The consumer street car Mobil 1 product is evolving, and as we've talked about, even we've got some racing cars with those products in them running very successfully. That pushing the envelope, I think the product, when it was first introduced, pushed the envelope, has pushed the engineering envelope, the application, the operational environment that the product can be used in. And for us, for me, motorsport really does give me an opportunity to push the boundaries of possibility. This is an area where we can actually run at higher speeds, higher loads, higher temperatures, and prove that you can do it. And with a lubricant, synthetic lubricant technology which is evolved in this direction, we can actually run in those under those conditions. And so from a development point of view for your road car, everyday road car, it's setting the bar, if you like.
Yes.
So that is the performance that is possible. That is the level of efficiency that you can achieve. The challenge is to then get that into the consumer product and improve the consumer product.
And in some ways, you're still putting that challenge down to the OEMs to say, hey, we can give you this, go and build the engine.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think it's, it continues to be a really exciting time. I think actually there's a lot more to come from the internal combustion engine.
Yep.
It's been around 100 plus years.
Just finish on this thought. We often say, Bruce, that Le Mans is a 200 mile an hour laboratory. It would seem for Mobil 1 and the synthetic oils and the rest of the lubricants within the cars that is still very much the case.
It is. I mean, that's what makes this so exciting. And when you get a new set of regulations like we've got, you've got this new technology, you've got so many different solutions coming out from the manufacturers. They're not all following the same solution. And yet we see this close performance and close racing with different engineering solutions. And the nice thing about this for me is we've got a technology race going on here as well, and it is definitely pushing the efficiency envelope. I mean, the regulations have been designed to force you to design a very, very efficient internal combustion engine, and the role that we can play to help that is really exciting.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The radiolemans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to radiolemans.com and click on the forum button.
radiolemans.com.
The countdown to the Le Mans 24 hours has begun. It's just 2 hours to go to the start of the world's most famous race. The Le Mans 24 hours on radiolemans.com.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 hours. 66 hours of racing.
4 classes.
And over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on radiolemans.com.
Hello, this is John Hindhaugh on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM. I've come about 45 minutes from home base in East Northamptonshire to the world-famous Addenbrooke's Hospital complex just outside of Cambridge, and I'm standing outside of the Rosie Birth Centre, which is part of the very impressive complex here, with one of our listeners, David. Outside of this, that must bring back all kinds of memories for you. Tell me a little bit about your story and what brought you here on what should have been a really exciting part of your life when you had a new arrival to the family.
Yeah, we had a little girl back in September last year, 2014. Wife had a perfect pregnancy, all going fine, right up until waters had broken, absolutely fine. Local hospital said, pop down, we'll give you a quick once over, as it were.
And this, by the way, is not first child, so you've been through this before.
Yeah, number 2, so not experts, but certainly had an idea of what to expect. And absolutely fine. It was. She was told, quick MOT, go home, put your feet up, and until you're ready to go, sort of thing. And we went down and examinations were all fine, and I don't know why, but the midwife had a bit of a sixth sense, and she said, can I just examine again? And she did, and there was a few little issues which meant we were going to have to go to another hospital in Colchester just up the road, just for a bit more monitoring, nothing too OTT. And again, we were about to get up and walk away and go home, get the bags and head off, and the midwife, sixth sense, don't know what it was, but she said, can I put a monitor on? And at which point she did that, and all hell broke loose, and there was some serious complications to the baby. She'd effectively, it was meconium aspiration, as we found out later, whereby she'd done effectively done a big poo and was potentially ingesting it, which obviously is pretty significantly serious. So at which point the midwife's screaming and a bit of panic, screaming down the hallways, I need help, get an ambulance on the way, and it was a proper blue light. The level of sort of anxiety there was, we actually went through some roadworks, and the lollipop man with the stop-go actually had to dive into a ditch to get out of the way of the ambulance. It was, beyond stressful.
Ultimately, mother and baby, after the birth, after the cesarean, ultimately mother and baby are split up because baby is so poorly. She has to have some intensive care treatment, neonatal intensive care, here at Addenbrooke's at the NICU, as that stands for. Mother still in another hospital, so split up. So immediately, sense of tension for you, I can only imagine. What do you do? Well, I presume you came here with the little one, did you?
Not quite, actually, no, because she was travelling in their specialist ambulance, the acute neonatal ambulances that carry a team of doctors and nurses. It's a bit more than your standard paramedic. I could have travelled with her, but being sort of knowing we were going to be away from home, at that point we didn't actually know which hospital. Because when we'd gone to our local hospital, it was absolutely routine.
Yes.
We didn't have a car in Colchester. I didn't have any clothes. As silly as it is, phone battery had died, so I couldn't. It was very difficult to communicate. So I rushed home, got the car, headed to my parents in Hertfordshire, so that we could then have a bit of a plan of attack. So I came up. My poor old wife was left behind in Colchester after an emergency general anaesthetic, a very nasty caesarean. And she doesn't cope well with general anaesthetic at the best of times, and then to have that stress as well, it was beyond stressful.
I can't even begin to imagine what that's like. So when all's said and done, you get here to Rosie, and the little one's being looked after, getting the best care possible, thank goodness. But what do you do? How do you get backwards and forwards to home? You're quite a way distance from your wife and your home and your support network. It's then you came into contact with the Sick Children's Trust, which is effectively why we're standing here now. And just tell me about how that first encounter happened and what difference it made to you immediately.
Yeah, we were. Aoife was, as I understand it, she was effectively patient number one within the whole of the hospital, the NICU, in terms of seriousness of her situation. So they told me I arrived here at midnight after she was born at midday. By the time I sort of stayed with my wife and got the dog to other people, got our other child to grandparents and such like. So we the very first night saw her at midnight and sort of stayed here for quite some time. Popped home to my parents. I'd been told that they would put me in touch with the Sick Children's Trust because they've got a facility here to try and sort that out. By the time I got here the next morning, 7 or 8 o'clock, they said, "Yep, you're sorted. You've got a room." And I met with Helen, the house manager, amazing lady. It's an amazing charity, but Helen really helped us as well in a huge sort of personal level. We were, I think by 10 o'clock, being shown my room, given keys and told to make myself at home as far as I can.
Right, I'll tell you what we'll do then. Let's pop inside and see Helen and have a chat about the sort of work that the Sick Children's Trust does here and what a difference it can make in the most difficult of circumstances for new parents.
The home of endurance racing.
RadioLeMans.com.
I'm standing in what would, if you just walked into a hotel or a motel, is a perfectly serviceable, very, very clean, very tidy, beautiful bedroom with a couple of single beds, with a lovely wet room with a flat screen television and another fold-out bed as well. And Helen Salon is the house manager here. Fantastic accommodation, flexible accommodation. What do you do here, and what is house manager? What does that mean?
We provide accommodation for families who've got babies upstairs in the neonatal intensive care unit, so the baby could be born on site here or at a hospital further away and then are transferred here because of the intensive care that we've got upstairs. So we provide a home from home environment for the families to stay in while the babies are in the intensive care unit.
Why is that important, both for baby and for parents?
Because research has shown that keeping families together while the baby's really sick really improves the recovery rate for both the baby and helps the families stay together, and that helps everybody recover faster.
I can only imagine that it takes a lot of the worry at a particularly worrying time away. And I mean, this is a lovely facility. Two single beds here. I said about flexibility, that's important as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, because baby can be born elsewhere, so the baby's transferred just after birth, maybe an hour later, so dad comes with baby, mum is still at the hospital where the baby's been born, and so might follow at a later date. So a family member or a friend can come and stay in the meantime until mum and dad can then be together when mum is then transferred.
I hadn't even thought about that, and that is even more stress. Clearly stress for mum, but if she's quite poorly, she might not know about it. But the pressure then on dad is huge. So to be next to the little one, all right, away from mum, might be a bit of a problem, but to have somebody supporting him, very important.
It's very important to keep families together and encourage them to do that, because dad, of course, is worried about both mum and baby and is, wondering what's happened. Because,
where I'm meant to be, what should I be doing?
Yeah, and you're meant to have a baby and you're meant to go home from hospital with your baby. You're not meant to then end up being transferred somewhere. And a lot of people say, Cambridge, you've never been to Cambridge before, and you've arrived here when it's not where you expected to be at all. So,
how many rooms have you got here?
8 bedrooms, and there's 32 cots upstairs.
Right, okay, so that's easy arithmetic even for me, who missed a bit of skill. That's only 1 in 4 for what you have here, but you're serving an area much more than just this hospital with the NICU, with the neonatal intensive care unit, bringing people in from what sort of area, Helen?
Throughout sort of the East Anglia region, right. As far as the North Norfolk coast, right down to Southend, as far away as Lincoln, we've had families. So they can be anywhere up to sort of an hour, 2 hours away from home. So it's a long way away.
Which is why this is so important. Somewhere to lay your head clearly means you don't have to drive back home again. What other facilities do you have here?
We provide a kitchen so that people can cook. We've also got a freezer so that other family members can feel that they're doing something by providing meals. We've got a washing machine and a tumble dryer so clothes can be washed and
so that people could recycle what they've brought. They don't feel that they need to have to go away at all, not even pop away even for a couple of hours. Everything can be done here. Love the idea of a freezer. All of these things, of course, have developed over time. You must listen to the people who come here to be able to provide these services, because I would never have thought of a freezer, if I'm honest.
No, that's only recently arrived in the last 6 months, because a family who was staying here, they'd got a friend who was in Bangalore who wanted to help, heard of their situation, wanted to help. So I got a random phone call from a guy down the road who said he wanted to come and deliver me some frozen meals. I said, that's great, but I don't have a freezer. So he in the end delivered them to the family at home, but this family then set about raising the money for us and donated the £600 for the freezer.
Brilliant stuff. And what you've got then is at least people, and I can imagine being in a position of a family member, particularly a father, who comes here, as you said, possibly cut off from mum, who's still in another bed, wanting to another location, wanting to feel like he's taking control, so making something to eat, even if he's just cooking something up in the kitchen. That's an important part of the healing process.
It's very important to do the normal things, because you haven't got normality. You're very far from that. So just to be able to sit down, have a meal together, and we also encourage families to encourage their family members to bring food in so they all sit around the dining table and eat together. And we also encourage the families who are staying to eat at the dining table rather than in the rooms, because sharing their stories with each other is another crucial way of coping with the situation. Other people are in a similar situation, and that can help just to talk about it and just to share. All the families who stay in the house have got babies upstairs on NICU.
Which all of a sudden means it's not just happening to me. That shared experience, and we know about this in endurance racing. We talk about watching a 24-hour race, and at the end of it, you've gone through it with everybody who's at that event, sharing in a very different way, sharing the experience. It's like, oh, this is not just happening to me. It can just happen to someone else, and that's so much a part of the support network.
Very much so, and we also encourage families to share their family story with us at the end of their journey. Their journey can be any time. For some people, it's when they just get home. For a lot of people, it's after a year. I get a lot of families who come back on the first birthday with baby to start again because they couldn't celebrate the birth at the time because it was all so traumatic. So they come and start again, and that for them is the end of their story, where they're then starting on a new path and being together as a family.
Now, clearly there's trauma involved here, and not every outcome works out the way we would like it to. But is there any kind of typical length of stay? Could it be a day, a couple of days? And what's the longest you've had anybody staying with you here?
The longest I've had is 108 days.
you counted every one of them with those people, clearly.
Yeah, and I get some 1 night, 2 nights, but on average it's about 2 to 3 weeks.
So that's a considerable lump of time out of somebody's life when they've effectively had to put their life on hold.
Very much so. And the difficulty we have, because I've only got the 8 bedrooms, I do have to ask families to leave while the baby is still upstairs. Right. To accommodate families who've got sicker babies, because we accommodate the families based on the sickest babies in the unit. So that is one of the most difficult parts of the job, is saying to someone, I'm very sorry, but I do need you to move on because of somebody who's got a sicker baby.
That's a tough decision, and puts a lot of pressure on what? On you and your colleagues?
Yes, but it's also a positive sign, because we wouldn't ask anybody to leave until baby's stable. Baby's stable, so okay, you've got to leave baby behind and go home, but that adds the normality to it, especially because a lot of the babies stay in a hospital for longer. They get transferred back to their hospital closer to home, right, and then go home. It's very rare from here that we get a family who take baby home, right, because it's an ongoing process. So the actual saying that we're happy for you to go home is a positive, because baby is now stable and isn't critical anymore. So,
to use a very non-medical term, out of the woods then, at that point?
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
David, you've experienced the facilities here. What difference did it make to you to have the kind of normality? Hell's teeth, can there be any normality in the sort of situation that you went through with your family?
Yeah, it was a huge sort of benefit to us. We, exactly as you say, it's never going to be normal. You're up and down the stairs or in the lift up to the NICU to see your little one and sort of trying to juggle what you can, the sort of semblance of normal life. But, you know, our first weekend here, we had our 3-year-old came up, sort of a changeover between grandparents, but I was able to cook a proper curry from scratch. So smell the place out, unfortunately, but we were able to sit down and have a meal together, and that was huge. It was our little one that we felt worst for, yes, to be fair, but it was something that was vaguely normal for him.
And that's a good point, because clearly when any new addition to the family comes along, there's a danger that any siblings that are already there are going to feel left out. When there's a medical issue, as you had with your little daughter, the danger then becomes that you forget about the rest of the family. Bringing them in and being able to do as you did here, not just important for you, but important for family life going forward long after you came out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's it was very, very difficult, and as I say, it was George that we felt for most of all out of the whole process. Little one didn't know about it, no. But he suffered it, and it took him a while to come around when we came home as well. But being able to come up, sort of spend the weekend, we sort of, at the end of the day, we were reliant on grandparents and friends and family, so we can't sort of push too hard there, right. But it did help massively.
Interesting that Helen mentioned getting the families together who are staying here to share experience. How big a part of the healing process, the coping process actually, was that for you?
I mean, that was a huge thing. It was a very, very bizarre situation that we went through ourselves. We went from a totally normal pregnancy right up until the earliest stages of labour, and then everything effectively, as they say, sort of hits the fan. And I ended up here about 12 hours later in Addenbrooke's from Colchester Hospital, and by the time I'd sort of got our son sorted out and sort of kind of tried to make vague loose arrangements very, very quickly. But we got across here, and it was the next morning, and I'd got got back up here at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Very, very kindly, the hospital staff had sort of pressed the buttons to kickstart the SCT, which an amazing charity, as you know, I think. Once, sort of I came down, saw the room that we'd been given. My wife was still in Colchester Hospital because she was an inpatient for a while. And then I just went and sort of sat quietly in one of the coffee rooms upstairs, and there was a lady who she'd been here for a couple of months, I think, Teddy's mum. But it was just to hear somebody else going through it. It just not so much changes your perspective, but it just opens you up to the fact that, and I never suspected for a second we're the only people, but it just takes a load off.
Yes.
You start to understand that process.
How many people can you help in a year, roughly speaking, that comes through the doors here? As we said, there's nothing that's routine, Helen. But roughly speaking, how many families do you help through the year?
Last year at Chestnut House we helped 200 families.
Wow.
So that's...
Out of 8 beds? Out of 8 rooms, excuse me.
Out of 8 rooms, yeah, 200 families.
And from the numbers that David has given to me, we are not talking about a large amount of money making a big difference here. The cost per night is ridiculously small.
It's approximately £30 a night.
Right.
Per room.
So and that can make such a big difference, David, as in your situation. And it's not a takeaway curry, really, is it? You were talking about cooking the curries earlier on, but 30 quid a night is a really cost-effective way of making a big difference.
Yeah, it's peanuts for what you're doing for families who are in, certainly for myself and my wife, the most difficult time we've ever had to face, and it's 30 quid, as you say. It's a couple of beers out or a curry or something. It's nothing. I wish we could do more with what we're trying to do. We're trying to sort of make a big whack at trying to raise some serious cash, but we can always be doing more, and it doesn't take a lot to make that difference.
The facility here, Helen, if we just finish off on this thought, it is relatively new, and therefore this clearly was built in as part of the facility to start with. As new facilities come on around the country, the opportunity is to do that as well, but they're still going to need servicing. There are only 10, but from what you've said, they do make such a big difference. So any help that people can give David and his drive to help you here is really a big help.
That would be great. Yeah, we've been open since October 2012, and were built when the Rosie was extended. They built us in within the whole facility, knowing that being able to provide accommodation just downstairs from the babies upstairs would be absolutely crucial.
Was that quite forward looking back in 2000? Because I have to say it's not something that I've heard of on a grand scale and sort of even at the scale you're doing here.
For the Sick Children's Trust, this is our only house that deals predominantly with neonates. The rest of our other houses, we've got another house on the Addenbrooke site, which is Acorn House, that deal with children right up to the age of 16, and our other houses throughout the country do that as well. Chestnut House is the only one that deals predominantly with neonates.
And what we should say for SCT, Sick Children's Trust, it is a national charity and has facilities all over the country. About how many, Helen?
We've got 3 houses down in London.
Adding it up in your head there.
2 in Sheffield, 2 in Leeds and 2 in Newcastle.
Thank you very much for the hard work that you and your staff do to make people's lives better at a very difficult time, and we'll ask everyone who's listening to think about what they've heard here very carefully. David, thank you very much indeed. Helen, thank you very much indeed.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Well, we're back outside again now in what is a beautiful sunny day here, and you're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans with me, John Hindorf, as we talk about the exceptional work that the Sick Children's Trust do around the country. And from first-hand experience, David here has been telling us all about it. Indeed, it was him who brought it to our attention. Now, from what we've just heard from Helen and from yourself, this is clearly a hugely important work that is going on, and the facilities make life in a very difficult situation much more bearable and dare I say it, even more human. The kind of money that Helen was talking about, 28-30 quid a night for a room, is it's doable. It feels like you're not being asked for 250,000 quid for an expensive piece of machinery or something like that. It's numbers that I can understand, and I'm sure most of our listeners can understand. As with many of these things, your experience has driven you to try and do something to support this unit. So tell us a little bit about your plans, David, and what you are trying to do.
Yeah, we wanted to try and come up with something a bit different. There's lots of people who shave their legs and sit in bathfuls of baked beans. We want to do something that stands out. I'm a long-term Le Mans endurance racing fan, and I didn't particularly want to do a marathon myself. I'm not particularly built for it. But we just wanted to do something that would really stand out, catch attention, and hopefully draw a lot of people in. So what we've come up with was a bit of a sort of a nod to Le Mans and the 24 hours, which, as I say, is a big passion of mine. And what we're looking to do is put together a big, we're looking sizable, at least 45 cyclists. We are exploring the options to double that number, and I think we're looking good to do that. And we're actually going to take a team of cyclists from East London, the Royal London Hospital, where there's another Sick Children's Trust accommodation block. We're going to take them from the Royal London a couple of days before next year's race in 2016 and shoot down to Le Mans, cycling all of the way.
I like your boyish enthusiasm, shooting down from West London to Le Mans on a pedal bike. I'm very impressed by that.
Within 24 hours.
Within 24 hours of cycling time on the road, not within a single 24-hour period, of course.
That's right. I mean, I think we're probably only going to be about 28, 29 hours all told. We're making the allowance. We decided to go with a ferry crossing rather than under the sea to give the guys a break, and it will also actually potentially give some of the guys the first chance to interact together. So we'll try and get a meal on the ferry together and do that, and then it's going to be hard work for the guys. We're doing it on a relay basis. So it'll be I'm not a huge cyclist, but a bit of a peloton going on, and then another team leapfrogging them to the next checkpoint, and another one going ahead.
Now, there's no point in doing this just for the aggrandisement of saying I've ridden down from London to Le Mans. The aim is, of course, to raise some funds for the Sick Children's Trust, who exist only by public donation. They don't have funding from any other means. So how does that work, and what are you asking from teams, individuals, or potential other supporters?
Yeah, so we're looking for, we want to raise a good gang of people. As I say, we've certainly got 45 spaces. We're accepting pre-registrations now, and to come on board and join us. It's in terms of this type of event, we're actually quite cost effective in inverted commas. That shouldn't be what it's about, but it's a simple £125 registration fee, which is going to cover the operational logistic costs, and then we're asking every participant to commit to raising £500 each, which should net us $26,000 in donations as a minimum. We are working towards commercial support. We've had some huge support. We'll hopefully mention some names going forward as to who's helping us, but we're trying to reduce the operational costs as well as far as possible, so as much of that 125 quid will also be added in the kitty.
But all of the 500 quid, the donation that you're asking in whatever sponsorship or donation from each competitor, I was going to say their participant, because it's not really a race, although somebody's going to make it one. I know it is from some of the people I've seen have already signed up to it. But that 500 quid, every penny of that will go to Sick Children's Trust.
Absolutely.
So that's an absolute minimum. Right, where do people find out more, David?
It's straightforward. We've got a nice little website set up, which is www.24h2lm.co.uk.
And everything that people need will be there. It's a commitment, but it's not a silly commitment, and people will get a nice warm feeling, and not just in the thighs and calves afterwards, to know that they've supported something that clearly is very dear to your heart.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, they exist solely on donations, which kind of in some ways is a bit unbelievable, but so they need every penny they can get to help them along the way, and not just continue to do what they're doing, but expand that further. You know, more people should ideally be able to benefit from those services. We'd never benefited as a family, or me as an individual, from charity. The first ever exposure to that side of it, and it changed what was a horrific situation.
And we should say there's a happy ending to your family story.
Yeah, absolutely. Eve has made a nigh on perfect recovery. With what she suffered, there is potential for sort of brain issues and things like that, but everything is pointing towards it being A-OK.
And we wish you the best in the future. David, thank you for talking to us. Good luck, and make sure you keep us updated here on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
Yeah, love to. No, thanks for your help.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis.
Speculation and debate.
Special guests and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on radiolemans.com.
Thanks for tuning in to Mobil 1 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2015. It's John Hindhoff here, and if you would like more details about David Williams and the 24 Hours to Le Mans, it's www.24h2lm, 24h2 in the number lm.co.uk, and you can donate directly, even if you don't want to do the cycling, by texting CCLM58, the pound sign, your amount, to 70070. So if you wanted to give a tenner, it would be CCLM58, then the pound sign 10, and you text that to 70070. And once again, the website is www.24h2lm.co.uk. You're listening to 91.2. It is Radio Le Mans for 2015 from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company this afternoon.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
radiolemans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Well, the grid has been absolutely packed, and the grandstands, well, there's barely standing room in any of the public areas on the concrete tribunes in front of the grandstands themselves. David Coulthard, an interesting spectator, topping up his knowledge on endurance racing, which seemed a bit lacking when he was doing his commentary for the BBC and Formula One. He's down on the grid. The French president is here, Francois Hollande. Just the third time since 1923 that a French president has visited the world's greatest motor race. And along with President Jean Todt of the FIA and Pierre Fehan of the ACO, launching a safe driving initiative here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2015. From now until around about 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, it's all about the race. And to get us underway in just a few moments' time, Paul Truswell will take you through the cars that will line up for the 83rd running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance. It's the Le Mans 24 Hours for 2015, and it's all live on 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans.
The countdown to green on radiolemans.com.
Well, we're ready. Are you? Wherever you are in the world or around the circuit, 91.2 FM. The formalities are almost over with, and it's time to get ready to go motor racing. Motor racing that will end at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And let's get things underway with one of our traditions here for 2015. Once again, we hand over to our statistical guru, Paul Trustwell, who has the grid for the 2015 running of the Le Mans 24 Hours.
So 55 cars on the grid for this year's race. At least we hope so, because there's one car that's being repaired following a little shunt in the warm-up session this morning, but we hope that will be there. It's Porsches to the fore. The three Works Porsches come numbers 17, 18 and 19. The 919 Hybrid are in the first three grid positions, and the fastest time in qualifying was set by Neil Jarni at the wheel of the number 18 car, the black Porsche, and that, as I say, will line up on pole position. Neil Jarni will be the start driver of that car. Alongside it is the red Porsche, the number 17 one, and that's the one that has Mark Webber on its driving strength. But the time in qualifying was set by Timo Bernhardt, and Timo will be the starting driver. It was a 3 minute 16.387, the qualifying time for 3 minutes 16.887, I should say, the qualifying time for Neil Jarni. And say he will start from pole position in the 18. The 17 will line up alongside him on the front row of the grid. Timo Bernhardt's time, a 3 minute 17.767. The third Porsche, number 19, the white one, that one, the qualifying time was set by Nick Tandy, but the car will be started by Nico Hülkenberg. So Hülkenberg will be lining up at the wheel of the number 19 car, and his time was a 3 minutes 18.062. The outside of the second row of the grid is the first of the Audi Sport Team Joest Team Joest Audis, the Audi R18 e-tron Quattros, and they're not quite in numerical order either. It's number 8 that will be lining up in the second row of the grid, on the outside of the second row, the number 8 being driven by Oliver Jarvis, Lucas de Grassi, and the driver who set the qualifying time will start the car, that's Loic Duval. So number 8, Loic Duval on the outside of row 2, 19 and 8 the second row. The third row will be Audi number 7, Andre Lotterer, the man who set the time in qualifying. He'll be starting the car and sharing, as ever, with his two teammates who were winners here at Le Mans last year, Benoit Treluet and Marcel Fessler. Number 7 starts on the outside of row 3, on the left-hand side of the row on row 3. On the other side of that row is the number 9 Audi. Marco Bononomi will be starting the car that he shares with René Rast and Felipe Albuquerque. Felipe Albuquerque was the man who set the qualifying time for that car at 3 minutes 20.997. Although, interestingly, in the morning warm-up, Felipe Albuquerque, with a new set of tyres, actually went quicker than any of the Audis did in qualifying, so serving notice perhaps of Audi's intentions in the race. 7 and 9 on the third row of the grid. The fourth row of the grid contains the two Toyotas, numbers 2 and 1. Number 2 will be started by Alexander Wurz, although the qualifying time was set by Stefan Sarazan. Mike Conway is the third driver in that car. And alongside it will be the number 1 Toyota. Sebastian Buemi will take the start. That's the car that Anthony Davidson is driving. And the qualifying time in that car was set by the car's third driver, Kazuki Nakajima. So 2 and 1 is the fourth row of the grid. On the fifth row of the grid, fine sense of order that the P1 cars have, because the fifth row of the grid are the two Rebellion racing cars, now with AER engines powering the R1 chassis, and the I can now reveal that those cars are 2.4 litre turbocharged engines. We thought they were before, but we hadn't had it confirmed officially. Well, they are 2.4 twin turbo engines. In the Rebellions, numbers 12 and 13, as I say, sharing the fifth row of the grid. Matthias Besch will be starting in the number 12 car, having set the qualifying time. The number 13 car had an off in qualifying with Dominic Kreihammer at the wheel. Dominic was the fastest driver. Alexander Imperatori will be starting the car, however, the number 13 car. And the third driver there, Daniel Abt, will be taking over at some stage. 12 and 13 then is the fifth row of the grid. On the sixth row is the first of the LMP2 cars, and the fastest of those cars in qualifying by quite some substantial margin for most of the qualifying session was Richard Bradley at the wheel of the number 47 KCMG Oreca 05, the new Oreca. So number 47, Richard Bradley was the driver who set the qualifying time. He will start and he will share with Nicolas Lapierre and Matt Howson. That's number 47, then fastest of the LMP2 cars. Second fastest in LMP2, and lining up therefore on the other side of the 6th row of the grid is the G-Drive racing car, number 26, the Ligier JSP2. Sam Bird, the driver who will start that car, and he set the qualifying time as well. He'll be sharing with Roman Rusinov and Julien Canal. That's 47 and 26 then on the 6th row of the grid. On the 7th row of the grid, number 41 is the Greaves Motorsport Gibson, now called a Gibson, it used to be called a Zytek, now a Gibson, again with Nissan power. John Lancaster will be starting that car. He set the time in qualifying, and he's sharing with Gary Hirsch and also with Gaetan Paletot, who has stepped into that car into a gap that has been vacated for him by Björn Verdheim, but it's Gaetan Paletot, the third driver of that car. But John Lancaster, as I say, will be starting the number 41 Greaves Motorsport Gibson on row 7. Alongside him on the 7th row of the grid is car number 38, the Jota Sport Gibson, and that car was qualified by Oliver Turvey and is shared with Simon Dolan as ever, and Mitch Evans, the third driver in that car. 41 and 38 is the 7th row of the grid. On the 8th row of the grid is the number 36 car. This is the Signatec Alpine, with it another car with a Nissan engine in LMP2. Paul-Luc Chatin, the driver who will start the car. Vincent Capellaire and Nelson Panciatici, the other two drivers of that car, number 36. And alongside it is the number 46 car, the Thierry by TDS Racing Oreca 05. Tristan Gomondy, the driver of that car, at the start of the race. Ludovic Bardi and Pierre Thierry, the other two drivers of it. 36 and 46 then will be the 8th row of the grid. On the 9th row of the grid is car number 34, this being the Oak Racing Ligier with an HPD engine being driven by Lawrence Van Tour, who will start the car, Kevin Estre and Christopher Cumming. Possibly a dark horse for the race, the number 34 Oak Racing Ligier. And alongside it will be car number 48. This is the Murphy Prototypes Oreca, the older Oreca, the 03. Nathaniel Berton, the driver who set the time in qualifying, and he'll be joined for the race by Karun Chandok and Mark Patterson. 34 and 48 then the 9th row of the grid. On the 10th row is car number 28. This is the second of the G-Drive Racing Ligier Nissans with Nick Manassian, the star driver, if you will, in that car. He was the starting driver, and he's sharing with David Markazov and Maurizio Mediani in car number 28. And alongside him is car number 43, the Team Saad Morand Morgan, which will be started by Ollie Webb, and he'll be joined by Pierre Rag and Zoel Amberg. 28 and 43, the 10th row of the grid. The 11th row of the grid, car number 29, is Pegasus Racing with their Morgan. Leo Roussel, youngest driver in the race, I do believe, who will be driving alongside David Cheng and Ho Pin Tung. And alongside the number 29 car will be the number 27 car, we've done that one, haven't we, is Nicolas Minassian at the wheel of the new BR01 Nissan. 29 and 27, the 11th row. The 12th row of the grid sees the number 42 car. This is the new Stracker Dome S103. Johnny Kane, as ever, the driver of that car, alongside Danny Watts and Nick Leventis. Johnny Kane will be taking the start. And alongside the 42 car, the Stracker Racing car, will be the other SMP Racing BR01, car number 37. And this will be started by Mikhail Aleshin, and he's joined by the Ledygin brothers, Kirill and Anton Ledygin. So 42 and 37 is the 12th row of the grid. On the 13th row of the grid is car number 30, the first of the two Extreme Speed Motorsports Ligiers, also with HPD engines. That'll be Ryan Diel starting alongside David Heinemeier Hansen and Scott Sharp. And alongside that car on the 13th row is the other Extreme Speed Motorsports Ligier HPD, car number 31, John Fogarty starting in the car that he'll be sharing with Johannes van Overbeek and Ed Brown. 30 and 31 then is the 13th row of the grid. On the 14th row of the grid, car number 40 is the Krone Racing Ligier, this one with a Judd engine though. Joe Barbosa is the star driver of that car, joined as ever by Nick Johnson and Tracy Krone himself. That's number 40 on the inside of row 14. And alongside him on that row, car number 35 is the other Oak Racing Ligier, this one Nissan powered, and that's being driven by Jacques Nicolet, Jean-Marc Merlin and Eric Maris, the three French drivers sharing the French car. Jacques Nicolet will be starting it, 40 and 35 on the 14th row. On the 15th row is where the LMP1 cars are who didn't qualify. In other words, they didn't set times that were sufficiently fast to qualify to be up on their normal position on the grid. So there's 4 of them. There's the number 4, the CLM, entered by Collis. Pierre Caffer was the fastest driver there, but at 3 minutes 36.825, he was a little bit outside the qualifying minimum. So that car will be starting at the back of the prototypes, the number 4 car, and alongside it will be the first of the 3 Nissans, number 22, Harry Tinknell, the driver at the start. He's sharing with Michael Krum and Alex Bunkum, in number 22. And then on the 16th row of the grid, we've got the other 2 Nissans, 23 and 21. 23 is Jan Mardenborough sharing with Max Chilton and Olivier Pla. And number 21 is Lucas Ordonez, who will be starting the car, sharing with Mark Shulzitsky and Tsujiyo Matsuda. 23 and 21 then will make up the 16th row of the grid. Then there's one more prototype car, and this is an LMP2 car which didn't satisfy the qualification minimum. The number 45 car, the Ibanez Racing Oreca 03 Nissan, which Jose Ibanez, Pierre Perret and Ivan Bellarosa will be driving. Pierre Perret was the driver who didn't qualify it, even though Ibanez and Bellarosa did. But as a result of one driver not setting a qualifying time, the car has to go to the back of the prototype grid. So number 45 will be starting on the 17th row of the grid. Alongside it will be the fastest of the GT cars, and this is the GTE Pro leading car, number 99, the Aston Martin Vantage V8, which Richie Stanaway drove round in a time of 3 minutes 54.928 seconds in practice. Richie Stanaway sharing with Fernando Rees and Alex McDowell. That's car number 99, incidentally, the leading GTE Pro car, 99 Aston Martin. So the 17th row is a mixture. There's the last prototype and the fastest of the GT cars, 45 and 99 then on the 17th row. The 18th row is the second fastest GTE Pro car. This is number 51 Ferrari, the AF Corsa team car. Jimmy Bruni, the fastest driver in it, and he'll be taking the start. Co-drivers, as usual for AF Corsa, Tony Villander and Giancarlo Fisichella in the number 51 car. And alongside that car on the 18th row of the grid is the fastest of the GTE Am cars, number 98, Pedro Lamy, who's the pro, but he's joined by Paul Dallalana and Matthias Lauda. But that car went quickest in the GTE Am class at 3 minutes 55.102. That's number 98, so 51 and 98 on the 18th row. On the 19th row of the grid, car number 97 is another of the Aston Martins. This the multicoloured Aston Martin, very easy to pick out. Stefan Mucker was the driver who set the time in that car, and he will start. Rob Bell and Darren Turner are his co-drivers. That's number 97. And then alongside it is another of the GTE Pro Astons. This, the number 95 Aston Martin. Marco Sorensen was the driver who set the time, but it will be started by Nicky Thiem. And then the third driver of the Dane Train Aston Martin is Christopher Newgard. This is number 95. So 97-95 is the 19th row of the grid. On the 20th row of the grid, we have car number 91, the fastest of the Porsche Team Manthey 911 RSRs. Jörg Bergmeister was the driver who set the time, but Richard Lietz will be the starting driver in the number 91 car, Richard Lietz. Michael Christensen, the third driver in the 91 Porsche. Alongside it is one of the Am cars, number 83, and this is another AF Corsa Ferrari, Emmanuel Collard's car, this one, that he shares with Rui Aguas and Francois Perodo, 91 and 83 on the 20th row of the grid. On the 21st row of the grid, we have number 72. This is the SMP Racing Ferrari 458 Italia. Andrea Bertolini will be starting in this car that he shares with Viktor Shaitar and Alexei Bazov. And alongside number 72 on the 21st row of the grid is the second of the Porsche team Manthey Porsches, number 92. Patrick Pilet sharing with Fred Makovici and Wolf Hensler. Patrick Pilet, the driver at the start. 72 and 92 then is the 21st row of the grid. On the 22nd row of the grid is the only Corvette, I'm afraid. We've only got one Corvette, having lost one of them during a qualifying shunt, which befell Jan Magnussen. He's okay, but the car, I'm afraid, is beyond repair here at Le Mans this weekend. So number 64, the only Corvette, will be starting on row 22 and provides a drive for Oliver Gavin, who'll be starting the car, Jordan Taylor, and the driver who actually set the fastest lap in that car in qualifying was Tommy Milner. That's number 64. Alongside it is number 53, a welcome addition to the entry list to Le Mans this year. This is the Riley Motorsports TI Auto entered SRT Viper with its 8-litre V10 engine. Jeroen Blekemolen, the driver who set the time in qualifying, and he's sharing with Ben Keating and Mark Miller in that car, which is number 53. Look out for the Viper. 64 and 53, they're on the 22nd row of the grid. On the 23rd row of the grid are the two Proton racing cars. One's the Dempsey Proton car, the other one is the Abu Dhabi Proton car. We'll talk about the one on the 77, the one that went quicker. That's the car we'll talk about first. That's the car that Patrick Dempsey is driving alongside the other Patrick Long, who's the quick one. Patrick Long with Marco Seefried, the third driver of that car, number 77, and alongside it, number 88. As I say, that's the other Proton racing car, Abu Dhabi Racing Proton. Klaus Bachler, the qualifying driver, and he'll be starting the car, which he shares with Khaled Al-Kubaisi and Christian Reed. 77 and 88 then making up the 23rd row of the grid. On the 24th row of the grid, car number 55 is the AF Corsa Ferrari for Matt Griffin that he shares with Alex Mortimer and Duncan Cameron. And alongside him on the 24th row of the grid is another AF Corsa Ferrari. Wouldn't be Le Mans without lots of AF Corsa Ferraris. This one, the number 61 car, which Raffaele Giammaria set the time in, and he'll start the car. Matteo Cressoni and Peter Mann, the other two drivers in that car. So 55 and 61, making it an all AF Corsa Ferrari, row 24. On row 25 is number 62. This is another Ferrari, but not entered by AF Corsa. It's Scuderia Corsa. Jeff Siegel, the quickest driver in that car, and he'll be starting alongside Townsend Bell and Bill Sweedler. That car then number 62 starting on row 25. Alongside him on the outside of that row is car number 50. This is the Labra Competition Chevrolet Corvette, which runs in the GTE Am class. Gianluca Roda crashed this car in the warm-up session this morning, and it's being repaired, and it should be ready by the time the cars come out for the race. So we'll look out for seeing that one. It will be on the 25th row of the grid, as I say, alongside the number 62 Ferrari. Incidentally, I should tell you that the number 50 car will be started by Paolo Roberti, and Christian Poulsen is the third driver in that car number 50. On the 26th row of the grid, car number 66 is the JMW Motorsport entered Ferrari, which Kuba Giamaziak will be starting, and who set the quickest time in the car. Michael Avenatti and Abdulaziz Al-Faisal, the other two drivers of the number 66 car. And alongside it on the 26th row of the grid is car number 96, another of the Aston Martins. This is the Royal Goethe driven car, which Stuart Hall qualified. He set the qualifying time, and Stuart Hall will start the car. He's already been out this morning in another Aston Martin in one of the support races. Francesco Castellacci is the third driver in that car. 66 and 96 then on the 26th row of the grid. On the 27th row of the grid, car number 67 is one of the two Team AAI Porsches. This is the 997, a slightly older Porsche, which is allowed to run with a slightly more powerful engine, but it is a little bit heavier. Xavier Marson, the driver who will be starting in that car, and he'll be sharing with Alex Kapadia and Yun-San Chen, one of two Taiwanese drivers. The Team AAI is a team from Taiwan, and that car starts on row 27. On the outside of row 27 is car number 71. This is another car that's been pushed to the back of the grid. It's an AF Corsa Ferrari in GTE Pro. James Collado set set a very quick time in practice, which was good enough for quite a lot further up the grid. But Olivier Beretta sadly didn't set a good enough qualifying time, or at least the quick time that he did set was disallowed because the car was overshooting the area of it going into Tertre Rouge, so he had times disallowed. David Rigon, the third driver in that car, but James Collado will start from row 27. Making it 67 and 71 on that row. And then all on his own at the back, another car which didn't actually set a qualifying time, although it would only have been one row further up had it have been given its proper time. And this is the other Team AAI Porsche, number 68, which is shared by Mike Parisi, Gilles Vanelay and Han Chen, or Maurice Chen. And as I say, it was Mike Parisi who set the time, but the car itself was pushed to the back because the other drivers didn't set times that were sufficiently quick. So number 68 will start right at the back of the grid. 55 cars on the grid, one more than we had last year. We had 54 last year, two less than we had 2 years ago, but pretty full grid. It'll be a very full pit lane, a very exciting first few laps, and then I'm sure, in fact, a very exciting 24 hours of Le Mans still to come. The 83rd edition of this great race of endurance, which will be starting in just an hour's time.
The countdown to the Le Mans 24 hours has begun. It's just 1 hour to go to the start of the world's most famous race. The Le Mans 24 hours on RadioLeMans.com.
The countdown to green on RadioLeMans.com.
Hello everybody and welcome along to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, 91.2 FM around the circuit, around the world at RadioLeMans.com, and a particular welcome to those of you joining in on Sirius Channel 93 XM 201 across the North American continent. I'm John Hindhaugh. Paul Truswell has just read down the 55 starters. Remember, no Corvette 63, Jan Magnussen's accident on Thursday evening practice has taken that car out of the race. Paul will stay with me. I've got Graham Goodwin, the editor of dailysportscar.com, alongside me, and you can watch along as well on RadioLeMans.com on our StudioVision, brought to you, powered by Duke Video. But first we're going to head straight down into the Nismo pit lane reporter area. Not in the pit lane though. Shea Adam is mingling with the celebrities out on the grid.
Well, it's a bit crazy out here, John. A lot of people, and especially down at the top end of the grid where I am. If I'm standing here in about an hour's time, I'm going to be in a lot of trouble. But there are a lot of drivers here, including Mark. Congratulations. Starting from the very front, best view. How do you think your chances are for tomorrow?
If it would be a 3 hour, 6 hour race, I could tell you more about the chances. This thing is just crazy. We have 24 long hours ahead of us. We know competition is strong, but we know we have a good car and a good crew and everything in the right place. Now we'll see how the pace develops over the race, and everything is okay for now.
What are you most worried about?
I'm not worried about. It's just, I think everyone, you can see in his eyes, is nervous now before the start of the race, and it's just a great atmosphere now, but I'm not worried at all. We just do our race, drive our stints, and then see where we end up.
Best of luck to you, Mark.
Thank you.
Right from the front of the grid, and we'll have Nick Damon down there in a little while as well. Let's cross straight away to Graham Goodwin, editor of dailysportscar.com. GTELemans.com. A race for the ages is what we've been talking about here.
I do hope so. It's got every promise of being so, John. Some seriously competitive factory teams, lots of cars at the front of the grid that are capable of winning this race on a combination of pace and reliability. Massive performance step taken this year, so we've got a lot to look forward to in terms of really searing pace in the early parts of this race, I'm sure. It's all, I think, at this stage, though, Paul, it's going to be about tactics. It's going to be about tortoises and hares. Who's going to try and grab that lead and go away at the front?
There's going to be some blooming quick tortoises, I tell you. It's an interesting way of putting it, but I know what you mean. I mean, certainly those people who have been coming to Le Mans in the 50s will be aware of what we mean when we talk about tortoises and hares, but nowadays it's really just hares and faster hares, supercharged hares. It's interesting, you talk to people and you get different stories, but my sense is that the way Audi run their 24-hour races is fairly well programmed. They know how to do it. Obviously, they've been winners here so many times now. But they tend to let the individual team engineers, race engineers, to decide what's going to happen with the car. They don't impose anything from on high. So I think from Audi's point of view, we can expect them to pretty much concentrate on each team will do its own program. And obviously that'll be quick, but it probably won't be quite as quick as the three Porsches. Now, I'm interested to hear your views on it, but my view is that Porsche tend to be a little bit more autocratic in the sense that they will say to the drivers or the managers of the individual race cars, 17, 18 and 19, this is what we'd like you to do. And so it'll be interesting to see quite how Porsche run their races to see if all three cars actually run to the same strategy.
Well, it is going to be interesting. My feeling is that we're going to get one of the Audis actually sent with the Porsches as they try to actually get further down the road. But we'd probably better ask a Porsche driver, hadn't we? I think, isn't Shea Adam down on the grid with Earl Bamber at the moment?
Not sure that we can hear
from Shea at the moment. I'm terribly sorry. Well, yeah, so we've got those two. We've then got the Toyotas behind Paul, which have not been running to the same kind of pace that we've seen from the other two factory teams running on the pace this weekend. But something's going on at Toyota, and I'm not quite sure how to put my finger on it. They were quicker this morning, in ideal conditions than they were in qualifying, as indeed were Audi. But I think the issue there is going to be their strong suit should be reliability. They're the ones who've not upped the game from the package this year as much as either Audi or Porsche, but they should have ironclad reliability. They've got one, I'm afraid, short suit, which is just two cars.
Yeah, short suit, short number of cars. Yes, I had a little wander up the pit lane a couple of hours ago now, but it was my only opportunity to do so. And there were two separate people who I regard highly who both say, do you know what, I reckon Toyota can win this one. It's not going to be done on pace alone. It's going to have to be done on reliability and staying out of trouble and possibly making some smart strategic decisions if they can do so. But you're right. I mean, we certainly cannot overlook Toyota. And they were, after all, the most reliable car last year, as Sam Collins stressed to me. The two cars, one of them put out of contention by an accident, the other one put out by a mechanical failure, which wasn't really one of Toyota's making. And so, yes, I mean, I certainly believe that we should not overlook Toyota. But I think we can overlook them for the first 6 hours. I think you can kind of say, let's not worry about Toyota for the first few hours, but let's see where they are at midnight, let's see where they are at 4 o'clock in the morning and things like that. I think the interest is going to be, as you were alluding to a little while ago at the front of the field, how Audi and Porsche run their races, because my view is that the place where the Audi has their advantage is through the Porsche curves. I've said it before, but they're going to have to rename them. They're going to have to become the Audi curves because that's where Audi has their advantage. But just suppose one of the Porsches wasn't quite as quick and ended up not going quite as quick through the Porsche curves. The only place where Audi has the advantage to catch up is through the Porsche curves. Can't get past in the Porsche curves because it's not an overtaking place. So a little bit of tactics might go a long way.
The French national anthem for the French president. Only the third time he's been here in the history of the race since 1923. And a rousing chorus of the Marseillaise with the teams lined up beside their cars in echelon on the front straight. Echelon is the English word for ear of corn, of course, for those of you who aren't too sure about that. Tom Christensen, the Grand Marshal down there, and you're listening to 91.2 FM. This is Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015 from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. Just to drivers right as they come into the pit lane at the Ford chicane. And news of Ford coming this week, which we'll get onto in a little while. I'm going to try and check back in with Shea Adam now down in the pit lane. Shea, how is the atmosphere building after that rousing chorus of the French national anthem?
Well, the nerves are high, and people have been actually ushered off the grid for the official photographs from the air. And right now, everyone from the media has been pushed off to the side of the road, so I can't grab Earl, who I had a few minutes ago. But as soon as we are allowed back on, I will get to him. I'll get him for an interview. How about that?
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Shea, down there on the pit lane. The Toyota team look resolved. They don't look the happiest I've seen them down on the pit lane.
It's not party time down at Toyota,
no,
is it?
but neither. But there's a certain steely resolve, as I say, about how they're looking at the moment.
They're going to run their program. They know what they're capable of doing. The reality is here, their scheme will either work or it won't. What it will need, I think, to work is for others to actually stumble a little. And, you know, what do we know about 24-hour racing? The unexpected always happens, and it's just got to happen 6 times. I think that's what it comes down to.
One of them told me that they were just hoping for some rain, and were very disappointed when they looked at the forecast and saw no rain was forecast for the whole of the 24 hours. But as I say, rain would play very handily to Toyota's plans, as it would to Porsche, because with a little bit of rain, Porsche, A, get let off the hook for tyres, and B, not so much temperature.
Except their cars are hopeless in the wet. That's the only problem with that. Paul Truswell will rejoin us in a little while. We're going to send him for his own pit stop at the moment. Graham Goodwin and John Hindhoff with Shea Adam as our Nismo pit lane reporter on the grid at the moment, soon to be joined by Nick Damon down there. It's just on 2 Central European time. Hello, wherever you are joining us in the world. Sirius 93, XM 201, 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and around the world, of course, on radiolemans.com. With StudioVision powered by Duke on radiolemans.com on the front page. And Duke already working on the edit of the 4-hour DVD box set. And of course, they've just released a very, very exciting compendium of box sets going back to, in fact, when I first started here, right back to 1989, I think.
Fantastic. What, not StudioVision back to 1989?
No. Thankfully not StudioVision, all the way back to that time. Sir Lindsay Owen-Jones, the president of the FIA's Endurance Committee, with the FIA president Jean Todt, Francis, President Francois Hollande, and Pierre Fillon, whose brother, in fact, of course, held high office in France. He was Prime Minister.
The 3 presidents here, actually.
Yep, and you might say that Pierre Fillon is holding high office as the man with his hands on the reins of the ACO, the guardians of endurance racing everywhere in the world. The world's oldest car with 4 rings on it brings the trophy back from Audi. You're not allowed to keep it, and it is placed at the front of the grid.
They do, though, John, have trophies that they're allowed to keep, which are those winning 3 in a row.
Yes, absolutely. Let's go down to the head of the grid again, and to Shea Adam, who has Earl Bamber.
Finally able to get you. What are you thinking? Your first Le Mans about to take a start, and you don't get to drive, but when do you get in the car?
Yeah, no, it's fantastic to be here. First of all, I mean, I think it's a dream come true, and quite rare to make a Le Mans debut in an LMP1 car for a manufacturer like Porsche. It's very special. And you know, Nico's starting, and then we'll see after there. But I think I'll get in later on this evening. So looking forward to that, and cutting some laps. It's always beautiful here. Haven't had so much dry running yet, so I'm looking forward to get some nice, good, solid laps tonight.
Are you guys just going to run away at the start?
I don't know. I mean, Audi looked really, really strong in warm-up. You know, sure, we've got good speed in quali, but we've seen that all year. So let's see what the race brings. I think it's going to be a fantastic fight, similar to what we've seen in the 6-hour races, but now for 24.
Thanks.
Thanks.
And once again, the strains of the French national anthem ring out on the front straight here at Le Mans.
Well, I finally made it to the grid, and a bit further down there expecting I found the Nissans, and one of our refugees from F1, Max Chilton. Max, this is a bit of a bigger atmosphere than most of the Grand Prix you've been in.
It's completely, outweighed exactly what I thought Le Mans was all about. It's been absolutely amazing. Lots of people told me that the drivers' parade was going to be better than I thought, and it really was. It was absolutely incredible. 200,000 people filling the streets, and now we're here on the pit straight, and there's even more people shouting all the national anthems. It's just such an electric buzz. I can't wait to get behind the wheel now.
Hope for the race?
To finish. I don't know that's what a lot of people say, but for us that would be a mega achievement.
Max, thanks very much. Now up to Audi with Shay.
Renee Rast, not your first Le Mans, but first time in the P1. What are you thinking?
It's an amazing feeling again. I get again some goosebumps now with the national anthem. It's just a great atmosphere, and now we are ready for the race.
What's the most important thing to start the race to stay with the Porsches?
Oh, we just try to stay out of trouble. This is the only thing we have to do. I think we have the pace to be able to really have a good race. For sure, the Porsche will be quick at the beginning, but we know that we have a good race pace, so we just staying out of trouble.
Thanks, Renee. Good luck.
Thank you.
With Mike Conway shaking hands. Mike, where are Toyota in this race?
We're P7 and P8.
Nice answer, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, we could see obviously that we're a little bit off the pace. So, but it's a long race. Anything can happen. We're going to keep pushing all the way to the end, and that's all we can do.
Warm-up seemed more encouraging, and you've not bothered going for qualifying. You must be secretly. Where do you think you are? Do you need luck to win, or can you do it with speed?
I still think they have maybe a couple of seconds a lap on us. So I think they've turned their systems down a little bit, and we've maybe closed the gap that way. But yeah, realistically, we're a little bit behind. But you never know with this race. The things can be different. It's sometimes in a race that you can close the gap more. So we're just going to push all the way. That's all we can do.
Mike, thank you very much. And now Nicola Prost with Shay.
Nicola, a couple of electrical gremlins this week already in the car. Do you think those are all sorted?
Yeah, it was small things, and hopefully we're on top of everything. It's new engine installation, so obviously not 100% confident, but let's believe in it. Last year we had a very strong race, so maybe we can do even better.
What would Rebellion be happy with at the end of the day?
Obviously, first P1 privateer in front of Nissan also, and top 5 would be great. Thank you.
With that, Davidson, and what is the mood at Toyota?
I think, we're just going through the motions, really, of another Le Mans. We had the fastest car last year. It didn't get us anywhere for this race, so who knows? Maybe with the slowest car, we'll win the damn thing.
Can you do it without rain?
Yeah, there's always a chance to win it, this race. I've been in third place at some point in the race in an Aston Martin once against 3 works Peugeots and 3 works Audis. So, anything's possible at this event.
So basically you need that Audi mentality, don't you? Just keeping on going and waiting for something to happen to other teams.
Yeah, that's pretty much what we do. Like we're going to do. Like I say, we'll go through the motions. If we have anything go wrong with the car, then we know that even if we had the fastest car, it wasn't meant to be like it was last year. So, first thing is to have zero problems, and then you see where you are.
And thanks for talking to us. And now Roman Rusnov with Shay.
Roman, it's P2 to start off in the second P2 category. How do you get around Richard Bradley?
You know, it's a great team, and it's always nice to fight with the good competitors. And we fight with them last year, we're fighting with them this year, and I think they have a great chance to win this race. We have a great chance to win it as well, but it's so long, you cannot really say what's going to happen. You just need to drive as fast as possible during the 24 hours, and that's why we love this race, because it's just amazing.
Driving the 26, thank you, Roman. Down to Ollie Webb.
In the 43 car, Ollie, starting at Le Mans.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. Last year I didn't get to start, but got to do a lot of the night stints. This year I'm getting to start, and it's dry, so pretty excited. We've got a good race car, so see what we can do.
Ridiculously competitive. What is the key to winning?
Well, I think if everyone knew that, it'd be a lot easier, but I think survival for the beginning. You've obviously got to make some good times, some good places, put some quick drivers in at the start. You really get to see where you are in the middle of the night when you start to get in a rhythm, so we'll see where we are in the morning and people start to get more aggressive strategy towards the end of tomorrow.
Ollie, thank you very much indeed. And
down to share with Mitch Evans.
Mitch Evans, sorry to interrupt Andrew Marriott. Just a quick moment for you. You're with the defending champions, but you were not driving the car at that race. Are you feeling extra pressure to keep up the great driving?
I think it gives me quite a good confidence to know that the team's capable of winning. We had a really good run at Spa. The car's been running really well so far at Le Mans, and I seem to be getting into the groove quite well and mixing well with the guys. So hope for a good start, and then we'll see what happens in the rest of the race.
Feeling good about your chances with the Gibson?
Yeah, we are actually. We focused a lot on our race performance instead of qualifying in the qualifying session, so hopefully that pays off during the race.
Best of luck. Now to Dumpkramer with Nick.
The 13 car, the red car, not had as good as a run as the 12, but how do you feel in the race?
Yeah, I feel quite confident and quite confident for the pace. For sure, we did not as many laps as the 12 car, and we were in a bit difficult position throughout the qualifyings. But still, we feel quite good, and we got our own little race, to be honest, and we concentrate on ourselves and try to finish it without any problems.
Is that race just with the CLM, or are you racing those Nissans as well?
I don't know yet, to be honest, but I think we all got the same goal to finish the race without any issues. It's the same for us, for Nissan, for everybody else. So we're not gonna go like the full racing what you would do in an hour's race, So we take care of that. We also got a team order to avoid most of the curbs on track. So we try to be as gentle to the car as possible to be able to finish those 24 hours, and then to be maybe on the podium, because what I heard is a podium for us too.
Dom, thanks very much. Now for the man with his name above the door of the 46 from Thierry Racing, it's Pierre Thierry.
Pierre Thierry in the 46. The car is good. You've warned me your English not so good.
No, sorry for my English, but the car is now a new car, because we have to build a new car after the qualification. So this morning the car was good, and hoping we see the finish line tomorrow.
One spot better this year than last year? You were second.
Yeah, last year we were second, but now the first goal is to finish the race, and after we see.
Your English is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Countdown to Green on RadioLeMans.com.
It's our Nismo Pit Lane reporters, Shea Adam and Nick Damon, part of the Nismo Pit Lane team. You'll hear three other voices throughout the next 25 hours or so, including Bruce Jones, Owen Mildenhall and Joe Bradley. The rest of the broadcast team in the booth. Jim Roller and Johnny Palmer will be anchoring things with a number of guests, including Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering, Marshall Pruitt from Racer.com. We've got some racing drivers coming in as well to add their expertise. What all that adds up to, particularly when you've got Paul Truswell and the Woking Data Centre just off to our right here in the studio, is the most coverage of the Le Mans 24 Hours for 2015. The biggest reach of any broadcaster, going to the whole of the globe on the internet to over 250,000 people here on 91.2 Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans at the track, and bringing all of that direct to your ears from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. This is Radio Le Mans for 2015. Back down to Nick Damon now as the atmosphere continues to build. Nick?
Yeah, we're off the grid now, but we're in the garages now. I've caught up with Nico Lapierre. Nico is starting another Le Mans, but not in a P1, a P2. How different is the challenge?
Very tough. I mean, P2 competition is very close, so I'm very excited. You know, it's a big one for me. It's the first time I start pole position. Even if it's not P1, it's very exciting. It will be a big battle with Ligier and Jotas. They're very fast, so I'm looking forward to it.
What is the key to a successful run in this class?
You need to go to the end without any trouble. I mean, every year LMP2 stop quite a lot in the box, so this year I think the car are a bit more reliable. So we'll try to go from the beginning to the end without any mechanical trouble or driver mistake. That would be good, yeah.
Thank you, Nicolas. Now down to one of the most easily identifiable cars, the bright green Krone machine.
If you're listening in on Sirius 93 XM201, you won't be able to see the bright green machine of Krone Racing, but when it takes the green flag in only a handful of minutes, Nick Janssen and Tracy Krone will break the record for most starts together as a tandem. Nick, that's a pretty amazing record for you to be taking.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. You know, first of all, to be back at Le Mans again and be here for the 10th consecutive year with the same team and co-driver is phenomenal. And as you said, it's a break, record performance, so it's been great. So if we can have a good run, hopefully finish on the top of the podium as well, will be absolutely fantastic.
It's the record of Dindo Capello and Alan McNish. Those are two pretty large names. While you guys don't have as many wins as they do, you have stood on the podium before. Can you do it again this year?
Yeah, we've obviously been on the podium 3 times before in the GT class. This year it's the first time in the prototype class. And, we feel very confident that we have a good car. And, as you said, we're going to break a record here no matter what. But it would be fun to also be on top of the podium end of the day.
Thanks, Nick. Now down to Nick, the other Nick, who has Danny Watts.
Danny, you're normally the chipperest man in the pit lane. Are you feeling chipper about today's race?
Yeah, slightly nervous, but that's natural here. You wouldn't be right in the head if you weren't slightly nervous at one of the biggest races in the world. But, hey, look, the weather's great. We've been here before. We've won the race in P2 and P1 privateers before, so we know what we're doing. We're lacking a little bit of pace, but the car's massively reliable, so just looking forward to it. I want to get stuck in now.
You say the dome not quite on the pace, but has that change to Dunlop tyres really helped you, though?
It really has helped. We just lack time developing the car with now the Dunlops, of course, so just need a bit more time with it. But having said that, since the change, we felt a lot more comfortable as drivers. It's easier to drive, more consistent, and when we're driving the car for up to 3 hours during the day and during the night, it makes it a little bit more comfortable. Just keep ploughing round.
Johnny taking the start, was it a fight between you and him, or was it, no, Johnny, you do it?
No, he generally always starts anyway. Safe pair of hands, he's quick, knows what he's doing, no questions asked there. And then after that, I'll go and then Nick, and we'll keep rotating until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
John Hindhaugh wants to know if you told Johnny you love him.
I did about 2 minutes ago before he set off.
Thanks, Danny.
And the reason for that is their little thing. As they bolt each other into the car, it's love you, Johnny, love you, Danny. That's what they do. The team think it's very funny. They've got into a habit of doing it, and it's one of those things that they feel is their thing.
And once racing drivers have decided it's their thing, they will just carry on doing it time and time again.
Absolutely. We'll get more as we get closer to 2 o'clock. The countdown to green continues here on Mobil 1, 91.2 FM, Radio Le Mans for 2015. But next, it's another one of our traditions.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
Well, if you're a regular listener to our broadcasts from here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, you know that we take this opportunity at this time of the year. It might be the middle of the year in terms of the calendar, but it's the start and end of another cycle of motor racing for endurance racing. And in fact, even the FIA and the ACO have recognised that with the way they set their balance of performance and equalisation of technology. And we take a moment now to remember those people involved in the sport who were here at this time last year but are not anymore. It's not by any means an exhaustive list, and sadly it does get longer and more personal every year, but we'll go through one or two of them here this afternoon. Erik Karlsson, the man they called Mr. Saab, twice a winner of the Monte Carlo Rally, 3 times a winner of the RAC Rally for Saab, one of the greatest rally drivers in history. Robert Manson, a member of Formula One's original World Championship cast in its first season in 1950. He made his F1 debut at Monaco, raced here at Le Mans in the 50s, and a member of Lancia's triumphant sports car squad in 1954. We've also lost Jean-Pierre Beltoise this year, 11 times a French motorcycle champion, best remembered for his heroic victory in Formula One in the 1972 Grand Prix of Monaco. He won that race, the last Formula One race, indeed, victory for BRM, and raced with Matra and Tyrrell as well. Gerard Ducarouge, mastermind of Matra's Le Mans hat-trick from 72 through to 74. Also Matra, Ligier and Lotus team leader, stepped into Colin Chapman's shoes at a critical period in Lotus's racing history. Frank Matish, Australia's Formula 5000 legend and the 1977 Formula 5000 champion in Australia. Roland Steady Barker, he was the technical editor of Autocar, later joined Car Magazine, and he could vent what was only be described as iconoclastic views and breathtaking bouts of hilarity and exquisite prose. Colourful beyond measure, he celebrated his 80th birthday by wing walking on a Stearman biplane, and his personal road transport was a 1908 Grand Prix racer. At the other end of the age spectrum, Keir Miller, an 11-year-old world champion in short ovals, killed in mini stocks race last month. The current and former short oval world champion racers have all painted their bumpers a world champion gold in his honour. Steve Rossi, team leader of the British Touring Car Championships Wicks racing team, is not with us at this time of the year. Earl Bautus, former owner and arch promoter of America's former famous Eldora Speedway sprint car track. As far as we know, the only racetrack in America named after a nightclub. Delmo Johnson, celebrated Corvette racer of the late 1950s through to the 1960s. And Dr. Dick Thompson, named the Flying Dentist, American 8 times SCCA national champion, and 5 of those in Corvette. He shared the winning Mirage with Jackie Hicks in the 1,000 kilometres of Spa in 1967 as well. Jem Marsh, someone that Graham and I both had great memories of, racer, enthusiast and creator of the Marcos racing cars and road cars. Much of his own larger-than-life image, he was 84. Howie Fairbanks, an American F500 racer, and Mary Davis, the sports car racer from Redondo Beach, California, where she ran the Portofino Inn, a haven for racers, and of course the end point of the Cannonball Run Sea to Shining Sea that Brock Yates put together. Philip Young, the delightfully ebullient and outspoken editor-journalist, creator of the modern classic rally movement, and of course the groundbreaking Peking to Paris rally. Mr. K, Yutaka Katayama, the beloved father of Nissan's immortal Z car. Mr. K led the first international competition effort for then Datsun, circumnavigating Australia, set up Datsun North America in 1960 and was inducted into the American Automotive Hall of Fame. He died at 105. Good innings, Mr. K. Denise McCluggage, American journalist, photographer, author and racer, a founder of Competition Press, and that of course became Auto Week. Close to our hearts this weekend with our friends at Duke Video, Jeff Duke, OBE, 6-time world champion and winners of 6 Isle of Man TT races. Jacques Grelly, racer, artist, art dealer, restaurateur, man of the world, greatly witnessed DT at close quarters and survived the 1955 Le Mans disaster by a couple of inches and returned to Le Mans as a driver. And one of the many unsung heroes of our sport, Dave Hollander. He was the man who pioneered the Indy safety team. A respected yet unsung hero of IndyCar racing, he was one of the men who always runs towards the flames. Michael Hurnick, Polish rider, died in the Paris-Dakar rally. Raymond Beadle, American 3 times a funny car champion, who ran the famous Blue Max funny car, the NHRA. Christopher de Margerie, president of the French Total Oil Company, who died in a tragic plane crash in Russia since the last Le Mans. And Emilio Botan, the chairman of Santander Bank, and of course they were still are a major sponsor of Ferrari. Closer to home now for us, John Crossley, the founder of the Crossley Car Company in 1957. Was at one time the longest surviving customer racing car constructor in the UK, 82 years old for John. Martino Finotto, racer and team owner of the inaugural Group C Junior World Championship in 83 and C2 champion in 84. Entered F1 as a privateer with his friend Carlo Ficetti in a Brabham in 1974. Bud Howell. Now, it's unlikely that many of you know Bud's name, but his death at Bronson Speedway in Archer, Florida last year strikes a chord to all of us in motorsport. He was one of those indispensable people, a flagman, a marshal, sadly struck by a spinning car in the Speedway infield. And his passing, of course, reminds us of the tens of thousands of dedicated, often to the point of selflessness, unsung heroes who wear the orange or here the white and dedicate themselves to the safety of others for nothing more than a chance to be a part of our sport on an intimate level. And we'll add to that as well Chris Stoddart, a marshal who used to be at post 106, one of the number of British marshals that first came to Le Mans in 1984. Ex-Italian Formula One driver Renzo Zorzi died at the age of 68. Once contested 7 Grand Prix with Williams and Shadows between 75 and 77 and won the 1975 Monaco F3 event. Back here to Le Mans and Jonathan Williams. Now, he served a brief stint as Ferrari works driver, but from my point of view will always be remembered as the driver of one of the drivers at least of the camera car for Steve McQueen, the Flunder 9082, the number 29 car, filming that epic onboard footage for the 1970 movie, the 24 hours, shot here at the 24 hours of Le Mans. And also, many people here will remember Jim Bamber, cherished creator of Cash Pole and other cartoons for Autosport. He died just a few days after this race last year. John Curtis will be known to many of you listening on 91.2 FM this weekend. The original organiser of the Le Mans British Classic Welcome in Saint-Saturne. Noël Pasteur, beloved proprietor of the Hotel de France. That, if you know your history, was John Wyer's choice for his Le Mans base for all of his Le Mans adventures. Gracious host and the head chef who brought a Michelin star to the hotel in Chartres-sur-Loire. We also remember Frank Peticola, 32 years old, died in the TT. Otakar Kramsky, the former European hill climb champion, and Peter Diekman, a rally co-driver. And for the last one, Graham Goodwin is, and I'm sad to say this was just a few days ago when we came here to Le Mans, and this is a very personal one to the paddock and for all the Brits here.
It is. It's one of our own. We lost last weekend David Stevens, Captain Black. David, photographer, a motorsport archivist, an all-round good guy, taken way, way, way too early last weekend. We had a moment at the press room to remember one of our own before I came down to the booth, John. David, and to his family, to Deborah, to his mum, we're going to miss him. Everybody's going to miss him. And it's the first time we've had to do one of these, and I hope it's the last.
By no means an exhaustive list, and I'll apologise in advance if we missed out somebody that you know, but as you might imagine, as we go on in years, these lists get ever longer. We pass our condolences on to anyone who has lost a friend or a family member, whether inside of motorsport or out, since the last time we gathered here at the Le Mans 24 Hours.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
The cars have begun to move off the grid and around from their echelon formation, but not all of them are moving. Nick Damon.
No, I've come right up to the end of the innovation station. And unfortunately, the 23 car, which
just because you didn't think of it,
which didn't get out for warm-up, is still having issue with Darren Cox, head of Nissan Motorsport and the whole world. And what's happened? Tell us about the 23.
Yeah, we didn't get out in warm-up earlier, and it looks like we had an issue with the clutch as we pulled away from the formation lap. So we're just having a look at it now. So it looks like we've missed the warm-up to go around to the grid, so we'll be starting from the pit lane.
Lots of overtaking to do, it'd be more fun, wouldn't it?
Well, that's funny, that's what Alex Buncombe said, and of course we know what he's done in overtaking in GT. So yeah, we got Jan in that car, but you know, the point was that we were going to let the LMB2s squabble amongst themselves anyway, and then just pick them off one at a time down the straight. It's got a big top speed advantage obviously over those guys, but now yeah, Jan's going to have to go through the GTs as well, so watch the onboards, I guess, would be quite fun.
Will do. Thanks, Darren. Down to Corvette.
Antonio Garcia, I'm sure you would much rather be watching the start from the front of the Corvette, but you're here instead. Are you at least having a good time watching the 64?
I don't know if so far I'm having a good time, but definitely supporting the 64 Corvette, that's for sure. I mean, it's very unfortunate. I mean, you never ever think about that kind of accident, basically. I mean, even if could have happened to Jan, Ryan, or me, or actually any of the 64 car. I mean, that's racing. I mean, everything we do is that, and it's very, very. I mean, this is part of Le Mans, unfortunately too. So, I mean, this is the farthest race from home, so no way to ship a car over here. So at the end, everything looks like it went against us, but I mean, we just need to keep focused, and this is just a bad day or a bad weekend, so we just need to forget about this, keep pushing and support the 64, and now move on until the Glen.
Really hard for Antonio Garcia, but the Corvette guys are still a family. They're still helping each other out.
Well, and we discussed, didn't we, thanks, Shay, whether that might actually help them. They've only got one bullet in the gun, but what a bullet that is. They've had no luck in the 64 car. Maybe it will all turn around in the next 24 and a half hours or thereabouts. And Corvette, of course, one of the teams that come across from the IMSA Tudor United Sports Car Championship. News on Friday that they'll be joined next year by another one of the big American auto manufacturers, and one that has a rich tradition here at Le Mans. In the Legends race earlier on, we saw it dominated at the front of the field by Ford GT40s. There's a new Street Ford GT coming out shortly, and it's been built to go racing. Earlier on today, we were honoured to have Raj Nair, the Group Vice President and Chief Technical Officer of Ford Motor Company, in the studio with us to talk about why now is the right time for Ford to come back to Le Mans.
Well, 2016 is an important year for us. It happens to be the 50th anniversary of our win here in 1966. 1-2-3 win, and was the first of 4 consecutive wins. So it's an important date for the company, and we take our heritage very seriously with a lot of pride. So it's great to be able to announce that we'll be back on that 50th anniversary with a new Ford GT and bringing Ford back into GT racing.
Tell me a little bit about the Ford GT project, because it's been rumoured for quite a long time, but in its early machinations was kept quite a big secret, even from other people at Ford, I'm led to believe.
Yeah, it was a top secret project, and we actually had a very small, nimble team. We actually developed the vehicle in the basement of our product development center in a secret room that only a few people had the key to. And I think
were you one of them?
I did have a key. I was one of the few. And the team just did a great job in obviously developing a great car, but also keeping it secret. And then at the Detroit Auto Show, certainly a surprise for the industry and even a surprise for some of our employees.
When those decisions were being made to bring the Ford GT back as a street car, was it always in the plan that it would be raced? And to follow that, if that was the case, did then the requirement to build a competitive race car inform any of the decisions on how you designed and how you developed the car for the street?
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. From the beginning, we intended to bring the car into GT racing. So from the very beginning, we were thinking about engineering the race car as well as engineering the production car. And as you know, when you do a production car and then decide later to race it, there's a lot of compromises that you make. When you know that ahead of time, you can really optimize the car. And I think both cars were enhanced because of that, because there's certainly a lot of race technology in the road car. But the safety requirements and the rules regulations, we were thinking of that ahead of time for the race car. So I think the team has done a great job in developing both at the same time.
Now, I asked why now and why Le Mans, and you answered that with a very simple matter of calendar. But there must be a little more than that, because Ford could go racing anywhere in the world, and it does do other forms of racing, including World Rally Championship and other championships as well around the world. So endurance racing with a GT car, you must have looked at prototypes, you must have looked at every type of racing within this category and beyond. So what made that decision right for the Ford GT and for Le Mans and for the IMSA Championship?
Well, we think the GT class is a great class that really highlights the technology that you can find on the showroom. Clearly, the vehicle itself is so similar to the production vehicle, but the technologies in the vehicle, whether it's the lightweighting technology, the aerodynamics, and particularly our EcoBoost engines. So we've got production engines. Our EcoBoost 3.5-liter V6 is a production engine that we see on the showroom right now. We've been racing that engine in the United States in Daytona prototype, fine-tuning it for racing. Well, what many people don't know is we actually have some production parts that are on test in that race engine that'll go back into production in 2017. And those have informed our decisions of what we're going to have here in 2016 in the Ford GT. So that class, we think, really resonates with our customers who can see Ford brand vehicles on the showroom, out on the track, and Ford technologies on the track, back in the showroom.
And GT Le Mans, as we call it in the States, not GT3. GT3, a potential to sell a lot of cars. It's hugely popular around the world. That would be much more of a customer effort, but this is, in old-fashioned parlance for old blokes like me, this is effectively a works-supported effort in GT Le Mans GTE. Why not look at GT3, or in fact, did you look at GT3?
Well, this, as you said, is a full factory effort, and we wanted to make sure that we were racing at the best races in the world on the greatest tracks in the world, and certainly here at Le Mans, 24-hour Le Mans, the greatest endurance race in the world, but also in the United States, racing at the 12 Hours of Sebring, racing 24 Hours, Rolex 24 in Daytona. Those are GTE, and we think it's a great partnership between ACO, FIA, and IMSA in developing a class where we can race on both sides of the ocean at the best tracks in the world.
And a world championship, of course, as well. You mentioned that. And did that influence the decision making?
Absolutely. The ability to race the full WEC, race here at Le Mans, obviously, but also race at Spa, race at Silverstone, race around the world. For us as a global company, it's important that this message resonates around the entire world and not just in the United States or not just in Europe.
We're delighted to have you back. Do you set yourselves any targets? Ford has been here before. Ford has raced at the highest level before, from Formula One all the way down. You don't come to make up the numbers, so we kind of have quite large expectations. What expectations do you have for yourself and for the program?
Well, whenever we come to race, we race to win. We think we've done our homework, and through the engine development program, the vehicle program, we've put our best effort in to come to win. Having said that, we come in eyes wide open. We've got some incredibly good competitors on the track, and whether it's Aston Martin, whether it's Ferrari, whether it's Porsche, whether it's Chevrolet, some great competitors who have great history and have done great at this very race. So we know we've got a challenge, and that's why we come to race.
There's a pavilion at the top of the village here at Le Mans this year celebrating the Ferrari versus Ford years, and indeed Ford's very original competition debut here was born of a falling out apparently between Ferrari and Ford. We get a chance to live that again. Your teams that you've picked to run this car, Chip Ganassi racing with Felix Sabates, clearly someone who you have developed a relationship as Ford over the years, Multimatic as well, very similar. How important was to get the right partners right from the start of the program? Because effectively they've got to develop a car as well as race it as well.
Absolutely critical. The partners are so important to success on the track, and we couldn't ask for better partners than the two we have there. Multimatic Motorsports, a really critical partner for us, brings so much expertise, both in terms of the road car development as well as race car, and certainly their presence in GT racing. And obviously we've got a great partnership with Chip Ganassi and Daytona Prototypes right now, and they were absolutely the right team to help us achieve success on both sides of the ocean.
How does this announcement affect that partnership you have with Chip Ganassi and DP Racing and potentially prototype racing going forward in the IMSA series in particular?
Well, we're still committed to the prototype series this year and going to do our best to try to win that championship. But it really strengthens the relationship going forward with Chip, that he's got now a presence in racing with Ford factory efforts in WEC as well as in IMSA. So we'd love to keep expanding that partnership.
Couple of questions that I know that the listeners would kill me for not asking. I have a suspicion that you won't be able to tell me very much about them, but I hope you'll understand why I have to ask them. Drivers, what can, if anything, can you tell us about the driving talent potentially at Le Mans? You're talking about maybe having 4 cars, that's 12 drivers. They're going to have to be 12 very good drivers. If you can't tell us who they are, can you tell us where you're looking? What sort of calibre of driver you're looking for, and what parts of motorsport you would be interested in bringing here?
Well, as we said, we're not ready to announce a driver lineup, but we're racing to win. So we'll be looking for the best drivers, and wherever they may come from. We're fortunate to have 2 teams in Chip Ganassi and in Multimatic that have extensive experience with the driver talent, wherever it may be around the world. And as always, there's always a longer list of drivers that are interested, and there are seats available. So we look forward to that selection process.
If you need a fat 52-year-old, fairly inexperienced driver just to give you a baseline, then I can give you my card later on. The final question, and again, I'll appreciate it if you can't say anything about this. You're racing in a GT category, which can't win overall in either of the major championships that you're going forward to. That would be seen by some people as a disadvantage. We hear talk of potential extra LMP1 entries from people like BMW, Honda, etc. Ford's name keeps coming up with that. The word Phoenix keeps coming up with that as a project as well, for a prototype project. Are you continuing to evaluate what is going on in the motorsport world, and in particularly in the endurance racing world?
Well, right now we're focused on the GTE Class. It's, as I said, a class that we think really resonates because you can see the production vehicles on the track. We're always evaluating other classes, but right now GT is our focus.
I'm dying to know what's in that locked room down underground right now. But win on Sunday, sell on Monday, still as applicable now as it was back in the 1960s?
Oh, absolutely. The performance business is really red hot right now, and even in declining industries, we see performance as a business and as volumes going up. And it's a great opportunity for us to showcase technologies. It's a higher income customer usually, a younger customer. The loyalty for that customer into their next vehicle being a Ford is very high. So it's a great part of the business to be in. And it's whether it's a GT or a Focus RS or a Focus ST, we think we're fulfilling that full lineup of performance for our customers.
Final question for you, and it's a personal one. Le Mans, the 24 hours, how great is it to be back here as an individual and as bringing Ford back to?
Well, I've been fortunate enough to be here as a fan, and it's fantastic. From experience coming in as a competitor is very different, and the competitive spirit certainly takes over when you come as a competitor, but I'm really looking forward to next year.
And we're looking forward to seeing you back. When will we see the car competing for the first time? Back end of this season or the start of next year?
The car will make its debut at the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
We'll be there to cover it here on our sister service, IMSA Radio. Thank you very much for your time, sir. I know how very busy you are.
Well, I certainly appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Suraj Nair, the Group Vice President and Chief Technical Officer for Ford Motor Company. Right now, our focus is on GT racing, he said.
Right now. And what a focus, John. Before we get into rumour and speculation, that car, we've seen it yesterday. It's already a runner. It's already tested. It's amazing. It's going to be a massive fan favourite for the moment people see it.
Thank you to Graham and to the rest of the team for the countdown to green. What's left now is the race. 91.2 FM, Mobil 1, Radio Le Mans for 2015 and the 83rd running of the Grand Prix d'Endurance. The 24 Hours of Le Mans is next.
This program is a Radio Show Limited production.
Tell your friends there's more at radiolemans.com. The sound of endurance racing around the world. radiolemans.com. At radiolemans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio, from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited, is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races, live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the radiolemans.com homepage.
Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
radiolemans.com.
Get closer to motorsport with Mobil 1. Mobil 1.
It's that time again, boys and girls. It's been 12 months since we did this thing, and on Mobil 1, radiolemans.com, it is time finally to go racing. I enjoy free practice, I get more excited about qualifying, but until we get the opportunity to race, the goosebumps just hold back. But I tell you, I have that tingle down my spine right now for the 83rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. We are radiolemans.com on 91.2 FM around the track, and of course on the website radiolemans.com around the world. Myself, Johnny Palmer, Graham Goodwin alongside, Paul Truswell to my right, who'll be there throughout the race, and also Shea Adam and Nick Damon down in our Nismo pit lane to take you through the opening exchanges of this wonderful race. And as the cars work their way down Mulsanne Straight, Graham, how do you feel?
I don't remember a Le Mans I've been more excited before the start of this race. There's a real sense, we were saying just before we came on air, just there's a crackle in the air. There's something about this year, there's something about the mix at the front of that grid and all the way along it that's just, it's extraordinarily exciting. It really is. Guys, if you're here at the track on 91.2 FM with Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, this is one for the history books. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. If you're listening in at home, I hope you're going to get even a tenth of the excitement we're feeling. This is going to be a cracker.
So difficult to predict in pretty much all four of the classes, but I think one thing we're guaranteed is some sort of history this year, with Porsche in search of their 17th win at this great race in a decade and a half's worth of Audi domination. Can Audi, in fact, get a 14th win, or are we going to see a win for Toyota, which looks like an outside bet at the moment, but it is still possible, as we've been hearing from many of the drivers. Also, of course, if we get a win for the much-touted number 7 car, the Audi, then Lotre, Treluet and Fessler will become the most successful team, and that's 3 drivers ever. They will have won it 4 times, and nobody as a team combination, driver combination, has ever done that before. So will the 7 break records that way? Paul Truswell, this is billed as a race of a generation. Often things are hyped beyond, their kind of suitable scale, but would you go with that?
I can't say yet because it might all fizzle out.
I knew he was going to say that.
I'm sorry. I have rarely been, let me put it this way, I've rarely been as nervous before a race as I am this time. Partly, because, we're going to try and follow it, but it's the nature of the beast. Because the speeds have moved on so much, we're running a good 5-6 seconds a lap faster than what we were doing last year. The the kind of envelope is being pushed, and I just have that feeling that, yeah, I mean, you say that history could be made this weekend. I'm hopeful and optimistic that it will be, although obviously trying to keep myself under control. But it has all the makings, all the pieces are in place, and all they have to do now is the 55 teams, the 165 drivers, just have to do what they have to do for the next 24 hours. So it's not much. But you just know that some things, everybody's got their plan and everybody's planning what they're going to do. But there is a point at which, during this race, every single team, their plan is going to go out of the window and they're going to have to start racing.
Handshakes and high fives taking place down at Toyota, and a slow Ferrari from the Am class. That will either be the 83 or the 61, I reckon. It doesn't look like the 55.
Not
AF
the 55.
Corsa Ferrari, no, but it is one of the AF Corsa cars. So we'll try and check up on that in a moment or two. Looked like all of a sudden that 458 did fire into life, but it has some ground to make up on the rest of the pace car train as it is. But Toyota, a little bit of an unknown entity. Have they shown all their cards already during free practice and qualifying? Do they have something more to give, or are they going to have to rely on bad luck for the others? Alexander Wurz starting the number 2 car from 7th position, Sebastian Buemi in the number 1 car from 8th position, but it's Neil Jarni who is leading the whole field in the black Porsche, the number 18 car, ahead of teammate Timo Bernhard and Nico Hulkenberg. A reminder that you can not only listen to our team broadcasting from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre this year, overlooking the Ford chicane, but you can also see us via StudioVision on www.radiolemans.com, of course, powered by Duke Video. This is me, Johnny Palmer, and that is Graham Goodwin. We've conveniently turned up in very different clothes, and Graham is in the orange t-shirt of dailysportscar.com. Great to have him on board for the first few laps then of this race, and they're coming towards the end of the lap now. They will come actually into our sight outside the window in a moment or two, and we will get going. I have a funny feeling this is going to be good. Something in the water.
A master of understatement there, Johnny Palmer. I think you're absolutely right. So I'm nervously looking to my left out of the window to see the cars emerging from the Porsche curves and formed up in grid formation. This is going to be a heck of a sprint to start with. This is going to be Porsche trying to get away. Will Audi go with them?
It was interesting to see Audi's behaviour during warm-up this morning, deliberately running 2 cars very close to one another to almost dial in the drivers to make sure that they knew how close some of these competitors are going to be and make sure that they're comfortable drafting down the Mulsanne. But we're about to get underway with impeccable timing from the ACO and their 7-minute warm-up lap. We're about to go racing then with the pace car, which will peel off to the right-hand side. We're at 20 seconds to go rather, till 3 o'clock, and then the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans will be underway. A whole load of dignitaries there stood up on what will be the podium later on, awaiting the start, and the clock appears on our screens to tell us that there will be 24 hours to go before the checkered flag flies on how many cars, I wonder, how many of these prototypes will get to the finish, and will there be different strategies from Porsche, from Audi and from Toyota? How will the Nissans go, and who's going to win P2? It's one of the big questions on my lips as the slow pace of these cars then thread their way through the double chicane that ends the lap, the Ford chicane, and then it'll be all the drivers' eyes to the red lights. They go green as I say that, and we're underway with a cracking start with all 3 of the Porsches getting away well, together with at least one of the Audis, which has matched the pace up towards the Dunlop curve for the first time. Hard braking, left, right, left, into the Dunlop chicane they will go, and getting the jump, it is Neil Jarni. Yellow flag towards the end of the lap, so I don't know whether they've all got through. Maybe there's been a clash amongst the GTs, but we'll concentrate on the head of the order because the black and the red Porsches, 18 and 17, doing a decent job of just getting a bit of a breakaway from the white Porsche of Nico Hulkenberg, but the 2 Audis matching them at the moment. There are the Toyotas in the background as well, edging away from the Rebellions. Good to see a clean start though, and at least, I know we're only at Tertre Rouge, but on the opening lap, the Audis are able to mix it with the Porsches. They might even switch positions there as Andre Lotre getting a good slipstream from Loic Duval and slots into 4th position down the Mulsanne.
That's right, it's a 7 from the 8 Audi, 4th, 5th, with the number 9 now under pressure and being overtaken by the number 1 Toyota coming up into, he's going to make it through to 6th position. He does, he takes that position, so we've got a Toyota already amongst the Audis as the Porsches Porsches 1, 2, 3, Audis 4, 5, Toyota 6, and Audi number 9 7th.
This is a very closely fought start. Normally on the Mulsanne on the opening lap, you do see relatively large gaps emerging. Yes, there is definitely dominance from the Porsches, but the Audi number 9 is going to flip back again. This is Bononomi, who is trying to get back in front then of Buemi, and has done it. So the Toyota's at the back of the train again, down at the second chicane, and the number 9 car of Marco Bononomi delayed because he's getting distracted by these TSO 40s. It's the 1 from the 2, but still the race leader is Neil Janney from Timo Bernhardt from Nico Hülkenberg. They're on the way to the Mulsanne corner.
The number 8 Audi right again back with the number 7, so it's Lotterer with Duval right underneath rear wing, and through he goes on the inside. That position retaken. We said before the start of the race, these teams are running to their own plan. The plans clearly conflict slightly because what they're playing here is a bit of tag.
Yeah, need to be careful not to fight amongst themselves too much and then lose touch of the Porsches. I mean, obviously the 919s will stretch their legs and we expect them to be quicker on single lap pace. So don't be surprised to see the 3 Porsches with a decent gap ahead of the first Audis, first of all, laughing and chuckling down at Toyota, so they're not overly bothered by this battle. They're just following suit and watching it all unfold in front of them, Sebastian Buemi and Alexander Wurz, Graham.
And we're coming down now towards the area where Audi is going to start to actually, the performance envelope comes back to Audi. Through Arnage now comes this train. I've barely ever seen a leading train this close in the modern era with this many cars. But still Porsche though, 1, 2, 3. As they come down now on the run down towards the Porsche curves, this is where the Audis can actually pick up some pace over the Porsches, but they can't get by.
And they're not going to be able to get by in the Porsche curves either, because you just don't want to be overtaking a car with such comparable performance around the Porsche curves. But who knows, there may be some diving, ducking and diving going on as they come into the Ford chicane at the end of the first lap. But no doubt in my mind, Johnny Palmer, that at the end of this lap, the 24 hours of Le Mans is going to be led by Porsche.
That's the way it looks, with Nico Hülkenberg, the 3rd of those, almost holding up the Audis. In fact, one of the Audis has got through just before the Ford chicane, so a nice little move there from Loic Duval, almost caught Hülkenberg napping, and the 8 Audi slips up the inside into the Ford chicane there to nab 3rd position. So Porsche certainly going to lead the first lap of this year's Le Mans. Timo Bernhardt from Neil Janney, so it's not the pole man, and here come the Audis again, Graham.
And the Lotterer has gone through as well. That exit through this Ford chicane just gave Hülkenberg the lack of momentum that they were looking for to take that position. So it's the 8 and the 7 Audis now running 3rd and 4th position. Porsche's 1st and 2nd, Audi's 3rd, 4th, then Nico Hülkenberg now under pressure from the 3rd Audi and Marco Bononomi.
You know, we might have this for the next 23 hours and 55 minutes. I'm going to need an ice cold bath at the end of this, and a large bucket of tea, I think, to cool off. But news from the pit lane from Nick Damon is that the 23 car has not joined the party yet. Jan Mardenborough due to start that car, but Jan is still, I think, in the car, but it's being fixed right now. They'd hoped to get it out for the first lap. Not been possible so far. The other 2 Nissans, though, the GTR LM Nismos, are running in the field. Quite a way down, though, 24th overall and 28th overall.
Have made progress though from the back of the prototype grid where they were put after failing to get the 110% minimum time.
Everyone else, though, just to make the point, everyone else has completed the first lap successfully. So the only car not to have completed the first lap is that number 23 Nissan.
The other major change of position is down in GTE Pro, and that's got Jimmy Bruni to the front of the race. The world champion team, car and make, ahead of Richie Stanaway's 99 Aston Martin, the car that is contesting the world championship with the 51. But back to the front of the field, Johnny.
Well, we should probably mention P2 actually, because getting a glimpse of it at the moment, and Richard Bradley in the 47 car, which has been so dominant during qualifying, is out front for KCMG in their Orica. John Lancaster in the 41 Gibson, new for this year, is in 2nd position for Greaves Motorsport, and Oliver Turvey, superstar last year, helped winning, is having to actually defend there from the G-Drive Ligier of Sam Bird, and Sam gets the place there. Ollie tried to defend into the second chicane, but his elbows weren't quite wide enough.
British drivers 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment at the P2 classes. We get first information of a 5-minute stop and go penalty for car number 67. That's the Team AAI Porsche, running at the moment in the hands of Xavier Masson in 52nd position.
Here comes Turvey again on the fight back down to Mulsanne corner. He thought about getting an overlap on Sam Bird's Ligier then, the G-Drive orange and black car, but it didn't come off in the end, and he decided to tuck back into line.
And he's actually under pressure now, Johnny, from Tristan Gomondy in the second of the new Oreca's, the TDS racing car. Behind this, the car that won last time out in the European Le Mans Series. It's as closely packed in P2 as it is in P1.
So 17 from 18 from 8, the P1 leaders. P2 led by 47 from 41 from 26, and the GTE Pro ranks headed by number 51, the Ferrari of Jean-Maria Bruni. From 99, Richie Stanaway in the Aston, and Nicky Thiem in the 95 Aston. There has been a change of position there, 95 getting ahead of 97, the sister car. But I'm intrigued as to how this the end of this second lap will go, because we had a real cheeky manoeuvre from one of the Audis to nab a place from the third place Porsche last time around. They're all slotting their way through Ford chicane this time in sequence though. Nico Hülkenberg, the loser on the last lap, and he's now under pressure from the third of the Audis, who is Marco Bononomi. Meanwhile, side by side in the GTs, and the 99 Aston round the outside there. That's the Hanergy livery car. Richie Stanaway taking the class lead there away from Jean-Maria Bruni. So change in GTE Pro, all wide from Hülkenberg in the 19 Porsche up at the Dunlop S's, and really under pressure here from Bononomi. Might have an opportunity as they swing through Dunlop curves, Paul Truswell.
Yeah, just a quick update. The Graham Goodwin just gave us a notification of a 5-minute stop and go penalty for car number 767. That's the AAI Porsche. That's because of a change of engine between qualifying and the race, and I think that's probably because the engine caught fire.
That's because most of the car caught fire.
Yeah.
They actually rebuilt the whole of the back of that
As a result
that car.
of that, they're in the race, which is the good news. They've had a penalty though for changing the engine. That penalty is a 5-minute stop and go, which is more than a lap, obviously.
And Bononomi did get by Nico Hülkenberg, so it's now Porsche from 3 Audis, and then a 6th place Porsche, number 19. And what is the strategy, I wonder then, on the extra car for the youngsters, you could say? Hülkenberg, Tandy and Earl Bamber. Is it deliberately meant to go at this pace in the early stages of the race and keep Audi in the equation?
Well, you sort of wonder whether or not it is to try to play to be a rear gunner for the top 3 and then to settle into a race pace. We're soon going to find out. We are soon going to find out. Race start, gentlemen, is under investigation.
Yes. One of the Porsches almost certainly will be running to a 14-lap strategy. My belief is that one, possibly more, will be running to a 13-lap strategy. So my guess, given the opening lap and a bit, is actually it's more than that already, isn't it? We're already on to 2 and a bit laps into the race. Is that number 19 one is going to be the one that's running to 14 laps? So it won't be in the lead straight away, but of course, if everybody else peels in at the end of 13 laps, he'll stay out for the 14th lap and take the lead.
Well, let's go down to our Nismo pit lane team for the first time in the race, to Shea Adam, who can report on the number 67 997 spec Porsche. Shea, in for its penalty.
And it just trundled down past me to Nick Damon's end of pit lane, but they are in. There is no crew around the car, and this will be the penalty. Get it out of the way early.
5-minute stop-go penalty for the AAI entered Porsche. And Graham, there is progress for Andre Lotre, now having the fastest lap of the race so far in the 7 Audi.
And perhaps significantly at this point in the race, the Audi's faster than the Porsches that are leading the race. Both of the chasing pair, the 8 and the 7, into the 320, 321s for the 2 leading Porsches. Can they catch them?
That's the big question, isn't it? So we will watch with interest over the next couple of hours really, until the race really settles into a pattern. 3:10 here in France, so an update on how P2 sits, and Richard Bradley in the number 47 KCMG Oreca leads the way then, but not by a very large margin, 1.5 seconds over Sam Bird, who's made his way up to 2nd position now. Last time we checked, he was down in 4th and making a move on Ollie Turvey in the Jota Sport 38 to get 3rd. Well, he's now up to 2nd place in that black and orange 26 Ligier JSP2. Sam Bird, the Brit, from now a Frenchman, Tristan Gomondy. Big fan of his. I am. The 46 car is the Thierry by TDS Racing car. Gomondy by far the real talent in that team. Platinum driver. He's running in 3rd position. 4th place is the 41 John Lancaster driven Gibson from Greaves Motorsport. From the 38 Jota Sport Gibson, Ollie Turvey at the wheel there. 36 Signatech Alpine of Paul-Luc Chatin driving the number 36 car. So that is in 6th position, ahead of Laurent Vantor in the 34 Oak Run Ligier, Nathaniel Beton in the 48 Orica from Murphy Prototypes, Oliver Webb in the number 43 Team Saab Morgan, which is next up ahead of Aligier from, again, G-Drive. Pipo Durrani driving that in number 28 ahead of Leo Roussel in the baby blue Morgan from Pegasus Racing, car number 29. Whew.
And breathe.
But it's not. There's no time to breathe at the head of the order because Timo Bernhard only 2 seconds ahead of Neil Janney. And then those Audis that,
they're looking ominous. They're looking ominous.
We know that aero package they brought to Spa was particularly good, and they've made even more strides, haven't they, between that meeting at the start of May in Belgium and here at Le Mans, almost as if they're going even quicker.
Yeah, it's staggering pace into the 320s for 3 of those 4 lead cars as the Timo Bernhard pedalled 17 car gets into the 320s on his 3rd lap. As Johnny says, 2 seconds gap then to the team car, Neil Janney in the number 18 car, and then the 2 Audis just a half a second or so behind, with the 3rd Audi beginning now to close that gap down.
Now, we got that message on the screen a short while ago to say that the race start was under investigation. You, Graham, I know I've had a chance to watch it again. Anything that really struck you
anything
about
that was
that?
really sticking in my mind. One thing that is drawing my attention, though, is an increasing battle in GTE Pro, because Nicky Thiem has now taken the Dane Train 95 car up into 2nd position ahead of Jimmy Bruni, who's now got his mirrors full of Stefan Mucker. So at the moment it's Aston Martin 99 from Aston Martin 95, then it's the 51 Ferrari, then the 97 Aston Martin. So it's looking pretty good for the Aston guys so far. Timo Bernhard, though, the lead of the race, is looking, I think, to start to gap those Audis. Are we now going to see the tactics come in? Is it now going to be about letting one of those cars run wild, run free?
Meanwhile, Richard Bradley slithering his way out of the first chicane there, under pressure in this 47 KCMG Orica, driven by the Brit, but being caught by an even more rapid Brit, you would say, at least in this phase of the race. Sam Bird, only about 3 car lengths away now in the imposing Ligier, which is taking part in all of the World Endurance Championship races this year, of which this is one. Double point scoring, of course, here at Le Mans for the 24 hours. And Sam Bird closing in on the blue 47 car.
Well, these 2 cars are both WEC entrants and actually equal second on points at the moment. So the team car for the G-Drive, it's 26. The 28 car at the moment leads the World Championship point standings. But these 2 cars in close contention for that championship lead. And Sam Bird looking, as they came out of Mulsanne Corner, for a way by the Orica 05.
So 28-year-old Sam Bird, originally from Middlesex, closing in on the race leader. What can Richard Bradley do about keeping him behind? And GTE Am, by the way, led fairly comfortably by Pedro Lamy. He's got the cushion of 2 pro cars between him and Andrea Bertolini in the number 72 SMP Racing run Ferrari. So it's Aston from Ferrari from Porsche, Pat Long in the 77 car, 3rd of the Am cars right now, but you've got that traditional overlap at the start of the race that we have ever since they changed the rules a couple of years ago to say that the Am teams can run a current spec of GT car. So actually it's 4 pro cars from an Am, then 2 more pros, another Am, and then another pro. So a nice little mixture there in the leading GTs.
But a big mix up there in terms of traffic. We've got Porsches out dragging Ferraris, Ferraris out dragging Porsches, and then here comes the big Dodge Viper with its Superbird wing on the back to put a little bit of American beef into this one. Looks a bit like a pub fight when the Navy comes into port, doesn't it?
Let's head down to Nick Damon, part of our Nismo pit lane team. Shay Adams saw the number 67 Porsche come in. It stopped for 5 minutes, and Nick Damon, it's now gone back to the race, I think.
Yeah, it has, and a couple of garages up, you can hear engine noise. That's the revving of this 23 Nissan. It came in, the original problem being clutch bite issues, which they weren't able to solve because they couldn't get the car out of warm-up. They obviously discovered a couple more things towards the front end, the cooling side, because a lot of the very lovely hoses at the front were taken off. They're now running the car up, checking the fuel, the engine charge, the ECU, all sorts of things. It's connected to about 14 computers and several, basically it looks like it's on life support somewhere. Jan Marden were in the car, but this car already, of course, is 15 minutes behind everyone else.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Hopefully the 23 car will head into the race sooner rather than later to make it the full complement, the 55 cars. Sam Bird hasn't found a way past Richard Bradley yet. Richie Stanaway leads GTE Pro in the number 99 Aston from the 95 of Nicky Thiem. Jean-Marie Bruni then shunted down to 3rd position by 2 of Britain's best.
And I think I'm right, Paul. It's an hour they have to get that car out on track, is it not, from the start of the race? I think I'll leave that with Paul for the moment.
I'm not sure if that rule is still extant. Certainly that was the rule, that you had to be out in the first hour, otherwise you weren't allowed to make the start. But I'm not sure that rule still applies.
Lovely little dice this, involving the 36 car of Paul-Luc Chatin and Laurent Vantour, who is a master in GT3 racing. How can he adopt a strategy to drive one of these P2 cars well? Well, it doesn't seem like he's going to take very long to get used to. An awful lot more downforce, well and truly in the draft there of the Signatech Alpine car, the open car, and the closed cockpit machine goes through but fully locks up, and Laurent Vantour, well, he's always spectacular in a GT3 car and nearly lost it into the first chicane there.
I was going to say that looked very tippy-toe to me, and that was not the track limits that were defined by the track designers here, and I wonder whether or not, in gaining advantage from that, actually that might have caught the attention of Eduardo Freitas.
Yeah, well, maybe that the places revert back very quickly, and that's a little bit of Laurent Vantour possibly just easing off the throttle and allowing Paul-Luc Chatin back through. The next corner is a left-hander, and that will benefit the blue car, number 36. A stop-go penalty for car 45, which is the Ibanez Racing Oreca, for a jump start. So that may well answer the question as to what the investigation was all about at the start of the race, to say that that was an insecure release, I suppose, for the 45 car. But it's still side-by-side between 36 and the 34 car, Graham.
It was a bit, I've given it you back because I've got to, but I'm having it back again. After you, Laurent. No, after you, Paul-Luc. And this time, Laurent Vantour makes the move. 34 car comes into and out of Mulsanne corner, ahead of the 36 car, the Alpine Blue 36 Alpine A450B.
Nearly a touch there for the two Astons, and that's the 95 car taking the class lead. Nicky Team slipping up the inside of the red and yellow car of Richie Stanaway. So nose to tail for those two Astons. Third position, and really not very far away, is Jean-Marie Bruni. So this continues to be basically a 20-minute scrap, but no one's told them they're going to be doing this till 3 o'clock tomorrow as well.
I think they're quite enjoying it.
We will see. There's just a little bit of a gap there between Jean-Marie Bruni and the third of the Astons, fourth of the GT cars, Stefan Mucker in the 97 Art car. And then right behind there, that car is the GTE Am leader, Pedro Lamy, number 98. Let's just head down to our Nismo pit lane for an update from Shea Adam.
Guys, which of the Team AAI cars was it that served the penalty?
67.
The 68 just came down to the pits on Nick's end. I don't know if he can stick his head out of the Nissan garage and maybe take a look at it, but it is still stationary on the pit apron.
Oh dear. Okay, so that's not good news for the AAI car. It's just headed back into the race, I hear from Nick Damon. So hopefully the problem was not an issue for the car to get back into the race relatively quickly. Still nose to tail, by the way, at the head of the P2 order. Richard Bradley is able to just keep Sam Bird at an arm's length. And Paul Trustwell, I don't think I did mention what you were about to talk about, so go ahead, let's hear it.
A new fastest lap of the race, Neil Jarni. You mentioned the one from Andre Lotterer on lap 2. On lap 4, Neil Jarni at the wheel of the number 18 Porsche sets a new fastest lap of the race at 3 minutes 20.485. So that sets the mark just a little bit higher.
Yeah, absolutely. The track is getting quicker and quicker because we've had personal best times for the 8 car, the 7 car, the 9 and the 19 as well. They're all in a bit of a clump, but going quickly, more quickly.
And actually, even the pace at the moment, it's just a tenth off for 3 of the 4 leading cars. Just a tenth off that fastest lap. 20.6, 320.6 for the lead car, 320.5 for the first of the Audis, 320.6 for the next one, and 320.5. It really is unbelievable pace at the lead of this race. All of those times, I should say, by the way, every single one of those times has beaten last year's pole position time. This in the race, in traffic, as the cars should be coming up pretty soon and are now getting in amongst the GTs.
Good message to see on our screen is that there'll be no further investigations as far as the start procedure is concerned. So presumably everybody else has been checked out. The 45 car has been pinged for the jump start and will receive a stop-go penalty. Expect lap times to start to tail off now because the leading P2 cars are encountering traffic, some cases in the most awkward of positions like the Porsche curves, and it was a very, very busy stretch of road from Indianapolis down to Arnage for Loic Duval, for Andre Lotterer and for Marco Bononomi, who are 3rd, 4th and 5th in the sequence. They're the Audis running 8, 7 and 9, and they're right up the boot lid actually of Neil Janney.
And Neil Janney wasn't doing so well there at the end of the 4th chicane because I think Loic Duval got rather the jump on him to get right on the boot lid of the number 18 Porsche.
Not good news for Pegasus Racing, who have brought their number 29 car down pit road with Leo Roussel at the wheel, and Shea Adam reports that the car has gone up onto the dolly jacks and been wheeled into the garage, car number 29. Let's head down to our Nismo pit lane team and Nick Damon with an update.
Yeah, it looks like the 23 is going to enter the race, the Nismo GTR in LMP1, and that is the sound of it firing up and going and stopping again. And will it fire up again? They are hard to get off the line, these things, by the way. So Mardenborough now has the engine running again. He'll try and reselect first. The problem's been the clutch, though, and I think they were bleeding the clutch because the problem with the bike, it's sitting there half in, half out. A little thinking, it's rolling forward, need to get second gear, it's off.
Oh, good.
And they're in there. It's the 55th car into the race.
Excellent. So we do have the full complement. Meanwhile, absolutely nose to tail again for Loic Duval, Andre Lotre and Marco Bononomi, all trying to close in on the second place Neil Janney, and actually one of the Audis overtaken by an Aston there in the chicane.
It was just under braking, but actually what happened in that melee was Andre Lotre moved up to third position, dragging by Loic Duval and getting track position to get into the first chicane before his teammate, who was the man balked by the, in fact I think actually it's the leader in GTE Pro, just got in the way just for a moment as Nicky Thiem was making his way through the first chicane himself.
Had an update, by the way, on the 68. It had a front left puncture, and that's the reason why it came in. It took fuel as well, and you can update us if we're missing something, by the way, via our new Twitter handle for this year, at @RSL_studio, and that pops up on a screen right in front of me and Graham.
Further thing that's happened in traffic is Nico Hülkenberg has got ahead of the third Audi, and Marco Bononomi has fallen behind the number 19 Porsche. Hülkenberg up to fifth position. He's about 9 seconds off his team car, the 17 in the lead, but now has two Audis ahead of him to shoot for to get back onto the tail end of the 1-2 Porsche train at the moment.
Charging his way down towards Indianapolis goes the race leader Timo Bernhardt then, and in second position Neil Janney, Andre Lotre up to third position, Loic Duval running fourth in the 8 car, Nico Hülkenberg still under an awful lot of pressure from the third of the Audis. Hülkenberg and Bononomi remain nose to tail. P2 headed by the 47 car of Richard Bradley for KCMG, but it's a close run thing between he and Sam Bird in the Ligier, and the GTE Pro battle continues to entice and enthrall. Nicky Thiem, the latest driver to be out front in the 95 from Richie Stanaway in 99, and Jean-Marie Bruni in the 51. Up to Porsche curves goes the battle for second position. Neil Janney with these two Audis right on his tail.
4.5 seconds now the gap. Timo Bernhardt is drawing out that lead gap from the team car, the 18, playing rear gunner at the moment, but you're absolutely right, Johnny. What he's got at the moment is his mirrors full of Audi, 8 rings behind him in the shape of the number 7 car of Andre Lotre, the number 8 car of Loic Duval.
News from Nick Damon down in the Nissan pit lane with some news on the 45 car, which is due a penalty.
He's coming in, he's looking sheepish, he's shaking, I don't know what I did wrong. And he stopped, and he goes, and he stalls. Oh. So it's a stop and go, stall, go, stop, and he's off. At the same time, the P2 car that's in the pits, the blue one, is it the Saab one?
No, Pegasus Racing.
Thank you, the Pegasus one also left whilst he was trotting down the pit lane.
So the Pegasus Morgan is
out.
Heading out.
And the 45 is out after stalling rather than stop going.
And that's Jose Ibanez at the wheel of the 45 Oreca, which had real problems in warm-up and didn't even make the first chicane on the opening lap. It did get some laps under its belt, though, later on in that session. If you're up at Tête Rouge here at the track listening to 91.2 FM Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, then the battle that involves the 18 Porsche of Neil Janney and Andre Lotre in the 7 Audi will have whipped past you a moment or two ago and is now onto the Mulsanne straight. They're still in that order, 18 ahead of 7, charging their way down, but Graham reckons that the two cars are getting closer to one another.
I think the 7 is certainly sticking with the 18. The 8 car is dropping back just a little. And the car 29 leaving the pit lane, the Pegasus car, having just left pit lane, is now being reported to the stewards for apparently speeding in the pit lane. So it goes from bad to worse.
Yeah, and
the 29 squad.
Shea Adam has an update on the 29.
The reason they had to come into the pit lane was because the ACO telemetry was not registering on the car, and they were actually given a black and orange flag. So the team had to bring the car in, put it back in the garage, make sure that everything was then working okay. And then I guess Leo Roussel, in a bit of a hurry to get back out on the track, was a bit too eager. The team not sweating it yet, but they are certainly not happy with the way this race has started.
No, it certainly could have started better, it's fair to say, for the 29 car, which is now being lapped by the race leaders on the run down towards to Mulsanne corner. A little bit of a lock-up, I noticed, from André Lotre into one of the chicanes, but he got control of the car, as there's an absolute best Sector 2 time this time for the second of the Porsches, Neil Janney in the black one. And the 45 car is indeed back out on track because it's right in the middle of the two Toyotas now.
And that middle sector time was bettered by Nico Hülkenberg as he sets about the task of catching Loic Duval. And all of a sudden, we're getting to the stage where we've got two Porsche Audi battles developing. First of them is for second place. It's Neil Janney trying to find a gap from the charging André Lotre. Then Loic Duval is beginning to see getting ever larger in his mirrors. The white Porsche, the number 19 car of Nico Hülkenberg, as Marco Bononomi sticks with that battle, but is just dropping back just a tad.
Paul Truswell, you spoke to me earlier on to say you thought that all your systems were in place, but until data started pouring into them, the proof would be in the pudding. We've now got data there.
Yes.
And is it all working, and are you enjoying this?
No, I'm not enjoying it. But I've had a slight glitch, I'm afraid. But I think we've recovered from the glitch, and I think it was largely of my own making. So slap wrist for myself there.
Operator error.
It's a toaster. That's what it is.
It's certainly in toasting conditions, but no, I mean, we're all working superbly well here. This P2 battle is, I mean, you've always been a fan of P2, haven't you, Johnny?
Yeah.
Fantastic, side by side on the Mulsanne straight. You can't ask for more than that, and G-Drive is taking the lead.
Yes, I think that if the race was called now, then Sam Bird would just about take it, although all of a sudden the KCMG comes into its own now. They're not braking yet, no, they are now, and the slithery, slidey Richard Bradley gets the car slowed down sufficiently enough. Wide line there over the white line. They're all doing it though, and
they
look
need
at
to be
Tristan
watching
Comedy.
this and just look back in third. The second of the Orica 05s. These cars incredibly quick in a straight line, catching up now to the back of the 26 Ligier. So it's Orica from Ligier from Orica, the blue KCMG 47 car, the grey and orange 26 car from G-Drive, and the red and black and silver car, the 46 car from Thierry by TDS Racing. And
they are being caught by what is currently the 14th place car, Pierre Caffer on board the number 4 P1 machine, the CLM P1/01-AER.
It's catchily named.
Isn't it just? Yes, and powered by the same unit that's in the back of the two Rebellions, by the way, so same engine, and they are catching, as it really should do, the three leaders within P2. Now, Tristan Gomendy right at the tailpipes here of Sam Bird, and he's trying to get alongside him. Gomendy, all bit of a twitch there, and then turns into Mulsanne with a kink before the corner itself at the roundabout. And then he turns right to head down towards Indianapolis, but Gomendy got the place.
But Gomendy has got some damage to the front of that car. I can see one of the dive planes hanging off the side of the 46 car. So that's in a brush with something or somebody at some point in the early part of this race. So Sam Bird, from a position where he was in actually briefly took the lead of the race, now down to third.
Yep. So what can Sam Bird do in reply here? TDS and Thierry by TDS, dominant in the previous round of the European Le Mans Series, by the way, at Imola, and they're out to win Le Mans as well, but Richard Bradley and the rest of the team at KCMG trying to stop them. Two Oricas leading the way then in P2 from a Ligier, and then another Ligier, in fact, from Oak Racing with Lawrence Vantor at the wheel. He's now got ahead of the Grooves Motorsport car of John Lancaster.
New fastest lap of the race last time around, and it may improve again this time, a 3:20.471. This time to Neil Janney, as he's actually just drawing a little further away from André Lotre in third position. So the number 17 Porsche still leads, 3.4 seconds down the gap from the 18, then back to the 7 and 8 Audis, then Nico Hülkenberg, fifth position in the third of the Porsche 919s.
So snaking their way through the Porsche curves past the kart track, which is also in action today. Good to see. Cars going around that at the moment. Heading past the new location for the big wheel is the P2 battle, and the KCMG able to open up quite a distance this time on the Thierry by TDS Racing Orica 05, and then loitering in the background, Sam Bird in this relatively new Ligier. There are two from G-Drive here this year, 26 and 28. The 26 car in third position, but the 28 machine is not quite living up to that sort of pace. Pipo Derani, great driver at the wheel, but it's down in 23rd in the overall standings. Here comes the CLM, so you would expect that Pierre Caffer will be able to pick these P2 cars off relatively easily. Not at the point of the track that they're at the moment, heading underneath the Dunlop Bridge, but they'll be coming to Mulsanne pretty quickly, and then that will be an ideal opportunity for the P1 that is in 14th position to pick off those cars.
Coming to the end now of the 9th lap of this race. This has come on remarkably quickly. Half an hour already in the books for the 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours. It is Porsche's at the moment. Porsche 1-2. Audi sticking though with them, possibly a little closer to them we thought they would be. But Porsche's 17 and 18 lead the race. 7 and 8 Audis coming to the end of that lap. The gaps, 4 seconds, Thibaut Bernard to the good ahead of Neil Yanni. Just 1.3 seconds back now, Andre Lotterer, and a couple of 2.5 seconds back to Loic Duval. The car's enormously quick in the middle sector. Traffic now getting towards traffic in LMP2 country now for the P1 leading group.
31 minutes already done then of this year's race, and has become what has become a real tradition on Mobil1RadioLeMans.com over the years is the hourly update with Audi, and let's head to that now with Paul Truswell.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
32 minutes of the race gone then, and 9 laps are now completed. It's Porsche leading Le Mans with the Timo Bernhard car number 17 leading the way by just 3.4 seconds from Neil Yanni in the number 18 car in second place. Andre Lotterer is a further second behind in the fastest of the Audis, number 7. Then Loic Duval is a further 2 seconds behind in Audi number 8. Fifth is the third Porsche, number 19, Nico Hülkenberg at the wheel, 3.8 seconds behind the second of the 2 Audis. Then the 2 Toyotas coming up in 6th and 7th places. Car number 1, Sebastian Buemi, and car number 2, Alex Wurz, 17 seconds behind. So Pascal Vasselon had it about right, 2 seconds per lap, 17 seconds after 9 laps. Is the distance that the Toyota has fallen behind. Then in 8th place, having just made a pit stop, is the number 9 Audi, Marco Bononomi at the wheel of that, and he's 26 seconds behind the Toyotas. In 9th place is the faster of the 2 Rebellions, that's Alexander Imperatori, who is in 9th place in number 13. Matthias Besch in number 12, who has just made his pit stop, routine early pit stop for Matthias Besch there, rounding out the top 10 in LMP2. And in 11th place overall is car number 46, which is the Tristan Gomondi driven Thierry by TDS Racing Oreca. In 11th place overall. In 2nd place in LMP2 is the KCMG Oreca number 47, Richard Bradley at the wheel. He is just a quarter of a second, actually no, 3/4 of a second I should say, behind the number 46 car. And then immediately behind him, third in LMP2, is Sam Bird in number 26, the G-Drive car. GTE Pro being led by Aston Martin, number 95, Nicky Thiem at the wheel. Behind him is number 99, Richie Stanaway behind the wheel of the second of the Aston Martins, 0.8 of a second behind. And in third place in GTE Pro, number 51, the AF Corsa, Jimmy Bruni at the wheel of that Ferrari, 2 seconds behind the 2 Astons. In GTE Am, the leader there is the number 98 Aston Martin, which Pedro Lamy is driving, and he has a lead of 4.9 seconds over the second place GTE Am car, which is the number 72 SMP Racing Ferrari 458. And third in GTE Am is number 77, the Porsche of the Patrick Dempsey team, Patrick Long at the wheel, and he's a 1.8 seconds behind second place. In third place in GTE Am.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
And it's right back to it, because not necessarily out on track, but it's all of a sudden become very, very busy for our Nismo pit lane team. Nick Damon and Joe Bradley. We'll go with Joe first of all. Welcome on board to this year's race, and you're presented with a whole load of pit stops from the off.
Yeah, it's we've got a flurry of pit stops. The P1, the more significant of the LMP cars. Now the white Porsche LMP took on 14 seconds of fuel, no tyres.
Okay, we caught most of that. So, 19 car in and out. The 8 car of Loic Duval coming in and out. Also has stopped for the number 12 Rebellion with Matthias Besch at the wheel. And Nick Damon can update us with more of these pit stops, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. A lot of very standard stops getting off sequence or just almost timing to the tyres with the 46 as well. But the big one is now, just a second ago, the 38, the reigning champion LMP2, the Gibson Nissan of Jota Racing came in, like another standard stop, but no. Came in and it's gone in the dolly jacks and back into the garage. So the first non-standard stop we've had, as you can probably tell, virtually the entire field will be coming in the next couple of laps. I can see we're about to get the Stracker. But a problem for Jota is the first real news from down here.
Well, that's the second year on the trot with an early problem for Jota. Jota into the garage then, and I think exactly what we saw last year for the car that went on to win the race. But Oliver Turvey, certainly not the way that they'd have wanted to started the 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours. This is the point in the race, of course, where it gets a little bit topsy-turvy, a little bit confusing. Early race strategy starts to emerge, and it's the point at which, if you're watching on the StudioVision camera, you'll see Paul Troswell explode into flames.
Not at all, staying very calm, Graham. Of course, the reason is a lot of these cars coming in early for their pit stops for two reasons. One is in order to get a quieter time in the pit lane, because, of course, if you're all coming together, then it's going to be absolute chaos in the pit lane. The other reason they come in early is with sitting out in the sun for so long and then doing the pace lap behind the safety car. They've had to drive out in the first place and then having to do the pace lap behind the safety car. They do use up fuel, obviously, during that. So there is a greater usage of fuel during the first stint than in any of the other stints.
Alexandra Imperatori, by the way, on an out lap, straight lining the chicane at the Dunlop chicane, funnily enough, at the bridge there. So running out of brakes and having to go cut the corner quite a bit there. But thankfully there is a bit of extra tarmac. You don't end up in gravel, and he was able to rejoin the race with very little problem. So the 13 car down in 9th position. Nico Hulkenberg having rejoined in 8th place, it looks like, when Neil Jarney now comes down the road. And Joe Bradley is there. Can you see the 18 car?
I can indeed. It's right in front of me, and I've just set my stopwatch away to see how much fuel it's going to take on. And what I mean by that is I'm going to time when the fuel filler hit the car, and when he pulls away there's going to be no tyres going on the 18 Porsche. That's the black one, and he pulls off at about 15 and a half seconds.
So good stop, and looked like it was a scheduled one quite clearly as well, so a relatively early stop, but as Paul's been explaining, that's nothing to worry about really. Down to the other end, and of our Nismo pit lane, and Nick Damon with news on Audi.
Yeah, Andre Lotter comes in at a standard stop. I'm just currently hanging around at the Jota pit. They are, I think, tracing an electrical problem. They've already taken out and replaced a sensor in the back over by the gearbox, and just if I look to my right, the 22 Nissan, which I assume is one that's doing best, is actually run the entire race, is also making its first ever stop and leaps out just in front of the CLM. So edgy on an unsafe release there, but he keeps ahead of his main rival, and the G-Drive goes past me, and I'm sure that we also had a Toyota as well, I think.
Joe watched that. It looked like a relatively simple one, Joe Bradley, for the number 2 Toyota.
It was just further down towards pit in, and I saw the number 2 Toyota just pull in, and that car again just taking on fuel and is already back out.
So Alexander Wurz in and out and into the race once more. The 8th placed in the overall standings number 2 car of Alexander Wurz, Paul Truswell.
Yes, just looking at pit stop times, I was suggesting earlier on that part of the Porsche strategy might be to come in at the same time as Audi, but then they would be using less fuel. So even though they're coming in at the same intervals, they'll be doing shorter pit stops, and that's exactly what happened. Number 18 Porsche coming in, Neil Jarney, a 50-second pit stop. The number 7 Audi coming in, Andre Lotterer, a 55-second fuel stop. So although one's using diesel, one's using petrol, the flow is optimized so that it should take the same amount of time to fill the car with the same amount of energy fuel-wise, but Andre Lotterer taking 5 seconds longer in the pits.
We get at this moment in the race with the two current lead cars yet to pit. To have a quick look at the real gap between the Porsche at the front of the race and the currently second place Toyota. Neither the 17 nor the 1 car have yet rolled down pit lane. That gap 36 seconds in the 11 laps under the wheels of the cars so far. So the Toyota, as we said, not on the ultimate pace in any way of the Porsche, but still sticking in there. And yes, with the pit stops to actually wind out, but 30 plus seconds is the stint gap, if you like, between those two cars.
Which will work out by the end of the race, according to Pascal Vasselon, by not quite 2 laps. Certainly a lap and a lot if this pattern continues to happen. So therefore, the Toyota strategy has got to be to just stay out of trouble and keep the fingers crossed for misfortune on the others.
Race leader pits, Timo Bernhardt in the number 17 Porsche after a really good Sector 1 and better than anybody else Sector 2. The car getting light, therefore, but still good tyre wall. And Joe Bradley is ready to receive the red 17.
Yes, here comes the Sunderland Porsche then, the red and white one. And the fuel goes on. And again, we'll probably see exactly what we saw from its sister cars. The car just taking on fuel at this stage of the proceedings. This is the first stop. Now it's the next stint. It's this stint it's about to go about its business in. This is the crucial one. This is what will give, and again, 16 seconds there of fuel. Now my finger's not as accurate, so it's around about 15 to 16 seconds worth of fuel we've saw 2 of the Porsches take on. And right now we've got the number 1 Toyota, if you want to stay with me,
yes,
in the Nismo pit lane, the number 1 Toyota. So a flurry of first pit stops. I was about to say the next stint, the stint we're about to embark on, that's the crucial one for Mr. Truswell, because that's our first indication of just how long the fuel window on these cars will stretch. Fuel still going on the number 1, just finishing there, and he gets waved out. And there was the internal combustion engine just really kicking into action there as he rolled past me.
Joe Bradley down in our Nismo pit lane then, updating us on a stop for the 17 Porsche and the number 2 Toyota. And an update from Nick Damon, some better news this time for Joe to Sport.
Yeah, the 38 rolled down the pit lane just as Joe was chatting us through the Porsche stop. Chatting to Sam Higgins, the problem, as I expected, was electrical. They think, and he emphasised the word think, it was a gearbox potentiometer, so the car didn't know what gear it was in at some times. Murphy had made a stop, and the blue, which I think is the 21 Nissan, has also made a stop. All of these absolutely stand. I've yet to see anyone do a driver change.
Okay, so everyone's staying on board. Tristan Gomondy leading the class in P2, by the way, for Thierry from Sam Bird in 26 and Richard Bradley in the 47 car, Paul.
I can offer you one driver change, which I entirely forgive Nick for having missed. Number 35, the Oak Racing car, Jacques Nicolet, has changed driver and has handed that car over to Jean-Marc Merlin. Yeah.
So it rejoins down in 47th in the overall standings.
And following the pit stop cycle, I do believe that the number 17 Timo Bernhardt Porsche has actually gone through and come out again in the lead. So we went through that cycle of pit stops, surprisingly I thought, without having a change of lead. So no changes of lead thus far in the 24 hours.
And through the Sector 2 beam goes the battle for second, third and fourth, and they're right together, or certainly the third and fourth place cars are. It was a tight run thing, though, to keep Timo Bernhardt out in front. Neil Janney timed as being just 0.6 of a second behind.
Absolutely. Loic Duval with Andre Lotterer just half a second back from the number 8 Audi. So it's half a second third to second and half a second third to fourth. It's pretty tight stuff after 45 minutes.
And the 2 lead Porsches heading down towards the campsite at Arnage, by the way. So if you're down there listening to us on Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM, the red Porsche from the black Porsche first and second.
Now, what we need to do, we've only had 45 minutes, not even 45 minutes of this race gone, but of course the first cycle of pit stops have now happened. And remember, the teams are constrained to use, the LMP1 teams, just 12 sets of tyres, which means they have to make each set of tyres in effect last 2 hours each. So we haven't seen any tyre changes on that last set of pit stops, obviously. We won't see any on the next set either, but what we will start to see towards the end of this stint possibly is some tyre degradation, or at least the drivers having to manage the tyre usage. So that'll be something to keep an eye open for.
And this is something where Porsche will be looking at those gaps, because their belief is that the Audis can easily last 4 stints on their tyres and Porsche possibly can't. And at that point, if the gap is as tight as we're currently seeing it, then the pendulum starts to swing towards the Audis, away from the clearly slightly pacier Porsches.
Yeah, I mean, that will have its effect. Somebody was telling me when I had my little pit road walk that the Audis actually, their tyres will last longer than the drivers will. Not to say that the drivers can't last that long, but they have a limit of 4 hours, whereas the tyres have no particular limit, but they can last longer than that.
Trouble, meanwhile, for the number 21 Nissan shown out on the circuit. This is the Heritage liveried car. Lucas Adonis at the wheel of the 21 car. That is shown with the left-hand door open and up, the gull-wing style door on the number 21. Does look a little bit like, I wondered why you were actually doing that. And people watching on StudioVision might have thought it was some kind of Madonna-type pose. No, he was trying to do an impression of a Nissan GTR LM with the door open.
And obviously the message didn't get across to you, though, Graham, sadly.
I thought you were doing an impression of a Mercedes SLS AMG, because they tend to have gull-wing door problems.
Can do it all.
And it looks like that car will certainly have to come in. Lucas Ordonez at the wheel to get that issue rectified. 22 with Harry Tinknell at the wheel, who is born in Exeter and has come over to France with many of the British squad of Nissan. In terms of the drivers, quite a lot of Brits in amongst the 9 that have been chosen for this Nismo project, the Nissan GTR LM Nismo, and he's working his way now through the Forest S's and down towards Tête Rouge. So that car driven by Harry Tinknell, the best placed of the Nissans, in 18th position. Race still led by Timo Bernhardt from Neil Janney, and just half a second between them now as they head into Sector 3. Loic Duval a further 4 seconds, and that gap has really come down now to Loic Duval, the first of the Audis, in 3rd position from Lotra, who's just a second behind, and Marco Bononomi, who's just 4 seconds further back.
That closing of the gap came courtesy of a slower lap from Neil Janney last time around, a 3:27, probably with traffic, but that allowed 4 seconds to be made up by the number 8, first of the chasing Audis. Porsche 1-2, Audi 3-4-5, then Nico Hulkenberg's 6th position in the 3rd of the Porsche 919s. All those 6 separated by just over 10 seconds.
Lucas Ordonez undoing the belts as he heads into pit lane then, just loosening them off with this door problem.
Which would indicate he's getting out the car.
Yes, absolutely. So they may well do a driver change at the same time. Spaniard getting out. He was the first driver to graduate, was he not, from the Nissan GT Academy? Yep, so not originally a racing driver, started on his sofa in front of the PlayStation and was brought into the Nissan fold. Nick Damon, feet from the number 21 car, what can you see?
A man closing a door.
That's good news. So Lucas not getting out?
No, he's not. No, interesting, they didn't. I thought they were going to fuel it, and they didn't. I think they were a bit undecided whether it was just an issue with the door or something else more important, and they got in and they literally just didn't fuel it, shut the door, had a bit of a kind of conversation for a few seconds, and off he wandered. So that was well, there we are. We are about to now get a raft of the GT stops as well, so it's not going to get any quieter down here.
No, indeed. Graham Goodwin, a theory on that?
The pit crew did have a quick look just inside the lip of the door, and I'm just wondering whether they're just checking the door catch, but it wasn't simply a slamming of the door. They did have a quick look in the cockpit, very quick, and away they sent him.
So Nick Damon preempts a flurry of GTs about to head in for their stops. We'll head to them in a moment, but Paul Truswell just before that.
No, I was actually going to talk about it. Oliver Gavin, it was number 64 bringing in the first of the GT cars, followed by Patrick Pilet coming in with the Porsche, then Matt Griffin with the AF Corsa GTE Am Ferrari, Paolo Roberti and Raffaele Giammaria coming in with his Ferrari, number 61.
And assuming I stick to my little sheet of the program sheet, by the way, for the race, I'll be doing an update of the GTs at roughly 10 to each hour. But seeing as they're all in now for pit stops, I'm going to delay that very slightly and see what order they come out in. But Joe Bradley has seen at least 2 or 3 GTs come in for their stop, Joe.
I think nearly half a dozen, actually,
wow,
Johnny.
okay.
Perhaps the most significant was the 92 Porsche. That's the Works Porsche GTE Pro. And I've got to say, all the GTE, whether it's Pro or Am, are taking on tyres as well as fuel. The Labra competition Corvette shakes the ground as it leaves, and that car also fuel and tyres. No driver changes from my end of the pit lane, and next due in will be the 77 Proton Porsche.
Okay, Okay, so plenty of the Am cars pitting. Actually, I can give you an order as how the pros stand right now, because none of the top 4 have actually come in yet. So the 95 GT Pro Aston, driven by Nicky Team, leads the way from the sister car number 99 Richie Stanaway, that's the yellow and red one, from the number 51 Ferrari from AF Corsa, Jean-Marie Bruni on board that, and then the art car Aston Martin Vantage number 97, driven by Stefan Mucker. Next up, it's Richard Leitz, the Porsche team looking for their first win in a couple of years. The 91 car is in 5th place, ahead of in 6th place James Collado, who started at the back of the pack, but he's worked his way up to 34th overall, Graham.
A good run back from the 71 car. That car going to the back of the grid courtesy of an under par qualifying performance from Olivier Beretta. But just to mention very briefly, I'm not sure we mentioned it in the lead up to the start of the race, that great work from the Lara competition guys to get the damaged car. Car had a bit of a shunt in warm up, get that car onto the grid and take the start of the race. Of course, for very sad reasons, no shortage of either spare parts or indeed willing hands from Corvette to assist in that car getting back into the race with the withdrawal after the accident for Jan Magnussen of the 63 GTE Pro car.
Paul Truswell.
Yes, just trying to work out the strategies here. Of course, what we had earlier on was Nico Hülkenberg making an early pit stop, Marco Bononomi making an earlier pit stop. So Marco Bononomi in the number 9 Audi and Nico Hülkenberg in the number 19 Porsche. Those two cars currently lying 5th and 6th, but those are the two that came in earlier than the rest on the pit stop cycle. Now, since the pit stops, Hülkenberg hasn't been lapping as quickly in this stint as Marco Bononomi is in the Audi. So it's kind of a bit like we saw in the early stages of the race itself, Johnny, where the number 19 Audi has kind of fallen back a little bit, or has not lapping quite as quick, but then it increased its pace in the second half of the stint. And certainly in the first half of this stint from Nico Hülkenberg, he is again a little bit slower than Marco Bononomi has been.
Now, we talked about a great raft of GTE Am pit stoppers. Well, now it's the turn of the GT Pros, because the top 6 have all come in on the same lap. And Joe Bradley, you can tell us about many of the Astons coming for a stop. Oh, Nick Damon. Hello, Nick.
Yeah, it's me who's got the Aston.
Sorry, go on.
Joe's got all the Ferraris.
Oh, I see. Lucky boy.
They have all come in with fuel only, no sign of a driver change. They have spaced the Aston Martin pit, Pro Am, Pro Am, Pro. They're 5 pits, they can all come in one at a time. And they've gone off in the order at 95, 99, 97, the order they came in. All with a nice new set of boots, all not with a set of, all with their same tyres, all with fuel. So these new rules in GTE about the tyre limits has really reduced the amount of driver changes we see. Normally they change tyres and driver each time. They can't do it. They've only got 16 sets in 24 hours.
And so to the other end of our Nismo pit lane, to Joe Bradley, who is right by, I think, the AF Corsa garages, 5 of them altogether.
You're talking to me, Johnny. I just can't hear you. There's so much noise down here, right on the pit apron, as a flurry of the 2 Ferraris have been in and out. That's the 51 included. One of the front runners, what we're expecting to do well here. The 91 Porsche has been in. That's another works team there, this time with the Porsches. And now the 77 and the 88, that's the Dempsey Proton Racing Porsches, came in absolutely together and pitted together. Now, that was quite comfortable. You could argue whether that was good planning. I know I'm not a fan of that, of having both cars serviced at the same time, but they managed that, and both cars are back out with fuel and tyres.
So 95 Aston stops but retains Nicky Team at the wheel. Jean-Marie Bruni in and out in the 51 Ferrari. Richie Stanaway likewise in the 99 Aston. Stefan Mucker pitted on the same lap, number 97, the Aston. We had the Ollie Gavin pit earlier on in the 64 Corvette, but also a stop for James Collado in 71 and Richard Leitz in the 91. And now we won't see any more GTs, or the leading GTs, pit for about another hour.
In fact, the only GT that's not yet pitted is the GTE Am leader. That's the 83 AF Corsa Ferrari of Manu Collard. Emmanuel Collard's his 21st successive Le Mans 24 Hours start this afternoon. Fantastic record.
Most experienced driver still participating in the race. If you look at the list of most experienced, all the others who are above him have long since retired. So he has the opportunity to continue to add to his total.
And still looks young. Damn him.
Yes. There's a few wrinkles drawing in, I think, but
it's the worry. It's the worry.
It must be so. I was pontificating, wasn't I? I was looking at what we're going to have with the leading group of cars again. Yes, interesting. The other thing I wanted to point out was the Toyota staying out on that last, the number 1 Toyota staying out for 12 laps, which made him and the number 17 Porsche the two that went the longest distance. Now, that could be indicative of their schedule, that they're going to push it to 14 laps. Toyota, by my reckoning before the race coming into it, we're going to be kind of right on the edge between being able to do 13 and being able to do 14. So it looks like Toyota might be able to continue to do 14 laps, and that would help them enormously in their quest to try and win this race by means other than purely being the fastest. It was fascinating to listen to Anthony Davidson's response to, I think it was Nick Damon's questions in the pre-race show, and the way that he just sort of says, well, we're just going to do the race and see what happens. I mean, his phrase was, he said he was going to go through the motions, but I think what he meant was they're just going to do the plan and then see up where they finish. And to a large extent, that actually is the right way to approach Le Mans. I've often told people, you don't want to make Le Mans into a race, you want to just run it to your program.
I think you're absolutely right, Paul, and it does appear to be the way they're going about it. We should make absolutely clear what that means by going through the motions, means driving at probably 99.996 of the capabilities of the car and the driver at this kind of stage of the race. That gap at the front of the field, gentlemen, is coming down. It's coming down in particular because Loic Duval, the number 8 Audi, now down to under 2.5 seconds away from the leader and 1.5 seconds away from Miljani, is consistently outperforming the Porsches currently, and I think is right with Yanni now.
Yes, we had a yellow flag out on the circuit a couple of minutes or so ago, just coming out of Arnage. I think somebody had a quick spin at Arnage, and that caused the yellow flag. And I have a feeling that might have helped close up the leaders, because certainly Neil Yarni seemed to have been delayed by that. And as you say, Graham, we do have a very close battle now. 1, 2, 3 cars for first, second and third places.
But delayed even more than that is Timo Bernhard, because now what we've got is the 18 Porsche right on the rear wing of the lead car. 17 and 18 separated by what looks to me to be a couple of tenths. Looming large now behind them is Loic Duval as the number 8 Audi closes the gap as well and comes to the part of the circuit that favours the Audis. This gentleman, it's going to be nose to tail, 1, 2, 3 when they come through now. Come through in just a few seconds' time at the end of lap 17 of the 2015 Le Mans 24 Hours.
Bear in mind we have less than 2 minutes to go before 1 hour being in the book for this race, and the top 6 cars are separated by 7.5 seconds. Astounding pace from the top. In fact, now make that 7.5 seconds. So from 3 Porsches and 3 Audis running Porsche, Audi, Porsche.
Just to remind listeners that was 10.5 seconds when they came out for the pit stops.
Yep.
So overall, the lead group of 6 cars have got 3 seconds closer to each other since we went through the pit stops. Paul?
Yes, the other thing as we come up to the 1 hour is something that I'll be droning on about for the next 24 hours, which is all to do with record distance. The key number to keep in mind is 16.6 laps. That is 16.6 laps per hour. So if you want to get to a record distance, which will be 398 laps at the end of the 24 hours, then you need to get to 16.6 laps per hour. So here we are coming up to the end of the hour. They're currently on their 18th lap, so we're ahead of what could be record distance, and we carry on at this rate for the next 23 hours, then we'll be at over 400 laps for the race itself, which will be miles over the record distance.
Oh, that's big trouble for one of the factory GT Porsches at the first chicane. Car came to a stop after an incident with another car. Looks to be it's the 13 Rebellion. It's fire at the back of one of the GT Porsches.
92. I think it's the 92 car, which wasn't in the top 6. It's driven by Patrick Pilet, and the key thing is about Patrick getting out of that car sharpish. The door is open, but the flames licking around the back of the car, and Patrick Pilet is out of that works 991 specification car. You're quite right, Graham, that it is the number 13 Rebellion that was involved as well. It's in the gravel trap down at the first chicane. So a dramatic way to end the first hour here on Mobil 1 RadioLeMans.com. It's 91.2 FM round at the track, and the safety car is out. We're going to take a brief pause, and we will come back more with news on this big incident for the number 92 Porsche.
Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
News and analysis,
Speculation and debate.
special guests, and our resident experts discussing the whole gamut of motorsport.
Formula One, sports cars, touring cars, rallying and bikes. If it has wheels and an engine, and they keep score, it's on Midweek Motorsport, Wednesdays at 8 p.m. on RadioLeMans.com. Around the world.
Around the clock.
Endurance racing direct to you.
RadioLeMans.com.
Greetings to you wherever you are listening to us. Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans for 2015, bringing you the 2015 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. 3 cars involved in a big crash at the first chicane on the Mulsanne straight. The number 92 Porsche, the number 13 Rebellion, and the number 42 Stracker car, Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com.
And that looked as a lick of flame from the Porsche as it entered the chicane. I think that car had a failure coming through, and the other 2 cars must have gone off on the oil from that Porsche. There was no contact before the Porsche left the track between the 2 prototypes behind. They both spun in either an avoidance and or on the oil of the Porsche. The Porsche definitely had a lick of flame as it came into that chicane. So the initial issue was the Porsche by itself.
We had wondered whether we might be able to get through this race without a safety car period, with the introduction of the yellow zones, which add caution periods between the marshal posts essentially, but the decision has been taken by Eduardo Freitas to deploy the safety car, and there are 3 safety cars, Paul Truswell, deployed at various points around the lap.
That's right, yes. One comes into play down the Mulsanne Straight, the other one comes in at Indianapolis Arnage area. I suspect the reason for deploying the safety car rather than calling it a slow zone was the need to get the appropriate fire equipment out to that part of the circuit, and whilst they do have local fire tenders, with the amount of smoke that was coming from the back of the Porsche there, I think probably they decided that in order to be as quick on the trigger as they possibly could, they needed to get the safety car out, and it was remarkable at how quickly it was deployed. And of course what this will do is to bunch the field up into 3 little groups, and inevitably that will introduce an artificial gaps between certain of the cars, and we'll work out where that has its biggest impact. The good news is that certainly the leading group of P1 cars have all gathered behind a single safety car.
You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM for the 83rd running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Joining me in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre, joining me Johnny Palmer here in the Broadcast Centre, Graham Goodwin to my left of dailysportscar.com, and Paul Truswell to my right. By the way, you can see us as well as listen via the StudioVision thing that we've got going this year on RadioLeMans.com, powered by Duke Video. Now, Nick Damon is down in the pits with an update on the Porsche or on something else, Nick?
No, interestingly, as soon as the flag went, we saw all the teams think about doing it. No one did anything apart from the Stracker team, of course, were involved in that off, the 42 car, and oddly the 96 Aston, which is now doing a complete service, tyres off. I think Stuart Hall's out the car. I think Roland Garros has got in. So they've decided to, the only car that's decided to take advantage of this particular stop to make a complete service and change. Obviously the reticence is all down to this tyre limit. You know, it might be an idea if you haven't got the tyres to throw out the car after an hour. Looking at the Stracker now, they have definitely got a little bit of rear deck damage. I'm not sure if it's mechanical. They've got a bend. They're trying to get rid of the part of the car which controls the rear wing, and that rear wing section of the back's coming off. So that's the only 2 cars, oddly, next to each other that have decided to take the option of pit stopping in this safety car period.
So the 42 has made it back from Stracker Racing. The 13 Rebellion car was starting to make its way back as well from the chicane. The one car that isn't going to make it back, sadly, is the number 92 Porsche. You're still convinced, Graham, that it was
spun in its own oil. And what actually happened that I'd missed the first time around was the 2 prototypes were involved in an incident between themselves, and I think that was in part because of the car spinning ahead and fluid down.
Straight down again to our Nismo pit lane team and Nick Damon.
yeah, with the first driver I've seen get out of a car so far. Stuart, it's interesting, no one else has taken advantage of this yellow flag to put in a driver change.
Well, we took a calculated risk. There's a Porsche on fire. Well, you guys probably know more than me, but there's a Porsche on fire. There's a load of oil down, so we thought of, Roll was due to get in the next 10 laps anyway. So hopefully we take a bit of an advantage of this safety car. Hopefully it's going to take a bit of a long time to clear up, and if that happens, then Roll can get out, get a bit of his driving time underway under that safety car. And hopefully leave a bit more of the green flag racing to myself and Francesco.
Thanks very much.
So that was Stuart Hall, by the way, in the 96 that he's
96,
in.
that's correct.
Number 96 sharing with Roll Goethe, who's gone out again. But Paul Truswell, during that interview, whispered in my ear that if he was running a team this year at Le Mans, you wouldn't have brought a car in.
No, although Stuart Hall gave a perfectly good explanation and reason for it. Because of the need to get 4 hours worth of driving from your bronze driver in GTE Am, as that team has to, then getting that done whilst the safety car out is considerably less of a penalty than it would be when the track was fully green. So certainly not a stupid thing to do under the circumstances. A calculated risk, I think, was the way that Stuart described it. Absolutely right. Just for an explanation, if you need it, of safety car rules, unlike in some jurisdictions, whilst the safety car is out, you are allowed to come into the pits. The pit lane remains open. However, the pit exit light will be red except when a train of cars goes through, and then you're allowed to join in on the tail of the train of cars. So in effect, it depends whereabouts the train of cars is, and if you come in before the full train has formed up, then you can actually not lose as much time coming into the pits behind the safety car, which can be to your advantage. But the time that you lose effectively is then as you come out of the pits. As I say, you have to wait until the train of safety behind the safety car comes out, and then you can join in behind that. The idea behind that thinking is, of course, that you don't want to have cars chasing to catch up with the tail of the safety car when the track is supposed to be under safety car control.
13 car making its way back at some pace, obviously under safety car conditions, back to the pit lane. One advantage, and it's ridiculous to suggest an advantage, the Dome, I think, the only car with a two-part deck. So actually, if it's damaged, it's not damaged the full deck, it's damaged one half it, but there was certainly damage to the legality panels at the bottom of the car, the rear corner of the car. It looked to me as if the Rebellion impacted on the right rear of the Dome, so there's likely, I think, to be a fair amount of damage to be fixed there.
And a careful operation down at the first chicane. Marshall's doing a grand job there, stood right in the middle of the road and directing everybody to driver's right, to the right-hand side of the track, to avoid this thick line of oil which has been dressed already, and the powder dry, the cement dust will be soaking that up. Now, Nick Damon has news on SMP Racing. They have 2 prototypes here this year. The BR01, brand new bit of kit, been designed by the team, but both the 27 and the 37 cars in the garage, it looks like, Nick.
Well, no, the 27 came in, had a full service. 37 came in, had a service and got pushed back, and they're doing that kind of thing with torches at the rear end of the car. So I think they're chasing perhaps a bit of a looseness at the rear end. On the pit out, the Straka has just left, so that was hopefully just a cosmetic repair and replace a couple of pieces of the pit. And it's interesting now that several other of the cars are beginning to come in. Now, whether they're thinking, let's get our P2 cars, let's get our bronze and silver drivers in, just as Stuart Hall said, thinking it's a longer stop than they thought. And in fact, as I say that, the 37 now is going up on the hijack, so it's a bit of a bigger problem. But yeah, the pit lane's slightly busier than it has been, oddly, after a lap or two of the yellows already happened.
And straight down to the other end of our Nismo pit lane to Joe Bradley, who has got the number 13, a damaged number 13 Rebellion racing car in his sights. Joe?
Extensive damage on the front end of that Rebellion gives us the idea to conclude and deduce that that car was the car that hit the rear of the Straka, and it kind of it's the left-hand side of the front of the car. That's going to be easily replaced, of course, with the front section of bodywork. Another car in just next door, though, significantly, and that's the Nissan engine of the Ligier, the G-Drive Ligier car number 26. Sam Bird has brought the car in. They've changed driver. Roman Rusinov is now the driver at the wheel of that car. They've taken on fuel and tyres. in this yellow period. When things have calmed down over there, I'll have a dive into the Rebellion pit and have a good look at the extent of the damage. It looked like just bodywork, but as Graham was saying, more to these cars than what you can see. The important stuff is out of sight underneath.
Quite right, Joe. And a chance to witness the Porsche incident again. It was actually pulling out a line, it looked like, to overtake an Aston, and all of a sudden just a total lack of power and a load of smoke out the back, something popping or breaking.
Bang.
Yeah.
Who would have imagined a factory Porsche GT car being the first retirement from the Le Mans 24 Hours? Not official yet, but that looked very terminal indeed to me.
And yeah, that's actually the second Porsche to catch fire this week, isn't it? A much older car, the 997 spec from the AAI team from Taiwan, which caught fire on Thursday night, and that the second one on the Mulsanne Straight. Now, hearing that the 13 Rebellion racing car is just having a nose fitted, so damaged bodywork taken off, new bits put on, and gravel removed as well, but it looks like relatively simple job for the crew, number 13, running that Rebellion R1.
The good news, as far as I can make out, is that the safety car hasn't messed up the race too much. What we've had in previous years with an early safety car is, although it's come out and kind of grouped the leaders together, it's sometimes messed up the class positions. Well, as far as I can tell, we've got the LMP1 cars behind one safety car, we've got the LMP2 cars behind another safety car, and all the GT cars are kind of huddled up behind a third safety car. So it could be a lot worse. I mean, there will be stories, and I'm no doubt at some point we'll be hearing from the pit lane of drivers saying, oh, we lost out a minute because of the safety car. But generally, the big groups of the leading runners have been squashed up together quite nicely.
And I think one of them did lose a minute, and it was the 26 car, because they were held, by the look of it, at pit exit as the train came through. So unfortunately, pit work not quite quick enough from G-Drive.
Yes, but that, as a result of a pit stop, is entirely self-induced, as
Absolutely.
it were, and that's a team trying to gain an advantage through the pit stop, and they'll have their advantage later on, of course, because they're now full of fuel.
I can stay out.
The P2 car you mentioned, number 26, back in the race. Let's just give you a rundown quickly of the leaders within P2 at just after 4 local time. 46, Tristan Commandy leading the way from Richard Bradley in second position in the 47 car, and Lawrence Vantor in the number 34 car is in third position. One of the drivers out of the 13 Rebellion that was involved in that accident at the first chicane is Alexandra Imperatore. He joined Joe Bradley.
Alex, unfortunately for you, you were the first piece of action in the first section of this race.
Yes, it's very unfortunate. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I heard from the team that the Porsche just in front of us blew his engine, and then there was a lot of oil on track. Obviously no flags at all because we were the first on the scene. And I thought I could make it, but then the striker car in front went sideways, and I had no chance to avoid him. I was basically on the oil, so really unfortunate. Now the team is doing a good job to fix the car, and hopefully we can be back out very quickly. There's still a lot to go.
Alex, just explain to our listeners, it's not like driving a road car where you can just change direction and avoid things. You're kind of committed once you're into a corner, aren't you?
Yes, well, you're on your racing line, and you're on the optimal speed, so you don't have much room. Of course, when we are out there in the race, I think we keep a little margin, but it's not enough when you hit a patch of oil, because then the grip really goes to zero instantly. And the only thing you can hope for is that you have a clear space in front of you to recover the car, but that wasn't the case this time.
Car doesn't look too bad, just bodywork, I think, so get the psyche back on course and get on with this race, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. I think nothing is lost yet. We have a safety car out there, so it's helping us a bit to minimize the time loss. And it looks like it's only bodywork. We have to confirm, but it looks like only bodywork, so we should be back out very quickly.
Thanks, Alex.
Well, while we're down in the pit lane with Joe Bradley, slight drama out there on track, Johnny.
Yeah, Alexander Wirtz at the wheel of the number 2 Toyota TS040 going for a rotation, and he was rather shocked about that because at the second chicane you don't expect to be all of a sudden facing the wrong way, and this is an issue that one of the Toyotas had in qualifying. Was it Wirtz
It was
behind the
Wirtz.
wheel?
It was
again?
Wirtz behind the wheel of that number 2, yes. Just to explain, it was a red flag situation during qualifying, and Alexander Wirtz spun the car at Arnage as he was touring slowly 80 kilometres an hour back to the pits, and he said he just lost all grip. So an indication possibly of how light the cars are on the tyres, so that when there's no downforce, there's no temperature being generated, and that's why Alex lost all the grip.
It was Sebastian Buemi, which is interesting, because that was the other car.
Yes, you're right, it was
Buemi in the
Thank
1,
you.
and this is Wirtz in the 2.
Yeah.
So clearly the TS040 having the same sort of issue at slow speed, accelerating out of a corner, and the thing rotates.
Well, so a quick spin and recovery from the number 2 Toyota, but it could be Wirtz. It was under the safety car, and away they go.
Timo Bernhardt then leading the way from Neil Janney and Loic Duval. I'll just give you a more detailed rundown of P2 because it's been a frenetic hour and 15 minutes, not only for P1 but also for that much anticipated LMP2 battle. Bear in mind that the driver lineups for these cars can include, well, basically any combination, as long as you've got at least one silver or bronze driver amongst your 3 drivers. So the other 2 can be both platinums if you wish, and one of those platinum drivers, Tristan Gomendy, leading the way, 10th overall, but leading P2 in car 46, the Thierry by TDS Racing Oreca 05 from the French squad, ahead of former race leader number 47 Richard Bradley in the KCMG Oreca. Then in 3rd position it's the Oak Run Ligier for Lawrence Vantor, the number 34 car, and then 41 is the Greaves Motorsport Run Gibson with John Lancaster still at the wheel. He's been there since the start of the race. 5th position is the number 36 Signatech Alpine, Paul-Luc Chatat driving the number 36 Blue Alpine as it's coined. The 48 car is next in the sequence. That's Nathaniel Berton, Frenchman, driving Irish, although Brackley based Irish squad Murphy prototypes with their Oreca. The 43 car is Team Sard Morand and their Morgan with Ollie Webb at the wheel of the number 43 car. Pipa Dirani then heads a whole load of Ligios, 4 of them together. Dirani for G-Drive, then the 31 car, which is one of the ESM Ligios from America, John Fogarty driving that. Next up is the car that's rejoined after a recent pit stop, Roman Rusanov taking over the 26G drive car from Sam Bird, and João Barbosa for Krone Racing. The number 40 Ligier is the next in the sequence.
Whilst the safety car is out, of course, there's now a bit of a dilemma facing team managers because if you look at the leading LMP1 cars, you've got Marco Bononomi in Audi number 9, now having completed 10 laps. Loic Duval has completed 9 laps on this stint, I hasten to add. That's not his number of laps altogether, but 9 laps, 10 laps on this stint. Hülkenberg goes through and completes his 9th lap on this stint. Now, under the safety car, of course, you get better mileage, you get more better fuel consumption, so you could go a little bit further. However, there is a temptation to say, well, let's come in. My view is it's not a good idea to come in because you get held at the end of the pit lane and that could lose you some time, as we've already seen from the G-Drive car. But of course, the longer the safety car remains out, the more the fuel level in the car goes down, and ultimately you're going to come to the point where the driver's saying, my fuel warning light's coming on, I've got to come into the pits. Now, I can't believe that this safety car situation is going to go on for very much longer, but if it does, and by very much longer I'm talking 15 minutes, if it does go on for another 15 minutes, then we are going to start getting to the end of the fuel on board for the leading LMP1 runners.
Well, there's clearly an oil clear up at the entry to the first chicane. They'll also want to recover that Porsche with a view to no further oil making its way back onto the track surface. It's been a long time since I can remember any factory GTE car suffering any kind of mechanical failure, certainly this early in the Le Mans 24 hours. A long time.
It's very warm. It's very warm, though.
Yeah, true. Conditions could well be affecting just exactly how that flat 6 is going in the back of the Works number 92. They again then have one bullet in the gun in a sense. They're in the same shoes as Corvette Racing, who started the race just with the 64 and the 63 not able to start.
Yep, and well, will the same rules apply, gentlemen, to we've often said about LMP1, 3 bullets in the gun for Toyota for the the Audis and the Porsches against the 2 to Toyota. Well, now we've got 3 bullets in the gun for Aston Martin against 2 for Ferrari and 1 each for Corvette and Porsche.
But there's only 22 and a half hours to go, Graham, so it's not really enough time to...
It's a sprint, Paul. It's a sprint.
Really, yeah.
It's turned into one, certainly, if you look at the pace being set by the P1 cars. So voices then of Paul Truswell and Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com. Myself, Johnny Palmer, here broadcasting from the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre. Down in our Nismo pit lane is Nick Damon and Joe Bradley. And Joe has news on the Rebellion, the number 13 car rejoining. And you're also loitering around Loughborough competition.
Yeah, the 13 is out and back on track and now back into this race. Wandered a bit further down the pit lane and I've come across the number 50 Loughborough competition. Corvette. It's up on its pretty high stands and it looks like some kind of gearbox issue on this car, or rear axle I should say.
Right. Well, that could well be related to the incident this morning in warm-up. Of course, it had a big shunt, very similar looking to the Jan Magnussen accident on Thursday. They got the car into the race though for the start, but maybe have encountered another niggle.
Yeah, you can imagine that they're pretty busy right now. I almost had a chance to speak to Paolo Roberti just as he was speaking to it's Gianluca Roda, who sits patiently in the car while there's a lot of work going on the car. I'll try and get confirmed what exactly they're doing. It's obviously the car is backed into the garage and I'm unable to get to the back of the car to have a look at it, as there's a team of mechanics underneath, on top, at the sides, everywhere on this car. A lot of attention going on.
Certainly a very much rushed job between warm-up this morning, which was between 9 o'clock and 9:45, and the race start at 3 p.m. They had an awful lot of help from the guys at the Works Corvette team, though, as well. Of course, many of those mechanics not able to work on their number 63 car, so were able to lend a hand to Loughborough competition in the break. Now, getting word that the safety car will be in at the end of this lap, so cars starting to get very active at the front of the field. Lots of weaving from left to right for Tino Bernhardt and Andre Lotra further back in the train. Pit stop for the number 40 car, I noticed. Charles Barbosa coming in the Krone Run Ligier. And that looks to be, well, maybe not a scheduled stop. It's 2 stops now for the 40 car, whereas the lead P2 machines have only stopped once.
The safety car, of course, will withdraw from the place where it came out in the first place. So the leaders, I remind you, are in the safety car train, which is currently midway down the Mulsanne Straight, or in fact beyond the midway down the Mulsanne Straight, because it's beyond the second chicane coming into Mulsanne Corner, and it will pull off at the exit of Mulsanne Corner, because that's where it pulled on, as far as I can remember. So after they've negotiated Mulsanne Corner, then we should see the oh no, it was midway down, wasn't it? I was getting confused by my little track map here. It's pulling off in any case now, Johnny, so we're back to racing conditions, and this is nose to tail just as it was at the start of the race.
Absolutely, yes, and already the 18 of Neil Janney trying to get by teammate Timo Bernhardt, so he's not delayed and therefore not overtaken by Loic Duval and Andre Lotra. They're totally together then as the safety car unleashes the lead pack, and it's almost the start of the race all over again. 2 Porsches from 3 Audis from another Porsche, Graham.
Lotra makes it up to 3rd position and is on the tail of the two Porsches coming through the second chicane on the Hunaudière. But it really is, it's all 6 just as a pack. You could throw a blanket over them, couldn't you? 10.5 seconds after those pit stops, let's remind you. Looks about like 3/4 of a second at the moment as the number 7 car. It's a 3 wide down the Mulsanne Straight there just for a moment as the number 19 car tried to get alongside the second and third of the Audis. Lots of brake smoke there. That looked to me like the number 8 car slightly outbraking himself. Doesn't lose position. Positions stay exactly where they were at the start of this battle, getting back underway, with the exception of the 7 car pulling ahead of the 8. But anything can happen as we come into the second half of this lap.
22 minutes, sorry Johnny, under the safety car. Very nearly 23 minutes, in fact, under the safety car. But as I say, as a result of that, these stints that the cars are now on should be extended a little bit because of fuel saved whilst under the safety car.
Loic Duval really lost out in that whole movement because he moved out to the edge of the track. He had 2 wheels on the black stuff, but two wheels on the red stuff as well, which is off-track limits, really, kicking up a load of dust, and it didn't give him very much forward momentum. And Loic Duval, if he's not careful here, will find himself at the back of this 6-car train, and And indeed, that's what happens. Nico Hülkenberg in the number 19 Porsche slots his way past Duval to now make it 2 Porsches out front from 2 Audis, and then Porsche Audi.
Yep, it was Loic Duval restarted the race in 3rd position. He's now back to 6th. Both of his teammates and Nico Hülkenberg with a nice move there. Coming around the outside of the Audi, through the Porsche curves, now coming round to complete what will be their lap 21 without 90 minutes in the book. Yeah.
So threading their way through the Ford chicane go the leading Porsches, Bernhard from Gianni, then Andre Lotterer in the first of the Audis. And that place change is confirmed as Nico Hülkenberg slots his way in front of Loic Duval. Then it's Sebastian Buemi in the number 1 Toyota. Alexander Wirth, slightly red-faced after the spin at the chicane under the safety car, is in 8th position. Then Matthias Besch in the one Rebellion that's still kind of at the pointy end of the field, the 13 car with some work to do. And then you're into the P2 traffic, which is still led by Richard Bradley.
But of course, from Toyota's point of view, they've just been given a get-out-of-jail-free card, because after an hour, by all that's right, according to their pace, they should be around 45 seconds behind. What they are actually behind is 4 seconds behind. So if we could have one of these every hour, please, Mr. Toyota, they're saying, then please can we? And
they were doing rather worse than that, Paul, because at one point before we went with the safety car, the 2 Toyota was a minute behind the leader. So you're absolutely right. That's played into the hands of the tactics that Toyota really are forced into playing.
The other thing, of course, is that the race leader is in some clean air now because of the natural situation where you get 3 safety cars all out on track. You get this pocket of air then between the 3 parts of the grid, and all of a sudden Timo Bernhard having fun at the head of the order with this fresh air up ahead of him. He's just done a personal best time through the first sector. What's the sector 2 time like? Can he go absolute best through there? It'll turn purple if he manages it. Not quite at the sector 2 beam yet, but almost holding up now in second position the Audis is Neil Jani with this rear gunner type roll to allow Bernhard in the 17 Porsche to stretch his legs. Lotterer, Bononomi and Hülkenberg is the order that the Audis run. Hülkenberg in the Porsche, of course. Loic Duval at the back of the field, at the back of the train in the number 8 car.
And the man most likely to succeed at the moment is looking very much like Nico Hülkenberg, because he's pulling on to the back of the 2 Audis, trying to challenge that second placed number 18 Porsche. Hülkenberg right with Bononomi. Bononomi looking to get by Lotterer. Lotterer looking to get by Jani.
So a 78.2 was the time for Timo Bernhard through the second sector. It didn't turn blue or purple for that matter, but nevertheless good pace on this, the 22nd lap. Meanwhile, Richard Bradley is a couple of seconds ahead of Tristan Gomendy in the former class-leading 46 car from Thierry by TDS. Lawrence Vantor in 3rd position for Oak Racing, and 4th place Paul-Luc Chatin.
Loic Duval, meanwhile, has gathered himself. He's back in this fight as well. He's now challenging Hülkenberg as we come down to Audi country, down in the Porsche curves. Bit of an irony there, isn't there? But this is where the Audis are the quicker of the 2 contenders, Porsche and Audi. No way by, but boy, can you get close. And we saw in the very start of the race that there is an outbraking opportunity into and through the Ford chicane.
Swinging their way through the second part of the Porsche curves then goes this freight train of Audi and Porsche mixed together, and Toyota just a little bit further back, but as Paul Truswell quite rightly says, aided by that safety car period, 22 minutes of it. And the gap between second and third place cars definitely coming down. In fact, it all concertinas up as they work their way into the Ford chicane and then stretches out very slightly as they exit it and complete lap 22. There's certainly a massive gap now appearing between Bernhard and Jani in the leading Porsches.
3.7 seconds is the gap between the top 6, and 1.6 seconds of that is the lead gap. So that battle for second position fully joined with no fewer than 5 cars now involved nose to tail. Neil Jani looking to fend off the close attentions of Andre Lotterer, Marco Bononomi, then Nico Hülkenberg and Loic Duval. Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Audi. It's the top 6, with again the Toyotas falling back. Sebastian Buemi by far the quicker of the 2 at the moment, 9.5 seconds back from the leader.
One of the cars towards the pointy end of the field in P2 has just come into pit road, the 41 Greaves Motorsport run Gibson. Still John Lancaster at the wheel, and that stop was a minute on the nose and looked to be a pretty routine one for the 41 car, so that will slot back in further down the order in something like 11th position, a class still led by KCMG from Thierry from Oak Racing, the 34 car in 3rd position.
We're still watching this lead battle, but in P2, one of the effects of the safety car is a gap has appeared between the top 2 and the 3rd place car. About 40 seconds that have been caught, I'm sure, in different safety car trains. Richard Bradley still leads Tristan Gomandy by around a second. Then it's about a 40-second gap back to Laurence Vanteur, now in the Honda-powered Oak Racing car, the 34 car, 3rd position ahead of Paul Chatin in the Alpine.
Nico Hülkenberg with a tidy manoeuvre there at the inside of Marco Bononomi to take 4th place away from the number 9 Audi. They were bunched up behind the rejoining Greaves Motorsport car, fresh from its 2nd pit stop. John Lancaster driving that, and Hülkenberg has slipped past Bononomi for 4th position. Any more place changes? Well, Bononomi's thinking about repaying the favour here at Mulsanne Corner. He's not quite close enough though this time.
I reckon that Bononomi's going to be into the pits at the end of this lap, Johnny, even given that he's had that fuel-saving mode under the safety car. He's currently on his 14th lap. Hülkenberg is on his 13th lap, so should be able to stay out for an extra one, I would think. But we're not really that far away at all from the 2nd set of pit stops. If our projections are correct, then this will once again be fuel-only pit stops, no driver change, no tyre change, but we'll be seeing fuel-only pit stops for those leading cars, starting with Marco Bononomi at the end of the lap that he's currently on.
It's like Monday morning on the M25 down at Arnage as the P1 cars thread their way past GTs. By the way, former race leader Tristan Gomandy for the P2s has just pitted. I know Nick Damon has seen that stop happen, but we'll stay with the P1 battle because the Porsches here again under pressure from Andre Lotterer, Graham.
And not only Andre Lotterer, with a bit of a mix-up at Arnage, Nico Hülkenberg losing out, and Marco Bononomi going up into 4th position. So again, it's Porsche, Audi now. Wow.
That's only one word for it. Again, more lappery taking place past the big wheel there, heading for, well, you probably see our commentary box on the little view that we had for a moment or two ago, and it's absolutely nose to tail. They're working their way through Ford chicane, and I'm almost trying to work out which is a GT car and which is a P1 car.
It just seems out of the Porsche curves is another area where the Audi is absolutely fantastic. Slingshots by, and now Andre Lotterer goes up the inside of the Porsche, of the black Porsche, up into 2nd position, down under the Dunlop Bridge, trying for first. He's trying there to grab the lead. He doesn't quite make it, but he's right there.
Meanwhile, that's the 19 Porsche stopping. Nico Hülkenberg coming in. We also saw Marco Bononomi come in for a stop as well, the number 9 car. So 9 Audi pits, 19 Porsche pits, as Paul Truswell quite rightly says.
Audi lead Le Mans. Audi has gone through, back down into the Dunlop S's. Andre Lotterer looked like he could make that move. He managed to fire it out from under the Dunlop Bridge, has taken the lead from the 2 Porsches. Fantastic end of that lap, and the beginning of the next from the number 7 Audi.
Won't go down as a new leader quite yet for Paul Truswell. Needs to cross the line to be able to do that, but the 7 Audi is in front of the 17 Porsche and the number 18 Porsche. Lotterer from Bernhardt, from Neil Janney, and Joe Bradley has news from our Nismo pit lane.
Yeah, the number 19 Porsche, that's the white one, has been in. Again, just a tank of fuel, no tyres, no driver change. And the good news is the number 50 Corvette is back out and into the race.
So, out of the first chicane goes the battle for the lead of the race. Audi out front, Paul Truswell. And is this what we expected? I know the safety car, 22 minutes of it, has helped to bunch up the field, but Audi are really living with Porsche's pace right now.
Yes, I didn't expect to see this. And what's more, I reckon that Andre Lotterer will have enough fuel to continue round at the end of this lap. I don't think he'll be necessarily calling into the pits at the end of this lap. He should be able to make the fuel last an extra lap. What we will have in at the end of this lap will be Loic Duval with the number 8 Audi. As we were just hearing from Joe Bradley there, both 9 and 19 made their pit stops, and that time the Porsche was only 1 second quicker in the pits than the Audi. Remember on that previous turn through there was a 5-second difference, this time only a 1 second difference. So the Audi able to save a little bit more fuel perhaps than the Porsche was behind the safety car.
Now that sequence of moves for Andre Lotterer now finds himself under pressure again from the number 17 Porsche as they come back down with the 18 trying to get involved as well. That all started on the exit of the Porsche curves with the Audi beginning the slingshot out from there, getting the momentum, taking the first of the Porsches through into turn 1 and then getting the second of the cars as they came under the Dunlop Bridge and down through the S's. getting back now again into the area of the track where that Audi R18 holds precedence, Paul.
Yeah, but they're going to be coming into the Porsche curves very shortly, and of course that's where the Audi will be able to stretch its legs a little bit. Remember back to the beginning of the race, what we saw was the Audis making advantages coming out of the Porsche curves and coming into the Ford chicane. So that's at least 3 places we know now where an Audi can overtake a Porsche. We know that Porsches should be able to overtake the Audis down the straight, but there's at least 3 places where it can happen the other way around. So we really do have a marvellous game of cat and mouse.
Andre Lotterer, and I think one of the AAI Porsches almost trading paint there through the Porsche curves. They were so close, but Andre Lotterer knows exactly the width of his bus and just walloped by with no contact at all, but no margin for error either.
And he has stayed out, so he has gone on to that 14th lap for Andre Lotterer. So Andre Lotterer leads, as you say, that is the first change of lead across the start-finish line, and that it will be a 14-lap stint. Timo Bernhard goes on to his 13th lap, Neil Yarni goes on to his 14th lap, and has Loic Duval come into the pits?
No. Loic Duval has pitted, yes, in the number 8 car.
Okay,
so
good.
Lotterer
Glad about
out. That. That proves one of your systems to be correct.
Yeah, that's fine.
Excellent, fine. So Lotterer stays out, Bernhardt stays out, Gianni stays out, but 4th place Loic Duval in the number 8 car is in, and from our Nismo pit lane, Joe Bradley is there.
So as the number 8 Audi comes to a halt, the fuel is going in. They've got tyres ready, they've even got a driver ready, I think. Smoke billowing from underneath the right rear wheel arch, that's coming from the brakes. It only takes on fuel. They had tyres ready, so no doubt about it. There's the Michelin engineer just going into the garage, having inspected that number 8 Audi's tyres and saying, and him giving the thumbs up for another stint out of that set.
That's almost essential, really, Joe, because remember, it's 2 hours between tyre changes, and with the 22 minutes as well behind the safety car, that should be another opportunity to improve performance. So I would have been very surprised indeed if they'd changed tyres, not surprised at all that they've checked them.
So Loic Duval stayed in the car, in fact, in the number 8 machine. So it will rejoin now, and will come back into the 8th position, it looks like, to match the car number. So 8th place for Loic Duval, who rejoins. Lotterer stays out and is motoring on, Graham, just done an absolute best through sector 1.
He is. We almost had disaster for Neil Yanni, and for that matter for the number 46 car, as the black Porsche made its way through into this first chicane, almost sideswiped, and had to the 46 car to take avoiding action to avoid contact there. Pretty muscly stuff there from the number 18 Porsche as it heads off in pursuit of the lead 2.
So time flies when you're having fun. So much to keep you updated on, and let's just take a recap as to where we've got to after just over an hour and a half of this year's race.
Silverstone,
Spa,
Fuji,
Austin,
the Nürburgring,
Shanghai,
Bahrain,
and the Le Mans 24 Hours. 66 hours of racing.
4 classes.
And over 100 drivers.
Listen to the whole of the 2015 FIA World Endurance Championship exclusively live on RadioLeMans.com.
The Hourly Update, powered by Audi.
Just after 4:30 on Saturday afternoon, an hour and 37 minutes of the race gone, and Andre Lotterer in the number 7 Audi leads Le Mans, having just taken the lead on this, the 25th lap of the race. He holds the lead by just over a second from Timo Bernhard in the number 17 Porsche. In 3rd place is Neil Yarni in the number 18 Porsche, a further 2.6 seconds behind. Then in 4th place is number 8 Loic Duval in his Audi, 11 seconds behind, but bound for the pits at the end of this lap, I believe. In 5th place, number 1 Toyota in the hands of Sebastian Buemi, 16 seconds behind the race leader. In 6th place is number 2 Alexander Wurz in his Toyota, 21 seconds behind the race leader. In 8th place, having just made a pit stop, is number 8 Marco Bononomi's Audi R18 e-tron Quattro. And then in 9th place is the number 12 Matthias Besch-driven Rebellion R1 AER. In 10th place, and I hope I can say this more often, in 10th place overall is the CLM. The CLM car, then the number 4 car, Simon Trummer behind the wheel, has completed 23 laps. He's now a lap behind the leaders, but is in 10th place, let's say, overall, but due a pit stop. LMP2 currently being led, as it has been from the start, or almost from the start, by the number 47 KCMG Oreca, Richard Bradley behind the wheel. In 2nd place in LMP2 is the number 48 Murphy Prototypes Oreca. He is not very far behind, but pit stops are confusing that situation because they're all coming into the pits at the moment. And 3rd in LMP2 is the number 46 Thierry by TDS racing car, Tristan Gomendy, still behind the wheel of that car. GTE Pro down in 29th place overall. That's being led by the Aston Martin number 95, Nicky Thiem at the wheel. In 2nd place in GTE Pro is the AF Corsa Ferrari number 51, Jimmy Bruni, and in 3rd place in GTE Pro is the Aston Martin of Stefan Mucker. That's car number 97. GTE Am, being led also by an Aston Martin, number 98, Pedro Lamy leads from number 72, Andrea Bertolini, 3.6 seconds behind in his Ferrari 458. That's number 72. And then in 3rd place in GTE Am is the number 77 Dempsey Porsche, Patrick Long still behind the wheel. So we've got Aston Martin in the lead in GTE Am, Ferrari in 2nd place, Porsche in 3rd.
The hourly update on Radio Le Mans with Audi TDI. Vorsprung durch Technik.
And thank you, Paul Truswell, for the latest update. It's just gone 19 minutes to 5 here in France. You're listening to Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans 91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on radiolemans.com. Johnny Palmer, Paul Truswell and Graham Goodwin broadcasting live from our Mobil 1 broadcast centre, which overlooks the end of the lap here at Circuit de la Sarthe at the Ford Chicane. Don't forget you can watch us as well as listen this year via StudioVision, which is very obviously on the front page of radiolemans.com. Just go to that website and you'll see me and Graham poised and ready and very concentrated on the screens. Here we are, look. And we're powered by Duke Video, by the way, for the radiolemans.com Studio Vision for this year. Great little battle taking place out of the second chicane, Graham, side by side between the Aston and the Corvette.
It's one of these Formula Deja Vu moments we always have at some point in the race, a close GTE battle. It usually involves Oliver Gavin. Again, it is involving Oliver Gavin. Ollie in 4th position at the moment in a tightly fought GTE Pro battle, and at the moment is duking it out, no pun about Duke Video intended, with Richie Stanaway in the Hanaji Niji, the red and yellow Aston Martin. This for 4th position, as we've got the number 18 Porsche from 2nd place now into the pits as the fastest lap in the race so far goes into the books. The first lap we've had under 3:20, 3:19.4 from Timo Bernhard stretching away in the lead.
And let's welcome on board to our Nismo pit lane team Bruce Jones, who can tell us about the pit stop for the number 18, Neil Janney.
Well, as you threw to me, they'd finished refueling and said, why don't you do a spot more racing, Neil? So out he goes in the black Porsche. Then I think the next time around we'll probably have the 17 in. I flick my head to the right from the pit wall and I can see the number 1 Toyota just being waited to be flagged away from its pit stop, but we're just talking refueling at the moment, no extra tyres, as in fact I'm sure Paul Truswell would have predicted. So the number 1 back into the race, Neil Janney back out, already going around through the Dunlop curves.
And likewise, Sebastian Buemi just brought the number 1 Toyota in, and that will go out also. Alexander Wurz has done likewise in the 2. So we're reaching that phase of the race where we're seeing the next bout of pit stops, if you like. And whilst we were having the hourly update, the 7 came in for a stop. Andre Lotra stayed on board, but no question about it, Paul Truswell, the fastest car out there right now is the 17 Porsche, the race leader, having just done a 3:19.346, the fastest lap so far.
Well, he has to, doesn't he? This is Porsche has always been about speed, and having lost the lead before that last round of pit stops, he's going to have to use the speed of the Porsche to take the lead back. and really start to cement it. But it's important to note that one change of lead is now changed back again because the 17 now leads again. The one change of lead happened not as a result of pit stops, but as a result of pace on the track, assisted by 20 minutes behind the safety car, which bunched them all up.
Further stops for the number 48 Murphy prototypes Orica, by the way. Nathaniel Baton stayed on board, and the 22 Nissan. Harry Tinknell coming in and out, just getting fueled, no tyres, back into the race, Graham.
Well, I wonder, Paul, is this Porsche having to respond to pace that possibly they thought that Audi couldn't match them on? They're certainly turning up the wick, because Timo Bernhard faster than ever before in the middle sector, fastest middle sector of the race so far on his lap 27, into the 319s last time around. Looks like he could easily match that this time around. And I just wonder if at this stage, as these tyres getting older, of course, by the lap, whether or not they're having to respond to a threat from Audi they maybe thought they wouldn't be facing on pace.
Incident at the first chicane, and that's more slippy slidey work for the number 40 car. Now that's exactly where the oil was down, although the oil dry has done a good job up until this point. The 40 car from the P2 class, driven at the moment by Tracy Crone, and the green Ligier has rotated. It's found its way to the inside of the chicane, which is the safer place to be, threading its way between the tyre bales, and Tracy should be able to rejoin. I don't think he made contact with any other car, or indeed any of the Le Mans furniture.
Certainly not that I saw in any of the video we saw of that incident. So he's way and clear into the second section of the Mulsanne now, Paul.
Yeah, Tracy having taken that car over 25 minutes ago from Joe Barbosa, who was the driver at the start, but certainly not kind of Tracy arriving on the scene for the first time. He's been out there quite long enough to have got used to the conditions.
Another really good in-lap for race leader Timo Bernhard. The 17 red Porsche is in, Bruce Jones.
Yeah, we've seen the black one come in a lap ago with Neil Yarni. The car's starting to little bit grubby, actually. Maybe that's shadow from the gantries above, but again, it's fuel only. And if you heard that noise, that's Timo Bernhard going back for more. But the pace he showed at the end, of course, we've had the interruption of that safety car period that did close the others up. But really, really interesting the way the race is brewing. But anyhow, the red Porsche just accelerating away from pit exit back into the race.
And back into the lead as it does so, Bruce, because it will rejoin out of the pit lane exit about 20 or 30 yards ahead of the chasing Porsche and Audi.
And almost like the popular song, anything you can do, I can do, not quite better, but almost as well, because the number 7 Audi has gone through, presumably to second position now, Paul, in the 319.931. So the second car through under 320 is an Audi, not a Porsche. 320.1 sees Nico Hülkenberg, the number 19 Porsche.
Across the line, it was the Porsche in second place.
Yeah, it's tight. It is tight. There are 4 tenths in it as they broke the beam at the end of Sector 1. And then a further 12 seconds back is Nico Hülkenberg, who's actually just done a personal best time in the 19 car, a 320.1. Bear in mind the fastest lap so far by Bernhard is a 319.3. So the 7
is
Audi
ahead of the 18.
It is now, yeah. So clearly it was close last time we checked. 4 tenths in it at the start of Sector 2. Well, now Lotra has slipstreamed Neil Janney and got into second position. So the 17 Porsche leads it from the 7 Audi from the 18 Porsche.
Fantastic drive by Andre Lotra so far in this race. Really mesmerising pace, aggressive in traffic, and taking absolutely no prisoners with those Porsches. They might be cousins in that Volkswagen Audi group, but I don't think they like each other very much.
I think they enjoy the spirit of the chase, but I do know exactly what you mean, Graham. Interesting as well how it wasn't the work of a moment necessarily to get past the KCMG LMP2 car, which they were trying to get past. I mean, yes, they did get past it, and it wasn't too much of a problem, but it was a little bit of a problem. So just some kind of indication, although the LMP1's vastly quicker, still getting very close to the pace of P2 cars.
And Neil Janney struggles again. This time, unfortunately, encounters, we see replay here of that pass taken on the straight by the Audi. Not something I think we expected we'd necessarily see, but slightly balked into Mulsanne corner by the 66 Ferrari was Neil Janney, and he's lost out in terms of time against the Audi. That gap has gone up. Got a cone on track apparently on the left-hand side.
As a result of number 61 having had a spin up there. 61 is the AF Corsa Ferrari, which Raffaele Giammaria started at the beginning of the race.
Yep, Raffaele is sharing with Peter Mann and Matteo Cressoni in one of many AF Corsa cars here this weekend. They've got 3 in the GTE Am class.
Now Peter Mann behind the wheel, that car having had a driver change now.
Okay, so the American takes the controls to do the next stint. Meanwhile, still that yellow zone for the stray cone, which no doubt a brave marshal will rush out into the track when there's a break in traffic and recover that.
It is only a yellow though, it's not a slow zone.
Sorry, beg your pardon. Yeah, so yellow flag being displayed and therefore not strictly a speed limit to stick to, but caution recommended, as Ollie Gavin is in 4th position in the lone Chevrolet Corvette, Works Chevrolet Corvette. Of course, Labre Competition, the French squad are here with their own Chevy as well, but it's Gavin ahead of Richie Stanaway in the 99 Aston Martin, the yellow and red car, and then 71 James Collado in the Ferrari 458, again an AF Corsa run car, and some great times coming through for these GT cars. We're probably not very far away from their next bout of stops, so the cars are getting lighter, and particularly good pace being shown by Jean-Maria Bruni in the number 51 Ferrari, going quicker than that car's managed so far through sectors 1 and 2 on this, the 25th lap for the GTs.
A great lap there from Andre Lotre, 320.9 against a 326 from Neil Yanni. Means that he's pulled out that gap. Remember, he started that lap behind the Porsche. He finished it, 3 seconds ahead of it.
So at the start of their 29th lap, the leaders are going through. We're still waiting to see at the end of this lap, but the P2s come through, and also Sebastian Buemi circulating quite a bit further ahead of sister car Alexander Wurz now in the number 2 car. So there's about a 14-second gap now between the two Toyotas. Still in the mix though. Half a minute back from the race leader, Timo Bernhardt, is Sebastian Buemi. And at 10 to 5, let's give you an update on how the GT pros are doing. As I say, just ahead of, I reckon, the next set of pit stops. But number 95, Nicky Teen, driving the Dane train, Aston, leading the way by 4.7 seconds from the 51 Ferrari of Jean-Maria Bruni, who's really getting a wriggle on now in the 51 car that won here last year. 97 Aston of Stefan Mucker in 3rd position, the 97 car there in 3rd and 4.1 seconds further back from Bruni. 64 car of Ollie Gavin, as I mentioned, is then in 4th position ahead of Stanaway and Collado, and the next car further down is the sole surviving Works Porsche from Team Manthey, and that is Richard Leet still at the wheel of the number 91 car.
Trouble for the number 31. This is the ESM, the Rolling Stone 31 car. Ed Brown at the wheel. Is that an Arnage?
No, it's not. It's the signalling pits, isn't it? That's the end
It's
of the
right, it's Mulsanne. I couldn't recognise the angle there, but it's Ed Brown has rotated, or half rotated. He's managed to recover the car to the inside, but has got nose in towards the barrier. He's going to struggle to rejoin from there without assistance. So the number 31 car, currently 24th position. Ed Brown having a half spin and stationary at the moment at Mulsanne corner.
Kevin Estre on board the number 34 Oak Racing Ligier now, starting to bother the driver of the 48 car, Nathaniel Berton, who's been in that car from the start. By the way, the ESM car just broke away. There was no contact, there was nobody else around, but all of a sudden the rear wheels just snapped away and the car pirouetted. So a shame that for ESM, but they will get that car back into the race very swiftly indeed. Let's head down to our Nismo pit lane and Bruce Jones, who can speak to someone from Porsche.
Patrick Pilet, it's always a pleasure to interview you, but not the way we want it. Quite a scary looking moment for your Porsche out there.
Actually, it looks more scary from outside than inside for me, because I didn't see the flame. My engineer told me to get out quickly. I just tried to switch off all the electric things and also to put the extinctor on. But yeah, it's a shame for the team, because they worked so hard the last few months just to get a good car. For sure we don't have the best performance. We can see in a straight line and in acceleration it's different categories with the others, but we are still fighting, and unfortunately this happened. We don't know exactly what happened on the car, so we have to investigate, and we will see.
And when you came to a stop in the car, how much could you see, because it was so much smoke?
I didn't see so much. I really see when I leave the car. Actually, I feel the flame on the back, but it was okay, actually. I don't have any smoke or whatever it was.
Okay, tough luck. Thank you.
Strange that, isn't it, when the whole rear of the car is ablaze, and as a driver sat in the machine, you
don't see it. It's exactly what we heard from Alex Capardia with that fiery incident for the Team AI car. Well, we've got 3 wide in a battle of GTE Pro at the moment on the run down to Indianapolis. We've got the Corvette being challenged by Richie Stanaway, but now being leapfrogged by James Collado in the number 71 car. We said we were looking forward to yet another wheel-to-wheel battle in GTE Pro. We've got it right here, right now, as James Collado looks to go by both cars in one move. We've seen some fantastic stuff from Stanaway coming through the first chicane, a drag race for the 2 cars going down towards Mulsanne. But James Collado sat back, let them get on with it, looked for the opportunity, he's done it, and now Stanaway looks to get up the inside of the Corvette and makes that move too. So poor Oliver Gavin, after having defended from the Aston Martin into the first chicane, halfway further around the lap, suddenly finds himself 2 positions further down after some cracking driving from all 3.
And only 22 hours to go. I mean, they're practically at the checkered flag.
I know, absolutely.
And it's not done yet. Oliver Gavin pushing as hard as he possibly can.
Who's going to tell him that this isn't the last lap, by the way?
Absolutely fantastic stuff in GTE. Absolutely wonderful.
A word in my ear from Bruce Jones, by the way, from our Nismo pit lane to say that the number 4 CLM has come in with Simon Trummer at the wheel. Pierre Caffer started that car off, but the CLM with the AER engine has come in for a pit stop. Paul Truswell.
Yes, I was pleased to report it was in the top 10 at the hourly update, which was very carefully timed to report it into the top 10, but that's an unscheduled pit stop for that car now. It's its 3rd pit stop, and that's really too early for that car. So signs perhaps that the CLM, having had a good run thus far, has experiencing problems already. Meanwhile, I'm just looking back up to the front of the field, and one of the things that I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to bring you with a good deal of regularity during the race is the total time spent in the pits thus far, which is always interesting to look at. And reliably so far, the Porsches are spending less time in the pits than the Audis. Now, I say so far because, of course, we've had no tyre changes yet. These have just been fuel-only pit stops, and the Porsches have spent less time refuelling, which means they're using less fuel, which is not surprising, and indeed the regulations demand that they use less fuel because of the hybrid, the extra hybrid power that they generate. So it's a 1 minute 42 seconds for Porsche number 18, 1 minute 44 seconds for Porsche number 17, and 1 minute 51 seconds for the number 7 Audi, 1 minute 51.3 seconds for the Porsche number 19. So there is a slight advantage there towards Porsche on the pit stop time.
Third car, meanwhile, under 320 is the number 19 Porsche Nico Hülkenberg of 319.776. The one car, Paul, that is going to be spending some more time on pit lane is going to be the number 28 car, the G-Drive car that leads the World Championship. And I know how obsessive you are about the points position in the FIWEC. Double points scoring round here, that's going to lose them a lap, basically. We've got incident down at the first chicane. That looks to me like the Chrome Ligier, and it's one of the ESM Ligiers as well.
31 or 30.
They've both got together. It's the 30.
Yeah.
It's the 30 car, 30 and 40. So Tracy Crone, still aboard the number 40 car, is in the gravel. Scott Sharp didn't hit the gravel trap, but into the first chicane backwards. Will recover, I think, from there. But side-to-side contact, gentlemen, between the number 30 Ligier HPD and the number 40 Ligier Judd.
Not sure there was actually contact, but they got very close indeed. And Tracy Crone in the Crone Racing Ligier getting stuck in the gravel, spinning the wheels and unable to get going again. So yellow flags still being waved at the first chicane. John Hindhoff said during qualifying that the place to station the camera at was going to be the first chicane, and thus far he's been absolutely right. Most of the action thus far in the race has happened at that first chicane.
And instantly that chicane becomes Tracy Crone's least favourite corner, because that's the second time he's been off there in the space of about half an hour.
Just going back, Graham was speaking about the penalty that has been given for the number 28 LMP2 22 car, the G-Drive Racing Legio, which Louis-Philippe Derani started. It was a speeding in the pit lane, and it's a stop and go of 1 minute and 55 seconds, which is proportionate to the amount of speeding that he did. So that car will lose 1 minute and 55 seconds being stopped and go in the pit lane.
Fans of the orange and black livery of G-Drive Racing, by the way, though, will enjoy hearing that that's not the car that's been at the sharp end of the field, the 26 car, which has had a spell in the garage for a little while, I think 26, when they changed drivers from Sam Bird to Roman Rusinov, but it's back in the race and running in third position, first of the Ligiers, behind Richard Bradley and Tristan Gomendy.
Now, I think the extra time was stopped at the end of the pit lane, waiting for the safety car train to come through.
That'll be why, yes. I noticed the P letter that we get when a car is in pit lane being displayed next to 26 for quite a prolonged period, but it was because it was in the pit lane queue behind the red light.
Strike we've not mentioned the Nissans for a little wee while, and probably worth reminding people, all three Nissans still out there, still lapping pretty quickly. The number 22 car, the best of the bunch at the moment, Harry Tinknell still at the wheel, 17th position in the middle of the P2 pack at the moment. Towards the back of that pack, Lucas Ordonez, this is the 21 car, that's the blue car, the one that's had the issue earlier on with the door open. That car just sitting outside the top 20, and Jan Mardenborough still aboard the number 23 car, as he has been from the start of the race. The car, of course, started from pit lane, is making its way up the field, at times courtesy of problems for others. 52nd position for that car, although it has been lapping quicker than we've seen that car lap all weekend.
2 hours done then of the 83rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Graham Goodwin, Paul Truswell and myself, Johnny Palmer, taking you through the opening throws and exchanges of this intriguing race. It's not disappointed for the first couple of hours here on Mobil 1, RadioLeMans.com, 91.2 FM here at the track and around the world on RadioLeMans.com.
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 At RadioLeMans.com, we live for endurance racing. Le Mans, Bathurst, the Nürburgring, Spa, Silverstone, Fuji, and many more great races on classic circuits around the world, all covered live. Now add Daytona, Sebring, Watkins Glen, Road America, and Road Atlanta to the list. IMSA Radio, from the International Motorsports Association and Radio Show Limited, is a new service bringing you coverage of every session of the Tudor United Sports Car Championship, qualifying and race coverage from the Continental Tire Sports Car Challenge and the Support Series races, live, free, and without commercial interruption, direct to you. Look for the IMSA radio icon on the RadioLeMans.com homepage.
It's 5:01 here at Le Sarthe in the afternoon. We're bringing you live coverage on Mobil 1, RadioLeMans.com, here on 91.2 FM at the track of the 83rd running of the Le Mans 24 Hours. Andre Lotre leads in the number 7 Audi from Timo Bernhardt in the 17 Porsche. Neil Janney is third in the 18 Porsche, and Nico Hülkenberg is fourth in the 19 Porsche. Without further ado, let's head down to our Nismo pit lane team and Joe Bradley, who can report on the number 30 car from ESM.
Yeah, we just saw the number 30 ESM having what looked like a bit of a coming together with the bright green Crawley Racing Ligier. Well, the number 30 came onto pit road. The team didn't really need to even give it a visual inspection because the car was absolutely perfect. They just put fuel in it. It looks like it didn't touch the green Crawley Ligier at all. No damage whatsoever, hardly touched.
Okay, so that would prove your theory, Paul Truswell.
I did think that the touch, if it was one, was very light indeed. So, yeah, I mean, I think it was more a case of the Chrome racing car having got a bit squirrely under braking, trying to go up on the inside of the ESM, the HPD engine car, and the pair of them lost control kind of in harmony with one another because they were both so close together.
Paul, I kind of preempted a problem for the 26 car because I said that it had been in the garage. In fact, it hadn't with Roman Rusinov at the wheel, but now, Bruce Jones, it is in pit lane and on light.
Far more dramatic. Yes, they were just doing a regular pit stop. Roman inside the car, then suddenly it was aflame. One of the mechanics then had the sleeve of his overall on fire. That was extinguished, and the fire continued under the car when they thought they got it out, but all is calm again. But my golly, that was a quick flurry, and Roman was thinking about getting out of the car. But now we're back with the mechanic on the nose of the car, just cleaning the windscreen. They put the engine cover back on the tail. I'm looking to see if there's any damage, and they're talking to the driver through the door. I think all is fine, but they're now about to try the refueling all over again So shaking of the head from the refueler, and well, that was very dramatic. The orange and black car had been going very well indeed, but that was a spiky wee moment in the pits, and I think we're about to get going. Rusnov back in the race, but that was a little too much drama.
Drama indeed for the third place still. What was the third place? G-Drive, Ligier. Hopefully that can get back into the race. Paul Truswell.
Yes, meanwhile at the front, as you say, we now have Andre Lotterer back in the lead of the race with the number 7 Audi, and he's really putting in some sterling lap times there. I mean, since his pit stop, his average lap times are less than 3 minutes 22. Average lap time is actually 3:21.3 or thereabouts, and both of the Porsches, all three of the Porsches behind, and bear in mind that of course we are now over 2 hours into the race. They're still on the same set of tyres on which they started, and so possibly if Porsche does have a problem with the tyre usage, then now is the time that we're going to see it. And the average lap times for the Porsches are all in the 3 minutes 23s. So Andre Lotterer is a good second and a half a lap quicker on every lap. That's not, as I say, it's not just a one-off lap, that's an average lap that we're seeing. And that's only been in this third stint since the last set of pit stops.
Thank you, Paul. Let's welcome to our broadcast centre, our Mobil 1 broadcast centre for 2015, Johnny Molam to the commentary box. Nice to have you with us, Johnny. And have you managed to keep calm during these first 2 hours? Because it's a question of where to look next for this race.
It's been incredibly good, hasn't it? I have thoroughly enjoyed it, and it's a pleasure to be with you, Johnny. It's the two Johnnies.
It is, absolutely,
yes.
I know. And let's not bring John Hindhaugh in as well, because it'll get really confusing otherwise. Tell us in what capacity you're here at the race. Obviously, you're a race fan, but what's bubbling for Johnny Molam? Where can we see you next?
I'm racing in the North American Endurance Championship at the moment, but currently here just looking after some guests who I placed with Nissan, some Virgin guests, and yes, doing a little bit of TV work. And I said to John Hindhaugh, for old time's sake, I'd like to come back and do Radio Le Mans, and because I'm not driving this year, there's nothing better than to come in here and, if nothing else, stand and watch you guys at work, and occasionally get on the mic myself and chip in with the odd, probably not pearl of wisdom, but the odd sort of comment, if nothing else.
I think the mood in the camp at Nissan is pretty good at the moment. They came here, yes, on the back foot and not quite through their plan as they had wished, with the failure of a crash test. They had supply problems, as we well know, but I've been down to the hospitality area of the paddock, and you know, there's pumping music, there's people having a good time. They kind of realised in the spot that they're in at the moment, where they would like to be, yes, but that's going to be, certainly at this event, a year off at the very least. And they've kind of grasped this current scenario and making good with what they can.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, at the end of the day, they've done a very different concept to how they've approached going racing, in particular at the Le Mans 24 Hours. They've got a plan that they think they can implement that's going to work. I think everybody is going to cut them quite a lot of slack, certainly in this first year at Le Mans. I think that was shown when they missed the first 2 races. And I think, personally, Nissan obviously go racing properly. The last few years, Nissan have kind of almost taken over the Le Mans 24 Hours whenever you come here. It's very, very clever marketing exercises as well, which is incredibly important to the parent company. But more importantly, on the track, Darren Cox and his team want to go out and do well. This year is a damage limitation. I think everyone would recognise that, and I think at the moment they're running, and Harry Tinkley in particular is in the sort of top 16 overall and doing some pretty good times. So I think personally, if they can get to the finish with one of their 3 cars, that would be a huge result. And you can't underestimate how hard it is as we're watching the likes of Porsche and Audi and Toyota going at it. I mean, just watching Toyota, they don't really seem on race pace to have anything for Porsche. We knew that Audi do, and they're proving that by leading at the moment. And I think I've said it before, I think Audi are probably still favourites to win this race, but I think you can see how quickly things can change. Toyota last year probably had the class of the field car, should have maybe won Le Mans, ended up winning the World Endurance Championship, and this year they're really struggling on pace already, and we're only like 2.5 hours in.
Really tricky spell of the race here for the American squad, Extreme Speed Motorsports, because not only another spin for Scott Sharp in the number 30 car up at Tete Rouge, but also frightening moment for the Porsche crew, who had just about got out of the way for a spin for Ed Brown as well in the number 31 machine. So both have been off in more or less the same lap, Paul Truswell.
Yes, I'm not sure it was a spin for Scott Sharp at Tete Rouge because there's still yellow flags being shown up there, and in fact a slow zone has now been imposed up there as they've got one of the Manitous, which is kind of a little snatch tractor thing that hoiks the car up on a on a hoist to get it out of the way. So whether that was a car that has come into the gravel or whether it just has ground to a halt, I'm not sure. But having had his moment, this is Scott Sharp, having had his moment at the first chicane with the altercation with Tracy Crone, came into the pits, had the car repaired, went out, did a full lap, then on his next flying lap round has had this problem up at Tertre Rouge, which I've not been watching all of the TV pictures, Johnny, but I've not seen any pictures of that one. So, as I say, as far as I know, Scott Sharp is still stuck up at Tertre Rouge, and there is a slow zone up there whilst they clear it. So lap times, for the moment at least, have increased.
Tristan Gomandy at the wheel of the number 46 Tyrrell by TDS racing car there, having to lap a Ferrari into the Ford chicane and kind of in two minds as to whether to go left or right, and in the end went left, had to shortcut the chicane that jettisoned the car over one of those sausage curves, and it slammed back down onto the deck. So he certainly shortcut Ford chicane and won't have done the undertray of the car any good at all either. Let's head down to the Nismo pit lane though to have a word with Bruce Jones. You've got an update on the number 4 car, the CLM.
I have indeed. I'd hoped it would come from the lips of Colin Collis, the team boss of CLM, but he declined the interview, but just said to me it was the insert delete swear here if I'm trying to say expletive, yeah, is the next undercurrent expletive, insert expletive here, engine. And he was steaming as much as the engine hadn't been when it came in. A very tidy double pit stop there from the 77 and 88 Porsches together, and looks like Pat Dempsey's gone out for his first into the race. 96 Aston Martin coming with a very bent front left corner.
Yes, that's just gone off, Bruce, at the Ford chicane. Luckily, it's one of the places that we can actually see out of the window and see it go off.
Joe's very close to it down in the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a pretty well damaged Aston Martin. The left front suspension damage, no doubt. The left hand front wheel pointing at a 45-degree angle to the angle of trajectory of the car, meaning that there's something snapped there. Steering link, the tyres punctured, heavy bodywork damage. That's not a problem. We can just replace that. It's what's underneath the wheel arch, the suspension geometry and the components that make up the suspension on this Aston Martin is what's important, and more important is where that suspension mounts to, and hopefully all that is where it should be and still pointing in the right direction, so we can just bolt on another set of suspension on the left hand front. Team at work now. You can hear the activity in the background, and the bonnet of the car just in front of me showing quite a few battle scars in various colours that shouldn't really be on this club livery car. There's a nice dark blue and a streak of yellow. Some that sort of tells me that's it's those blue and yellow tyre barriers that are out there somewhere.
Yeah, Ford chicane, it went off, Joe. Roll Goethe at the wheel, and that number 98 car is certainly not going to be fixed in a hurry. That certainly won't polish out. But of course the other Aston's doing particularly well, because it's Nicky Thiem out front in the number 95 car from Richie Stanaway. And
yeah, the Astons have got a fantastic balance of performance here. You can actually see how well they're doing, and fair play to Nicky Thiem. He's pretty much been leading this race in the GTE Pro Class from the get-go, and a fantastic battle going on. Bruni was keeping him honest, but seems to have dropped away just a little bit through that last round of pit stops. So Fisichella now at the wheel of that number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari. And I think a bit of an honourable mention should go to Bertolini and Matt Griffin, who are having a right dice in the two Ferraris before the Aston dropped in the Pro-Am class. And now Duncan Cameron at the wheel of the 55, and they're currently running 6th in class. Collard leading the GTE Am, but I think he owes us a pit stop, so that'll drop him back down to about 5th place.
Aston Martin, one of 4 big manufacturers in GT here this year, but they're the ones waiting the longest for a victory here. 2008 was the last time it happened. They're really due one.
They're due one,
in the best place, aren't
and they've been quick enough to win. I mean, they've had all sorts of problems. I remember Machiavecchi losing it coming out of the second chicane a few years ago when we had that sort of wet, dry race. And yes, they definitely, as you say, Johnny, they've been there looking like they were likely to win. It's never quite happened for them.
The Crone Ligier getting back to the pits, having had its earlier moment, and Tracy Crone then brings his car in, and that probably will be a driver change.
Straight down to Bruce Jones, part of our Nismo pit lane team, who has found Klaus Bachler, one of the Porsche drivers.
The two Proton Porsches came in together. How was your race so far?
Very good. We have a good balance, good base. It's now I think 2 hours. We are 2 hours in the race, so it's still a long race, but the balance and the base is good.
Christian Reed has taken over from you. What are the track conditions like now? Is there any oil down there?
No, the oil in the first chicane is gone already. The track gets from lap to lap better, so the level. Now Chris is in the car, so it's a long race, and I hope we're doing well at the end.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Now, you just mentioned about the 55, Johnny, going really well.
I can't believe it.
That's the classic commentator's curse.
Well, you see, I don't classify myself as a commentator. I'm just a guesting, and I can't believe I've gone and cursed poor Duncan Cameron. Looks like a left rear puncture there. So easy. We don't see as many punctures nowadays as we used to in the old days. They've certainly worked the gravel a lot better. The gravel doesn't cut tyres as well, and also the curbing's been worked on very hard. So it used to be that you'd have at least 2 punctures per car at Le Mans in sort of 7, 8, 9 years ago. You don't see it quite as often, but very unfortunate there for Duncan Cameron. I suspect as he's just gone out, might have hit a curb when the tyre pressures were slightly low, or just been unlucky with that. But he'll have to come back very, very slowly to the pits and lose an awful lot of time. Otherwise, he'll damage that car as he's coming back in with the flailing rubber from the tyre.
Yeah, Duncan, who, from memory, grew up a stone's throw away from Alton Park, a place called Tiverton in Cheshire, but loved his racing. Used to sneak under the fence, actually, when he was a young lad and not even pay to get into the circuit. And obviously the real bug set in there. Duncan Cameron sharing with Matt Griffin and Alex Mortimer this year in their 458 from AF Corsa. Meanwhile, out of the Ford chicane, was there contact between one of the Nissans and the one Toyota? Not quite. Some good driving there from Sebastian Buemi to almost power the Toyota up and get it turned right and away from the Nissan.
That's very difficult. I've been watching the Nissan coming out of the chicane. It's so difficult for them with the front-wheel drive. They have to get that steering wheel completely straight before they can actually put any power down onto the road. And you can see them really struggling to get the thing off the corner. And every single car out there behind them, from that squirt from apex to exit as you come out to their exit curb coming onto the little pit straight, is basically quicker than them, and they cannot really get going until they're at least 5, 6, 7 car lengths out of the corner. So incredibly frustrating at the moment, and obviously it's going to be, I should imagine, torque steering as well there. So really struggling with traction at the moment with their hybrid system not fully functional.
Yeah, the TS040 carries what's called non-permanent all-wheel drive, where it's rear-wheel drive from the combustion engine, but when the hybrid kicks in, that comes in on the front axle. Paul Truswell.
Which is very useful.
Yeah.
As far as I can tell, Scott Sharp with the ESM car hasn't made it back. So I don't think we saw anything on the TV pictures. If we did, Johnny will correct me. But the ESM car hasn't done any further laps since it was marked that it was stopped at Tête Rouge.
Yeah, that's about right.
So I suspect that one, as I say, might be done for the day.
Let's head, just before you carry on, straight down to Joe Bradley, because I know you've got from the 64 Corvette, Joe, Ollie Gavin.
Yeah, the 64 Corvette has actually been and gone, but it's dropped off Ollie Gavin after a first stint. Ollie, you took the start of the race. Did the start of this race throw up anything unexpected, or just the usual franticness?
I think it's the usual franticness. You know, you wonder whether, you know, this year's Le Mans is going to live up to all the previous ones and the way that the starts go. And each year you're surprised by how intense it is and how crazy it is, and you know how desperate people are, you know, fighting you. And there's, I had a great race with Stanaway and Collado there at the end. I think we were 3 wide at one point going down into Indianapolis, and you know, you sort of wonder, okay, how desperate is everybody going to get just to get by you, still with 22 hours to go? So in the end you go, okay, all right, well, you know, if you're that desperate for it, you have it. You know, we'll see how we go after 20 hours.
Ollie, do you have to keep reminding yourself you've still got 23 hours?
Yeah, exactly, you do, and that's just it. So, you know, I've done this a few times now, so I kind of recognise that. And I was going to push it to a certain degree with those guys, and then I thought, well, you know, maybe these guys don't have quite as much experience as I do, and maybe they're just going to take it to the next level, get that single-seater mindset in, and just start wheel banging and really crashing into one another. And you think, well, this isn't going to get us anywhere, either one of these cars. So in the end, I thought, well, you know, you can have it. You can come into the pits just in front of us, and then we'll see how we go. And there's so much more racing to be done. But it's good fun, and you know, we're pleased that the car's on pace and we're then battling with them. I think we are going to have to reassess our strategy somewhat, because it seems like the Astons are triple stinting already, so we might have to switch to start doing that. I think our tyres will do it. We're just talking to Michelin about that, and we'll see how we go.
Cheers all. Thanks, mate.
Straight to Bruce Jones. update on the number 55
Good news
Ferrari.
from 55 for their pit stop. Duncan Cameron only came, the tyre was replaced, no bodywork damage. Back into the race, but more importantly, Nick Tandy has just had a new set of tyres put on the 19 Porsche, just taken that over from Nico Hülkenberg. So that's the one that was dropping back in the early laps, fought its way back in, and is out on new rubber, just going out of pit exit now. So great timing.
Yeah, and that's the evidence we're looking for, Bruce. Thanks very much for that, because whilst you were observing the Porsche having its new tyres fitted, we were looking on the television screens of the number 9 Audi coming in, and that was Marco Bononomi who brought the car in, and he was sent on his way on the same set of tyres as he's come in on. So a new set of tyres for Porsche after just 3 stints, Audi going on to quadruple stinting then. So we kind of say that's not a surprise, but at least we've got the evidence in front of us now. Another 2 laps, I reckon, before we'll have Andre Lotterer coming in, and again
he's just done the fastest lap of the race there as well.
Yeah.
So he's just set 3:18. I believe that's a 3:18.865 there, which is the fastest lap of the race. And Duval just done the first sector fastest of the race, and the second sector his fastest. So low on fuel. Those Michelin tyres holding up very, very well. The car getting nice and light on the fuel. Is maybe even cooling off ever so slightly out there, although it doesn't feel like it in here, does it, Johnny?
No.
But so the times as the track's rubbering in, coming down, and obviously with some of the rain that we've had, this track is still relatively green in certain cases going into the race compared to it has in the past. So I think you'll find the track rubbering in more and more.
Just going to do a really quick P2 update because we are late on that. The 47 Richard Bradley driven Oreca, the KCMG entered car, leads the way. In fact, it's 3 Orecas at the top of the pile. Nathaniel Berton for Murphy Prototypes in second position, car 48, and then it's Ludo Bade in the number 46 Thierry by TDS Racing Oreca 05 in third position, just on a personal best time for that car through sector 1 has Ludo. Nelson Panziatici driving the number 36 Signatech Alpine car is in fourth position ahead of John Lancaster in the Greaves Motorsport Gibson number 41. Zul Amberg now on board the number 43 Team Saad Morand entered Morgan. That car in 7th position ahead of Kevin Estre for Ligier in number 34. That's the Oak car. And then 26, Roman Rusinov, despite the fire on that car earlier on, that Ligier next in the sequence, Paul.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on what Johnny Molan was saying about the fastest lap of the race from Andre Lotterer, because it was more than just the fastest lap. In that it's only the second time that the Audi has gone faster than any of the Porsches. So yes, it is going faster than the Porsches. So it's gone faster than the Porsches even went at the beginning of the race when they were on brand new tyres, or even at the end of their first stint when they were on nearly brand new tyres but low fuel. So it's a kind of double whammy to do the fastest lap on a set of tyres that are 2 hours old. They're at the end of their third stint, and demonstration that that number 7 Audi is in the lead, even though it's going to come into the pits and lose the lead at the end of this lap. But it's a very strongly placed car.
I think it demonstrates what we were talking about earlier in terms of the pace, and a 3:18. I don't know what Lotterer did in qualifying, or even that car did in qualifying, but I'm pretty sure that's quicker than their qualifying time quite significantly, isn't it?
Yes, they did a 3:20 in...
So I mean, that just shows you that in qualifying they were not going for qualifying, and a lot of the teams in the pit lane say, oh, we weren't going, we were working on race pace. Sometimes you believe them, sometimes you don't, but in the case of Audi, I truly believe that they had their eye on the prize at the end of 24 hours, not the pole position, and I think that's been proven. The longer this race goes, the stronger, I believe, personally, you will see Audi becoming.
So down to our Nismo pit lane team and Joe Bradley with an update on one of the Aston Martin Vantages.
Yeah, just a bit of an update on the number 96 Aston Martin that was brought in with extensive front left corner damage. It's not just a matter of replacing the suspension that was damaged on this car. It looks like the energy's transferred throughout the car. They've got the car up on the high stands, and they're underneath the car and around the area in the middle of the front, towards the middle of the car, kind of where the engine sump's going to be. So maybe this car has clattered over some high curbing and has damaged the under tray and possibly even the sump or the gearbox bell housing, but still a lot of work before we see the 96 car back out.
Okay, thank you, Joe. So the 96 with problems, the 95 on the flip side, leading the GTE Pro category from the sister car number 99, Richie Standaway, the Kiwi, still at the wheel of the red and yellow Hanergy sponsored Aston. Giancarlo Fisichella kind of waiting in the wings in the 51 Ferrari, having won that race last year and 3 years ago in that 458. It's getting a bit long in the tooth, though, the Ferrari, with the new model just around the corner. Can they win it again, I wonder, for three times in 4 years?
It's funny, they're almost a little bit the Audi, aren't they, of the GTE Pro class, in the sense that they're never the quickest. Although last year, I have to say, Jimmy Bruni's pole lap last year was absolutely mind-blowing, one of the best laps in a GT car that I've ever witnessed. And one thing, I know you just went through the P2 class earlier on, but I have to give a big up to Richard Bradley. And in the KCMG number 47 LMP2 car, he's led that with that Oreca pretty much from the get-go and doing a phenomenal job. And really, it's only his second Le Mans, and you have to say he's done a fantastic job, and also set it on pole position.
Let's just hand down to Bruce Jones, who can see the pit stop for Richard Bradley. Speak of the devil, the number 47 car leading P2 and makes a stop, Bruce.
Yeah, it looks very ordinary. Amazed how fast Richard Bradley was out of the car, but Nicolas Lapierre, rather shorter driver, has hopped aboard. Obviously, just now the car is being completed, the tyre change is being completed, but I'm going to try and get Richard when he comes as soon as I can, because I think Johnny's quite right. That was a sensational first stint, wonderful battle with the TDS by Thierry Oreca 05 as well, and he should be very, very proud of that. I'll find him as soon as I can.
Excellent. You work on that, and then we'll hear from Joe Bradley with an update on the 7 car.
Hey, I tell you, it's really serious stuff down here. The number 7 Audi came in. It's only taken on fuel, but the body language from the crew, they know that this is a race, not just out on track. Absolutely tenths of seconds to be gained from every single pit stop. Strap yourselves in, boys.
We kind of knew this, though, coming here, didn't we, this year? And I'm glad it's not disappointed so far. What are we, nearly 2.5 hours into this race? I still don't have a clue who's going to win, but it is really serious stuff.
It is, and it's such a shame. All I can say is it's such a shame that Toyota have seemed to have fallen back a little bit this year and aren't in the mix as well, because last year it was a great fight between Toyota and Audi, and this year it looks like it's going to be a great fight between Audi and Porsche. And if Toyota had been in there as well, imagine how amazing, even more amazing, that it could have been.
Well, we're still early in the race though, Johnny, so I think we're kind of getting in danger of getting ahead of ourselves.
Surely
because,
not.
Because I think what I'm looking forward to in this race is seeing how it pans out. Now, if Toyota can keep going reliably, and if Audi and Porsche might just have a little whoopsie somewhere, or a puncture they don't expect, or a little mechanical problem, then we're going to have this lovely idea of a chase, which will be great to see.
Straight back to Bruce Jones, who now has found Richard Bradley fresh from the 47 car.
Remarkably fresh, we're just commenting. A fantastic opening few stints, Richard. High fives to Greg Wheeler, so that's an important thing to be done.
Yeah, it was good. We had a plan and we executed it perfectly. We were just going to take our time, let everything settle in, bring everything in slowly and attack at the end, which is what we did. If you saw with everybody else, they went out full gun and, they had a few issues. And yeah, it showed at the end, so yeah, good start. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, well, I can see from the smile on your face, but the safety car, obviously, that sort of shook things up a bit. Did that affect you much?
Not really. The plan was always going to go. It didn't do much really at all. I got screwed by a few slow zones. Just came in awkward times, but that's the way it goes. That's Le Mans. It's for sure it will happen to someone else in the race.
All right, thanks very much, Richard. Let you get to the pit wall.
Problem now for the number 29 Pegasus Racing at Morgan, by the way.
Yeah, that's David Cheng in the car there, I believe. Coming back slowly.
Not sure whether that's a puncture or maybe something gone on the rear of the car. It looked a little bit slow coming out of Mulsanne corner, but then picked up pace. Paul Truswell, some news or an update on the last set of pit stops for the leading cars and difference in times?
Yes, I was really kind of wanting to draw attention to the fact, because we heard from the pit crew that the Porsche had that tyre change when Nick Hülkenberg handed over to Nick Tandy. 1 minute 14 was its pit stop time as a result of that. We just saw a tyre change as well on the Toyota, a 1 minute 22 second pit stop with the fuel and tyres and driver change happening. But on the Audi's pit stops, which we've just seen, Andre Lotterer, we saw fuel only for him, just 56 seconds. Loic Duval with fuel only, just 56 seconds. And remember earlier on, the first one to come in the little cycle is Marco Bononomi in his Audi number 9, just 56 seconds. So the Audis so predictable. Refueling takes 56 seconds. With the tyre change, depending whether you're in a Toyota or a Porsche, you're talking about anywhere between 1 minute 14, 1 minute 22. So, there's 20 seconds just gone like that, purely through having to change the tyres. The only thing that's going to be interesting now, and we'll try and do that in the next stint, is to compare the lap time average that Andre Lotterer can do on a quadruple stinted set of tyres versus the Porsches, which are on brand new tyres.
Neil Janney in a Porsche has just come down pit road for his latest stop, and Bruce Jones is watching.
Well, Neil Janney brought it in. He's now running to the garage, and the 2 or 3 colours shades of blue helmet means it's Mark Lee who's gone on board. It looked a very similar sort of time of pit stop as the sister car 19 had not so long ago. So yeah, tyres, fuel, back out, new driver. I guess Paul's on the stopwatch. You might know if that's faster or slower. And it looks as though number 17 will be coming in very shortly, because we have the tall figure in the red overalls, Brendan Hartley, waiting to take over that. But at the moment, maybe they're half a lap away, no tyres being brought out for the 17. I'm sure as soon as I say that, they'll come from the back of the garage. But at the moment, I can see no new rubber at all for the red Porsche.
So we're expecting the 17 Porsche to pit at any moment. We'll do you an update, of course, the hourly update, Audi hourly update, every hour at the half hour. So we'll do that in just a moment. But the Toyota taking a stop, the number 1 car, and that is having tyres changed, Paul Truswell.
Yes, I think I would expect the Porsche to stay out for another lap at the end of this one. So, yes, we hear that they're ready, but the car which now leads the race, the number 17, is on its way. It's around about Arnage at the moment, I reckon. It'll come through at the end of this lap, go out onto another lap, and that will then be its in-lap. So a lap and a quarter still to go for Timo Bernhardt in the lead of the race. This is where the Porsche is able to extend the length of its stints by virtue of having the better fuel consumption.
Yeah, and we saw Anthony Davidson there getting into the number 1 Toyota, and that was obviously a driver change and tyre and fuel, and new tyres being put on that and straight out, and looks like the number 17's coming in the pits, and they got new tyres as well for Timo Bernhardt's car. So I assume that means, Johnny, he'll be getting out.
Yes, you would have thought so, because that's a right sort of time in the race for
definitely.
A driver
Great
change.
drive from Timo,
Awesome
really good stint, yeah.
Very much so. That's the voice of Johnny Molam. I'm Johnny Palmer, and Paul Truswell also joins us in the Mobil 1 Broadcast Centre for 2015. Down in the pits, it's Bruce Jones and Nick Damon. We are back in a moment with an Audi hourly update.
The RadioLeMans.com forum is full of people just like you.
People who have opinions and aren't afraid to share them, just like you.
People who love all forms of motorsport, just like you.
At the track, on the radio, online.
Go to RadioLeMans.com and click on the forum button.
RadioLeMans.com.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
Just over 2.5 hours of the race gone, 5:30 on Saturday afternoon here at Le Mans. 40 laps are now in the book, and the race leader is in the pits on a routine pit stop. This is the number 17 Porsche, the red car. Timo Bernhardt has just brought that car in, and I suspect we'll be getting a new set of tyres and a new driver getting into that car. So the positions are in a state of flux at the moment. In second place is the number 7 Audi, Andre Lotterer, on his 4th stint on his current set of tyres, about to take the lead again as a result of the Porsche being in the pits. In third place on his outlap, having just made a pit stop and got a new set of tyres, now Mark Lieb at the wheel of the number 18 Porsche. And then behind him is the number 9 Audi in the hands of Marco Bononomi. And again, all of the Audi drivers have been in the car since the start of the race. The Porsche drivers all having changed since the start. Fifth place is Loic Duval in the number 8 Audi. He's 3.6 seconds behind the number 9 car. And then in 6th place is the number 19 Porsche, which Nick Tandy is driving. He is 4.7 seconds behind the Audi number 8 ahead of him. In 7th place, having just made a pit stop, Anthony Davidson now at the wheel of Toyota number 1, 20 seconds ahead of the number 2 Toyota, which is 8th, Stefan Sarazan, having just taken over the wheel of that one. In 9th place is the number 12 Rebellion. Matthias Besch is now a lap behind the Toyotas in car number 12. And then in 10th place is the leading LMP2 car, number 47, the KCMG Oreca 05 with its Nissan engine. Nicolas Lapierre now at the wheel of that car. He's 3 laps behind the race leader, but is leading his class by over half a minute, over 30 seconds, separating Nicolas Lapierre in the 47 KCMG LMP2 car from number 46, a Thierry by TDS Racing Oreca 05, which is currently in the hands of Ludovic Bardi, as I say, 30 seconds behind the class leader. Third in LMP2 is car number 41 for Greaves Motorsport. This is the Kairos-sponsored Gibson with the Nissan engine, and that car now has John Lancaster behind the wheel and is just 8 seconds behind the Thierry by TDS car. So 47, 46 and 41 are your top 3 in LMP2. In GTE Pro, it's Aston Martin's first and second. Number 95, Nicky Thiem, leads the way, 5 seconds ahead of the number 99, Richie Stanaway-driven Aston Martin. And then third in GTE Pro is the number 51 AF Corsa Ferrari, a further 6 seconds behind the 2 Aston Martins. In GTE Am, the leading car there is the number 53, the Viper, which has a 5-second lead over the 72 Ferrari, Victor Scheitar at the wheel of the SMP racing car. And then in third place in GTE Am is car number 98, which is Paul Dalla at the wheel of the Am Aston Martin. He is 6 seconds from the class leader, but right on the tail of the Ferrari 458 of Victor Scheitar. That's the update. It's 5:30 in the afternoon.
The hourly updates on Radio Le Mans, brought to you by Audi Ultra, lightweight technology.
And after that update, well, Paul Truswell mentioned actually the battle that's taking place between SMP Racing and the Aston Martin crew of the 98, and we were smiling at that a short time ago as well, Johnny Murdoch and myself.
It was fantastic, and I think although as we just heard there, that the Viper is leading the Pro-Am class, I'm pretty sure that Jeroen Bleekemolen is actually out of sequence there on pit stop. So effectively that fight between the 72 Ferrari, SMP Ferrari, and the 98 Aston Martin of Paul Dalla, that's actually for the lead, for the Pro-Am lead.
The other thing that, of course, KCMG will be rather happy about is, OK, they pull Richard Bradley out after an awesome stint. And who do they hand over to? But a man who used to race for Toyota, former TS040 driver, of course, no longer with that team. But the KCMG car have signed him up, platinum driver, and all of a sudden he's putting great times in for the 47 car, leading its class by over half a minute now, Johnny.
Yes, absolutely, and Nicolas Lapierre, in my opinion, about 3 years ago in the Toyota was one of the stars of this race, so fantastic to actually find him back in a car where he's actually got a chance of maybe going for a class victory.
Stand down to Joe Bradley, who's just seen a stop for the number 7 Audi. That feels like it's very soon after another stop for the 7 Audi, Joe Bradley. There's a driver change there, though, as well.
I think so, and it was kind of my thoughts were, I'm sure I just described the number 7 Audi just coming in for fuel, and then it's back on pit road, and Andre Lotterer is getting out of the car. He's out of the car. Benoit Trullier is into the car. It took on hardly any fuel. Paul will be able to tell us if that's the case. So maybe a bit of cramp for Lotterer. I'll find out. I'll grab a word with Andre when we get the chance. But Paul, is that its second stop?
Yes, it is. It was a 3-lap stint from Andre, and the one flying lap in between the outlap and the in-lap was a 3 minutes 35, and so I just wonder whether either the car had a puncture or tyre wear suddenly became an issue. My guess would be a puncture, and of course there's no point in bringing Andre in and just replacing the errant wheel and sending him on his way again, because then he'd go over his 4-hour limit if he would carry on. So it makes sense at this stage to have the change, and I'm sure we'll see the driver change, Ben Trellier, back on his way again. The pit stop was 1 minute and 3 seconds, which is kind of a tyre change, plus, as you said, Joe, just a little bit of refuelling, but something a little bit off schedule, and the first, perhaps, glint of a gap in the armour.
Joe's got an answer for you, and possibly even a word with Lotterer, but puncture, Joe?
Yeah, it is puncture from the team. Disappointing, I would imagine. Andre Lotterer is now just a quick you must be really disappointed. The team were geared up for that fuel stop, Andre, and those guys look like athletes, but now out of sequence with that puncture.
Yeah, it's a shame. It was going really well. Was pushing hard. The car was going well, and then the puncture immediately after the pit stop. Yeah, disappointing, but that's part of Le Mans. Yeah, lost some time, obviously, but we have a good car, so we can fight back.
Fight back indeed. Thank you, Andre Lotterer.
And good work, Joe, down in the Nismo pit lane there to get Andre as soon as he got out of the car. That's just one of the things, Johnny Mullin, that you've got to work around, and the schedule is forever changing, isn't it, for people like Lee Negade looking after that car?
Absolutely, and Paul hit the nail on the head earlier when he said maybe we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves in our excitement in terms of maybe only 3 hours in saying what's going to happen. And it's exactly right, you can grab a puncture anywhere at any time around this track, and it can really sort of throw the cat amongst the pigeons. But I think we know that, like he says, they're up for the fight back. Those three drivers in Benoit, Andre, and obviously with Marcel Fassler as well, then those guys know how to win this race. They won't be getting unduly worried at this stage.
So busy down into the forward chicane here for the car now driven by Nick Tandy, the number 19 machine.
I love these in-car shots, don't you? I mean, absolutely fantastic. Some really good television pictures that we're able to see at the moment on the screen. Absolutely beautiful as they cut through the Ferrari and the GTE Am class there.
And our job, of course, to describe them to you if you're not here at the track. If indeed you are, of course, we're here once again on 91.2 FM, Mobil 1 Radio Le Mans, and thoroughly enjoying this the first few hours of the 83rd running of the 24 hours of Le Mans. In a very short time, there'll just be 21 hours to go. We're whipping through this mid-afternoon to early evening period.
Absolutely, and for those of you that aren't fortunate enough to actually be here, or maybe you are here, I mean, get out to the trackside and have a look at these Porsches as they come off the corners. I've never seen anything like it. The acceleration of these LMP1 Porsches in particular, and all the LMP1 cars, is absolutely incredible, especially coming out of some areas like the Dunlop chicane or out onto the little pit straight. So if you're here, go down and have a look, and if you're not, come here at some point and have a look.
Lapierre still going really quickly in the 47 Oreca from KCMG, so he has pulled away by a decent margin now from Ludovic Badet, who's the silver driver in the Thierry squad. Two Orecas leading the way for P2 from John Lancaster now in the 41 Greaves Gibson. That won, of course, the opening round of the European Le Mans Series at Silverstone, did the 41 car. Kevin Estre going strongly in the number 34 machine. Kevin Estre and Lawrence Vantor have stepped up from GT3 cars to a prototype. Tell us what sort of a step that is. You know, massively more downforce in one of these cars.
Well, their backgrounds, well, not so much in Kevin Estre, he does have a GT background, but Vantor also has some downforce experience from single-seaters, and in actual fact it's easier stepping up, coming up from a GT car to an LMP2 or even an LMP1 car is actually in some ways easier in terms of the driving. Obviously you've just got to sometimes have that sort of faith that the car will stick and use that downforce, but in a lot of ways it's a lot easier to make the step up than it is for an LMP driver to come down and drive a GT car, because there's a real black art to GT cars, whereas prototypes are a little bit more like your standard race car, and they respond accordingly. Having said all of that, as we were just mentioning about the speeds that these cars now, the LMP1 cars in particular, are taking through places like the Porsche curves, sometimes that is mind-blowing. And speaking to some of the drivers earlier on in those cars, it really is a case of having faith that this car will stick through the corners. But they feel pretty solid, and when you're into the aero and it's really pushing the car down into the track, it gives you confidence to drive and push the car, whereas in a GT car it never really feels completely glued. It's always moving around and sliding a little bit.
Now, I've spoken to both Nick Tandy and Sam Bird, who've made a similar jump from the GT, the kind of the grand touring cars, to a purebred prototype car. I said, is it not disconcerting as well to have all the scenery thrown at you far quicker than you're used to? And that's the difference between, and that's why I'm not a racing driver. They went, you just drive to the grip of the car, and
that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. And Sam Bird, though, absolute stellar, you know, Mercedes Formula 1 driver, GP2. Yeah. So for him, LMP2 is probably feeling a little bit slow. I mean, he really is up there in the LMP1 speeds, wouldn't be too fast for him. Nick Tandy, on the other hand, really does come from a GT background, and I've raced against him many years, fantastic GT driver, and for him to make the step up to LMP1 as seamless as he has is a real achievement. He's doing very, very well.
So Tandy is fifth in the third of the Porsches, the white number 19 car. He's behind Marco Bononomi in the number 9 Audi. Loic Duval, though, is the best of the Audis, the four rings. In car number 8, Loic Duval, third position, and he in turn is behind race leader Brendan Hartley in the 17 car, and Mark Lieb now, who's in the 18 car. So it is still the red machine from the black car and there's about 15 seconds now between the two of them. This is lap 44.
And the leading Audi now, of course, is the number 8 Loic Duval car. The number 7 Audi, the André Lotterer car, no longer André at the wheel, of course. We just heard from him. Benoit Treluet at the wheel of it now. He is 17 seconds behind the car ahead of him, which is the 5th place Porsche, and 38 seconds away from the race leader. So that pit stop certainly hasn't lost him the race, but it has had a significant impact, and as I say, it's pushed him down so that he's now facing a bit of an uphill struggle, but certainly not a struggle that is impossible to overcome.
Paul, I'm going to throw a bit of a curveball at you now and see keep you on your toes. The Bleekemolen Viper that's currently number 53 car leading the GTE Pro-Am class, when do you think he's due to pit? Because he seems to have been out there leading for a long time now, and I would have thought that he was due into pit very, very soon, but maybe he's legitimately leading that class on pace.
Number 53, as you say, leading the GTE Am class, has done 8 laps on the current stint. What he did in order to get himself into that position was to stay out for a monster 16 laps.
So fuel economy is very good on that car then, obviously. They're really working it.
Assisted by the safety car. So it was whilst the safety car was out, they always have a mapping that they can set whilst the safety car's out, but Bleekemolen, as you say, he's been in the car since the start of the race, did a 16-lap stint whilst the safety car was out, and he'll be out, I reckon, for another 6 laps or so. So
they're about half and half then in terms of the cars are behind. I believe probably got about another 10 or 11 laps left to go. So they're sort of slightly out of sequence, would you say, with the Viper in that class?
In fact, they're on exactly the same sequence as the number 72 Ferrari, and the Aston Martin will have to come in early because Pedro Lamy, who started in that car, did a short first stint, presumably just to make a little bit more room for the other Astons when they came into the pits, so there's so many of them.
Some clever race strategy then by the Viper team.
I think it's certainly not going to change as a result of the pit sequence coming out. So good question. I'm glad I could handle it because systems help. Good.
We had every faith in you, Paul.
There were sparks coming out of his head at that point, but he did handle it, didn't he, Johnny?
Absolutely. Impressive pace here from Ludovic Badet, by the way. He's actually going quicker than Tristan Gomondy did in the number 46 car. Now, when you consider Badet is the silver driver in that lineup, Tristan Gomondy the platinum, but I would assume that Gomondy was in quite a bit of traffic during his stint, and now the 46 car able to stretch its legs a little bit. It's a 40-second lead margin for Nicolas Lapierre.
He's doing, and here, Nicolas Lapierre, we mentioned him earlier, doing another fastest lap after fastest lap, and a 3-minute 39.168 on that last lap from Nicolas Lapierre, and also his best and the car's best middle sector on this lap that we're talking about now. So that car certainly at the moment, and again it's very, very early days, especially in the LMP2 class, but that car looking really strong, the KCMG number 47 Orica.
Keeping an eye on Kevin Est's progress as well in the 34. He's making quick work of the traffic around him and trying to catch John Lancaster in the 41 car. Pace would show that he could do that, but he has got to find over a 20-second margin at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on the number 34 machine. Straight down to our Nismo pit lane, though, have a word with Bruce Jones.
Well, Joe and I have decided for a bit of variety. We've swapped pit lanes. If I'm by Aston Martin, the 98 is coming in. That's looking like a standard pit stop. They can go hurry, quick, but 96, they've just got as low as they can go. They've taken the whole front left corner off that now. So they just pulled it off as I reached here. Now they're going to start the reassembly, so don't expect any sudden return for the 96. 98 looks like a nice standard pit stop. I think there was a driver change. I was trying to look at 2 garages, but a tale of 2 cars in the same team, but running in a very different order at the moment.
Meanwhile, down the Mulsanne straight goes the GTE Am leader, Jeroen Bleekemolen. We've already talked about the SRT Viper, which showing good pace, and it seems pretty consistent pace as well for the 53 car, able to stay out in the lead of the race, leading from the 72 SMP Racing Ferrari of Victor Scheitar, then Paul Dall'Anna, who's just had a stop actually, so rejoining now the number 98 car in 3rd position, stays in 3rd in GTE Am.
Just as Paul predicted.
That's right. We never doubted him, did we?
Now, is this the first time that Brandon Hartley has led Le Mans? I think it might be, isn't it?
Yes, I think it probably is.
In the number 17
yes.
Porsche, so a really nice moment for Brendan there, and fantastic job that he's done since joining the full factory LMP1 Porsche team, and couldn't happen to a nicer fella. I'm really proud of him at the moment. He's doing a super job out front. 13.4 second lead over his teammate in the sister LMP1 18 Porsche, driven at the moment by Mark Lieb.
Sharing that drive, Brendan, with Timo Bernhard, who started the car, and of course Mark Webber, who will get a stint in due course. We're on lap 45. The lead margin is 13.4 seconds back to Mark Lieb.
Always tough, Johnny, when you're the third driver there. Mark Webber will be sitting here watching this all unfold, and when they're doing triple and quadruple stints, you actually feel like the race has gone on, you know, for hours and hours and hours before you actually get a chance to go in and actually contribute yourself.
It's probably how John Hindhaug's feeling right now, of course.
Yes, I'm sure
I've been
it
in
is,
the booth
yes.
since the start of the race, loving every minute of it, but we'll be handing over in about 12 minutes' time. Now, something has happened towards the end of Mulsanne Straight, just getting the message that although not a slow zone has been put in place, there are double waved yellows close to Mulsanne Corner, so get your news on that as soon as we have it. Meanwhile, the Hanergy-backed Aston Martin is working its way out of the chicane, still in second position, Paul.
A bit further around the track, actually, Johnny. It's down at Indianapolis, sorry, not as far as Arnage. Indianapolis corner is where the waved yellow flags are. What we don't have is any information coming through as to what might be the cause of them. However, what I will do is to just go back a little bit and report from the stewards that there was the incident that led to the conflagration of the Porsche 92, the Manthey car, and also involved the Rebellion and the Stracker, was investigated by the stewards. No further action has been taken. It was a racing incident, they say.
Well, that's a very sensible decision. I don't see how that could possibly be anybody's fault.
No.
You have oil pouring onto your left rear tyre and spin, and someone else hits that oil and hits somebody else. I mean, it literally is the sort of thing that can happen to anybody.
An almighty moment for Benoit Treluet coming through the S's there just before Tete Rouge, the rear of the car, tapping the Armco. He was all crossed up over the grass, over the curbs, and actually rescued the situation. Big shunt there earlier on today in one of the Aston support races where the guy Chris Brown couldn't get it back and slammed into the Armco to driver's right. Benoit Treluet, superb car control in one of these P1s. He's back past the incident scene now and just nails it, but that could have ended in disaster for the number 7 car, many people's favourite.
And there is now a slow zone there at Indianapolis, and indeed it starts just before Indianapolis. Inevitably, the slow zone going back a little way in order to get the cars into a position where they can go slowly through the slow zone. They have a slowing down zone immediately before that. Drivers being warned of debris on the track in that area, but still no information coming through to us, at least, about which car it is that caused that debris and indeed has triggered the slow zone at Indianapolis.
Front or rear bumper, I'd say, that was in the middle of the track, and a brave marshal did hop down from post and nab it quickly, literally crossed from one side of the road to the other and picked up the bumper. Bruce Jones may have a theory that it's the 43 car, the Team Saad Morand P2, that has lost a bit of its bodywork.
I think it was the rear wing. I think it was the rear wing of the LMP2.
Okay, so Bruce just now making his way towards the 43 car, which is actually in the pits. So it's a car certainly minus rear wing. Is this the moment that we can see for Benoit Treluet again? No, but it's again a bit of a sideways action, drifting his way through the second chicane, possibly, for the 7 car, which is running in 6th position, Benoit Treluet.
Oh!
And a big shunt there for the number 8 Audi, which is then collected by the Lara Competition Corvette. So a spin for the 8 car. Now, this was the area that was covered with the slow zone, wasn't it? But the 8 car has nosed into the barrier there. We know these cars are built strong, so as long as the 8 driver, Loic Duval, can get that car back to pit lane, Audi should be able to fix it. Haven't seen the build up to the accident yet, but it's turned left up to Indianapolis. That is a fast section, Johnny Mullen.
Well, I think it's probably as a result of the slow zone, and it is because he's coming in behind and trying to slow down, and you come in so quickly into the slow zones, and it is so difficult because obviously what you want to do is accelerate massively quickly up until you reach the end of your slow zone, and I had it nearly happen to me a couple of times last year. The one downside to these slow zones is you have incredibly big closing speeds, and he was entering the slow zone there, had nothing he could do, couldn't possibly stop, had to take, so it makes him look incredibly foolish, but in actual fact that is so easy to have happen to you with the closing speeds of these cars coming into slow zones, because other cars back up and check up more than you're actually expecting them to, and we see a right wheel look like they're actually coming off of one of the Ferraris, I believe.
Yeah, so
is that the 51 or the 71 that we see with the right rear as we're following Loic Duval coming through the Porsche curves there? But either the 51 or the 71 car of the AF Corsa look like they've lost a right rear wheel, Paul.
95 in.
It might just have been the carcass of the tyre that rolled away. But yes, I mean, the problem, just to go back to your point about the slow zone, the problem is this yellow flag zone before the slowdown, before the slow zone. It's the slowing down zone where no overtaking is allowed. But of course, you do get the... you do still have cars going at different speeds, but no overtaking, and that's
well, that's exactly right. And we were talking about it in the drivers' briefing last year. We were saying it's a slowing down zone, so it's a zone where you prepare to reach the point where you cannot speed anymore. But some people use it like a pit lane speed entry, and you literally come up to it in the last possible moment, you brake and bring it down to those speeds, and that's what most of the drivers are doing. But then you're going to have a lot of, as we see the cars stopped in the pits there, and these things are built like tanks, aren't they, Johnny? They'll definitely get, as we see a whole front headlight section. But going back to what you were saying, Paul, that's the problem, because some drivers use the slow zone to sort of go down through the gears as if they've seen the traffic lights stopped, you know, a mile down the road, and other drivers at that point are still flat out, and that is always going to cause problems, as we've seen in this particular instance.
I just have a slight... I'm just wondering whether what we saw was actually, and you can probably tell this because you were looking at the screens more than I was, but was the slow zone definitely in place when that incident happened, or what were we seeing the incident that led to the slow zone with the debris on the track? Because we were told there was debris on the track.
I would guess from the speed that the GT cars were doing and the closing speed that they were entering a slow zone area. Okay. But I don't know that for a fact. But right. I would have thought the closing speeds were far too great for a GT car. 3 or 4 GT cars wouldn't slow down, and they were fanning out. They were all having problems to get the thing stopped. And it was literally 4 abreast. He had nowhere to go but to take to the grass on the inside.
The 8, by the way, has made its way back to the pit lane and is now in the garage being seen to by Audi. We will hand down to Bruce Jones very quickly in a moment to give you an update. But here's how the GT traffic lies as we stand. The 97 Aston leads the way, Stefan Mucker, from the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari of Davide Rigon, and then the 64 car, which is the Chevrolet Corvette from the Works outfit, Tommy Milner at the wheel. He is in front of Porsche. So Aston, Ferrari, Chevrolet and Porsche all locking out the top 4 positions there, doing well with a mix of manufacturers. Michael Christensen at the wheel of the 91. GTE Am headed by 53, as we've said, the Viper for Jeroen Blekemolen from Victor Scheitar, the 72 Ferrari from SMP Racing. Christian Reed, number 88 in a Porsche, is in 3rd position ahead of Paul Dall'Anna in the 98 Aston.
That was the 51 Ferrari, Johnny, 51. With Fisichella in that we saw there losing that right rear. And as you say, it looked almost like a wheel, but Paul's probably right. It was the carcass of the tyre coming off completely. But either way, he obviously got embroiled, and he's in the pits at the moment, but got embroiled in that fracas with the number 8 Audi. And I hope that for his sake, it's just the wheel damage. But I suspect there'll be some body contact as well.
So here's Bruce Jones with an update on the number 8.
Well, most of the number 8, as I said, Johnny, when it came into the pit lane, the nose was missing. And most cameramen, etc., were looking at that. The tail end of the car was also damaged. They refueled the car while they were getting a new nose sorted, pushed it back into the garage on the dolly jacks. New nose has just been fitted. I can't see the tail of the car, but the body, the motion from everyone in the pit lane is that's about to come back out. In fact, the engine coverage has been taken back off again just for a second, will be lowered down. So not as much of the car came back as went out from the pit lane. Duval staying on board. It should be back shortly. I'll give you a shout when it is, but it wasn't just frontal damage. Clearly got clouted up the tail as well.
Bruce Jones reporting live from our Nismo pit lane team, and thank you to Prescott Motorsport, who's tweeted at RSL_studio to tell us there was actually an Aston with no lights on in the middle of the track before the Audi arrived at the kink just before Indianapolis, almost as if, well, whether it was stopped in the middle of the track or just super slow. And the problem is, it's like a motorway accident, isn't it? The guy behind you doesn't quite have as much warning. The guy behind you hasn't got a clue what's going on, and all of a sudden everyone piles into each other. And yes, these slow zones are great, but I mean, we had earlier on in the week.
See, I don't think they are great.
On Mobil1RadioLeMans.com earlier on in the week, we had Martin Haven come in here and do actually a slow zone rant to illustrate the negatives of a slow
as a driver, having had myself 2 or 3 near misses, especially going into somewhere like the Porsche curves when there's a slow zone. I had it last year. I literally overtook 2 cars because I had to, but got away with it. And then I had Mika Salo in an LMP2 car nearly nail me up the derriere as well. So I am not a fan of it. I think you can have it under waved yellows, you can find all sorts of ways, but to have a slow zone, as we've got, I believe, a safety car out, to have a slow zone where you're going to create problems like they are here, I think is actually not the right way of doing it. And even in other championships and other races with the Creventic that have the 60s zone, we've actually had situations where people overslowing in one of those, the minute they see it, has caused, just like you say, exactly like a tailback. And with the closing speeds, if you had all the same class of cars all doing similar sort of speeds, it wouldn't be such a big problem. But some of these closing speeds, when these cars are racing flat out, are colossal, let alone if a few people decide to, as we see a replay here, everyone's slowing down and he's just arrived there completely unsighted, and actually
side-to-side contact.
It looked to me like there was
Porsche.
even a green flag back there on the left-hand side before that yellow started waving. It looked to me like I saw a green flag on the left-hand side there, so maybe they were coming out of a zone.
There's still yellow flags.
No,
there,
those started waving as soon as this starts happening.
Right.
I'd love to see a replay of that again in slow motion.
I also saw side-to-side contact in the pack, though, between the 18 Porsche, the black one, and the Hanergy Aston Martin. Of course, the GT guys are easing off way before they need to stop. They don't have the braking capacity of one of these P1 cars, so they're almost braking.
Lurch about out of the car there. I don't know if that's obviously not a good sign.
Yes.
He's distraught, absolutely distraught. I feel for him, I really do. And like I said, it's difficult for me to judge, and I'm not going to throw a fellow driver under the bus at all, but I have to say in his defence, I don't think it makes it look like he was just being completely foolish and coming in at a crazy breakneck speed there, but it really isn't that simple because these cars stopped so quickly, and the cars in front, I think it really caught him out.
And, of course, with so many cars in front of you, you're not necessarily going to see the yellow flags.
Well, they were all trying to hit, they were all fanning out to avoid hitting each other, weren't you? You had an LMP2 on the brakes, getting all crossed up, another LMP2 on his left-hand side, two Astons, or two GT cars at least in front, and so it literally was